The world before us is no longer the blue planet of the 21st century, but an ancient dynasty from more than 5,000 years ago. At this time, the land was struck by a severe drought. The fields cracked, crops failed, and the people were starving, reduced to skin and bones. To survive, some dug up grass roots to fill their stomachs, while others gnawed on tree bark to prolong their lives. Throughout the village, one could see emaciated and yellow-skinned disaster victims everywhere. But just 10 kilometers away from this village, in those luxurious mansions, people were feasting on fish and meat every day, dumping leftover food on the ground to feed their dogs. Warehouses were piled high with meat, some even starting to rot, yet no one was willing to share a single bite with the common people outside. All of this changed with a man named Xiao Huang. He was just an ordinary person from the 21st century, but due to an accident, he was transported to this ancient mountain village. At first, Xiao Huang thought he could use modern knowledge to defy fate and become rich by simply creating something. But when he actually tried, he realized that his knowledge was only superficial. His ideas sounded impressive, but what he produced was just a shell, completely useless. Seeing that he was almost starving, Xiao Huang gave up struggling and even considered joining the army to at least get food. But just then, the government officials suddenly came to his door and delivered 10 wives to him. It was at this moment that Xiao Huang finally unlocked his own system. At that moment, a system notification sounded in Xiao Huang's mind. Ding, congratulations, host. You have married 10 beautiful wives and gained 10 points of martial arts strength. He immediately checked the system panel and found that his martial arts strength had reached 10, which was equivalent to having the strength of 10 adults. He could fight 10 people at once, and his physical fitness had also improved significantly. Xiao Huang quickly figured out the rules. Marrying a wife would increase his combat power, with one wife corresponding to 1 point of combat power. Thinking about this, he couldn't help but feel a little excited. In other words, if I want to become stronger, I need to marry more wives. Then, he clicked on the basic information next to his spouse. The system contained detailed information about the 10 women, including their age, background, physical condition, and personality traits. Tang Shi was lively and diligent. Yin Rojuan and Yin Rujio were twin sisters, and Song Yue and Song Yufei were biological sisters, but not twins. Through this information, Xiao Huang gained a preliminary understanding of them. At this moment, the 10 women looked completely bewildered. They had only hoped to be chosen to marry and find a way to survive, but they never expected to marry the same man at the same time. 10 people meant immense pressure to survive, and they knew in their hearts that the days ahead were destined to be difficult. Most of them were forced into marriage because their families were unable to support them, and they were sent away as a burden at a young age. Now that the marriage contracts are finalized, they have no way out and dare not run away. Otherwise, they will only face cruel punishment. Ladies, please follow me, Xiao Huang said, turning and leaving. The 10 women exchanged glances, then silently followed, their hearts filled with helplessness and resignation. When they arrived at their new home, their hearts sank even further. The house was dilapidated, with bare walls and drafty windows, offering little, even basic shelter from the wind and rain. The conditions were worse than their previous home, leaving them with almost no hope. At this moment, Miao Cuihua came out of the house and was stunned when she saw the scene before her. Xiao Huang, you brought women? Sister-in-law, yes, I did. These are them. Xiao Huang nodded. Miao Cuihua glanced at them and exclaimed in shock. 10? How can you afford to feed them? 10 mouths to feed every day would be a huge problem, not to mention taxes and other expenses. Xiao Huang explained with a bitter face. I had no choice. The officials forced them on me. On the surface, he was full of helplessness, but in his heart, he was already overjoyed. Miao Cuihua couldn't help but scold. These officials only care about themselves. They don't care about the lives of ordinary people. After saying that, she sighed. But it's also your fault. You got up too late. Otherwise, we wouldn't be in such a passive situation. Yes, sister-in-law is right. Xiao Huang quickly admitted his mistake. He knew in his heart that she was genuinely worried about him and had taken good care of him in the past. Seeing that his attitude was fairly sincere, Miao Cuihua's anger subsided considerably, and she could only accept reality. Your room can't accommodate so many people. Come and squeeze into my place for a while. I still have some room there. Thank you, sister-in-law, Xiao Huang said sincerely. In these difficult times, such kindness was especially rare. Xiao Huang went into the house and casually lifted the lid of the rice jar, only to be stunned. There wasn't a single grain of rice inside. He couldn't help but complain. Just how poor is this guy? But then he thought it made sense. If he still had food, the original owner of this body wouldn't have starved to death. Right now, there was a famine, and the harvest was terrible. People like this were starving to death everywhere. Tang Shi noticed his embarrassment and said softly, "Husband, I brought some millet from home." She opened the package, which contained a few daily necessities and a small amount of grain, all prepared for her by her parents before her marriage. Seeing this, the other women also took out what they had brought with them: wild vegetables, gruel, enough to last them a day or two. Since they had already married Xiao Huang, they could only accept their fate and try to make the best of a living together. Xiao Huang nodded and said, "You ladies are very kind. However, these rations could only be used temporarily." The real solution lay with him. He quickly came up with a plan: hunting. After the meal, the women busied themselves repairing the house and cleaning, while Xiao Huang began making a bow and arrow. Lacking iron and leather, he could only make a simple bow out of bamboo, then sharpen the bamboo to use as arrows. Not bad. He tried drawing the bow, but didn't dare to use too much force. Then he knocked an arrow and shot it. With a whoosh, the arrow flew a few meters before landing on the ground. He gave a wry smile. "I'm still too rusty." Just then, a notification sounded in his mind. "Ding, congratulations, host. You have triggered the protection of the arrow god. Within 1 meter, the hit rate is 100%. Xiao Huang was slightly stunned. This ability was simply outrageous. He picked up the bamboo arrow and tried shooting again within a 1 meter range. The bamboo arrow instantly hit its target. Archery proficiency +1. A system notification sounded. He asked in confusion, "What's the use of this proficiency?" The system replied, "It can be used to improve archery skill level, increase range, and improve accuracy. Currently, it guarantees a hit within 1 meter. Beyond that range, it has no effect." Xiao Huang then understood and inquired about his level. The system panel immediately opened, showing that his archery skill was level 1, with a proficiency of 1 out of 100, and included the effect of guaranteed to hit within 1 meter. So it takes 100 proficiency points to level up. He understood. 1 meter was clearly far from enough. If he really wanted to hunt with this, he had to increase his shooting range first. Otherwise, with the prey so close, he could just grab it with his bare hands. Just then, 2 women approached. They were the twins, Yan Rojuan and Yan Rugio. "Husband, is there anything we can help you with?" Xiao Huang asked, pointing to the bamboo arrows. "Can you make these?" The 2 women looked at them and nodded. "No problem." "All right, then make a lot more. I'm going hunting in the mountains tomorrow." "Husband, are you planning to go hunting?" Xiao Huang nodded and replied, "Yes. How can we support you if we don't hunt?" The 2 sisters' eyes lit up immediately. At least for now, he didn't seem like one of those lazy bums who only knew how to coast through life. Although this world was tough, as long as one was willing to work, there was always hope for survival. If possible, make a few more bows so we can take them with us and hunt more game. The 2 women immediately agreed and turned to make bamboo bows and arrows. Before long, the other women joined in, and the courtyard was bustling with activity. Xiao Huang, meanwhile, focused intently on archery practice, constantly improving his proficiency. Finally, a notification sounded in his mind again. Archery skills successfully upgraded. Accuracy within 10 meters reached 100%. After half a day of practice, he finally saw results. He knew that 10 meters wasn't a long distance, but it was enough for now. However, the next upgrade required 1,000 proficiency points, which was difficult to break through in a short time, meaning he had to accumulate them slowly. As night fell, Xiao Huang washed up and went to bed. There was only one bed in the house, so he naturally used it, while the other women had to sleep on the floor. They didn't complain because in this chaotic world, continuing the family line was the most important thing. "Husband," Tang Shi walked in with her head down, her expression clearly nervous. Xiao Huang glanced at her and said softly, "Come here." She hesitated for a moment, but finally walked slowly to the bedside. He pulled her onto the bed and asked in a low voice, "Are you sure you don't want to?" Tang Shi blushed to her ears, lowering her head without speaking. Her resistance quickly turned into acquiescence, and the room gradually quieted down, leaving only soft breathing. After an unknown amount of time, a soft gasp came from inside, tinged with pain and shyness. A tear slid down Tang Shi's cheek, and that night passed quietly. The next morning, Chiu woke up to the sound of roosters crowing. He looked at Tang Shi, who was still fast asleep beside him, and frowned when he saw the faint marks on her body. Wasn't last night a bit too much? She was already frail, while Chiu Huang's strength far surpassed that of ordinary people. Naturally, the two found it difficult to cope. Thinking of this, he became even more determined. He had to hunt as soon as possible so they could eat meat and recover properly. Chiu Huang didn't disturb her and got up to go outside alone. The other women were already busy preparing breakfast. Seeing him come out, Yin Rojuan asked, "Why are you alone, husband? Where's she?" "She's still asleep. She was exhausted last night, so let her sleep a little longer." Upon hearing this, the goddess's expressions became somewhat subtle, but they didn't ask any further questions. Chiu Huang didn't explain either and went straight to the point. "Today's plan is simple. The main focus is finding food," he said firmly. "We need to solve the food problem first before we can talk about anything else." The women nodded. "What are your plans, husband?" After a moment's thought, Chiu Huang said, 3 people will come with me to hunt in the mountains. 4 people will go to gather wild vegetables, and the rest will stay home to look after the house." This division of labor is especially efficient when there are many people. If it is a small family, it is simply impossible to arrange so many things at the same time. "How exactly should we divide them?" someone asked. Chiu Huang quickly made arrangements. Yu Fei, Yu Wei, and Miling will come up the mountain with me. Rojuan, Rugio, Shiyuan, and Yuan will go find wild vegetables. Yueshua, Fenger, and Shi will stay at home. His arrangement was based on considerations of physical strength and experience. The Song sisters were capable of traversing mountain paths, and Wanyan Miling had a background as a hunter, so bringing her along would naturally increase their chances of success. The women exchanged glances, none of them objecting. In this family, Chiu Huang's decisions were the cornerstone of everything. Since there are no objections, let's eat first, and then set off. An hour later, Chiu Huang, with the 3 women on their backs and bows and arrows on their shoulders, embarked on the road into the mountains. After they left, Tang Shi slowly emerged from Chiu Huang's room. As soon as Su Yueshue and Shan Feng saw her, they greeted her with smiles. "She, you're finally awake." Her gait was a little unnatural, and her expression was slightly awkward. The two understood, but didn't say anything more. "Why are there only the 2 of you? Where are the others?" Tang Shi asked. Su Yueshue explained, "My husband took Yue, Yu Fei, and Miling hunting, and the others went to gather wild vegetables. We stayed behind to look after the house." Dynasty note that there were now 11 of them, and the cost of food and drink was enormous. The most urgent matter was naturally solving the food problem. Shan Feng brought over a bowl of rice and a small bowl of wild vegetables, saying, "You must be tired. This was specially saved for you. Eat something." Tang Shi looked at the food and hesitated. "There's too much. I can't finish it." She remembered that when she was at home, she often only had a little bit of wild vegetable soup. Shan Feng smiled and said, "This is what your husband specifically told you to eat more, so you can recover properly." Upon hearing the word husband, Tang Shi couldn't help but recall the scene from last night, her face flushing slightly. She finally nodded, "Then I'll eat." As she ate, Su Yueshue and Shan Feng couldn't help but tentatively ask, "How were you and your husband last night?" Tang Shi replied in a low voice, "Very strong. I can't handle it by myself at all." The 2 women exchanged a glance, their expressions suddenly becoming excited. "Really? Why would I lie to you? If you don't believe me, you can try it together tonight." Hearing this, the 2 women's eyes were full of anticipation, clearly eager to try. Meanwhile, Chiu Huang was leading Song Yue, Song Yufei, and Wanyan miling deeper into the mountains in search of prey. Song Yue couldn't help but ask, "Husband, why are we going so deep? Others usually stay on the outskirts." Chiu Huang explained, "The prey on the outskirts has been mostly hunted down. If we want to catch anything, we have to go deeper into the mountains." Wanyan miling frowned and reminded her, "The deep mountains are very dangerous. There are many ferocious beasts inside, many hunters who went and never came out again." Her tone was heavy, clearly recalling past experiences. Chiu Huang didn't care and just smiled faintly. "Don't worry, I'm not an ordinary person. His current strength far exceeds that of ordinary people, and he can fight even if he encounters a ferocious beast." As they were talking, Chiu Huang suddenly lowered his voice and said, "Don't make a sound, there's prey. The three women immediately became alert and looked around. Wanyan Miling quickly knocked an arrow, ready to strike at any moment. Whoosh! Before they could even see clearly, a bamboo arrow had already shot out, piercing through the leaves and hitting its target precisely. They looked in the direction it was pointing and saw a large rabbit lying on the ground, pierced by an arrow and already motionless. To hit from that distance, Song Yue exclaimed in amazement. Wanyan Miling was even more shocked. The distance was nearly 10 meters, and it was a bamboo bough whose power was inherently limited, yet it was able to kill with a single shot. It was truly remarkable. Qiu Huang stepped forward, casually picked up the rabbit, and thought to himself that this ability was indeed useful, almost always hitting the target within 10 meters. Yufei, bring the bamboo basket, he called out. Song Yufei immediately ran over with a bamboo basket on her back. She and her sister were responsible for carrying the game, working together seamlessly. Qiu Huang pulled out a bamboo arrow and casually tossed it aside. This kind of arrow was only needed for one use. Hunting was not like practicing, so its power had to be guaranteed. Then, he threw the rabbit into the bamboo basket. Keep it safe. Song Yufei felt the weight in the bamboo basket and said happily, My husband is amazing. Qiu Huang smiled and teased. You'll only find out how amazing he is tonight. Song Yufei blushed and whispered angrily, You're so annoying. The other two also blushed slightly, but their eyes held a hint of anticipation. After a brief rest, Qiu Huang led the three of them deeper into the mountains. Deep in the mountains, few people ventured, and wild beasts roamed freely. Ordinary people dared not venture there easily, so the prey there was clearly much more plentiful than outside. A grouse was foraging in the forest, occasionally pecking at its prey before looking up to survey its surroundings, appearing extremely wary. Suddenly, with a whoosh, a bamboo arrow shot through the air, piercing the grouse and killing it instantly. Song Yufei ran out of the forest, picked up the grouse, and put it in the bamboo basket, her face beaming with joy. Husband, you're amazing. You hit it again. Song Yue couldn't help but exclaim. Your archery skills are truly those of a master archer. She remembered her cousin, who served in the army, saying that archers held a high position in the military, and that sharpshooter was an extremely high honor. Qiu Huang's arrows never missed, almost always hitting the mark. Such skill far surpassed that of ordinary people. Wanyan Miling secretly wondered. With Qiu Huang's strength, whether it was physical strength or archery skills, it didn't seem like he had trained in a short time. Logically speaking, he shouldn't have ended up in such a poor state. She really couldn't understand it. Qiu Huang shook the bamboo bough in his hand, frowning. This bough is almost ruined again. His strength was too great. The bamboo bough simply couldn't withstand it. 3 bows had already broken, and after a few more pulls, this one probably wouldn't last much longer either. He pondered in his heart that the power of bamboo bows and arrows was ultimately too weak. He would have to forge stronger bows and arrows when he got back. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to unleash his full potential. Song Yufei walked over carrying a bamboo basket and said excitedly, This is the first time I've gone hunting, and I've already caught so much. This time, she caught more than 10 pheasants and rabbits, enough for her family to eat for several days. Wanyan Miling reminded him, Husband, it's time to go back. This is deep in the mountains, and the longer we stay, the more dangerous it becomes. She remembered her father's death in the mountains and the shadow that lingered in her heart, and she was unwilling to continue taking risks. Qiu Huang glanced at the sky and estimated that it was already 2 or 3 in the afternoon. He felt it was about time to return, so he nodded and said, Okay, let's go back. The 4 of them then packed up their game and began to descend the mountain. Birds sang sweetly in the mountains and forests, and streams babbled gently. After walking for a while, Song Yue couldn't help but say, Husband, I'm a little thirsty. Song Yufei nodded in agreement. Qiu Huang thought for a moment and said, There should be a stream ahead. Let's go take a look. Soon after, they indeed found a clear stream. Qiu Huang took a sip first, then nodded and said, It's drinkable. The 3 women were already parched and immediately bent down to drink after hearing this. Qiu Huang looked at the stream, and a thought struck him. It would be even better if we could catch some fish to take back. With that, he began searching along the water's edge. Wanyan Miling asked, Where are you going? Qiu Huang casually replied, To see if there are any fish. She immediately understood his plan and was about to go help. Just then, a splash of water hit her in the face, soaking her completely. She turned around and saw Song Yue and Song Yufei laughing and splashing water on her. Wanyan Miling immediately got angry. If you want to play in the water, then play in the water. Why did you splash me? The two women laughed and called out, "Come on, let's play together." As they spoke, another splash of water came over. "Bring it on. Who's afraid of who?" Wanyan Miling retorted without backing down. The three girls quickly started making a ruckus, their laughter echoing along the stream. Qiu Huang heard the commotion, glanced back, and, somewhat helpless, ignored it, continuing to focus on searching for fish. Not long after, his gaze sharpened. "There's one here." In the stream, a crucian carp about the size of 3 fingers was swimming. He certainly wouldn't let such a good thing slip by easily. Qiu Huang took out a bamboo bow and arrows, aimed at the crucian carp in the water, and fired an arrow with a bang. The arrow pierced the water, instantly killing the crucian carp. He reached out and pulled, lifting the fish and arrow together, easily getting his first fish. Crucian carp have tender flesh, and whether braised or stewed in soup, they taste delicious. Qiu Huang didn't stop, continuing to search along the water's edge, and soon shot several more, a very good haul. At this moment, 3 women walked over unnoticed, each soaking wet, their clothes clinging to their bodies. Qiu Huang was slightly taken aback, his gaze momentarily fixed, and a hint of arousal rose within him, but he quickly suppressed it. "Where's the bamboo basket?" he asked, snapping out of his daze. Song Yue said somewhat embarrassedly, "It's still up there. We forgot it while playing in the water. Go get it quickly." The 2 sisters turned around to fetch it, while Wanyan Miling stayed behind to help. The 2 continued catching fish, managing to catch several more. Just as they were about to continue their search, a scream suddenly came from afar. "Yufei!" The 2's expressions changed, and they immediately dropped the fish they were holding and rushed back. When they arrived, they saw a giant bear crawling out of the woods and approaching the bamboo basket. Wanyan Miling immediately understood. It was lured here by the pheasants and rabbits in the bamboo basket. Song Yue and Song Yufei were already pale with fright. Upon seeing Qiu Huang, they immediately threw themselves into his arms, trembling uncontrollably. "Don't be afraid. I'm here." Qiu Huang gently comforted them, his gaze fixed on the giant bear. "Husband, what do we do now?" Wanyan Miling asked in a low voice. "You all wait here. I'll go and deal with it," Qiu Huang said calmly. Now that he possessed the strength of 10 men, he naturally had no fear of this ferocious beast. He gripped his bow and arrow and waded across the water, silently approaching the giant bear. The bear, busy rummaging through its bamboo basket, was completely unaware. When he was about 10 meters away, Qiu Huang decisively drew his bow and shot an arrow. With a whoosh, the bamboo arrow struck the giant bear squarely. But the bear's hide was thick and tough, and the arrow had almost no effect. "Shoot in the eye!" Wanyan Miling shouted a warning. Qiu Huang immediately adjusted his direction, knocked another arrow, and shot straight at the bear's left eye. Bang! Blood splattered, and the giant bear's left eye was instantly blinded. Enraged, it roared and abandoned the bamboo basket, charging madly towards Qiu Huang. Qiu Huang remained calm, drawing his bow again, preparing to shoot at its other eye. But at the crucial moment, the bamboo bow in his hand suddenly snapped. "Damn it!" he cursed under his breath, now only having a few bamboo arrows left in his hand. The giant bear was closing in, and at the critical moment, an arrow suddenly pierced the air and struck its right eye with precision. The one who made the move was Wanyan Miling, who was also skilled in archery. The giant bear, now blind, howled in agony, completely disoriented, thrashing wildly in the stream, splashing water everywhere. "Husband, take the bow." Wanyan Miling prepared to hand him the bow. Qiu Huang shook his head. "Keep it for your own defense, to protect them. Bamboo bows are unlikely to injure the giant bear's vital organs. They need weapons to protect themselves more." Wanyan Miling nodded, said nothing more, and stood guard in front of the 2 women, watching the out-of-control giant bear warily. Qiu Huang stood aside, watching the giant bear struggle, and coldly said, "Beast, keep struggling." He wasn't in a hurry to make a move. The bear was already blind, and the more it struggled, the faster it would deplete its strength. It would be much easier to deal with it once it was completely exhausted. The giant bear howled in pain, wildly flailing its paws, instinctively sensing Qiu Huang's location. But each time it pounced, Qiu Huang would swiftly dodge, causing its attacks to miss completely. As time passed, blood gradually stained the stream red, and its movements grew slower and slower. "It's my turn." Xiao Huang circled behind it, grabbed a bamboo arrow, and thrust it down, aiming directly for the giant bear's vitals. The giant bear let out a miserable roar. The intense pain drove it into a frenzy, and it wildly lashed out with its paws in retaliation. Xiao Huang was prepared and immediately dodged, continuing to harass and wear down the bear. Next, he repeatedly attacked the giant bear's vulnerable spots, such as its nose and ears. Although the damage caused by each attack was not too great, it was fatal when accumulated. The two struggled for a full half-hour before the giant bear finally gave in and collapsed into the stream with a thud, never to rise again. Xiao Huang went over and kicked it a few times to confirm that it was completely dead. "That guy is dead. No need to worry," he said calmly. The three women breathed a sigh of relief. The scene just now was too dangerous. They had been on tenterhooks the whole time, but now they were finally safe. Xiao Huang glanced at the giant bear and said, "Go find some vines." Although the three women didn't understand what he was going to do, they did as he said and quickly found a bunch of sturdy vines in the forest. He pointed at the giant bear and said, "Take it back." The three women were stunned. This giant bear must have weighed at least several hundred pounds. With their strength, they didn't even dare to think about it. But the next moment, they were completely stunned. Xiao Huang grabbed the bear's paw and dragged the giant bear out of the stream, all the way to the bank, his movements swift and decisive. "My husband's strength." The three looked at each other, their faces full of shock. Such strength was completely beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Xiao Huang urged, "Don't just stand there, tie him up." The three women then snapped out of their daze and quickly used vines to securely tie the giant bear to his back. After confirming that it was firmly tied, Xiao Huang exerted a force and actually stood up, bear and all. The three women stared in disbelief. Such power was monstrous. A sense of security washed over them. With such a husband, perhaps they could truly survive. "Let's go home," Xiao Huang said, carrying the giant bear on his back and leading the three women down the mountain. They followed closely behind him, carrying bamboo baskets. At this moment, the hunters returned one after another from the village entrance, but they all looked worried. "We searched all day and didn't catch anything," someone sighed, and the others echoed his sentiment. Someone whispered, "There's almost no prey left in the mountains, unless we go deep into the mountains, but that place is too dangerous." Everyone fell silent for a moment, and finally only sighs remained. These days, it's not easy to survive. Suddenly, someone pointed into the distance and shouted, "Look, what's that?" Everyone looked up and saw a man and three women walking towards the village. What shocked them even more was that the women's baskets were full of pheasants and rabbits, while the man was carrying a huge black bear on his back. "Isn't that Xiao Huang? Where did he get such a huge thing? Is that a giant bear?" Exclamations of surprise echoed from the crowd. Some people stared at the enormous bear paws and couldn't help but swallow hard. "It really is a giant bear. It's terrifying." Some people, however, were skeptical. "He can kill a giant bear? That thing weighs at least 300 or 400 pounds. It's incredibly fierce. Even tigers avoid it. How could a human possibly handle it?" The discussion continued, and the crowd grew more and more curious, gathering around the bear. "Xiao Huang, did you really kill the giant bear?" someone asked directly. Xiao Huang shook his head and said, "We didn't kill it. We found it deep in the mountains." He deliberately kept his words low-key, not wanting to be too conspicuous. If he really said that he hunted it himself, it would probably attract more trouble. Upon hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. So, it was just a dead bear we found. They were clearly more willing to believe this explanation. After all, no one believed that a man with three women could handle such a ferocious beast. Someone pointed to the bamboo basket and asked, "Then these pheasants and rabbits, they couldn't have been picked up, could they?" Xiao Huang said calmly, "We hunted them ourselves. We caught them deep in the mountains." Everyone looked at each other, still half believing and half doubting. Deep in the mountains and forests. Someone gasped. There was indeed prey there, but the danger was far greater. Some people had gone in this year and never returned. Compared to that, they would rather starve than risk their lives. Seeing that the atmosphere was about right, Xiao pretended to be struggling and said, "If there's nothing else, we'll be going now. This bear is too heavy. I had to rest dozens of times along the way to carry it back." Everyone automatically made way for them, but they couldn't hide the envy in their eyes. After leaving the crowd, Song Yue asked softly, "Husband, why didn't you say we were the ones who killed them?" Song Yufei replied in a low voice, "Are you stupid? We're hiding our true intentions. What will others think if they find out?" Wang Yin smiling nodded. "We must keep a low profile now." Song Yue suddenly realized that in such a chaotic world, caution was the way to survive. Meanwhile, at their home at the end of the village, Yin Rojuan and the others had returned. They put down their bamboo baskets, which contained only a few wild vegetables. "Is that all?" Tang Shi and the others glanced at it, their expressions dimming. For a dozen or so people, this little bit of food wouldn't last long. Yin Rugio sighed. "This year has been too barren, and there are so many people looking for wild vegetables that they've been picked as soon as they've sprouted." Everyone knew that this was already the result of their best efforts. "Have my husband and the others returned yet?" Chen Yuanyuan asked. "Not yet." Shan Feng shook her head. Su Yueshua said softly, "We can only hope they bring back more game." As soon as she finished speaking, Tang Shi suddenly looked up and said, "They're back." Everyone quickly turned around and saw Qiu Huang leading 3 women toward them. The women immediately perked up. "Husband!" The women rushed forward, their eyes first falling on the bamboo basket. It was filled with pheasants, rabbits, and several fish, a rather impressive haul. "Great! We won't go hungry anymore." The women's faces lit up with joy, their earlier dejection instantly vanishing. Wang Yin, smiling, reminded him, "She, bring the knife and cut the vines." Only then did everyone notice what was on Qiu Huang's back, and their gazes froze instantly. The enormous figure was pressing down on his back, with thick fur and a terrifying size. "Is that a giant bear?" The women's pupils contracted, and their expressions immediately changed. "The knife is here." Tang Shi quickly ran into the house and took out the only wood-chopping knife in the house. With the women working together, they quickly untied all the vines binding Qiu Huang. He plopped down on the ground and let out a long sigh. I was so thirsty." Morong Shiyin brought him a bowl of water. "Husband, drink some water." Qiu Huang took the bowl and drank it all in one gulp, finally feeling completely refreshed. The others looked at the pile of prey on the ground and asked him what to do with it. Qiu Huang gave a simple suggestion: eat the fish and the perishable ones tonight, and dry the rest first, and hang them up to eat slowly. Some people wondered whether they should sell it, but Qiu Huang pointed to the giant bear and said, "This is the one we should use to exchange for grain." Everyone then realized that the meat of wild beasts was coarse and not as tender as that of pheasants or rabbits, making it more suitable for exchanging for grain. Qiu Huang then instructed, "Go borrow a knife from Sister Suihua and invite her over for dinner while you're at it." After all, there were too many prey. One knife simply wasn't enough. Soon after, Miao Suihua arrived with 3 knives. Upon seeing the ground littered with prey, she was immediately shocked. "You hunted all of this?" Qiu Huang nodded in agreement. Miao Suihua couldn't help but ask again, "Didn't you say you couldn't hunt? How come you're suddenly so good at it?" Qiu Huang casually explained, "Now that I'm married, I have to take on responsibilities. If I don't give my all, how can I support so many people?" This made sense, so Miao Suihua didn't think much of it. He added, "It wasn't entirely me." Miling and the others also contributed. Miao Suihua looked at the 3 women and said with a smile, "You're lucky. You've married some good helpers." Tang Shi and the others felt a pang of envy and secretly resolved to work even harder in the future. Wang Yin Miling and the other 2, however, felt somewhat embarrassed, since Qiu Huang had actually taken down most of the prey by himself. Qiu Huang stopped talking and got straight to work. "I'll deal with the giant bear. You guys take care of the other prey." With that, he chopped down the bear's paw with his knife. Bear paws are highly nutritious, and he planned to keep them for the women to nourish their bodies, so he naturally couldn't bear to sell them. Everyone busied themselves with their tasks, and it took several hours to process the game, not until nightfall that everything was finally ready. In the evening, everyone sat around a table, eating millet rice, drinking delicious fish soup, and enjoying various kinds of meat. They were all extremely satisfied. "I've lived this long and never eaten such a good meal," someone couldn't help but exclaim. "Before, we could only see meat during the New Year, but now we can eat it every day. It's like a dream," the women echoed, their faces full of happiness. They had originally thought they would suffer after marrying into the family, but unexpectedly, they were enjoying a life with meat at every meal. "Husband, thank you," the women said, their eyes filled with gratitude as they looked at Xiao Huang. All of this was thanks to him. Xiao Huang waved her hand. "Eat as much as you want, everyone. If anyone is still this thin in half a month, I won't allow it." The women blushed slightly. They also wanted to eat better, but the conditions in the past were really too poor. At this moment, Miao Tsuehua interjected with a smile. "Your words are too domineering. Are you going to try to control me too?" Xiao Huang said, half-jokingly. "If you're willing, sister-in-law, you can live together too." Miao Tsuehua immediately glared at him. "You brat, you already have so many wives. Isn't that enough? You're eyeing me now." Xiao Huang just smiled and didn't deny it, though he did have some plans in mind. Miao Tsuehua was so angry she laughed, and simply said to the other women, "Don't hold back tonight. Teach him a lesson he won't forget." Upon hearing this, the women's faces instantly turned red to their ears. They all knew that with Xiao Huang's stamina, teaching him wouldn't be so easy. "Husband, I forgot to remind you, it's best to eat that bear bile as soon as possible," Wan Yin Miling suddenly said. She explained that bear bile spoils very easily, and if it is not processed in time, its medicinal effects will be quickly lost. It is usually preserved by soaking it in wine. After listening, Xiao Huang nodded. "Then I'll go eat it now." He got up and walked to where the bear bile was hanging. He took it down and looked at it. Although he felt a little disgusted, he still gritted his teeth and swallowed it in one gulp. The next second, a bitter taste rushed to his throat, and he almost vomited on the spot. "Damn, it's so bitter." Just then, the system notification sounded. After he swallowed the bear bile, his combat power increased by 1 point, bringing the total to 11 points. Xiao Huang then realized that marrying a wife wasn't the only way to increase his martial prowess. He immediately inquired with the system, and was told that acquiring valuable items and practicing martial arts techniques could also improve his strength. He quickly realized that this was like a serendipitous encounter in a novel. Consuming rare and precious herbs could make one stronger. Thinking of this, he looked at the bear paw again, feeling a little tempted, but ultimately dismissed the idea of keeping it all to himself. He planned to save this good stuff for everyone to share, so it could both nourish their bodies and improve their constitution. With that thought, he turned and returned to the dining table. At the dinner table, the women were all looking at Wan Yin Miling with amazement. Someone couldn't help but say, "You know so much." Wan Yin Miling was a little embarrassed, and only said that her father had taught her all of this. At this moment, someone suddenly asked, "What does bear meat taste like?" The women looked at each other, shaking their heads. They had never even seen such a ferocious beast, let alone eaten it. Someone suggested, "Why don't we ask our husbands if they can save some bear meat for us to try?" Everyone immediately agreed. When Xiao Huang returned, they immediately asked him what was going on. After listening, Xiao Huang smiled and said, "Since you want to eat, then I'll keep 20 caddies and not sell them all." The women cheered. "Husband, we love you." They became more and more dependent on Xiao Huang. Such a man truly made them feel very safe. As night fell, everyone washed up and rested. Xiao Huang had just lain down when a figure shyly entered. It was Shan Feng. Her cheeks were flushed, and she whispered, "Husband, please cherish me." Xiao Huang pulled her into his arms and replied softly, "Don't worry." The lights in the room gradually dimmed, and a spring-like atmosphere filled the night. The next morning, after breakfast, Xiao Huang took Yin Rojuan and Yin Rugio into town to sell bear meat, while the rest of them stayed home to guard the house and prevent anyone from stealing the meat. On the way, Yin Rojuan asked with some worry, "With so much bear meat, will we be able to sell it?" Xiao Huang was quite calm. "Bear meat is rare. There will always be someone to buy it." Soon they arrived at the market, found a spot to set up their stall, and laid out the bear meat, bear heart, and bear skin. The twin sisters began to hawk their wares. Bear meat, the finest bear meat. Upon hearing that it was bear meat, passers-by turned their heads in surprise. Some doubted its authenticity, while others were simply curious. Soon, the stall was surrounded by people, and discussions arose one after another. "Boss, is this really bear meat? It doesn't quite look like it." Someone couldn't help but question. Xiao Huang calmly said, "Absolutely genuine. 10 times the price back if it's fake." He then pointed to the bear skin, bear head, and bear heart beside him, letting everyone identify them. The crowd immediately gathered around, examining them carefully. Soon, someone nodded and said, "The bear skin is real. The bear head is fine too." A murmur of discussion arose as everyone gradually confirmed that these items had indeed been taken from a real bear, leaving them all somewhat shocked. "You really killed a bear?" Someone couldn't help but ask. No one knew how they had done it, but the facts were undeniable, and the gazes of the crowd towards Qiu Huang and his group held a newfound respect. Then, someone else noticed a problem. Where are the bear paws and bear gallbladders? Qiu Huang smiled and explained, "These two items aren't for sale. We're keeping them for ourselves." Although everyone felt it was a pity, they understood. No one would be willing to sell such good things. Qiu Huang gave Yin Rojuan and Yin Rujio a wink, and the two girls immediately understood and went forward to greet the customer. "Big brother, buy some bear meat. It's very delicious. Uncle, please support us." The two girls' clear and melodious voices quickly attracted a crowd. Being twins with similar appearances, they were even more eye-catching. Before long, the crowd began to rush to buy, and the bear meat and heart were quickly sold out, creating a lively scene. After selling everything, the two women clutched the copper coins and silver scraps, overjoyed. "We're rich." They had never seen so much money before, and they couldn't stop smiling as they counted it over and over again. "How many did you count to? Weren't you counting? I forgot." The two counted back and forth several times, but they always made a mistake in the middle, so they had to start over again and again. Qiu, watching from the side, almost laughed but didn't interrupt. They hadn't received much education, and counting to a few dozen was already difficult enough. Counting so much money would naturally be a huge challenge. Finally, the two women gave up helplessly. "Forget it, we won't count anymore." Only then did they realize that only the bear head and bear skin remained unsold on the stall. "Husband, is no one going to buy this bear skin?" Yin Rojuan asked, somewhat puzzled. Qiu Huang remained calm. "No rush, someone will come." These kinds of furs were always in high demand. It was just that a suitable buyer hadn't appeared yet. Sure enough, not long after, a portly man approached, clearly someone in the fur trade. "Is this bear pelt real?" he asked, examining it closely. "Genuine, no doubt about it," Qiu Huang replied calmly. The man checked several times to make sure everything was in order before nodding and saying, "Name your price." 20 taels of silver, Qiu Huang quoted directly. Hearing this number, Yin Rojuan and Yin Rujio were both shocked, feeling it was far too high. The man shook his head and said, "Too expensive, 10 taels." The two then began to haggle. After a while of back and forth, the man said, 15 taels. Give me the bear skin and the bear head together." Qiu Huang nodded readily. "Deal." This was the price he had in mind all along. The man took out a large silver ingot of 10 taels and 5 small silver ingots of 1 tael each, and handed them over together. After Qiu Huang accepted the silver, he handed it directly to the two sisters. "Silver ingots." The two girls clutched the silver, both nervous and excited, afraid someone would snatch it away. Qiu Huang simply smiled and didn't interfere. For him, with his current abilities, earning this amount of money wasn't difficult. After the transaction was completed, the man in the felt hat did not leave in a hurry. Instead, he asked, "Young man, do you have any other furs?" He had a sharp eye and felt that Qiu Huang should have more than just this one bear skin. Qiu Huang looked at him, and the other man took the initiative to introduce himself. "My name is Bu Tao, and I'm in the leather business. My shop is just 200 meters ahead." Clearly, he wanted to buy goods from Qiu Huang on a long-term basis. Qiu Huang nodded and said, "I still have a few rabbit pelts at home. I'll bring them another day." The pelts weren't worth much money, and he hadn't bothered to bring them out before. Bu Tao immediately agreed, yes. After seeing Bu Tao off, Qiu Huang had his own plans. He would first accumulate wealth through hunting. He didn't intend to stay trapped in this small mountain village forever. Since he had a system, he naturally wanted to make a name for himself. He turned to the two sisters. "Stop staring blankly at the silver. Pack your things and go buy something." Yin Rojuan and Yin Rujio reluctantly put away the silver ingots. The three of them started shopping in town, buying all sorts of daily necessities such as rice, flour, oil, salt, and cloth. Now there are 11 people in the family, and their daily consumption is enormous. It would be inconvenient if they were missing anything. After strolling around for several hours and having spent almost all their money, they finally began their journey home. Along the way, the two sisters watched the festivities and couldn't help but ask all sorts of questions. As they walked, Yin Rojuan handed him the leftover candied hawthorn. "Husband, have a bite too." Qiu Huang didn't stand on ceremony, taking a bite and immediately enjoying the sweet taste. Just as the atmosphere was lightening, Qiu Huang suddenly stopped. "Don't move." The two women were startled. He lowered his voice and said, "There are people nearby. They're coming for us." The two sisters immediately tensed up. This road was never safe. Robbers often roamed here. They instinctively hid behind Qiu Huang. Qiu Huang's gaze sharpened. "Come out." As soon as she finished speaking, 5 men wielding knives emerged from the shadows, their expressions hostile. "You've actually been discovered." The leader, a man with a buzz cut, sneered, but his eyes were fixed on the two sisters, filled with greed. "Same old rules, kill the men, take the goods and the women." He gave the order casually, as if victory was already assured. A henchman rushed forward first, raising his knife to strike. But Qiu Huang dodged easily, then threw a punch. "Ah!" The man screamed and flew backward, his sternum shattered on the spot. He landed motionless. The remaining men's expressions changed drastically. They clearly hadn't expected Qiu Huang to kill someone with a single punch. Qiu Huang's gaze swept coldly over them. "Next, it's your turn." Qiu Huang showed no mercy, eliminating the bandits one punch at a time in just a few moves. The entire process was clean and efficient, with almost no suspense. Yan Rojuan and Yan Rugio watched intently, their eyes filled with admiration. In their eyes, a man who could protect his family was truly someone to rely on, and Qiu Huang was clearly that kind of person. "Come here, search their belongings," Qiu Huang ordered after stopping. The two women immediately stepped forward and searched, quickly finding some copper coins and loose silver, totaling 2 or 3 taels of silver. Although it wasn't much, it was still an unexpected gain. After looting the body, the problem fell on the corpse. Qiu Huang thought for a moment and said, "Find a secluded place to dispose of it, and try not to let anyone find out." The 3 of them spent some more time properly disposing of the body before leaving the scene and continuing their journey to the village. When they arrived home, the women were already waiting for them. As soon as they saw them return, they immediately surrounded them. To them, Qiu Huang was now the pillar of their family. "Is everything all right at home?" Qiu Huang asked. Wang Yan Miling nodded. "It's mostly fine, but occasionally someone is watching us from the sidelines, as if they're spying on us." Qiu Huang wasn't surprised to hear this. Yesterday's haul was too eye-catching, so it was only a matter of time before someone started watching us. Fortunately, they outnumbered each other, and there were plenty of people left at home. Even if someone had ulterior motives, they would have to consider whether they could actually gain anything. Soon, the women's attention turned to the bamboo baskets. "Did you buy all of these?" Someone couldn't help but ask. "Yes, I bought them in town." As the bamboo basket was set down, the cloth, salt, and candied hawthorns inside were revealed one by one, and the women immediately beamed with joy. "There's more. Be careful. The heavier ones are on my side." Qiu Huang slowly put down her bamboo basket. Everyone was stunned when they saw it. The container was filled with rice and flour, a generous amount enough to feed them for a long time. It took the group quite a while to move all the supplies into the house. Looking at the room full of food and daily necessities, the women's faces were filled with satisfaction and relief. They had initially thought that being assigned here would mean continuing their miserable lives, but now the situation was completely different. Not only were they able to eat their fill, but they also had meat, salt, and even sweets. Such a life was extremely rare in those chaotic times. More importantly, Qiu Huang was a steady, capable, and responsible man who wasn't harsh on them. This was a stark contrast to the men outside who frequently beat and verbally abused their wives. Thinking of this, the women became even more determined to stay with him and build a life together. Looking at the cramped house, Qiu Huang said, "In the next few days, we need to expand the house and make room. The food problem has been solved for the time being, and the next step is to improve the living conditions." The women naturally had no objections. The house was already small and now was filled with supplies, so it definitely needed to be expanded. "Let's hire a few laborers to help tomorrow," Qiu Huang added. Upon hearing that they would have to spend money to hire people, the women were somewhat reluctant. "There's so many of us. We can do it ourselves. There's no need to spend the money." Qiu shook his head. "We have enough manpower, but doing everything ourselves will only lead to isolation. We should hire people when necessary to maintain relationships with the village and avoid trouble." He knew very well that going it alone was not a long-term solution in this environment. Appropriate interactions and cooperation were a more secure way to survive. After careful consideration, The women agreed that Xiao Huang's words made sense. Although they lived in a small mountain village, there were still many people around them, and if they were isolated, the troubles would only increase. Husband, leave the matter of asking for help to us. The women quickly agreed, and each went to do their assigned tasks. Xiao Huang then asked, "Does anyone here know how to sew clothes?" Upon hearing this, the women were speechless. The question seemed far too simple to them. One of them laughed. "Husband, you've asked the wrong question. You should ask who doesn't know how to sew." In this era, needlework was practically an essential skill for women. Xiao Huang then realized what was happening and simply said, "Then let's cut up the fabric we bought today and make each of us a new outfit." The women immediately beamed with joy and thanked her profusely. In the past, they could only wear new clothes during the new year, but now they could buy new clothes on ordinary days, which made them very happy. After arranging these things, Xiao Huang waved her hand. "If there's nothing else, go make dinner." Everyone immediately got to work. Before long, the food was served. White rice with fish, meat, and other meat dishes tasted much better than before, and everyone ate with great satisfaction. After dinner, Xiao Huang went to take a shower, but the room became lively as the women began to whisper among themselves. "Who's going tonight?" someone asked. "She and Fenger have already gone. It's someone else's turn tonight." The atmosphere gradually became subtle. Some women whispered that they were not feeling well, but were quickly teased. If it were someone else's husband, he wouldn't care about these things. Someone else chimed in, "But my husband is different. He said that I should rest well at times like this." At this point, all the women nodded in agreement. They reflected on the past and realized that many men wouldn't have cared about such things. In comparison, Xiao Huang certainly seemed different. The topic gradually shifted to another aspect, and someone lowered their voice and said, "But don't think he's always been this gentle." "What do you mean?" someone asked curiously. "You'll know once you try it yourself." The atmosphere immediately became ambiguous. Tang Shi and Shan Feng, who were called out, quickly waved their hands. "Don't ask us. Just try it yourselves if you want to know." The group laughed and joked, their faces flushing. On the other side, Xiao Huang had finished washing up and lay down in bed. He looked at the ceiling, feeling somewhat wistful. In this era, there was no entertainment. After a busy day, all that remained was silence. Just then, a soft voice came from beside him, "Husband." He turned his head and was immediately stunned. It wasn't just one person, but the Song sisters, Song Yue and Song Yufei. Xiao Huang smiled and said, "Is it your turn tonight?" To him, the number of people didn't matter. However, he soon noticed that the two women looked somewhat strange and were instinctively protecting their backs, leaving him momentarily puzzled. The two women exchanged a glance, as if finally making up their minds, and whispered, "Husband, be gentle." Xiao Huang looked puzzled, but didn't think much of it, simply letting things take their course. That night, as the lights dimmed, the atmosphere inside the room grew increasingly warm and inviting. Early the next morning, Xiao Huang began planning to expand the house. He asked the women to invite villagers to help with the work. The news spread quickly, and the villagers responded enthusiastically. Now everyone knew that Xiao Huang's family was doing well. They could not only earn some wages, but also enjoy a good meal. Some even entertained wicked thoughts, but seeing the group of women guarding the entrance with wooden sticks, they had no choice but to abandon the idea. Soon, everyone was ready, and the expansion officially began. Xiao Huang designed a courtyard house, and a protective fence would be added to the outside. The materials used are mainly wood, bamboo, and mud and straw, which is a common construction method nowadays, low cost and practical. In a moment of busyness, Xiao Huang suddenly had a thought. If she could make concrete and bricks, the house could be built much more sturdily. The moment the idea popped into his head, he couldn't help but ponder it further. "System, come out," Xiao Huang called out in his mind. After the system responded, he asked directly, "Is there a method to make concrete and bricks?" The system simply replied, "Yes." Upon hearing this, Xiao Huang became excited and asked if it was possible to obtain it now. The system replied that it couldn't offer special treatment casually, but then added that flexibility was possible within the rules. Xiao Huang immediately grasped the key point. "Then how do we make an exception?" The system gave a prompt, "Try stirring the mud." Although he didn't quite understand, he still did as instructed, walked over, picked up a wooden stick, and started stirring. Seeing this, the workers nearby quickly advised, "Young master, we can handle this rough work." Xiao Huang ignored them and continued stirring the mud. Soon, a system notification sounded, indicating that he had received the protection of the god of infrastructure. The system explained that with this ability, the success rate of all infrastructure construction would be 100%. Xiao Huang then asked a crucial question. The system explained that concrete and bricks were just the foundation. To truly master them, he needed to upgrade his infrastructure level and accumulate proficiency. He then understood that it was like archery training. He had to gradually gain experience. As for the system rules, they essentially boiled down to 4 words: no pain, no gain. However, there are loopholes in the rules. As long as you take action, even if it's just a little effort, it's considered compliant. Xiao Huang suddenly perked up. Isn't this just legally taking advantage of the system? With that in mind, he began to stir diligently, his skill level steadily increasing. Others again urged him to rest, but he smiled and said, learning more skills can't hurt. Time passed slowly, and the system finally notified him again that his infrastructure level was about to increase, and he had mastered the methods for making concrete and bricks. A flood of information rushed into his mind, and Xiao Huang instantly grasped the key technologies, overjoyed. With these things, he even felt that building skyscrapers in the future wouldn't be a problem. At this moment, Tang Shi came over and called everyone to eat. Upon hearing that it was time to eat, the workers immediately stopped working and went to wash up. However, she noticed that Xiao Huang was still stirring the mud, and her expression couldn't help but show some doubt. Xiao Huang explained, learning some new skills. This sentence stunned Tang Shi. She suddenly realized that Xiao Huang was so strong and still working hard, while they didn't know anything. The more she thought about it, the more upset she became. Her eyes reddened, and she threw herself into Xiao Huang's arms, bursting into tears. Xiao Huang was taken aback, momentarily at a loss for what to do. He asked softly, "What's wrong? Did someone bully you?" Tang Shi shook her head, sobbing, and said, "Husband, why are you so good to us?" She felt she was just an ordinary woman, unworthy of such a man. Xiao Huang smiled and said gently, "Silly girl, you are my wives. If I'm not good to you, will I be good to?" Tang Shi was deeply moved. She was born into a family that favored sons over daughters, and was neglected from a young age, often scolded and beaten, and always considered a burden by her family. It wasn't until she came to Xiao Huang's side that she experienced what it felt like to be cared for the first time, and finally felt like she was living like a human being. "Let's go eat," Xiao Huang called to her. The two went to the courtyard. They had hired workers today, and 2 large tables were set up with food. There was meat and vegetables on the tables, as well as millet rice. Such food was considered excellent in the village. The women had gradually gotten used to this kind of life, but the workers watched with bated breath. They might not even get to eat this kind of food during the new year, so they ate with gusto, their mouths greasy, until they were so full they couldn't eat anymore. The house expansion took a full 5 days. 5 days later, a brand new courtyard house stood at the end of the village. Xiao Huang looked at her new home and nodded in satisfaction. Such a dwelling was quite good in these days. The women stood frozen in place, as if in a dream. Such a courtyard was usually only affordable for wealthy families. They had never imagined they would have the opportunity to live there themselves. However, Xiao Huang still felt a little regretful. It's still a bit small, and there's no way you can each have your own room. For now, he could only be arranged to have a room by himself, while the others would share a room with 2 people, and the other places would be used together. "Husband, please don't say that. We are already very content," the women quickly replied. In the past, they didn't even have a decent bed, and could only sleep on mats on the floor. Their lives now were completely different from before. Xiao Huang smiled and said, "Since we've moved to a new house, let's have something good tonight, Bear Paws." Upon hearing this, all the women were stunned. "Husband, can we eat that too?" they asked, somewhat incredulous. Bear Paws were incredibly precious. In their eyes, such a delicacy was something they could never afford. "Of course I can," Xiao Huang said firmly. "Here, we're all the same. If I can eat, you can eat too." These words warmed the hearts of the women. He then added, half-jokingly, "If I don't take good care of you, how will I give birth to healthy, chubby babies?" The women blushed, but secretly resolved to take better care of their health in the future. At that moment, Xiao Huang suddenly thought of a crucial question. "Do you know how to cook bear paws?" The women exchanged glances and all shook their heads. They rarely even saw such rare ingredients, let alone cooked them themselves. Xiao Huang was immediately troubled. Such a fine ingredient shouldn't be wasted. He quickly thought of the system. Help me one more time. Give me the recipe. The system remained silent for a moment before finally responding. Ding, congratulations, host. You have received the protection of the god of food. Ding, you have obtained the method of cooking bear paws. Qiu Huang was overjoyed and immediately ran into the kitchen, picked up a spatula, and began to demonstrate. The women followed him into the kitchen and saw him busily working on an empty pot, their faces full of doubt. I'll make the bear paw. You all take care of the other dishes, Qiu Huang said confidently. Husband, you can cook, the women exclaimed in astonishment. Yes, Qiu Huang nodded. The women exchanged bewildered glances, their shock growing. This man was a hunter, an archer, and possessed astonishing strength. Now he even knew how to cook. It seemed as if nothing could stump him. After an hour of busy work, a sumptuous dinner was finally ready. Everyone sat around the wooden table, their mouths watering at the sight of the dishes, especially the bowl of bear paws in the center, which was particularly eye-catching. No one touched their chopsticks first. All eyes were on Qiu Huang, who sat at the head of the table. As the head of the household, he should naturally be the first to eat. Qiu Huang smiled and said, "This is the first time I've cooked for you. Try it and see how it tastes." With that, he picked up a piece of bear paw, put it in his mouth, and slowly chewed it. The bear paw meat was delicate and chewy, soft and tender in the mouth, its aroma slowly spreading. Qiu Huang nodded, clearly satisfied with the taste. Seeing that he had already started eating, the women could no longer resist and all picked up their chopsticks. After taking a bite, their eyes lit up. It's so delicious. I've never tasted anything so fragrant before. I almost don't want to swallow it. My husband's cooking skills are simply amazing. The women ate while exclaiming in amazement, some even wondering if they were dreaming. They had never even dared to dream of bear paws before. Qiu Huang observed their reactions and simply smiled faintly. This was just the beginning. Things would only get better from here on out. Just then, a system notification sounded. Ding, consumed bear paw. Combat power +1, current 12 points. Qiu Huang was slightly taken aback, not expecting that eating could improve his strength. He then opened the panel to check. He now possessed the strength of 12 adults. His archery skills had reached level 2. He could hit his target within 10 meters, and even his abilities in infrastructure and cooking had improved. After reading the message, Qiu Huang put away the panel and continued eating, feeling more confident about the future. Just then, Tang Shi suddenly spoke up. Husband, can you teach us to read and count? Qiu Huang was somewhat surprised. Why do you suddenly want to learn these things? In this era, people who can read and write are already few and far between. Tang Shi said earnestly, My husband is becoming more and more capable. If we don't keep up, we'll fall behind you sooner or later. As soon as she said this, the other women nodded in agreement. Qiu Huang glanced at the group and, seeing their determined expressions, nodded in agreement. All right, I'll start teaching you tomorrow. The women's faces lit up with joy, and they all thanked her. They understood that only by constantly improving themselves could they truly gain a foothold in this family. Qiu Huang then said, The supplies at home are running out quickly, and I have to go hunting in the mountains again tomorrow. He selected a few people to go with him, while the rest stayed home to guard the place. At the same time, he instructed, if anyone dares to steal anything, just take action without hesitation. The women all agreed in unison, their attitude very firm. After these arrangements were made, the atmosphere in the room suddenly became somewhat subtle. Qiu Huang looked at the women and casually asked, Whose turn is it tonight? As soon as she finished speaking, the women lowered their heads, their cheeks flushed, and the atmosphere became ambiguous. Seeing that no one could reach a conclusion, Qiu said simply, Since we don't know who it is, let's arrange it like this tonight. Everyone except Myling and she will come. Upon hearing this, the women were stunned and looked at each other. Yin Rugio couldn't help but advise, Husband, why don't you just have me and my sister? You have to go into the mountains tomorrow. It's too tiring for you. Qiu Huang, however, didn't seem to care. Don't worry, with my stamina, this is nothing. He spoke casually, clearly confident in himself. Although the women had some doubts, they didn't say anything more. That night, except for a few who couldn't make it, the other 5 women stayed. This contest didn't end until late at night. The next morning, Qiu Huang got up on time, as usual, looking perfectly normal. After a simple breakfast, he led the group up the mountain to hunt again, as if the previous night's exertion had no effect on him whatsoever. After he left, Shanfeng quietly entered the house and, seeing the women still fast asleep, couldn't help but ask, "How was last night?" The women awoke one after another, smiling bitterly as they said, "We were no match for them." They had initially relied on their numbers, but were completely overwhelmed and had no choice but to admit defeat. Shanfeng fell silent after hearing this. The longer they spent with Qiu Huang, the more unfathomable this man seemed. There were many aspects of him they couldn't understand at all. Meanwhile, Qiu Huang led the four women straight into the deep mountains. The outer areas had already been almost completely looted. To find anything, they had to venture deeper into the dangerous territory. Wanyan Miling whispered, "Recently, many more people have been going into the mountains. It must be because of our influence." Seeing that they always manage to find something, many others have also begun to risk going into the mountains to try their luck. Qiu Huang sighed. If this continues, something bad might happen. The deep mountains are fraught with danger, and without sufficient strength, venturing in rashly often comes at the cost of one's life. However, Qiu Huang didn't intend to interfere further. These kinds of things are impossible to dissuade and would only lead to misunderstandings. It was better to focus on their own business than to say more. The group continued walking, and soon a wild rabbit came into view. Qiu Huang raised his bow, drew it, and fired an arrow, hitting its mark perfectly. He glanced at the bamboo bow in his hand and suddenly frowned. "It's time to upgrade my equipment." This rudimentary bow and arrow were no longer meeting his needs. Wanyan Miling suggested, "My family has a good bow. Should I go back and get it?" Qiu Huang shook his head. "No need. I'll go to town tomorrow to buy the materials and make it myself." He already had a plan in mind. He not only wanted to use it himself, but also wanted to equip everyone with a bow. Only by improving their overall strength could this family truly protect itself. The group packed up their game and continued deeper into the mountains. They encountered some hunters along the way, but most of them didn't have much to show for it. While the deep mountains held resources, they also posed many dangers, and making a real catch was never easy. Qiu Huang ignored the others and led the girls to continue searching for their next target. This time, the harvest is much worse than last time. The group had been searching in the deep mountains for 2 or 3 hours, but had only caught 5 or 6 prey. Both the quantity and quality were significantly less than last time. Some people speculated, could it be that with more people going into the mountains, all the prey has been hunted away by others? This idea was quickly accepted, since no matter how abundant the resources in the mountains are, they cannot withstand too many people plundering them. The 4 women looked at Qiu Huang. "Husband, what should we do now?" After thinking for a moment, Qiu Huang said, "Let's go to the stream to catch fish. We can't go back empty-handed." The group quickly arrived at the mountain stream. The water was crystal clear, and the shadows of the fish in the water were clearly visible. "There are fish here." No sooner had he spoken than Qiu Huang fired an arrow, hitting its mark. He continued shooting, quickly catching over 10 fish. While there weren't any large ones, the quantity was plentiful, making it more profitable than simply hunting. While they were busy, Qiu Huang suddenly stopped and stared at a patch of plants on the ground. Her eyes lit up slightly. "Good stuff." The 4 women took a closer look and immediately frowned. "Isn't this Hautuinia cordata? It smells terrible." They always avoided this kind of thing. Qiu Huang, however, became excited and immediately squatted down to start picking. "This is delicious. You wouldn't understand," he said with a smile as he picked, clearly very interested. Tang Shi couldn't help but complain. "We feel like throwing up just from the smell of this stuff." Qiu Huang didn't argue with them, only saying that she would cook for them when they got back. Although the women were somewhat intrigued, they were still unwilling to help with the picking, so they went to look for other edible things nearby. Qiu Huang busied himself for a while, quickly filling more than half a basket with Hautuinia cordata. This stuff could be preserved after drying, so he naturally didn't want to waste it. Just then, a hurried shout came from afar. "Husband, come quickly." Upon hearing this, Qiu Huang immediately grabbed his bamboo basket and rushed over. Chen Yuan, panting, said, "We found something good." Qiu Huang followed her and soon arrived at the foot of a large tree. Wanyan Miling and the others were looking up at the tree when they saw him coming. They quickly pointed upwards and said, "Husband, look, isn't that a beehive?" Qiu Huang looked up and indeed saw a huge beehive hanging on the tree, layered on top of each other, looking quite heavy. His eyes lit up. Go find some firewood and dry grass. The bee larvae inside the beehive are a valuable resource, and we absolutely cannot miss them. The women immediately sprang into action and quickly gathered a pile of materials. Qiu Huang made a simple torch, lit it with a tinderbox, and prepared to smoke out the beehive. "It's a pity I didn't bring a bag," he muttered to himself, but he couldn't worry about that now. After taking the machete, Qiu Huang tucked it into his waistband, grabbed a torch, and quickly climbed up the big tree, his movements surprisingly swift. The people below the tree watched nervously, saying, "Husband, be careful." Qiu Huang reminded them to step back to avoid being stung by the bees. Soon after, Qiu Huang climbed to the vicinity of the beehive. Finding a foothold, he drew his machete and slashed down hard at the branch where the beehive was located. Qiu Huang possessed astonishing strength. With a single strike, the tree branch shook violently as if swept by a gale. Startled, the bees in the hive swarmed out, hovering in the air for a moment before quickly locking onto Qiu Huang in the tree and buzzing as they approached him. The women under the tree immediately tensed up and shouted, "Husband, be careful of the bees." They knew how unpleasant it was to be stung by a bee. It was not only painful, but could also lead to serious consequences. But Qiu Huang was prepared. He waved his torch to drive away the swarm of bees, using the smoke to force them back, while simultaneously speeding up his cutting of branches. With his current strength, cutting the branches was effortless for him. Not long after, the branch was completely severed, and the beehive fell to the ground along with it. The women below were terrified and quickly retreated, afraid of being hit by the falling bees or attacked by the swarm. Qiu, seeing that his target was in his grasp, put away his machete and nimbly climbed down from the tree. He looked at the beehive on the ground. It was quite large, and he estimated that there were probably quite a few bee larvae inside. The swarm of bees was still circling around the perimeter, appearing very wary. Qiu Huang reminded the women to stay far away, and only after confirming their safety did he cautiously approach, carrying torches and bamboo baskets filled with dry grass. The bees swarmed again, but Qiu Huang waved his torch to drive them away, while simultaneously lighting dry grass to further disperse the bees with the thick smoke. After about 10 minutes, the swarm had mostly dispersed. Qiu Huang seized the opportunity, used a machete to cut off the beehive, and put it into a bamboo basket before finally letting out a sigh of relief. "All right, we can come out now." The 4 women ran out, their faces full of amazement as they looked at the basket overflowing with beehives. "My husband is amazing." The basket was almost full. This harvest was indeed quite astonishing. Qiu Huang remained calm. He poured another basket of Houtuinia cordata onto the beehive, covering it completely. The women were somewhat puzzled, and he explained, "To conceal it from others, so we don't attract their attention." They then understood Qiu Huang's caution, and so they covered the rest of their prey as well. After everything was in order, the group shouldered their bamboo baskets and began their journey down mountain. Along the mountain path, hunters returned one after another from the mountains. Some had caught pheasants, while others had only caught a few small fish. They joked among themselves, and the atmosphere was quite relaxed. However, in the nearby bushes, a pair of fierce eyes were fixed on them. The next moment, a deafening roar suddenly echoed through the forest. Everyone turned around, and their faces instantly turned deathly pale. The tiger. It's the tiger. Their legs went weak, and they barely had the strength to run away. Tigers are ferocious beasts that are practically nightmares in the deep mountains. They are extremely ferocious, and no one is afraid of them. Qiu Huang and his group also witnessed this scene, and even the usually bold Wan Yin, Miling, trembled all over. Her father had died in the jaws of a tiger, so she had an instinctive fear of tigers. The tiger set its sights on Old Li and the pheasant in his hand. It roared and pounced on Old Li. Old Li, terrified, closed his eyes, resigned to his fate. Just then, with a whoosh, a bamboo arrow pierced the air and struck the tiger precisely. Archery proficiency +1. The bamboo arrow struck the tiger, which let out a miserable cry as a wound opened on its body, from which blood flowed continuously. However, this injury was not fatal, and Qiu Huang knew very well that the power of the bamboo, bow, and arrows was ultimately too weak. Enraged, the tiger abandoned Old Li and pounced on Qiu Huang. "Husband, be careful," the 4 women cried out, their faces turning deathly pale. Qiu Huang, however, remained remarkably calm. He now possessed the strength of 12 adults and was not afraid of a direct confrontation. He swiftly drew his bow and fired another arrow. Archery proficiency +1. However, the tiger reacted extremely quickly, slapping out with its paw and knocking the bamboo arrow away. Seeing this, Qiu Huang became even more aware of the inadequacy of his weapon. A bamboo bow was almost ineffective against such a ferocious beast. If it had been an iron bow, that arrow would have been enough to severely injure the opponent. On the other side, Wan Yin, smiling, gritted her teeth and forced herself to remain calm. She had lost her father because of a tiger, and she absolutely could not lose her husband now. But the bamboo bow in her hand was equally powerless and could not be of much help at all. Suddenly, her eyes lit up as she realized the key. Use a real bow. She immediately rushed towards Old Li, snatched the bow and arrows from his back, and tossed them directly to Qiu Huang. Husband, catch! Qiu Huang was fighting the tiger when he heard the sound. He decisively dropped his bamboo bow, leaped up, caught the real bow in midair, and immediately knocked an arrow and shot it. Archery proficiency +1. This arrow was incredibly powerful, piercing the tiger's back and even tearing through its internal organs. The tiger screamed repeatedly, blood gushing out, its momentum instantly weakening by more than half. Tang Shi and the others stared in disbelief. My husband is too amazing. This arrow was clean and swift, stunning everyone present. Severely wounded, the tiger dared not continue the fight and turned to flee into the forest. Qiu Huang sneered. Trying to run? He then charged forward, leaped onto the tiger's back, and locked its neck tightly with both hands. With a crack, a terrifying force erupted, and the tiger's neck was snapped in two. The tiger struggled a few times before falling silent. Qiu Huang got up and kicked it a few more times to confirm it was dead before letting out a sigh of relief. It's dead. Hearing this, the four women rushed forward and hugged him tightly, finally releasing the fear that had been building up inside them. All right, so many people are watching, Qiu Huang said somewhat embarrassedly. The four women then came to their senses, their cheeks flushed, and they quickly let go of each other's hands. At this moment, Old Li and the others finally came to their senses, looking at the tiger on the ground with expressions of shock. You kill a tiger? His tone was full of disbelief. Qiu Huang waved his hand. Thanks to your bow and arrow, otherwise I couldn't have done it. These words made Old Li's face change. He then realized that if it weren't for Qiu Huang's help, he would have been dead long ago. He knelt down on the spot. You are my savior. Qiu Huang quickly helped him up, saying, Don't do this, uncle. I can't accept this. After getting up, Old Li looked at their bamboo baskets and found that they contained only some wild vegetables that were hard to swallow. He had an idea and took the pheasant hanging from his waist and handed it over, saying, You must accept this pheasant as my way of thanking you for saving my life. Looking at the pheasant, Qiu Huang gave a wry smile, unsure whether to accept it or not. Uncle, I'll take this pheasant. We're even now. Don't mention saving my life again. He finally accepted the pheasant. Old Li, seeing this, finally breathed a sigh of relief. After all, favors are the hardest to repay. At this moment, the surrounding villagers rushed over upon hearing the noise. They saw the tiger on the ground and were so frightened that they retreated in fear. Upon closer inspection, some people realized that the tiger was already dead, with an arrow still stuck in its back. The crowd buzzed with discussion, initially assuming it was Old Li's doing. Old Li quickly waved his hand. It wasn't me, it was Qiu Huang who killed him. Everyone turned to look at Qiu Huang, their faces filled with shock. Qiu Huang, however, was too lazy to explain further and called to the four women, Let's go, it's time to go back. With that, he led his people away, unwilling to be watched any longer. Back in the courtyard, he shouted, We're back. The 6 women inside immediately ran out to greet him. Seeing their haul, the women were taken aback. Why is there only one pheasant? And all this how to Inia chordata? They were clearly disappointed. Qiu Huang smiled and said, Don't rush, the good stuff is down below. He then opened the bamboo basket, revealing a huge beehive. The women exclaimed in surprise, A beehive. This was a rare and precious item. Just as Qiu Huang took it out, a bee flew by, which he casually swatted dead, not paying it any mind. The 4 women poured out their catch. Besides the honeycomb, there were also dozens of kilograms of fish. The overall harvest wasn't bad, and the women finally showed expressions of satisfaction. Xiao Huang ordered, "Get a knife and a bowl. We'll eat beef pupae tonight." As he spoke, he broke open the honeycomb, revealing the densely packed beef pupae inside. The women weren't afraid. On the contrary, they were quite excited. This was a highly nutritious food. Soon, the knife and bowl were ready. Xiao Huang began assigning tasks. "A few people help me collect the bee larvae. The rest of you go and prepare the fish." The women immediately got to work. He then reminded them, "Don't throw away the Hautuinia chordata. Keep it all." Although the women didn't quite understand, they did as he said. Picking out the bee pupae by hand was a bit strenuous, so Xiao Huang simply had someone whittle some bamboo skewers, which immediately increased the efficiency, and everyone followed suit. While working, the women chatted, and one of them couldn't resist asking Tang Shi to recount the day's hunting adventures. They listened with rapt attention. When they heard that Xiao Huang had single-handedly killed a tiger, all 6 women were stunned. "He really killed a tiger?" Tang Shi nodded in confirmation, and everyone was immediately astonished. Tigers were incredibly ferocious. Just thinking about it terrified them. Someone said, "I heard that the government rewards those who kill tigers." The women became more and more excited as they talked, as if they could already see Xiao Huang becoming famous. Laughter filled the courtyard. Watching Xiao Huang busily working, they felt even more certain that marrying such a man would be their greatest support. Phew, finally finished. Xiao Huang picked out the last bee pupa, stood up and stretched, her face showing some fatigue. Looking at the 3 large bowls full of bee pupae, the women couldn't help but ask, "Husband, how are you going to cook these?" There were quite a few, and they were very eager to know. Xiao Huang casually replied, "The usual, deep fry. These things are simple to prepare. Frying them makes them very fragrant, so there's no need for a complicated method." At this moment, someone suggested, "How about we invite Sister Suawa to come and eat with us?" Xiao Huang frowned slightly. It wasn't that he was unwilling, but he had invited her many times before, and she had mostly refused. Yue, go ask her. If she's unwilling, then forget it. He never forced anyone. If she wanted to come, she could, and if she didn't, he respected her decision. Su Yue quickly went out and arrived at Miao Tsuehua's door. "Sister-in-law Tsuehua, are you there?" A moment later, Miao Tsuehua came out carrying wild vegetables. After hearing her purpose, she shook her head and refused. "No, please thank your husband for me. I won't go to dinner." She knew in her heart that she couldn't repay this favor. Su Yue didn't try to persuade her further and turned to leave. Miao Tsuehua watched her retreating figure, a sense of inexplicable disappointment welling up inside her. Back home, Su Yue relayed the information truthfully. Xiao Huang nodded. "Never mind, I won't force you." He understood that she still couldn't get over that hurdle in her heart. Soon, dinner was ready. Rice was served with 3 dishes: fried beef pupae, Crucian carp soup with Hautuinia chordata, and a dish of raw pickled Hautuinia chordata. The aroma filled the entire house. Xiao Huang started eating first, and then the other women followed suit. As soon as the beef pupae entered their mouths, everyone exclaimed in amazement, "It's so delicious. This is the first time in my life I've ever tasted anything like this." Laughter filled the room, but Xiao Huang quickly noticed that they were only picking at the beef pupae, clearly avoiding the other 2 dishes. He didn't say much, just said, "Give me the bowl." He then ladled a spoonful of fish soup for her and handed it back, saying, "Try it. This tastes different." Tang Shi hesitated for a moment, but nodded anyway, and carefully took a sip. Everyone stared at her, waiting for her reaction. "How is it?" Xiao Huang asked. After swallowing, she shook her head. "No strange taste, it's delicious." Then she finished the whole bowl of soup. The women looked surprised, and one of them couldn't help but ask, "Really no strange smell?" "Tang si not that for me li." Xiao Huang then explained, "Many ingredients are fine on their own. They only taste bad if they're not handled properly." Hearing this, the others gradually put their worries aside. Dan Feng was the first to try it, and her eyes lit up after drinking it. "This soup is really good." Seeing this, the others also joined in, and the room became lively again. "Wow, this soup is so delicious. I've never had such a fresh soup before." After tasting the Hautuinia chordata and Crucian carp soup, the group of women couldn't stop drinking it and started gulping it down from their bowls. "My husband's cooking is amazing, so much better than ours." Someone couldn't help but praise, while others shouted for another bowl, creating a lively scene. Xiao Huang sat to the side, watching them eat happily, and he also picked up some Howtoinia chordata with fish and bee pupae, enjoying it immensely. He thoroughly enjoyed these days of cooking and eating together. However, he also knew in his heart that relying on hunting was ultimately unstable. Sometimes he would have a good harvest, and sometimes he might come back empty-handed. He couldn't keep relying on luck. He began to think about new ways out, such as buying land and becoming a landlord, or opening a restaurant or workshop. In short, he had to find a more stable way to make money. Just then, Shan Feng spoke up. "Husband, I discussed something with everyone." Xiao Huang turned to look at her. "What is it?" Shan Feng said, "We'd like to rent a loom and weave cloth to sell in town. That way, we can supplement our household income." The others nodded in agreement. They didn't want to rely on Xiao Huang's hunting all the time, as it was too much of a matter of luck. Since they were idle anyway, they might as well do something themselves. Xiao Huang nodded in agreement. "That's a good idea." In this era, weaving was a common way for women to make a living. The women were somewhat surprised. "Husband, you don't object?" They had originally thought they would be stopped. Xiao Huang smiled and said, "I'm more than happy to support you if you're willing to work and earn money." Upon hearing this, the women's eyes immediately filled with joy. Someone immediately said, "Then let's go to town tomorrow to look at the looms." But Xiao Huang waved his hand. "No need to rent. I'll make a few for you." As soon as he said this, everyone was stunned, their faces full of disbelief. "Husband, you can even make a loom?" They were clearly incredulous. Xiao Huang nodded calmly, yes. Then he mentally summoned the system, directly requesting the method of making it. This time, the system was unusually decisive, directly implanting all the knowledge about looms into his mind. Xiao Huang himself was taken aback. Why was it so quick this time? The system's answer was also simple. The rules had changed. From now on, there will be no more restrictions. Whatever ability you want, you can have it directly. There are absolutely no barriers. Xiao Huang was overjoyed upon hearing this. This was equivalent to completely removing all restrictions. Whatever ability she wanted, she could have it. He even went so far as to suggest maxing out the skill levels as well. The system paused for a moment, but ultimately complied. Soon, a notification sounded. Archery, construction, and cooking were all at max level. Any skill acquired from now on would be at its peak. Xiao Huang was overjoyed. Now, not only could he not build a loom, but he was confident he could create even more complex things. Check the system panel. With a thought, Xiao Huang displayed the data. His combat strength had reached 12 points, equivalent to the strength of 12 adults, and all his skills were maxed out. With the blessing of the archery god, his archery skills are flawless, hitting the bullseye every time. His infrastructure is protected, allowing him to perfectly complete any building. His cooking and mechanical manufacturing are also top-notch, making his abilities simply outrageous. He glanced at the spouse list, which displayed information on all 10 wives. The system even teased, "Why not change all the women to your spouses?" Xiao Huang's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but feel tempted. However, the system quickly fell silent, leaving him to fiddle with it as he pleased. He stopped thinking about it and closed the panel with satisfaction. As night fell, it was time for the usual program. This time, the 4 women who had come up the mountain during the day entered the room, and Xiao Huang naturally wouldn't miss them again. After a night of this, everyone was exhausted until dawn. The next morning, just as dawn was breaking, a deafening sound of gongs and drums suddenly erupted outside the courtyard, waking everyone. Su Yue and Shan Feng quickly got up and went out to investigate. They found the courtyard filled with villagers, including the village chief Zheng Yud. The scene was quite lively. The 2 women looked puzzled, completely bewildered by what had happened. Zheng Yud smiled and said, "We've come to offer our congratulations. Where is your husband?" Then, someone brought out a plaque covered with a red cloth. This is an official plaque recognizing him as a tiger hunting hero. Please invite him out to unveil it. Hearing this, the 2 women exchanged a glance and immediately understood. Dan Feng quickly ran back into the house to call for help. The others woke up one after another and were all surprised to hear that someone had come to deliver a plaque. She pushed open the door and entered the room, only to freeze in shock the next second. The bed was a mess, with Xiao Huang and the 4 women sleeping haphazardly, a scene that left everyone speechless. Dan Feng couldn't help but click her tongue in surprise. The commotion last night was clearly quite intense. She went over and nudged Xiao Huang. "Husband, wake up, someone's here." Xiao Huang groggily woke up grab her, and try to continue his antics. Helpless, Dan Feng could only remind him, the village chief and the others have come to deliver the plaque. Hearing the words, tiger fighting hero, Qiu Huang finally snapped out of his daze and reluctantly got up to dress. Dan Feng looked at his physique, her face slightly flushed. She secretly made up her mind. I'm going to participate tonight too. She then went to call the others, but the four women were sleeping too soundly to wake. Left with no other choice, she could only cover them with blankets, tidy them up a bit, and then leave the room. Qiu Huang washed her face to clear her head, then stepped out into the courtyard. The moment he appeared, the villagers erupted in cheers. The tiger-slaying hero has appeared. Drums and gongs resounded, and the entire village instantly became bustling with activity. Tiger-slaying hero? What's going on? Miao Cuihua, awakened by the commotion outside, rushed out and looked at the crowd surrounding her courtyard, her face full of confusion. Clearly, she didn't know that Qiu Huang had killed the tiger. Village chief Zheng Yud lifted the red cloth, revealing a plaque with 4 large characters written on it. Tiger-slaying hero. Qiu Huang glanced at it, but his heart wasn't particularly moved. To him, such empty fame was far less valuable than receiving money directly. However, on the surface, Qiu Huang still smiled and thanked them. Thank you, village chief. Thank you, government officials. Zheng Yud nodded and then announced in public. According to the rules, you should wear a red flower on your chest and walk around the village 3 times so that everyone in the village knows about your achievements. Upon hearing this, Qiu Huang was speechless. Wasn't this just like being paraded through the streets in public? But before he could speak, Zheng Yud added, in addition, the Qiu family genealogy will also have a separate page for you. Upon hearing this, Qiu Huang was immediately tempted. A separate page in the family genealogy. Who could easily refuse such an honor? Soon, 2 young men stepped forward to pin a large red flower on him, and he was surrounded by others as they made their way to the ancestral hall. Watching Qiu Huang leave surrounded by the crowd, the women's faces were full of smiles. My husband has truly become famous this time. In this era, a man's achievements were also a great honor for them as wives. Miao Cuihua then came to her senses and hurriedly asked, what exactly happened? Su Yueshua explained, my husband killed a big tiger on the mountain yesterday. It's true. Miao Cuihua stood there stunned, her heart filled with mixed feelings. She suddenly felt a pang of regret. If she hadn't refused last night, perhaps her life would have been completely different. Just then, Shan Feng pulled her aside and said, sister-in-law Cuihua, come to our house for lunch. Miao Cuihua was taken aback. Why? According to custom, we have to treat the whole village to a celebratory meal, Shan Feng explained with a smile. Miao Cuihua nodded. It was indeed a village custom. She gave a wry smile. Okay, I'll come help after I finish breakfast. The women immediately cheered. They remembered how Miao Cuihua had taken care of them before, and now they wanted to take this opportunity to repay her. On the other side, Qiu Huang was worshipping his ancestors in the ancestral hall. Zheng Yud personally wrote a separate page for him in the Qiu family genealogy, and also gave him a deed to 10 acres of land and a reward of 1 string of cash. Seeing these tangible benefits, Qiu Huang's eyes lit up. This was exactly what he needed, far more useful than that plaque. Afterwards, the group went to the village entrance. The tiger's carcass lay there, its left forelimbs severed as proof of official authentication. Several well-dressed men stood nearby, clearly buyers from town, ready to purchase various parts of the tiger. One of them stepped forward, smiling and greeting. Young man, we meet again. Qiu Huang looked up and saw that it was Bu Tao, the one who had bought the bear skin earlier. Bu Tao cupped his hands and said, you killed a bear a few days ago, and now you've killed a tiger. You're truly remarkable. Qiu Huang no longer tried to be discreet and said casually, you're here to buy tiger skins, right? Bu Tao nodded and said, that's right, the price will definitely satisfy you. Now, apart from the portion taken by the government, all the tigers belonged to Qiu Huang. This deal was naturally up to him. Qiu Huang nodded and said, since you like it, then I'll sell this tiger skin to you. He had originally planned to sell it anyway, and now that he was going along with it, he could also make a good connection. Seeing this, the others couldn't sit still any longer and started shouting, sell me the tiger meat. I want the tiger heart. Give me the tiger penis. In no time, everyone was scrambling for it, and the scene became lively. Qiu Huang simply said, take whatever you want. Since the women in his family weren't interested in tiger meat anyway, He wasn't going to bother keeping any. Zhang Yu had handed him a knife. "You'll oversee the disembowelment." This was Qiu Huang's way of establishing his authority. Qiu Huang took the knife and, without hesitation, sliced open the tiger's belly. Its internal organs were revealed, and far from being frightened, the crowd cheered. At that moment, Qiu Huang silently requested the dissection method from the system. Once he acquired the skill, Qiu Huang's technique immediately changed, his movements becoming clean and efficient. In just a few strokes, he dissected the tiger carcass clearly. The tiger skin, tiger bones, and tiger meat were all neatly arranged and categorized. Bu Tao stared in disbelief. This skill is simply comparable to the legendary butcher's skill in carving up an ox. Qiu Huang just smiled faintly and didn't say anything more. Soon, all the parts of the tiger were sold out, and he got a total of 70 or 80 taels of silver, which was more valuable than the giant bear he had bought before. After collecting the money, Qiu Huang cupped his hands and said, "Lunch has been prepared at home. If you don't mind, please come to my house for a gathering." This was a perfect opportunity for him to establish his prestige. Everyone immediately responded, "We must drink the wine of a tiger-slaying hero." The atmosphere instantly became even more lively. After several hours of commotion, Qiu Huang was starving. As soon as the ceremony ended, he rushed home. "Husband is back." The women greeted him, but Qiu Huang didn't bother with pleasantries. "Is there anything to eat? Quickly, give me some." Soon, the steamed buns and meat were served. Qiu Huang wolfed them down, only recovering slightly after finishing. He looked around and asked, "Where are Shi Yi and the others?" Dan Feng rolled her eyes at him. "It's all because of you last night. They're still not awake." Qiu Huang was a little embarrassed, so he had no choice but to go inside and wake them. The four women were still fast asleep, and he felt a little sorry for them. But thinking that he would be entertaining guests later, he had no choice but to wake them up. When the girls woke up, their faces were flushed with embarrassment. They quickly told Qiu Huang to turn around so they could get dressed. He made a few teasing remarks, but still obediently withdrew. Upon hearing that the whole village was coming for dinner, the four girls instantly sobered up and hurriedly dressed. As they tidied themselves, they complained quietly about how rough they had been the night before. Despite their complaints, they didn't dare delay. After a quick tidying up, they hurried out to help. The courtyard was already bustling with activity as everyone prepared for the lively luncheon. "Are you all right?" Su Yueshu asked, noticing that Tang Shi and the other three girls were still walking a little awkwardly. "We're fine." The four girls managed a weak smile. Su Yueshu nodded and added, "You haven't eaten anything yet, have you? Eat something to replenish your energy." The girls ate a little something and then, feeling a bit better, went to the courtyard to help prepare lunch. As noon approached, villagers began to arrive, and the crowd grew so large that the courtyard could no longer accommodate everyone. Qiu Huang simply had all the tables moved outside, and everyone sat together to enjoy the feast in a lively atmosphere. The meal lasted until the afternoon, and everyone left only after they were all satisfied. After everyone left, the family still had to clean up the mess, wash the dishes, and tidy up, and they were busy until evening before they finally finished. Qiu Huang slumped onto the steps, letting out a long sigh. So tiring. This banquet had taken more effort than his usual chores. Just then, someone reminded him, "Husband, the food supplies at home are almost gone." This banquet had almost completely consumed all the food they had saved up. Qiu Huang, however, remained calm. "We'll go to town to buy it tomorrow." They still had plenty of money left from selling the tiger. They wouldn't have to worry about food or expenses for the time being. As he spoke, he took out a land deed from his pocket and handed it over. The women were stunned upon seeing it. "This is a land deed?" 10 acres of land, given by the village chief. Qiu Huang's tone was calm, but his words instantly excited the women. Having land meant they could truly settle down here. Everyone was in high spirits and began discussing what to plant. Some suggested rice, others tea, and still others silkworms. Everyone had their own ideas, and it was difficult to reach a consensus. Qiu Huang thought for a moment and said, "Let's put it aside for now and decide later." The women all nodded in agreement. After all, this matter wasn't urgent. After a busy day, Qiu Huang had no appetite. "I'm going to take a shower and go to bed. You guys eat by yourselves." With that, he went into the house. The women looked at each other. None of them had much of an appetite, so they simply stopped cooking and went back to their rooms to rest. That night, after taking a bath, Shanfeng quietly entered Qiu Huang's room. only to find him already fast asleep, snoring loudly. She gently nudged him twice, but he didn't react at all. Looks like she's really exhausted. She sighed. She had been thinking of getting her turn tonight, but now she had to give up. After tucking Chiu Huang in, Shan Feng quietly slipped out. She ran into Su Yueshua outside the door, who couldn't help but tease, "Out so soon." Dan Feng rolled her eyes at her. "My husband is sleeping like he's dead. How could I possibly disturb him?" Su Yueshua laughed. "You're lucky. You managed to avoid it a few days ago, and now you've missed it again." "It'll be my turn sooner or later," Shan Feng said helplessly. The two exchanged a glance, both understanding that this was something they couldn't avoid. As they chatted, the topic turned to pregnancy again. Su Yueshua asked if there were any signs of pregnancy, and Shan Feng shook her head, saying, "It's not that fast. We'll have to wait until next month to find out." The two didn't say anything more and went back to their rooms to rest. Early the next morning, after breakfast, Chiu Huang took Shan Feng and Su Yueshua to town. On the way, Chiu Huang casually asked, "Feng, when was the last time you came to town?" Shan Feng thought for a moment and said, "It was probably 3 years ago." Her tone was tinged with emotion. "What? You haven't been to town for 3 years?" Hearing Shan Feng's words, Su Yueshua was shocked, and even Chiu Huang was somewhat surprised. Shan Feng remained calm. "My family was too poor. We stayed in the village all year round and hardly ever went out. We didn't even have anything new for the new year." She spoke lightly, but her tone revealed the hardships of the past. She recalled past years, watching others wear new clothes and receive gifts. Her heart filled with envy, yet she could only silently endure it. Su Yueshua couldn't help but sigh. "So there are people who suffer even more than me." Only then did she realize that she wasn't the most unfortunate one. Dan Feng shook her head and smiled. "That's all in the past. I'm already very content with my husband now." What she cared about more was this hard-won life. Chiu Huang reached out and took her hand. "Don't worry, I will always be good to you from now on." Shan Feng nodded, her eyes full of trust. Su Yueshua, standing beside her, immediately objected. "What about me?" Chiu Huang smiled and pulled her over as well. "I love you both." The three chatted and laughed as they walked toward the market, the atmosphere becoming much more relaxed. But they hadn't gone far when a voice suddenly came from behind. "Young Master Chiu, please wait." Chiu Huang turned around and saw 3 men standing not far away, clearly coming toward him. The leader introduced himself. "My name is Lu Zhong, and these are Li Yun and Lin Guang. We are here on orders from our master to ask you for a favor." "Who is your master?" Chiu Huang asked. "Bu To." Upon hearing this name, Chiu Huang immediately thought of the merchant who had bought the tiger skin yesterday. He frowned and asked, "What do you want with me?" The other party simply said that he would know in the future and promised a generous reward. Su Yueshua and Shan Feng immediately warned, "Husband, be careful, it might be a trap. After all, this is a town, and people's hearts are far more complicated than in the village." Chiu Huang pondered for a moment, then nodded. "All right, I'll go." He was confident in his abilities, so he wasn't afraid of any unexpected events. Seeing that they couldn't dissuade him, the 2 women offered to travel with them. Chiu Huang didn't refuse. He wouldn't feel comfortable leaving them alone in such a place. Following the 3 of them, they soon arrived at a gloomy place, the mortuary. Chiu Huang frowned. "Why did you bring us here?" This was a place where corpses were kept, an area inherently repulsive to anyone. Lu Zhong told them to wait a moment, then turned and entered the mortuary. The surrounding air immediately became oppressive. Chiu Huang said half-jokingly, "It's a good thing you're not pregnant. Otherwise, coming to a place like this would be unlucky." The 2 women blushed and lowered their heads, not replying. Just then, a cheerful voice came from behind. "Brother Chiu Huang, we meet again." The visitor was Bu Tao. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Bu Tao explained his purpose. "We have discovered a strange corpse and want to find out the cause of death, but even the coroner couldn't figure it out, so we would like to ask you for your help." "An autopsy?" Chiu Huang was somewhat surprised. Su Yueshua and Shan Feng backed away, clearly uncomfortable in this place. Chiu Huang frowned and said, "Shouldn't this be the government's job?" Bu Tao explained that his sister was in charge of the case. Chiu Huang shook his head and said, "I don't know anything about autopsies." He didn't want to take on such a troublesome task. Bu Tao smiled and said, "You don't need to investigate, just help with the autopsy. I still remember clearly how you handled the tiger yesterday." Chiu Huang stood there pondering whether or not to take the job. For others, autopsies were fraught with difficulties, but with the system at his disposal, learning it would only be a matter of moments. Seeing his hesitation, Bu Tao immediately added, "As long as you're willing to help, you can ask for any amount of gold or silver you want, and I can even recommend you for a job at Gongxie." These words shocked Chiu Huang. Gongxie represented power and status. For a merchant to say such a thing was no small matter. He immediately began to value Bu Tao more. "All right, I can give it a try, but I'll only be responsible for the dissection. I won't concern myself with anything else," Chiu Huang stated, not wanting to get involved in any deeper trouble. Bu Tao nodded in agreement, and then led Chiu Huang into the mortuary. Inside, many officials stood, creating a very oppressive atmosphere. Upon seeing them enter, everyone made way for them. A woman stood at the front of the crowd, strikingly beautiful and possessing an extraordinary air. She was Bu Tao's younger sister, Bu Ting. She immediately spotted Chiu Huang. After Bu Tao's brief introduction, Bu Ting frowned and asked, "Have you ever dissected a human body?" Chiu shook his head, but said casually that he was very familiar with human anatomy. His statement that he studies it every day, and his emphasis on especially at night, left Bu Ting looking puzzled, while Bu Tao coughed awkwardly, clearly understanding the implication. Seeing that he couldn't explain it clearly, Bu Tao simply let Chiu Huang do it himself. Bu Ting hesitated for a moment, but finally nodded in agreement and had someone give up their spot. On the platform, a corpse was twisted into a bizarre shape, its limbs intertwined like pretzels, and a stench of decay filled the air. Shanfeng and Su Yueshue felt nauseous on the spot. Bu Ting handed over some pills, and the two women felt slightly better after taking them. Chiu Huang confirmed they were all right before walking over to the corpse. He reiterated, "I'm only responsible for the autopsy. I'm not involved in anything else." Bu Ting nodded in agreement and had someone hand over the tools. The old coroner was disdainful, but still handed the entire set of tools to Chiu Huang. In his view, if even he couldn't do it, this young man was even less likely to be able to. Chiu Huang glanced at the tools, picked out only a knife, and then began to work. The next moment, everyone was stunned. His knife skills were clean and swift, the cuts incredibly precise, separating flesh, bone, and meridians one by one without the slightest mistake. Bu Ting's eyes changed instantly. This kind of technique was definitely not something an ordinary person could do. It was like that of a master who had dissected countless corpses. How is this possible? The old coroner was shocked, his eyes fixed on Chiu Huang. He had been a coroner for decades and had seen countless corpses, but he had never seen such exquisite dissection techniques, not even a slight comparison. Shanfeng and Su Yueshue exchanged a glance, already used to it. In their eyes, Chiu Huang seemed omnipotent. No matter what fell into his hands, he could easily solve it. Bu Tao couldn't help but exclaim, "This technique is truly amazing." Chiu Huang had already shocked him when he dissected the tiger yesterday. Now, seeing it with his own eyes again, he was even more convinced that the man before him was no ordinary person. The entire mortuary was silent. Everyone held their breath, their eyes fixed on the knife in Chiu Huang's hand. It was as if, at this moment, only Chiu Huang and the corpse existed in the world. Only when Chiu Huang stopped moving did everyone finally come to their senses. "Done." He put down the scalpel, his tone still calm. Bu Ting's voice trembled slightly. Really dissected it?" The corpse before him was meticulously dissected, with skin, flesh, and bones all in their proper places, without destroying any crucial evidence. It should be noted that the body was originally twisted and stiff, making even unfolding it extremely difficult, let alone a complete dissection. Yet Chiu Huang not only accomplished this, but did almost perfectly. "I'm impressed, I old Wang, am convinced." The old coroner gave a thumbs up. He knew very well that even if he lived for several more decades, he might not be able to catch up to this level. Bu Ting's gaze towards Chiu Huang completely changed. To have such ability at such a young age, she really couldn't understand what Chiu Huang had gone through. "Is there any water?" Chiu Huang asked casually. Bu Ting immediately gave the order, and an official quickly brought water. Chiu Huang washed his hands, feeling somewhat emotional. When he first came to this world, he had to be careful around officials. But now, they were serving him personally. The change was so great that even he was a little dazed. After washing his hands, Chiu Huang said directly, "We've finished our business. We should go now." They had important matters to attend to in town, so they couldn't stay any longer. Hearing this, Buting felt a strange sense of disappointment. Leaving so soon? She had already developed a strong interest in Qiu Huang. Qiu Huang nodded, didn't linger, and turned to leave. Butao quickly followed, seeing him off while handing over the payment. After accepting the money, Qiu Huang left with the two women. Watching his retreating figure, Bu Tao sighed softly. What an extraordinary person. He had investigated Qiu Huang and found that the man was completely different before and after marriage. The change was almost outrageous. At this moment, Buting also came out. He's gone? Yes, he's gone, Butao nodded. Buting gazed into the distance, her expression somewhat complicated. Butao couldn't help but tease. Reluctant to let him go? How could I? She immediately denied. After a moment of silence, she asked again, Who exactly is he? Butao said, I investigated, but the results were strange. He was like a completely different person before and after his marriage. He's already married? Buting was taken aback. Yes, he married 10 women, Butao answered truthfully. 10. Buting was shocked, then snorted coldly, scumbag. Her impression of Qiu Huang immediately plummeted. Butao explained helplessly that in this day and age, there are more women than men, so having multiple wives and concubines is not unusual. Buting retorted, Then you're going to find me 9 sisters-in-law too? Butao coughed, choked by the question, and quickly changed the subject. The autopsy has been completed. Have you made any progress on the murderer? Buting nodded and said, It's roughly confirmed. That's good. Butao finally breathed a sigh of relief. He had paid Qiu Huang to help his sister solve the case and gain merit. Now it seemed that this step was indeed worthwhile. Why isn't there any brown sugar for sale? Qiu Huang looked around the market, somewhat surprised. He was buying everything he could possibly need, but he couldn't find any brown sugar. Shan Feng and Su Yueshua asked in confusion, Husband, what is brown sugar? They had never heard of it before. Qiu Huang explained, It's a type of sugar, and you can eat it. But I bought it not just to eat. The two women became even more curious. Then what is it for? Qiu Huang whispered, Boiled brown sugar in water, and it can relieve your menstrual pain. You often say it hurts, right? This will make you feel better. The two women blushed upon hearing this, but felt a surge of warmth in their hearts. In their eyes, a man who could care about such details was extremely rare. Qiu Huang, however, suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Since we can't buy it, let's make it ourselves. Immediately, his mind opened up. Not only brown sugar, he also planned to make sanitary napkins, cotton-padded clothes, and other items. These could be used at home or sold for money, making them extremely valuable. He immediately requested the production methods from the system in his mind. The system made a few sarcastic remarks, but still transmitted all the relevant technologies to him at once. A flood of information rushed into his mind, and Qiu Huang suddenly felt a headache coming on, causing him to frown involuntarily. The two women quickly asked, Husband, what's wrong? Nothing. He waved his hand, quickly recovering. Come on, let's continue shopping. After completing their shopping, the three returned home laden with supplies. Back at the courtyard house, Qiu Huang called out, as usual, and the women immediately came out to greet them. After confirming that everything was all right, he put down his bamboo basket. This time, he had brought back a full 500 jin, approximately 250 kilograms, of supplies, enough to feed his family for half a month. The women busied themselves carrying the supplies, their faces beaming with joy. Being able to eat their fill and stay warm was an immense blessing for them. Once the supplies arrived, Qiu Huang immediately got to work. His first goal was to build a loom. Following the instructions provided by the system, he spent 3 whole days finally creating his first finished product. The women gathered around to examine it closely, exclaiming in amazement, This is a loom? This loom is exquisitely designed and looks quite extraordinary. Qiu Huang smiled and said, Who wants to try? Yan Rojuan stepped forward. She already knew how to weave and quickly got the hang of it. Once the loom started, its speed was astonishing, leaving the women dumbfounded. It was several times faster than they had ever woven cloth before. Qiu Huang, however, shook his head. This is nothing. In his view, this was merely the most basic level. The real improvement was yet to come. Chapter 34 Sanitary Napkins and Covers. It can be said that the only factor restricting them now is the issue of power. Yan Rojuan is just a delicate and weak woman with little strength. Under such circumstances, Even with an advanced loom, the speed would not be very fast. With this loom, I feel that I can weave a piece of cloth in less than half an hour. Yin Rojuan was extremely excited and enthusiastic after trying out the loom. Let's give it a try. The other women were also staring at the loom, eager to try it out. Good. Yin Rojuan never intended to monopolize the loom, so she quickly stood up and let others operate it as well. You guys have fun. I'm going to take a break and then make other things. Next, Qiu Huang used the tools at hand and other supplies she had bought to make some other things. Husband, what is this? Tang Shi picked up a strange-looking gadget made by Qiu Huang and was very curious. Qiu Huang said, I'll call this thing a covert. What's the use? Qiu Huang said, Shi, take off your clothes and I'll tell you what this thing is for. Husband, we're outside. Why are you making me take off my clothes? Tang Shi lowered her head, her face instantly turning red with embarrassment. What are you afraid of? We're all family. We've seen it all. If you feel embarrassed, I'll help you take it off. After saying that, Qiu Huang immediately started to take off Tang Shi's clothes. Husband, no. Tang Shi gasped in surprise, repeatedly saying no, and shielding her clothes with her arms. Qiu Huang was a little helpless. They had already done this so many times, and everyone knew each other well, so why was she still so shy? Husband, shall we go to the room? Tang Shi's voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz, almost inaudible, and her little face turned a deep blush, as if it were dripping blood. All right. Qiu Huang didn't force her. He always cherished his women, and he would never force them if they didn't want to. The two entered the room. With the room as cover, Tang Shi was no longer afraid, and simply took off her clothes, perfectly displaying her beautiful figure in front of her husband. Qiu Huang looked at her body. After these days of good food and drink, his women had all gotten rid of malnutrition and were gradually becoming more plump, soft, and fragrant, making him love them dearly. He picked up the thing he named the cover and gently put it on Tang Shi. Okay, take a look. How does it feel? Tang Shi looked down at what she was wearing, touched it, and instantly fell in love with it. My husband, I really like this. This thing is much better than a belly band. It makes her look more upright and also makes her more comfortable. If you like it, that's fine. Qiu Huang laughed. Sure enough, there wasn't a single woman in the world who disliked this thing. Looking at her beautiful body, a sudden surge of lust welled up in his heart. So, he pushed her down onto the bed and grabbed at her skirt with his other hand. Husband, no. Realizing what Qiu Huang was about to do, Tang Shi shouted no, and quickly stopped him. Husband, I'm on my period today. Tang Shi gently reminded him. Are you on your period? Qiu was taken aback for a moment, then calculated the time and realized it really was time for Tang Shi to recall the past. Husband, how about I go out and let the other sisters come in and take my place? Tang Shi knew that Qiu Huang cherished their bodies and would never touch them in the slightest when they were menstruating. However, she didn't want to go against his wishes, so having someone else take her place was the best option. No need. Perfect. I have something else for you. Qiu Huang turned around and took out another thing from the cabinet. What's this? Tang Shi looked at the thing Qiu Huang took out. It was strange. She had never seen it before. Qiu Huang said, This thing is called a sanitary napkin. It's specially made for women like you who have menstruation. It's good for your health. How do I use this? Come on, take off your skirt and underwear first, and I'll teach you how to use them. Good. Tang Shi immediately took off her skirt and underpants. She trusted Qiu Huang completely and never doubted him in the slightest. She would do whatever he asked her to do. Qiu Huang looked at the bright red stain on her underwear and felt a pang of heartache. Is it painful this time of your period? A little bit, but it's nothing. I'm used to it. These rural women often suffer from malnutrition from childhood, and many of them suffer from dysmenorrhea. It is said that this is an incurable problem, and they have no choice but to silently endure it. Put on this sanitary napkin first. I'll make you some brown sugar water later. Drink it and see if it helps. Brown sugar water, what is this? Tang Shi heard a new word again. Although they had recently been learning to read and count with Qiu Huang and had learned some words and were no longer completely illiterate like before, new words still occasionally came out of Qiu Huang's mouth that they could not understand. Brown sugar water, this is water made by boiling brown sugar, which is beneficial for your menstrual cramps. After drinking it, you won't feel as much pain when you have your period. Really? Tang Shi found it incredible. That should be true. Qiu Huang doesn't know whether brown sugar water works or not, because different people have different physical conditions, so it can't be generalized. My husband, you were so good to me. Tang Shi's face was full of happiness. She felt that she was the happiest woman in the world. With a husband like Xiao Huang who loved and cherished her, what more could she ask for? Wait for me. Xiao Huang turned and walked out. Husband, you finished so quickly, this isn't like you. As soon as I came out, I saw two heads sneaking over. They were Yin Rojuan and Yin Rujio, the twin sisters. Go, go, go. Xiao Huang ignored them and went straight to the kitchen. The two women exchanged a glance and quietly opened the door to the room. It's you guys. What's wrong? Seeing the two women, Tang Shi wasn't embarrassed at all. Xiao Huang was right. They were all family and had seen everything before, so there was no need to hide anything. Are you and your husband done? Yin Rojuan asked quietly. Tang Shi was a little annoyed and said, I'm on my period. What am I supposed to do? Chapter 35 Miao, Suehua's plea. We thought you and your husband were doing that, and we were worried you couldn't handle it alone, so we came to help you out. But it turned out to be a false alarm. The two women looked at Tang Shi's underwear and found bloodstains on it, so they believed her. Thanks. Tang Shi also knew that Xiao Huang was extremely powerful. If they were to actually do that kind of thing, she wouldn't be able to handle it alone. She would need others to assist her and share the burden. What's this? The two women noticed the sanitary napkins and bra on Tang Shi's body and couldn't help but ask curiously, as they had never seen these two items before. Tang Shi explained, This is a sanitary napkin, which my husband specially made. He said it's good for women like us who are menstruating. As for the other thing, my husband calls it a bra, which is worn like this. It feels even better than a belly band. My husband is so biased. He gives you all the good things. The two women pouted, feigning displeasure. Tang Shi rolled her eyes and said, I'm clearly a test subject. If you want, you can ask your husband to make one for you too. I'm sure he would be willing to do it for you. The two women exchanged a glance. They were truly tempted. Okay, let's go tell my husband now and ask him to make one for each of us. The two women left the room and went to the kitchen to tell Xiao Huang their thoughts. All right, I'll make one for each of you. I'll make it for you after she drinks the brown sugar water and feels a bit better. Thank you, my husband. And just like that, several more days passed without us even realizing it. That day, Xiao Huang was making a second limb. My lord, there's something I am not sure if I should say. Suddenly, Murong Shiyun walked over and said to him, What is it? Xiao stopped abruptly and looked up at her. It's about Sister Tsuehua. I noticed that Sister Tsuehua hasn't left the house for several days. I asked Yue and the others, and they said they hadn't seen her leave either. Have you gone to her house? Murong Shiyun nodded. I went and knocked on the door for a long time, but there was no response. Xiao Huang frowned, suddenly feeling a strong sense of foreboding. Husband, why don't you go and check on Sister Tsuehua? I'm a little worried that something might have happened to her. Miao Tsuehua is a good person and has helped them before. Nobody wants anything to happen to her. Okay, I'll go take a look right away. Xiao Huang immediately stood up, washed his hands, and headed towards Miao Tsuehua's house. Sister-in-law, sister-in-law. Upon arriving at Miao Tsuehua's house, Xiao Huang looked at the tightly closed door and shouted a few times inside. However, there was no response. It was eerily quiet inside, as if no one was there at all. Is he not home, or has something happened? Xiao Huang felt confused and puzzled, not understanding what had happened to Miao Tsuehua. No, let's just break down the door and go in. In case something really happens to my sister-in-law, we can help her in time. After a moment's hesitation, Xiao Huang decided to break down the door and go in. He could always spend some time fixing the door for her later. Ooh, just as they were about to break down the door, Xiao suddenly heard a shout. Sister-in-law. Upon hearing the voice, Xiao Huang was overjoyed, for he recognized the voice immediately. It belonged to none other than Miao Tsuehua. Miao Tsuehua walked over quickly, holding a carrying pole in her hand, looking aggressive. Sister-in-law, don't panic. It's me, Xiao Huang. Xiao Huang quickly said. Xiao Huang, it's you. I thought a thief had broken into my house. Upon seeing that it was Xiao Huang, Miao Tsuehua immediately breathed a sigh of relief and put the carrying pole aside. Sister-in-law, we haven't seen you for days. We were worried something had happened to you. Miao Tsuehua took out her key and opened the door. Xiao Huang, come on, let's go inside and talk. Xiao Huang looked at her with some confusion. It seemed that Miao Tsuehua had something on her mind. Filled with curiosity, Xiao Huang followed her inside. Seeing him come in, Miao Tsuehua immediately closed the door, then bent her knees and knelt down before him. Qiu Huang was startled. "Sister-in-law, what are you doing?" "Qiu Huang, I beg you, please go and save my sister," Miao Tsuehua pleaded. "Your sister?" Miao Tsuehua nodded and said, "I was originally from Zhanshui village. Besides myself, I have a younger brother and a younger sister. My sister turned 18 a few days ago, and I went back to see her and wish her a happy birthday. However, my parents planned to sell my sister to a brothel in exchange for some millet. I argued with them and even fought with them, but in the end, I still couldn't save my sister." "What?" Upon hearing Miao Tsuehua's words, Qiu Huang flew into a rage. He never imagined that there were such parents in the world who would sell their daughter to a brothel for a little bit of millet. "Now, I've tried everything I can think of, and there's really no other way. I can only rely on you, Qiu Huang. Please save my sister. As long as you agree to help, I'll do anything for you, even be your slave." Miao Tsuehua gripped Qiu Huang's arm tightly, pleading desperately. Her husband was dead, and she had no children, leaving her all alone. She had no other choice but to beg Qiu Huang. Qiu Huang was a tiger-slaying hero who could kill even tigers. If he was willing to help, he could definitely save her sister. Her younger sister was only 18 years old, in the prime of her life. If she were sold to a brothel, her life would be completely ruined. "Sister-in-law, don't worry. I'll take care of your sister's matter," Qiu Huang promised. "Thank you, Qiu Huang." Miao Tsuehua was relieved. With Qiu Huang's abilities, rescuing her sister should be a piece of cake. "Sister-in-law, please get up first." Qiu Huang helped Miao Tsuehua up. "Qiu Huang, if you save my sister, I can let her marry you and become your concubine. Although I know I am not good enough for you. Even if I strip naked and climb into your bed, you won't even glance at me. But my sister is different. She is still a virgin and is prettier than me. She should be good enough for you as your concubine." Qiu Huang said, "Sister-in-law, what are you saying? Come on, let's go to your house and rescue your sister. Things should not be delayed, for delay may lead to unforeseen changes." "Good." Miao Tsuehua knew that things couldn't be delayed. If her sister did something foolish, she would definitely regret it to death. Then, Qiu Huang went back to the courtyard house, told the women, and then took some food and left Leiyang village, heading straight for Zhanshui village. Chapter 36 Old Turtle Dove, Time for Smoking. Zhanshui village is not connected to Leiyang village. The two are dozens of miles apart. If Qiu Huang were alone, he wouldn't have needed much time with his speed and stamina. However, with Miao Tsuehua, it would be a different story. After all, Miao Tsuehua is just a weak woman and doesn't have his strength. "Qiu Huang, let's rest for a while. I can't walk anymore." Miao Tsuehua was exhausted from the journey, as she had just returned to Leiyang village from Zhanshui village and had not had any proper rest before heading straight to Zhanshui village. As a frail woman, she simply could not withstand such an arduous journey. "Sister-in-law, why don't you get on my back and I'll carry you to Zhanshui village? That way you won't be so tired." Qiu Huang proposed a solution, which he didn't care about, but Miao Tsuehua was different. He could tell that she was really anxious this time. Otherwise, she would never have knelt down and begged him for help, and even offered such a tempting condition as her sister marrying him and becoming his concubine. "Qiu Huang, won't this tire you out?" Miao Tsuehua wasn't afraid of gossip, but she was worried about tiring Qiu Huang out. If he got tired, her sister would really have no hope left. "No, I'm in great shape. Shiyun and she both know that. I guarantee I can carry you all the way to Zhanshui village." Qiu Huang patted his chest, assuring them. "All right, then I'll leave it to you." Miao Tsuehua said nothing more, because she really needed to hurry to Zhanshui village, her parents' home. If she was even a little late, something terrible could happen. "Come on up." Qiu Huang squatted down and said to Miao Tsuehua. Miao Tsuehua looked at his broad and strong shoulders, and without hesitation, she placed her hands on them and hugged his neck. "I'm getting up," Qiu Huang reminded him, then stood up straight, put his hands behind him, and wrapped them around Miao Tsuehua's legs. "Sister-in-law, hold on, I'm leaving." Miao Tsuehua nodded. "Qiu Huang, don't worry, I've kept things under control." As she spoke, she hugged Qiu Huang even tighter, pressing her body against his back. To her, Qiu Huang was now her support, her only reliance. Feeling the soft sensation on his back, Qiu was mesmerized and thought to himself, "This sister-in-law is really well endowed. If I could touch her, that would be even more wonderful." However, he also understood that now was not the time to indulge in wishful thinking, and he was clear about the priorities. Walk! With a shout, Xiao Huang took advantage of the situation and ran off like the wind, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. So fast! On his back, Miao Tsuehua was utterly astonished by his speed. She had never seen anyone move so fast, especially while carrying her, a living person. If she were removed from his burden, how astonishing would his speed be? It was simply unbelievable. With Xiao's swift and powerful steps, covering dozens of miles was a piece of cake. In less than an hour, they had already arrived at Zhanshui village. Sister-in-law, this should be Zhanshui village, right? Miao Tsuehua looked at it and nodded, saying, Yes, we have now arrived at Zhanshui village. Where's your family home? I will guide you there. Guided by Miao Tsuehua, they soon arrive at the location of Miao Tsuehua's parents. What a jinx! She's back again. In the courtyard, a boy who looked about 16 or 17 years old was playing. When he saw Miao Tsuehua return, his face immediately fell. He is Miao Tsuehua's younger brother, named Miao Xian, and is the youngest in the family. Father, mother, come out quickly. That jinx is back again. Miao Xianchong shouted into the house. The next second, a man and a woman came out of the house. They were Miao Tsuehua's parents, Miao Hua and Lu Hui. You jinx! What are you doing back here? Upon seeing Miao Tsuehua, Lu Hui immediately launched into a tirade. They had gone to great lengths to get Miao Tsuehua married, but her husband died less than 2 years later. Therefore, in her eyes, Miao Tsuehua was a jinx, a woman who brought misfortune to her husband. Miao Tsuehua climbed off Xiao Huang's back, looked at her parents, and asked directly, Where is my sister? Where is she? She knew that her parents disliked her, so after her husband died, no matter how hard life was, she chose to stay in Leiyang village and live a lonely life rather than return to her parents' home and endure their scorn and insults, because she had had enough. That good-for-nothing, we sold her to a brothel a long time ago, Lu Hui said arrogantly, hands on her hips. What did you say? Upon hearing Lu Hui's words, Miao Tsuehua flew into a rage. She never imagined that her parents could be so heartless as to sell her sister to a brothel. Xiao Huang couldn't listen to it anymore. He took a step forward, grabbed Lu Hui's clothes, and lifted her up like a chick. Murder! Murder! Lu Hui struggled violently, kicking and screaming wildly. Who are you? Put my wife down right now. Miao Hua grabbed a carrying pole from the side and threatened him fiercely. However, Xiao Huang didn't bite at all. Her eyes flashed with anger as she stared fiercely at Lu Hui and said, Tell me quickly, where exactly is Miao Xiaoyu? If you don't tell the truth, I'll take your life right now. Miao Xiaoyu is the name of Miao Tsuehua's younger sister. No, don't kill me, I'll talk. Lu Hui was terrified by Xiao Huang's gaze, which was like that of a ferocious jackal, as if it could bite her to death at any moment. Miao Xiaoyu is still in her room. We did not sell her to a brothel. Are you telling the truth? Xiao Huang questioned. Miao Hua said, What she said is true. We did not sell her. Get lost. Xiao Huang casually tossed Lu Hui away, just like throwing away a piece of trash. Ouch! Lu Hui fell flat on her face, wincing in pain. Wife, are you all right? Miao Hua immediately went over, inquired with concern, and helped Lu Hui up. Miao Tsuehua, you jinx, you traitor, you seduce other men outside and beat your own mother at home. You have no conscience at all. Lu Hui pointed at Miao Tsuehua and launched into a tirade of insults, behaving arrogantly. Miao Tsuehua completely ignored her and ran off to her sister's room. Old turtle dove, haven't you had enough of being punished? Do you want me to punish you again? Seeing Lu Hui verbally abusing Miao Tsuehua, Xiao Huang, who was not Miao Tsuehua, was not going to be polite to her. He immediately rushed over and slapped her across the face several times. Chapter 37 Rescue Miao Xiaoyu. Lu Hui kept letting out shrill screams, her face swollen like a pig's head, looking utterly miserable. Stop hitting, please stop hitting. Lu Hui begged for mercy. Xiao Huang was too domineering. In front of him, she was like a little girl, completely powerless to resist. Seeing his wife being beaten so miserably, Miao Hua felt a strange sense of satisfaction, so much so that he forgot to stop Xiao Huang. You let go of my mother. Miao Xian, on the other hand, grabbed a stool from somewhere and slammed it hard against Xiao Huang's arm. Facing his bench, Xiao Huang wasn't afraid at all. He clenched his fist and threw a punch. Bang! The bench was smashed to pieces with a single punch, The immense power and violent outburst crushed everything in its path, an unstoppable force. What? Miao Xian was instantly dumbfounded. The power Qiu Huang possessed was far beyond his imagination, and was far beyond what ordinary people could compare to. Do you want to dance too? Qiu Huang stared at Miao Xian, a cold smile creeping onto his lips. No, don't hit me, don't hit me. Miao Xian was terrified. His legs trembled uncontrollably, and a liquid dripped from his crotch. He had wet himself out of fear. I thought he was a tough nut to crack, but he turns out to be a coward. Qiu Huang scoffed. He couldn't even be bothered to deal with someone like that. Qiu Huang, come here quickly. Just then, Miao Tsuehua's voice came out. Sister-in-law. Upon hearing Miao Tsuehua's voice, Qiu Huang immediately ignored Miao Xian and Lu Hui and rushed inside as fast as he could. Sister, open the door. Sister, open the door. Miao Tsuehua pounded on the door, calling out as she did so, her heart filled with anxiety. Sister-in-law, what's wrong? Qiu Huang rushed over quickly and asked curiously. Miao Tsuehua said, Qiu Huang, my sister has locked herself in her room. You need to think of something quickly. I'm really worried that she might do something foolish. Let me do it. Qiu Huang glanced at the door, took a deep breath, clenched his fist, and threw a powerful punch. Bang! With a loud bang, the tightly closed door was smashed open by a punch, unable to stop Qiu Huang's power at all. As soon as the door opened, Miao Tsuehua cried out in despair upon seeing the scene inside and immediately rushed in. Little sister, why are you so silly? Miao Xiaoyu was hanging from a rope, and it was unclear how long she had been hanging there. Qiu Huang also rushed in, grabbed a pair of scissors from the stool, and threw them like darts. Bang! The rope snapped, and Miao Xiaoyu lost her support, falling to the ground. Little sister, don't scare your older sister. Miao Tsuehua shook Miao Xiaoyu's body, her face already streaked with tears. Her poor sister was in such a terrible state. Qiu Huang squatted down, placed his hand near Miao Xiaoyu's nostrils, and checked her breath. Sister-in-law, she's still breathing, she's not dead. Really? Miao Tsuehua looked at Qiu Huang with teary eyes, unable to believe it. Uh-huh. Qiu Huang nodded. He looked at Miao Xiaoyu's chest, which was still beating slightly, further proving that she was still alive. It seemed that she hadn't been hanging there for too long, and they had arrived just in time. Very good. Miao Tsuehua wept with joy. As long as her sister was alive, everything was all right. At this moment, Miao Xiaoyu slowly opened her eyes, saw Miao Tsuehua, and weakly asked, Sister, where is this place? Is it heaven? Sister, what nonsense are you talking about? You're still alive, still alive. I am alive. Upon hearing this, Miao Xiaoyu's expression immediately turned dejected. She said, Why won't you let me die? If I die, everything will be over, and I won't have to suffer so much anymore. Miao Tsuehua said, Sister, don't worry. This time, I will definitely take you away from here. From now on, we sisters will depend on each other, and no one will be able to bully us again. Sister, can you really take me away from here? It didn't work before, but it definitely will this time. Miao Tsuehua nodded emphatically, assuring Miao Xiaoyu that if she didn't take her away, she would never see her again. Sister-in-law, here's some food. Let her eat some first to regain her strength. Qiu Huang took out some food. Miao Xiaoyu was very weak and petite, which was obviously caused by long-term lack of food and malnutrition. Little sister, come on, eat all this. After you finish eating, we'll leave here and never come back. Miao Tsuehua broke the food into pieces and carefully fed it to Miao Xiaoyu. After eating some food, Miao Xiaoyu felt better. She looked at Qiu Huang and asked curiously, Sister, who is this brother? Miao Tsuehua said, He is Qiu Huang, whom I told you about before. He's a tiger-fighting hero. Even tigers are no match for him. With him here, we will definitely be able to escape this place this time. So is the tiger-fighting hero, brother. Miao Xiaoyu's eyes lit up immediately, seeing hope. Before Miao Tsuehua left, she had told her that a tiger-slaying hero would come to save her from her suffering. Originally, she did not believe it and thought that her sister was just fooling her. But she did not expect that this tiger-slaying hero would actually come and save her. Sister-in-law, come on, put her on my back. Let's get out of here. Good. Miao Tsuehua helped Miao Xiaoyu up and placed her frail body on Qiu Huang's broad and strong back. Walk. Carrying Miao Xiaoyu on his back, Qiu Huang strode out in one step. Miao Xiaoyu was very light, estimated to be less than 90 pounds, so to him she was practically weightless. Miao Tsuehua packed some of her clothes and followed them out. Stop. What do you want? Put her down. She's my daughter. Seeing Qiu Huang about to leave on Miao Xiaoyu's back, Miao Hua stepped forward and stopped them. She's your daughter? Qiu Huang smiled, revealing a hint of mockery. I'm sorry, from now on, she is no longer your daughter. She has only one identity, and that is my woman, Qiu Huang's woman. After saying that, he carried Miao Xiaoyu on his back and left without looking back. I'm so angry. You just wait. I'm going to sue you in court for abducting a woman. You would go to jail then. Miao Hua was so angry that he jumped up and down, his anger reaching its peak. On Qiu Huang's back, Miao Xiaoyu watched the surrounding scenery gradually recede into the distance, and her heart suddenly felt at ease. From this day forward, she was finally free from hardship and suffering and would no longer have to endure pain. Qiu Huang, slow down. Miao Tsuehua chased after her, panting heavily. It has to be said that Qiu Huang's stamina is really strong. He carried her for dozens of miles to Zhanshui village without stopping. Now, he is carrying her younger sister, and he is still very relaxed, as if he is a tireless machine. Chapter 38, Accepting Miao Xiaoyu. Upon hearing this, Qiu Huang also slowed down. Now that Miao Xiaoyu had been rescued, it didn't matter if he slowed down a bit. Sister, I'm a little worried, Miao Xiaoyu said softly. Miao Tsuehua looked at her and said, What are you worried about? Miao Xiaoyu said, I'm worried that my parents won't let this go, and they'll go to the yamen to file a complaint. Miao Tsuehua's face darkened. Based on her understanding of her parents, she also believed that they were capable of doing such a thing. However, Qiu Huang didn't care at all and said, Don't worry, I have a friend who has some connections in the government. If they really go to the government to file a complaint, I guarantee they'll be in deep trouble. A few days ago, Bu Tao invited him to perform autopsies for the government to help solve the case. This favor wouldn't be done for nothing, so he wasn't worried at all about Miao Hua and the others going to the yamen to file a complaint. Really, both women found it unbelievable, but after thinking about it again, they felt relieved. After all, Qiu Huang was now a tiger-fighting hero, a title bestowed by the government, and a person of importance. Miao Hua and the others were just ordinary people. How could they possibly sue him? Of course, you two don't even know what kind of people your husbands are. Upon hearing this, Miao Xiaoyu and Miao Tsuehua blushed. Did this man already consider them as women? Qiu Huang, what nonsense are you spouting? I only said that I would let my sister marry you, but I never said that I would marry you too. Miao Tsuehua retorted. Yeah. Qiu Huang glanced at her and said, I remember before I came here, someone said that they would take off their clothes and climb into my bed. I wonder who that person is. It's really hard to guess. You. Hearing Qiu Huang's words, Miao Tsuehua blushed even more, her face turning bright red all the way to her ears, wishing she could find a hole to crawl into. Sister, did you really say that? Miao Xiaoyu looked at her, her face full of curiosity. No, that's completely untrue. Don't listen to his nonsense. Miao Tsuehua vehemently denied it. No. Looking at Miao Tsuehua's blushing face, Miao Xiaoyu knew she wasn't stupid. She could tell from her sister's face that she most likely had said something like that, and her guilt deepened. Sister, I'm sorry, it's all my fault. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have to suffer like this. Miao Xiaoyu felt deeply guilty. She knew that everything Miao Tsuehua had done was for her. It's all right, little sister. Your older sister wasn't wronged. Miao Tsuehua shook her head. She knew that Qiu Huang was no longer the same person he used to be. Countless women were crying and begging to marry him. To be honest, she, a widow, was truly not good enough for him. As the two women expected, Miao Hua and Lu Hui went to the yamen that same day to accuse Qiu Huang of kidnapping their daughter. Originally, the government was quite concerned, and even Bu Ting was very angry because she couldn't stand this kind of domineering behavior of forcibly taking women away. However, after questioning them and confirming Qiu Huang's true identity and understanding the whole story, their attitude immediately changed completely. They gave them 20 lashes and then kicked them out. Qiu Huang was unaware of all this. At this moment, he had already returned to Leiyang village with Miao Xiaoyu on his back. Leiyang village. Miao Xiaoyu looked at the village in front of her. She was not unfamiliar with this village because she had been here before to visit her sister, Miao Tsuehua. However, this time was different from before. In the past, she would go back after visiting her sister, but this time, she did not plan to leave. She would stay in this place and depend on her sister and the husband her sister had found for her. Chill Huang, it's best not to take Xiaoyu directly back to your house later. I'm afraid your wives will misunderstand if they see Xiaoyu. Miao Zuihua hadn't forgotten that Xiao Huang wasn't the only one in his family now. He had 10 wives. If they saw Miao Xiaoyu, they really wouldn't know how to explain it. Okay, let's go to your sister-in-law's house first. Xiao Huang wasn't sure if Tang Shi and the others would object to or reject Miao Xiaoyu. He figured he could take Miao Xiaoyu back after he had won them over. In any case, Miao Xiaoyu wasn't planning to leave and was staying to live with Miao Zuihua. That's for the best. The three of them arrived at Miao Zuihua's house. Please wait here for a moment. I'll go back and get you some things. After settling Miao Xiaoyu in, Xiao Huang left. Sister, won't people gossip if we do this? They'll say we're not virtuous women and are seducing married men. Watching Xiao Huang's departing figure, Miao Xiaoyu was very worried. After Xiao Huang rescued her from her suffering and carried her all the way from Zhanshui village to Leiyang village, she had fallen in love with him. She felt an unprecedented sense of security in him. With him, she no longer had to live in fear and would no longer be sold to a brothel. Don't worry, I'll take care of everything. It'll be all right. Miao Zuihua wasn't worried at all. As long as her sister was with her, no matter how hard or tiring it was, it didn't matter. Thank you, sister. Silly girl, why are you being so polite with me? Come on, let's take a bath. Good. Xiao returned to her courtyard house with trepidation. My husband, you're back. Upon seeing Xiao Huang return, the women immediately came out. Xiao Huang nodded. Why is it just my husband? Where are the others? The women looked outside and found no one there, which made them very strange. She was at Sister Zuihua's house. The women exchanged glances. They had all been ready to welcome their new sister, but now she was still somewhere else. Husband, that's not right of you. You should bring her home so we can all celebrate. At home, Xiao Huang looked at them and said, You all know? Husband, although we're just country girls, we are not stupid. From the moment you and Sister Zuihua left together, we already knew what was going to happen next. Xiao Huang was somewhat surprised, not expecting his woman to be so intelligent. So, will you object? Husband, they're all so pitiful. How could we object? Besides, you are so capable and energetic, you have exhausted us. Now that new sisters have joined us to share the burden, we are happy to do so. The women said that Xiao Huang is now the head of the family and has absolute authority. If he wants to accept new people, their opposition will be useless. They might as well support him and live in harmony. In addition, Xiao Huang's abilities are indeed terrifying, bordering on freakish. These people simply cannot satisfy her. If they continue to torment her like this, her body may be completely ruined. Under these circumstances, they have no other choice but to bring in new people to help them share the burden. Thank you for your understanding. Xiao Huang was truly grateful. Marrying such a wife was the greatest blessing of his life. Yeshua, let's go. Let's go to Sister Zuihua's house now and bring her over. Good. Chapter 39, 13 Points of Combat Power. That day, Miao Xiaoyu arrived at Xiao Huang's house, and Miao Zuihua also agreed to come to their house for dinner. To welcome the newlyweds, all the women busied themselves preparing a lavish banquet. Here, little sister, this is fish. Eat more of it. Tang Shi placed a large piece of fish into Miao Xiaoyu's bowl. Thank you, sister. Miao Xiaoyu was very grateful. Looking at the fish in her bowl and the dishes on the table, she suddenly felt a lump in her throat and couldn't help but burst into tears. Little Jade, what's wrong? Don't you like fish? Seeing her cry, everyone panicked, thinking something had happened to her. Miao Xiaoyu said, No, I really like fish, but I've never eaten so well since I was born. Upon hearing this, the women were not surprised, because their situations were basically the same as Miao Xiaoyu's. Before marrying Xiao Huang, they also did not have a good life. Only after marrying Xiao Huang did they live the carefree life they have now. It's okay, we're family now. You can eat this well every day if you want. Miao Xiaoyu nodded emphatically, deeply moved. This time, she had truly escaped her misery and was finally enjoying the fruits of her labor. After dinner, Miao Xiaoyu stayed behind. Sister, you should serve Xiao Huang well tonight. I'm leaving now. Miao Zuihua patted Miao Xiaoyu's hand and said to her, Sister, aren't you going to stay and keep me company? Miao Xiaoyu looked at Miao Zuihua. She knew that her sister was also in love with Xiao Huang. In this day and age, it was common for sisters to marry the same person. For example, in this family, There were twin sisters Yan Rojuan and Yan Rugio, and sisters Song Yue and Song Yufei. They were all here serving Qiu Huang. Miao Tsuhua said, "If I stay now, it wouldn't be proper for me to do so, but don't worry, that day won't be too far away." She has now made up her mind that even if she suffers infamy and criticism from others, she will marry Qiu Huang to repay his kindness. All right, Miao Xiaoyu didn't try to stop her, because everything takes time and can't be accomplished overnight. Then, Miao Tsuehua went outside. "Sister-in-law Tsuehua, where are you going?" Seeing Miao Tsuehua walk out, Tang Shi and the others immediately chased after her and asked her questions. "I'm going back to my home. Please take good care of Xiaoyu for me." Miao Tsuehua didn't even turn her head. The women exchanged glances and couldn't help but sigh. It seems that Sister Tsuehua still can't get over her own inner turmoil. They weren't stupid. They all knew that Qiu Huang wasn't only going to take a Miao Xiaoyu, but also Miao Tsuehua. However, Miao Tsuehua was different from Miao Xiaoyu. Miao Xiaoyu had never been married, so she could come to them openly and live with their family. But Miao Tsuehua, being a widow, had to be careful about what she did to avoid suspicion. Otherwise, the gossip from others would be very unpleasant. Is Xiaoyu alone tonight? She's a newcomer. Let's leave her tonight. Let's not compete with her for her. It's not a matter of whether to fight or not. It's just that her husband is too strong. Can she handle it all by herself? Then we'll put in the extra work tonight, keep watch, and if anything seems amiss, we'll immediately go in and provide support. Good. After Qiu Huang finished taking a bath, he came out, looked at Miao Xiaoyu, and said, "Xiaoyu, do you need to take a bath?" Miao Xiaoyu shook her head. "No need. I already took a bath at my sister's house." Qiu Huang's eyes lit up. Since he had already taken a bath, he wouldn't stand on ceremony. He walked towards Miao Xiaoyu, bent down, and picked her up in his arms. "Husband, no." When Qiu Huang picked her up, Miao Xiaoyu's eyes were filled with panic, because she knew what was going to happen next. "Don't be afraid. I'll take good care of you and love you." After saying that, he picked up Miao Xiaoyu and walked into his room. This bed is huge. Qiu Huang placed Miao Xiaoyu on the bed. Miao Xiaoyu looked at the bed and was very surprised because it was so big. She had never seen such a big bed before. A bigger bed is needed to accommodate more people. This bed is a specially made bed, made of sturdy materials and extremely large. If it weren't for that, given the intensity of their antics, it would have been ruined after only a few uses. Miao Xiaoyu blushed. Hearing Qiu Huang's words, she realized that he wasn't just being served by one woman at a time, but by multiple women. "Xiaoyu, do you want to take off your clothes yourself, or should I help you?" Miao Xiaoyu said, "Husband, please help me." From childhood to adulthood, she had never taken off her clothes in front of a man and had absolutely no relevant experience. "Okay, I'll help you." Qiu Huang reached out, grabbed her clothes, and started taking them off. In no time, Miao Xiaoyu's clothes and pants were all taken off, revealing her thin body. "Your body is too weak. You need to take better care of yourself, you know?" Qiu Huang leaned over and covered Miao Xiaoyu's entire body. With a sharp pain and a scream, Miao Xiaoyu completed her transformation from a girl to a young woman. "Ding! Congratulations, host. You have a new spouse, Miao Xiaoyu, and have gained 1 point of martial arts strength. Your current total martial arts strength is 13 points. The system notification sounded, and Qiu Huang's combat strength increased again, giving him the strength of 13 adults. Outside, Shan Feng and the others listened intently to the various embarrassing sounds coming from inside the room. Their mouths were dry, and they wished they could rush in immediately and join the fray. However, they knew it wasn't the right time yet, because the main character tonight wasn't them. It was someone else. Time passed slowly, and gradually the sound grew fainter until finally there was no sound at all. "It's quiet now. It must be over. Shall we go in and take a look?" "Let's go in and take a look." The women stealthily opened the door and peeked inside. At this moment, Qiu Huang lay diagonally on the bed with his eyes closed. It was unclear whether he was asleep or not. In his arms, Miao Xiaoyu was sleeping obediently, just like a little kitten. Beside it, there was a bright red rose in full bloom. The women exchanged glances. It seemed that Qiu Huang was still holding back with Miao Xiaoyu and hadn't tormented her the same way he had tormented them. Just then, Qiu Huang suddenly opened her eyes, looked at them, and said, "You've come." "Husband, we just came to take a look. We'll be leaving right away." The women dared not linger and turned to leave, knowing that if they did not leave, they would be the ones to suffer. Since you're already here, why not stay? Xiao Huang said calmly. The women exchanged glances and sighed inwardly. It seemed they couldn't escape tonight. Let's go. The women were forced to turn around and walk towards Xiao Huang. Then, a sudden storm began. After a day and a night, the next day arrived. Since there were no extra rooms in the courtyard house, and each room had its own purpose, Miao Xiaoyu and Miao Suihua lived together. Fortunately, the two families were not far apart, so it wasn't a big problem. I planned to renovate and expand Sister Tsuehua's house. Xiao Huang made a decision to expand Miao Tsuehua's house. The women exchanged glances. They were absolutely supportive of this plan. Now that Miao Xiaoyu was in Miao Tsuehua's house, expanding the house would also benefit them, as they could live more comfortably. Husband, should we ask someone else for help this time? No need. Our family can manage on our own. Good. When Miao Tsuehua learned that Xiao Huang wanted to repair their house, she did not object. Now, although they were two families on the surface, they were actually one family. Besides, she had lived in the house for so long that it was already dilapidated, but she just hadn't had the money to repair it. Chapter 40 Miao Tsuehua is finally conquered. With the joint efforts of both families, the renovation of Miao Tsuehua's old house was completed in just a few days, and an expansion was also carried out, adding a lot of new space. Sister-in-law here, this is the new key. Xiao Huang handed a bunch of keys to Miao Tsuehua. Miao Tsuehua took the keys, took off one half, and then returned the other half. Sister-in-law, what's wrong? Looking at the key that had been returned to her, Xiao Huang was somewhat puzzled. Miao Tsuehua said, keep this key. It will make it easier for you to come here in the future. Xiao Huang laughed and said, Sister-in-law, aren't you afraid that while you're sleeping at night, I'll sneak over and try to take advantage of you? Don't be afraid. My sister is already yours. You can come over openly and honestly. And what about you, sister-in-law? Are you scared? Miao Tsuehua blushed and couldn't help but glare at him, her eyes filled with shyness and boundless charm. This guy, she's already hinted at it so much. Why is she still asking this kind of question? Seeing this, Xiao Huang smiled inwardly. He understood that Miao Tsuehua had already accepted him. Looking at her soft body and beautiful face, Xiao Huang couldn't help but feel an urge to pick her up, carry her to the bed, and love her tenderly. Sister, husband, dinner is ready. Just then, Miao Xiaoyu ran over and called out to them. One sentence completely extinguished the impulse that Xiao Huang had been feeling. He calmed himself down and said, Sister-in-law, let's go eat. Good. Miao Tsuehua didn't refuse. Ever since Miao Xiaoyu arrived, they had been eating together. More than 10 people gathered together to eat, chatting and laughing, making it very lively. Cheers to the completion of my sister-in-law's new home. At the dinner table, Xiao Huang raised his glass to celebrate Miao Tsuehua's success. Congratulations on your new house, Sister Tsuehua. The women also picked up their glasses, but instead of alcohol, they held other beverages. After all, they were women, and drinking alcohol was bad for their health. Thank you. Miao Tsuehua thanked them repeatedly, deeply moved. Meeting this family was the greatest blessing of her life. Come on, everyone, let's eat. After downing a glass of wine, Xiao Huang picked up his chopsticks and started eating first. As he had said before, if he was in the house, no one else would touch their chopsticks unless he did. It's true that feudal remnants are killing people. Here, sister you, this piece of meat is for you. Eat more so you can grow stronger. Shan Feng placed a piece of meat into Miao Xiaoyu's bowl. Thank you, Sister Feng. Miao Xiaoyu expressed her gratitude. After this period of night battles, she deeply felt that her body was really in poor condition and could not keep up with Xiao Huang's pace at all. She simply could not withstand his exertion. Therefore, she needed to recuperate so that she could be in better condition to devote herself to the battle that could break out at any time. After they had eaten and drunk their fill, Miao Tsuehua looked at Xiao Huang and said, Xiao Huang, could you make us a loom as well? My sister and I can weave, partly to pass the time and partly to earn some money to help support our family. Ever since she saw the loom that Xiao Huang made for Tang Shi and the others, she had been itching to own one herself. In the past, she was busy making a living, digging for wild vegetables, doing farm work, and so on. She had very little free time. But now it's different. With Xiao Huang around, she doesn't have to worry about making a living. She has a lot of free time. At this time, she also remembered her old profession, weaving cloth to earn money and supplement the family income. No problem. We'll start working on it tomorrow and deliver it to you as soon as it's done. Xiao Huang readily agreed, showing no stinginess towards the woman who was about to become his woman. Thanks. After dinner, Miao Xiaoyu and Miao Zhihua said goodbye. Sister-in-law, Xiaoyu, let me take you home. No need, Xiao Huang, we can go back by ourselves. Xiao Huang said, let me take you there. I've heard things have been a bit unsettled lately, with bandits frequently appearing, and it's not safe at night. Mountain bandits? Miao Zuehua couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Could your excuse be any worse? Although there were indeed bandits, they were currently at the end of the village. If the bandits had really come, they would have been spotted at the village entrance. It was impossible for them to arrive at their current location so quietly. All right, then I'll leave it to you. She couldn't bear to expose them, so she chose to back down gracefully. Xiao Huang picked up a lantern and escorted Miao Zuehua and Miao Xiaoyu away. Do you think my husband will come back tonight? Tang Shi and the others watched the departing figure in the darkness. They weren't stupid. Like Miao Zuehua, they could see that Xiao Huang's words were just an excuse. Is there even a need to ask? Of course not. Isn't it obvious? Who can't see it? That's good. Now that my husband has gone somewhere else, we won't have to go through all that trouble. We can finally get some rest. Right? After escorting the two women home, Xiao Huang showed no intention of leaving. Husband, aren't you going back? Miao Xiaoyu looked at him and couldn't help but ask. Xiao glared at her. He had finally found an excuse to come here at night, so how could he possibly leave? Tonight, I'll sleep in your room. Miao Xiaoyu nodded and said, okay, I'll go to my sister's room and sleep with her. After saying that, she walked away to take a shower. Actually, she could tell what Xiao Huang was up to. However, she was a little afraid of him now because his energy was just too abundant. She didn't dare to serve him alone and was afraid of being drained by him. So, she wanted to send him away and let him go back to the other women. They were much more experienced than her, and their bodies were better. Don't think you can escape my grasp tonight. Xiao Huang smiled, and then walked towards Miao Zuehua's room. Sister-in-law. Miao Zuehua opened the door, looked at him, and said, it's so late. What brings you here? Sister-in-law, I have something good to give you. I guarantee you'll like it. What is that? Let's go inside and talk. Miao Zuehua smiled knowingly. This jackal had finally decided to make his move against her. Okay, come in. Miao Zuehua didn't refuse and let him in. Now you can tell me. Xiao Huang took out a wrinkled, round, and strange-looking thing. What's this? Miao Zuehua had never seen anything like it before. This thing is called a cover. Chapter 41, Sister-in-law. You are so beautiful. Cover. Miao Zuehua was puzzled. What was this thing? She had never heard of it before. Would you like me to show you how to wear this? Miao Zuehua said, show me. Since the jackal has already come tonight, and she can't escape it anyway, she might as well give in to his wishes. Come on, I'll teach you how to dress. Xiao Huang put the cover aside, came behind Miao Zuehua, and placed his hands on her body. Didn't you say you were going to teach me how to dress? Why are you taking my clothes off? You have to wear this as the innermost layer. You can't put it on without taking off your clothes. The innermost part? You're not going to take all my clothes off, are you? Yes, you have to take off all your clothes to wear this. You, Miao Zuehua gritted her teeth fiercely, wanting to bite this guy to death, that stinky man. A short while later, Miao Zuehua discovered that Xiao Huang had taken off all her clothes, leaving her not even her undergarment. Hey, didn't you say you were only going to take off your clothes? Why are you taking off my pants? Take your pants off too. I'll show you something exciting later. Something explosive? What is it? You'll find out soon enough. Miao Zuehua gritted her teeth. She hadn't realized before that this guy could be so shameless. Haha, you stinky man. With Xiao Huang's efforts, Miao Zuehua's clothes and pants were all taken off in no time, as she was exposed naked in front of him. Sister-in-law, you are so beautiful. Xiao Huang grinned, revealing his ferocious fangs, then picked up Miao Zuehua and carried her to the bed. Before long, enchanting sounds came from the room. Ding, congratulations, host. You have gained a new spouse, Miao Zuehua, and have gained 1 point of martial arts strength. Your current total martial arts strength is 14 points. The system's voice appeared in Xiao Huang's mind. Sister, husband you. Just as they were enjoying themselves, Miao Xiaoyu took a shower, wrapped herself in a bathrobe, and walked in. When she saw the scene on the bed, her eyes widened in shock. Little sister, don't misunderstand. We're not like that. Miao Zuehua quickly denied it. Her face flushed red with embarrassment, as if she wanted to find a hole to crawl into. However, Xiao Huang was not afraid. He waved to Miao Xiaoyu and said, "Xiaoyu, come over here too." Miao Xiaoyu glanced at him, then at her sister, thought for a moment, and slowly walked over. She knew very well that Xiao Huang's combat power was incredibly strong, and her sister alone could not possibly withstand it. Therefore, even though she was extremely unwilling, she had to go and help her sister share the burden. One day and one night. The bandits are coming. The bandits are coming. Early in the morning, just as dawn was breaking, the entire Leiyang village was filled with the sound of gongs and drums. Bandits! Upon hearing those two words, countless people who were still asleep were instantly awakened, grabbed their weapons, and rushed out. Are the bandits here? In Miao Tsuehua's room, Qiu Huang was also startled awake and opened his eyes. My lord, the bandits are here. What should we do? Miao Xiaoyu was somewhat panicked and still felt lingering fear. She had experienced the terror of bandits before. Back in Zhanshui village, bandits had visited their area, plundering all sorts of things and even sparing women and children. They were ruthless and no one was afraid of them. Don't panic, I'll go check it out. Qiu Huang stood up, put on her clothes, and went outside. His current strength is equivalent to that of 14 adults, so bandits are no problem at all. Therefore, he has no fear whatsoever. My husband, Tang Shi, and the others also heard the commotion and came out one after another. You all stay home and wait. Keep your doors tightly closed and don't let anyone in, understand? Good. The women said nothing. They would absolutely obey Qiu Huang's orders. Husband, here your bow and arrows. Wanyan Miling quickly ran over and handed a bow and dozens of arrows to Qiu Huang. These bows and arrows were no longer just bamboo bows and arrows, but real bows and arrows, all made by Qiu Huang himself, and possessed extremely strong killing power. Miling, while I'm gone, you must protect everyone and make sure no one gets hurt. My husband, I know, don't worry. Wanyan Miling nodded emphatically. These days, she had been learning archery from Qiu Huang, and her archery skills had improved greatly. She believed that in Leiyang village, apart from Qiu Huang, no one's archery skills could surpass hers. Therefore, she was fully confident that she could protect the others. Okay, I'm going. Qiu Huang picked up his bow and arrows and left without looking back. At this moment, Miao Tsuehua and Miao Xiaoyu, having finished dressing, also came out. Sister-in-law Tsuehua, Xiaoyu. The women walked over. She, Roju and me? Miao Tsuehua choked up, not knowing how to face these people. The women exchanged glances, and it seemed they were right. Qiu Huang had indeed slept with Miao Tsuehua last night. Tang Shi reached out and took Miao Tsuehua's hand, saying, Sister-in-law Tsuehua, it's all right. We actually knew a long time ago. She, I'm so sorry to you all. Looking at the women, Miao Tsuehua felt extremely guilty. She was a widow, yet she had an affair with one of their husbands. If others found out, they would surely curse her terribly. We're all family. There's no need to feel guilty. Let's go inside and hide for a bit, so my husband won't worry. They were very confident in Qiu Huang's strength. Mere bandits were nothing to them. All they needed to do was protect themselves and not cause Qiu Huang any trouble. Good. Miao Tsuehua nodded and followed them into the courtyard, where they closed the doors and prepared to defend themselves. At the village entrance, a large crowd had already gathered. The villagers, each armed with kitchen knives, machetes, sticks, and bows and arrows, glared fiercely at the people in front of them. These people were all bandits, robbing and plundering, committing all sorts of evil deeds, and deeply hated by everyone. Zheng Yud, hand over 50 women, 50 children, 200 chickens, 100 ducks, 10 cows, 1,000 taels of silver, 2,000 caddies of millet, and 2,000 caddies of wheat, and we will turn around and leave immediately, without touching a single hair on your village. The speaker was a man with a long scar on his right cheek. His name was Meng Fong, and he was the leader of this group of bandits. He held a large, multi-bladed sword in his hand, which was stained with blood, though it was unclear whether it was human blood or the blood of some other creature. What? Upon hearing Meng Fong's words, Zheng Yud's eyes widened in disbelief. This guy was asking for an exorbitant amount. Even the entire Leiyang village combined couldn't gather that much stuff. Chapter 42, Mere Bandits, easily dealt with. This is outrageous. They're making such an outrageous demand. They're completely disregarding our Leiyang village. Don't even mention cattle, sheep, or pigs. We won't give them even a single hair. Let's all go together and drive them all out so they'll never dare to come to our Leiyang village again. Yes, drive them away. The crowd rose in anger, brandishing sticks and knives, and shouted loudly. Mob! Hearing the crowd's voices, Meng Fong was full of disdain. In his view, these people were all a rabble, just shouting loudly. Previously, they had plundered many villages, and the villagers of those villages were just like these people. At first, they shouted loudly, but as soon as they made a move and killed a few people, these people would be instantly terrified and collapse, and then scatter and flee like birds and beasts, allowing them to drive in and plunder at will. He winked at a man with a buzz cut next to him, who understood and walked toward Zheng Yud with a knife in hand. As the saying goes, to catch the thief, you must first catch the king. Zheng Yud was the village chief and had a great reputation in Leiyang village. As long as we take him down, all these people will obediently submit. What? What do you want to do? Seeing the man with the buzz cut walking towards him with a knife, Zheng Yud's eyes were filled with fear, and he retreated repeatedly. Don't touch the village chief. Two villagers shouted and rushed out to protect the village chief. Since you're so eager to die, then I'll grant your wish. The man with the buzz cut grinned menacingly, raised his knife, and slashed out, intending to cut down these two troublemakers and use their blood and heads to intimidate the others and establish the absolute authority of their bandit gang. Call out. But just as he swung his sword, suddenly, an arrow shot out from nowhere and struck him with lightning speed. Ah! The man with the buzz cut screamed and was sent flying, crashing to the ground. A sharp arrow had pierced his body, and crimson blood gushed out, staining the ground red. What? Meng Fong stared wide-eyed at everything, utterly incredulous. This man with the buzz cut was no ordinary henchman. He was one of his right-hand men, and had already taken more than a dozen lives with his blade. He was far more powerful than the average person, yet now he had been shot dead by an arrow. Could it be that a sharpshooter is hiding in this village? Autumn Haze is here. Just then, a loud bang erupted from the crowd. The crowd parted to make way for the young man who had suddenly arrived, their hearts pounding with excitement and elation. This young man is no ordinary person. He is the tiger-slaying hero of their village. Even tigers are no match for him, and were killed by him. With him around, a few bandits are nothing to worry about. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Qiu Huang strode over and glanced at Meng Fong and the others. Are you bandits? Seeing these bandits, he couldn't help but recall the scene from last night. Last night, in order to win over Miao Suihua, he casually mentioned that bandits had been frequently appearing lately and that it was not safe at night, using this as an excuse to escort Miao Suihua and Miao Xiaoyu home. Unexpectedly, his casual remark has now become a reality, because the bandits have really come to rob their Leiyang village. It seems I can't say things carelessly anymore. I feel so bad if it caused trouble for others. Who are you? Meng Fong stared at Qiu Huang, a man holding a bow and carrying dozens of arrows on his back. It was obvious that he was the one who had just shot and killed the crew-cut man. The tiger-slaying hero, Qiu Huang. A tiger-slaying hero? Upon hearing this word, Meng Fong scoffed. Tiger-slaying hero? You've called yourself that, haven't you? Have you ever seen a real tiger? He knew very well how powerful and terrifying tigers were. Once, his team had been attacked by a tiger, and even though they all fought together, they couldn't kill it. Instead, half of them were killed by the tiger. Since then, he had developed a deep fear of tigers. Such creatures were simply beyond the capabilities of humans to deal with. Seeing that Meng Fong actually questioned Qiu Huang's identity, and Qiu Huang himself had not yet responded, the villagers were already indignant. This guy actually dared to question the identity of our Leiyang village tiger-fighting hero. He deserves to die. Back then, I was there and witnessed the whole process of Qiu Huang hunting the tiger. The whole process was swift and efficient. The tiger didn't even put up any resistance before it was killed directly. Qiu Huang, teach this guy a lesson and show him what you're capable of. Yes, we must teach him a lesson. What kind of person is this, daring to question our anti-corruption heroes? They should take a good look at themselves in the mirror. The crowd was outraged. Qiu Huang was now the pride of their Leiyang village, their spiritual totem, and no one could question his identity. Boy, since you claim to be a tiger-slaying hero, then dare you take a blow from my blade? Meng Fong still didn't believe it. He looked at Qiu Huang and weighed the broadsword in his hand. This broadsword weighed 30 pounds. It was difficult for an ordinary person to even lift it. If it hit an opponent, the opponent would be crippled even if they didn't die. Qiu Huang laughed and said, You want me to take your knife? That depends on whether your knife can even get to me. You're asking for it. Upon hearing Chiu Huang's words, Meng Fong flew into a rage. This greenhorn dared to look down on him. It was an utter disgrace to him. Boom! Meng shouted, raised his 30-pound broadsword with both hands, and ran over quickly, ready to kill Chiu Huang with a single blow. At that moment, Chiu Huang quickly took an arrow from behind his back, knocked it, and shot it. Call out. Meng Fong suddenly stopped, slowly lowered his head, and looked at his chest, where an arrow had pierced through him, and a large amount of blood was gushing out. How so? Meng Fong's eyes widened in disbelief. He could never have imagined that he would die, killed by Chiu Huang's arrows. Good. The villagers all applauded and cheered. This gang of bandits had committed countless crimes, and their current predicament was simply their retribution. Bang! Meng Fong's body fell straight down to the ground. Even in his dying moments, his eyes remained open, unable to close them in peace. Boss! The henchmen were all stunned when they saw Meng fall to the ground. Chapter 43 returns. Now it's your turn. After shooting Meng Fong, Chiu Huang turned his attention to the remaining henchmen. These henchmen had followed Meng Fong and committed many heinous acts, so he had no reason to let them go. Run! Seeing that Chiu Huang was targeting them, the henchmen were terrified and ran away without daring to stay any longer. Even their leader is dead, killed by Chiu Huang. What chance do they have? If they don't run now, their fate is predictable. Stop them. At Zheng Yud's command, the villagers immediately rushed out to stop these lackeys. At this moment, Chiu Huang drew arrows from his back again. This time, he drew not just one arrow, but several, and knocked them all on his longbow. His archery skills are now at the maximum level. He can shoot as many arrows as he wants at once. Call out. Several arrows flew out simultaneously, as fast as lightning, slicing through the air and instantly hitting the fleeing henchmen. In no time at all the bandits were wiped out, not a single one of them. After looting their belongings, Chiu Huang turned and left, leaving the corpses to Zheng Yud and his men to deal with. Village chief, what do we do now? Looking at the corpses on the ground, these people were all bandits, and their deaths were not a pity. Report it to the authorities and let Gong Xie's men handle it. As the village chief, Zheng Yud was very experienced in handling such matters. When bandits attacked the village and were killed, the best course of action was to report it to the authorities and wait for them to handle the situation. Good. Chiu Huang took the bow and arrow and returned to the courtyard. My husband. Upon seeing him return, the courtyard gate opened, and the women immediately ran out. It's all right, all the bandits are dead. Chiu Huang said calmly that with his current strength, dealing with some mountain bandits would be no problem at all. It would be an easy task. My husband is mighty. The women were thrilled. With such a brave and invincible husband, they all felt completely safe. These are spoils looted from those mountain bandits. Chiu Huang casually pulled out a handful of loose silver, necklaces, and other items. Although his family was not worried about food or clothing, they had so many people and their daily expenses were huge. Therefore, he had no reason to let go of this money that he had obtained for free. The women's eyes lit up when they saw the silver and necklaces. Chiu Huang was so kind to them. He gave them almost all the good things without holding anything back. Did you make breakfast? Yes, my husband. Come in and we'll get it for you right away. Upon hearing that the people of Leiyang village had killed the bandits, the government did not delay and immediately dispatched officials to handle the matter. Who shot Meng Fong? Looking at Meng Fong's corpse, Bu Ting felt somewhat incredulous. She knew about this guy. Once, she had led a group into the mountains to try to wipe him out, but he was too cunning. She had only managed to injure him, leaving a scar on his face, but she hadn't caught him and he had escaped. Unexpectedly, this guy has now perished in this small mountain village called Leiyang Village. Zheng Yud respectfully said, to the constable, this man was killed by Chiu Huang, the tiger-slaying hero of our Leiyang village. Chiu Huang, it's him again. She was already familiar with Chiu Huang. He had dissected corpses for them at the mortuary and helped them solve cases. Now he had wiped out the bandits and shot Meng Fong dead. This made her even more curious about this person. What kind of person was he, and why did he possess such great abilities? Take these bodies back to the yamen, register their information, and confirm their identities. Yes. The officials followed orders, loaded the body onto the cart, and then drove away. Where does Chiu Huang live? Wutingaskit. They live at the end of the village, Officer Boo, let me take you there. Thank you for your trouble. Zhang Yud led Bu Ting to the end of the village, to the courtyard house where Chiu Huang and the others lived. Chiu Huang, the head constable from the Yamen, has arrived. Head constable? The door opened, and Chiu Huang walked out. Oh, it's you. Chiu Huang looked at Bu Ting, not expecting that the person who came was actually her. Bu Ting looked at the courtyard house and said, Your house is quite big. Chiu Huang chuckled and said, There's no other way. There's so many people. How can we accommodate them if we don't make it bigger? Bu Ting thought with disgust, what a lousy man marrying so many wives. However, she didn't show it and asked, Did you kill Meng Fong? Meng Fong? Who? This is the bandit leader who attacked your Leiyang village this morning. His name is Meng Fong, and he is a wanted criminal by our government. So it was him. Yes, I did kill him. Chiu nodded, not denying it. Your archery skills are very good. Those bandits were all killed by Chiu Huang's arrow. There was no second wound. This shows that Chiu Huang's archery skills were definitely extraordinary. Even if he wasn't a master archer, he was almost one. Thank you for the compliment. Then, Chiu Huang seemed to remember something and asked, You said earlier that Meng Fong is your wanted criminal. Did you set up a bounty or anything? If so, can I collect the bounty now? Are you short of money? The more the better. Bu Ting said, You must have swindled a lot of money from Meng Fong and the others. That money is all stolen goods. If you want to collect the reward, then hand over the stolen goods. Then let's forget about it. Chiu Huang shook his head. The government has always been stingy. For the tiger, the government only gave him a reward of 1 string of cash, which is far from being comparable to the tiger's value. Asking him to hand over the money he had plundered from Meng Fong and the others to the government in exchange for a reward is like exchanging a sesame seed for a watermelon. There's one more thing. Is Miao Xiaoyu with you? How did you know? Bu Ting said, Her parents came to our public office to complain that you had taken their daughter away. They actually filed a lawsuit. Chiu Huang was somewhat surprised, not expecting that Miao Hua and Lu Hui would actually go to the Yamen to file a complaint. However, he wasn't afraid. If their complaint had any effect, the government would have already come to him to demand a release of the people. She is now my wife. Wife. Bu Ting's Liebsteichit. This bastard has already married 10 wives, and he's still not satisfied. He's still having affairs with other women. He's truly insatiable. If it weren't for the fact that Chiu Huang had helped her, she would definitely have drawn her sword and cut off his manhood to prevent him from harming other women. Chapter 40, For the more women I have, the stronger I become. With so many women, aren't you afraid of draining your body dry? Wine and women harm a body, is a wise saying from ancient times. Throughout history, countless strong people have had their bodies emptied by wine and women, ultimately ending up in a miserable state. Such examples abound. I'm not afraid. On the contrary, the more women I have, the stronger I become. This is true. Chiu Huang now has a system with him. His system is different from other systems. He needs to strengthen himself with the help of women. For each spouse he has, he can increase his combat power by 1 point. Therefore, the more women he has, the higher his combat power will be, and the stronger he will be. You are truly beyond saving. Wu Ting Shuk Hadith. This guy, don't be fooled by his current strong physique and lack of problems. If he continues to push himself like this, his body will inevitably collapse in a year or 2. By then, it will be too late to regret it. Chiu Huang smiled and didn't argue with her. You didn't come to see me today just for these 2 things, did you? Of course not. What is that? Bu Ting looked at him, thought for a moment, and said, I came to ask you if you're interested in coming to our public office and working for the government. With your skills, wouldn't it be a waste to just stay in this place? Your brother mentioned this to me. Chiu Huang nodded. When he went to the mortuary to dissect corpses, Bu Tao had told him that he could recommend him to work at Gongxia. So what do you mean? I don't have such plans at the moment. For him, going to the government office and working for the government was not suitable for him, because the government had many rules and regulations, and he personally preferred freedom and being unrestrained. Moreover, there were limited channels for promotion in the government office, and the speed was relatively slow, so he did not consider it. You're hopeless. Bu Ting repeated that she had kindly invited him to work for Gongxia, hoping he could obtain an official position and embark on a career in government. However, she never expected that he would be so unambitious, indulging in pleasure and only thinking about women. Then, Chiu Huang changed the subject and said, Although I don't plan to go to your public area, it doesn't mean I won't do my job. As a constable, you should know which bandit groups are nearby, right? Mountain bandit forces? Why are you asking that? Wu Ting asked, puzzled. Xiao Huang said, if I can contribute a little more to help you eliminate some bandits, are you satisfied with this answer? Is that really what you think? Wu Ting was very surprised. Xiao Huang was skilled in martial arts and archery. If he could really eliminate the mountain bandits, it would be a great joy for both the government and the local people. Certainly, Xiao Huang nodded. In fact, his reason for eliminating the bandits was not what Wu Ting thought. His only purpose was to make money, to make silver. He found that the bandits were quite wealthy. For example, he had made dozens of taels of silver from the previous bandits. If other spoils of war were included, the total amount of silver would probably exceed 100. This gave him a taste of success. If he could organize more bandit groups, the profits would be enormous, almost like making a fortune with no investment. Looking at it now, you're not beyond saving. Wu Ting nodded. Her impression of Xiao Huang slightly changed. To be honest, our government does have information on several places where bandit gangs might exist, but we have tried to find them and wipe them out, but with little success. Xiao Huang said, if your government goes to suppress them, the bandits will definitely avoid your sharp edge. Who would want to go against your government for no reason? Mountain bandit groups are generally not very strong, and their numbers are small, usually only a few dozen people. They can bully ordinary people, but when they encounter regular government troops, they immediately give up and dare not fight, fleeing long ago. What you said makes a lot of sense. That's what my brother said too. Wu Ting nodded again and said, I also asked my brother about this issue. His advice to us was to bring as few people as possible when we go to surround and kill them. If the bandits see that there are fewer of us, they won't run away and will take the initiative to attack. However, this brought new problems. With fewer people, our strength was reduced and casualties increased. So, after doing it 2 or 3 times, we dared not do it again. We took many more people, but the result was obvious. The bandits were gone, and we couldn't find any trace of them. Xiao Huang nodded. Mountain bandits, they bully the weak and fear the strong. It's a normal outcome. So, are you sure you still want to go and wipe out the bandits? Go ahead, why not? What are your combat methods? Tell me about them. She would never give Xiao Huang's address without a stable and reliable battle plan. Although this guy was lecherous and repulsive, he was very capable and a pillar of the state. She didn't want him to be killed by bandits. Xiao Huang said, my method of combat is very simple. I take 2 or 3 women with me up the mountain to lure the bandits into attacking, and then take the opportunity to eliminate them. However, Wu Ting shook her head. We've all tried your method, but it hasn't been very effective. Their government officials were no fools. They tried almost every possible method to wipe out the mountain bandits. That's because you don't have a good archer, the kind who can hit the bullseye every time. You mean you can hit the bullseye every time? Xiao Huang nodded. He was indeed hitting the bullseye every time now. The system had modified his archery skill level, putting it directly at the maximum level. With the protection of the archery god, he could hit any target at any distance with a 100% success rate once locked on. It seems you're very confident in your archery skills. Although Wu Ting didn't believe that there were truly archers in this world who could hit the bullseye every time. Not even a master archer could do that. A good archer did indeed have a very high hit rate and could exert tremendous combat power. All right, since you have enough confidence, I will come to you tomorrow. The 2 of us will act as bait to lure the bandits out, and then we will all rush in and wipe them out. Xiao Huang smiled wryly. It seemed that Wu Ting was still completely unaware of his abilities. Oh well, he wouldn't object. He would show them his skills later, and once they were convinced, they would naturally believe in his abilities. I have a condition. What are the conditions? Xiao Huang said, the spoils I obtained belong to me, and you cannot force me to hand them over. Spoils of war? Those are all stolen goods. Aren't you afraid of feeling guilty if you take them? I'm not afraid. Xiao Huang shrugged. Honesty, what is this thing? Can I eat it or drink it? I get the spoils and make money. You get the credit and get promoted. The 2 don't interfere with each other. It's fair, right? Xiao Huang added. Wu Ting thought for a moment and said, okay, we'll do as you say. It's a pleasure to work with you. Chapter 45 Husband, you're so annoying. Then Wu Ting left. At this moment, the women also came out and watched Wu Ting's departing figure. Husband, are you really going to wipe out the mountain bandits? They had overheard Xiao Huang and Wu Ting's conversation. Yes. Xiao Huang nodded. He never hid anything from his women. I'm sorry, my husband. It's all our fault for being useless. The women lowered their heads, feeling extremely guilty. They had all heard that Xiao Huang's reason for going to wipe out the bandits was for money. If they could also earn a lot of money, he wouldn't have to work so hard to fight bandits and make money anymore. Why would you think that? Xiao Huang was very surprised. He didn't understand how he could contact them when he went to fight the bandits, but they were no longer useful. Husband, you work so hard for this family, earning money with great effort, while we can only sit back and enjoy the fruits of your labor, unable to help you in any way. So that's what you're worried about. Xiao suddenly understood. Who said you guys are useless and can't help me? How would I manage at night without you guys? The women exchanged glances, their faces flushing with embarrassment. So, I don't need you to do much for me at all. Just put in your best effort in bed. Only when you put in your best effort can I have the energy to do what I want to do. Xiao Huang laughed and said that he never looked down on his women for being useless. Without them, he wouldn't be where he is today. Oh, my husband, if you say that, we'll all ignore you. The women's faces turned bright red. They stomped their feet playfully, then turned and ran quickly into the courtyard. If others heard them say such things, what would they think of them? Xiao Huang smiled. A woman like that, I doubt any man wouldn't like her. Miling, you stay. Xiao Huang called out to Wan Yin Miling. Husband, is there something you need? Wan Yin Miling stopped and turned to look at him. Tomorrow, you will come with me up the mountain to act as bait and lure the bandits out. Wan Yin Miling said, Husband, didn't you and Constable Bu say that you were going to lure the bandits out? Xiao Huang said, Bu Ting is a member of the Gongxie gang and has been dealing with bandits for a long time. I believe many people know her. Even if she's disguised, is still not safe. So, you should come with me. Wan Yin Miling thought about it and realized that it made sense. If they were to send out an expedition to wipe out the bandits, they had to do it completely. But wiping them out completely was no easy task. They had to ensure that every step was flawless and that no mistakes could be made. Okay, my husband, I'll go with you. Wan Yin Miling agreed, and she would do whatever Xiao Huang arranged. As for the others, tonight, as long as they are not menstruating, not one of them should even think about running away. Inside, the women sighed inwardly upon hearing Xiao Huang's words. It seemed they were in for another night of suffering. The next day arrived quickly, and early in the morning, Bu Ting led 20 or 30 officials to Leiyang village. Are you ready? Ready. Xiao Huang nodded. He didn't need to prepare at all, because with his current strength, even if he were alone, dealing with the bandits would be a piece of cake. At this moment, Bu Ting saw Wan Yin Miling and asked, What, is she going too? Yes, Miling and I acted as bait together. And what about me? Xiao Huang said, You are the head constable, and I believe many bandits know you. Even if you're disguised, it is not necessarily safe. So, you should just lie in ambush like the others. Aren't you afraid something will happen to her? Don't worry, with me here, no one can hurt my woman. Bu Ting thought for a moment and nodded. All right, in that case, let's arrange it this way. We'll head to Baiman Mountain now, a place where bandits often frequent. Baiman Mountain is a large mountain range, dozens of miles away from Leiyang village. The mountain is covered with lush forests and is often frequented by bandits who rob and plunder, committing all sorts of evil deeds. Even passing merchants are targeted and robbed by the bandits. As a result, the area is now deserted. What kind of place is this? We've been searching for ages and haven't found a single piece of prey. In the Baiman Mountains, Xiao Huang and Wan Yin Miling disguise themselves as hunters and search for prey in the mountains. Husband, I think we should go back. We've searched all over this mountain forest, but we haven't even found a rabbit. I guess there's no more prey left, Wan Yin Miling said. Good. Xiao Huang nodded, and the two turned around, preparing to descend the mountain and leave this place. Just then, a chuckle came from somewhere. Miling, did you hear that sound? Xiao Huang stopped. No, my husband. Wan Yin Miling shook her head. Xiao Huang looked around and said, Maybe I misheard. It's okay, let's ignore it. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, several people suddenly appeared out of nowhere and rushed over to Xiao Huang and Wan Yin Miling. My husband, I'm scared. Upon seeing these people, Wan Yin Miling trembled with fear, clutching Xiao Huang's hand. Don't be afraid. I'm here. Xiao patted her hand, then looked at the people who had suddenly appeared and asked, Who are you? What do you want? These men were all holding knives, staring at Wan Yin Miling, looking her up and down with wicked smiles on their faces. They wished they could pounce on her immediately, strip her naked, and have their way with her. Young lady, don't be in such a hurry to go back. Come on, come back with us. We have lots and lots of game there. You can have as many as you want. First, a man who looked like a monkey reached out his lewd hand and grabbed at Wan Yin Miling's face. Don't want. Wan Yin Miling was startled and quickly hid behind Xiao Huang, her body trembling with fear. My lord, please show some respect. She is my wife. Xiao Huang opened her arms to protect Wan Yin Miling. Is she your wife? Then we're even more excited. We'll have sex with your wife right in front of you later. The monkey-like man grinned wickedly and shouted, tie them up and take them back. Yes. Several people came out, took ropes, and tied Xiao Huang up. Wan Yin Miling looked at him, and Xiao Huang winked at her. She immediately understood what he meant and, like him, did not resist at all, letting these people tie her up. Walk. Chapter 46, The Mountain Bandit's Lair. These two bows are quite good. They are well made and much better than the bows we captured a few days ago. Brother Monkey, why don't we keep both of these bows? They're rare and excellent bows. What nonsense are you talking about? Everything we seize belongs to the boss. If anyone is caught hoarding it, that's a serious crime. Brother Monkey's lesson is absolutely right. However, these two bows are ones we captured. Keeping one of them should be fine. When reporting, just report one bow. Brother Monkey is wise. Brother Monkey, what should we do with this young lady later? Same old rule. After I do it, it's your turn. After you do it, throw them into the dungeon for the other brothers to do. Brother Monkey is wise. And what should we do with this kid? Detain him for a few days, find out about his family background, and have other family members bring ransom to redeem him. After receiving the ransom, sell him into slavery. Brother Monkey is wise. Led by several people, Xiao Huang and Wan Yin Miling went through many twists and turns and finally arrived at a huge cave. The entrance of the cave was covered by many thorns, making it extremely hidden and impossible for ordinary people to notice. Let's go inside. Xiao Huang and Wan Yin Miling were pushed into the cave. The cave was huge and spacious, and the faint sound of human voices could be heard, indicating that there were people inside, and more than one person. If I'm not mistaken, this should be the lair of this band of mountain bandits. Miling, are you ready? Xiao Huang glanced at Wan Yin Miling. My husband, I am ready. Wan Yin Miling nodded to him. Her patience with those men had long since reached its limit, because they had been trying to grope her body all along the way. Since following Xiao Huang, no man had ever touched her body. Cut it off. Xiao Huang stretched out his arms, let out a roar, and released a tremendous force that struck the ropes binding him. Bang! With a loud bang, the ropes binding his body snapped instantly, rendering them completely ineffective. He now possesses the strength of 14 adults. How could a rope of that quality possibly bind him? Brother Monkey, this kid has broken free. Go, take him down. Seeing that Xiao Huang had broken free of his restraints, the men gripped their knives and slashed at him fiercely. Xiao Huang was not afraid at all. He clenched his fist and punched them one by one, just like beating up children. He quickly took care of these henchmen. What? The man called Monkey King suddenly opened his eyes wide, looking at all of this in disbelief. He never imagined that Xiao Huang possessed such terrifying power. He immediately picked up a bow, drew an arrow, and prepared to shoot Xiao Huang to death. Damn it, what kind of bow is this? How am I supposed to draw it? The man called Monkey King bared his teeth and tried with all his might to draw the bow, but he found that no matter how hard he tried, he could not draw the bow. Thump, thump. At that moment, Xiao Huang took one step and arrived at his spot in 2 steps. He raised his fist and slammed it into his chest. Ah! The man known as Monkey King screamed in agony. Xiao Huang's strength was astonishing. With a single punch, he shattered the man's chest. The man flew backward like a kite with a broken string, crashing to the ground, his eyes wide open in death. You dare use my bow? Xiao Huang's lips curled into a sneer as he picked up the bow from the ground. This bow was specially crafted by him, and even a strong man might not be able to draw it. It was essentially his personal bow. My husband. At this moment, Wan Yin Miling walked over and came to his side. Miling, I'll untie the rope for you right now. Xiao Huang pulled on the rope and yanked it hard, breaking it instantly. Wan Yin Miling quickly freed her hands and untied the ropes binding her, regaining her freedom. Confiscate the spoils of war. Looking at the corpses, Xiao Huang had no intention of letting them go. Together with Wan Yin Miling, he looted their valuables, which were the very things he had come to eliminate the bandits. Xiao Huang, are you all right? Just then, Buting and the officials rushed in. Ever since the bandits kidnapped Xiao Huang and the others, they had been following them closely and finally arrived at this place. We're fine. Everything's all right. Buting looked inside the cave. Based on her experience, this cave was very likely the lair of the bandits. This time, they had finally found this place, and they were determined to wipe out all the bandits inside, and would not give them another chance to escape. Li Hu, take a few men and go outside to keep watch. If any bandits are spotted running out, kill them on sight. Yes. Li Hu let a few people out again and stood guard at the cave entrance. The rest of you come with me into the cave to wipe out the bandits. As soldiers, they naturally had to be at the forefront, annihilating the bandits inside the cave. Husband, what should we do now? Xiao Huang said, let's go in and take a look too. A great opportunity to make money is right in front of us, so of course we can't miss it. Good. Wan Yin Meiling was not afraid. As long as Xiao Huang was by her side, she was not afraid of anything. Who are you? Before long, a group of bandits spotted them and rushed out with swords and knives. Kill. Upon seeing the bandits, Buting gave an order without hesitation, and immediately the soldiers rushed forward. Officers and soldiers. The bandits were all taken aback when they saw that it was government troops. They never expected that the people who came this time would be government troops. The bandits let out shrill screams, completely outmatched by the soldiers' fierce attack. They were caught off guard and fell to the ground. Run! When the bandits who were originally preparing to send reinforcements discovered that they were government troops, they dared not send reinforcements and turned to run away. Call out. At that moment, several arrows pierced the air and shot towards them at extremely high speed. The bandits screamed in agony, unable to escape in time, as they were struck by arrows, fell to the ground, and died. Here you go. Bu Ting praised him, and only after seeing Xiao Huang display his archery skills did she realize that he was not bragging at all. His archery skills were indeed very strong, with an extremely high hit rate. With such a sharpshooter around, this campaign to wipe out the mountain bandits is sure to be a great success. Chapter 47: Fighting Bandits and Rescuing People. My lord, you're so mean. Deep inside the cave, a burly man in a mink coat sat in a chair, his arm around a woman. He reached inside her clothes with his right hand and began to grope her, causing her to scream from time to time. Boss, something terrible has happened. Suddenly, a person ran over quickly, looking flustered, shouting loudly as he ran. What happened? The burly man asked indifferently. The henchman said, Boss, the government officials have brought their men in. What did you say? Say it again. The burly man couldn't sit still any longer. He raised his foot and kicked the woman in the buttocks. The woman screamed and rolled away like a ball. The henchman looked up at him and repeated, Boss, the government officials have brought their men in. How many people came? The henchman said, led by Buting, there are at least 20 or 30 people. Buting, it's that stinky woman again. The burly man was furious. As the leader of the mountain bandits, he naturally knew Buting. She was a constable of the government, highly skilled, and had led soldiers to capture mountain bandits many times. Many mountain bandits had suffered at her hands. Boss, what do we do now? The soldiers are about to break in. The burly man pondered for a moment and said, Let's go. Get out of here immediately. Yes. Besides the cave entrance that Xiao Huang and his group had entered through, they had another, even more secretive exit. As the saying goes, a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows, and, as mountain bandits, how could they not have set up another exit? On the other side, Xiao Huang and Buting advanced at a very fast pace. Under Xiao Huang's arrows, all the bandits who showed their faces were instantly killed without even having time to react. It was a one-sided massacre with absolutely no suspense. Soon, they advanced into the depths of the cave. Where's Bloodwolf? Buting looked around, searching for Bloodwolf, the leader of this band of mountain bandits, and their intended target for this mission. Did this guy escape again? Look around and see if you can find that guy. Yes. The group searched the area for a while. Come out. Suddenly, one of the officers noticed something, pulled hard, and dragged out a person. It was the woman who had initially served Bloodwolf. No, don't kill me. The woman's face was deathly pale, her expression panicked, and she appeared extremely terrified. Who are you, and why are you here? Butingaskit. The woman said, My name is Lu Yenner. I am originally from Lufeng village. 3 months ago, bandits robbed our Lufeng village and kidnapped me here. Have you ever seen a blood wolf? I've met you. Buting was overjoyed and quickly asked, where is he now? Blood wolf just left. He's gone from here. They left? How cunning of them. Buting was furious. She had finally found this place, only to have the other party escape. Which way did he run off to? If I'm not mistaken, it seems to be in that direction. Lu Yin'er pointed in a direction. Go. Go after him immediately. We can't let this guy get away. Without any hesitation, Buting immediately led her people to give chase. Husband, what should we do? Should we go with them? Wanyan Miling looked at Xiao Huang. She only listened to him now. She wouldn't listen to anyone else. Not for now. Xiao Huang didn't intend to give chase. He looked at the woman, Lu Yin'er, and asked, do you want to leave here? Let me think about it. Lu Yin'er nodded hurriedly. Xiao Huang asked, then tell me, where did Blood Wolf put his valuables, and where are the other treasures stored? Lu Yin'er said, I don't know where Blood Wolf puts the things, but I do know where Blood Wolf lives. Take us there immediately. Good. Led by Lu Yin'er, Xiao Huang and Wanyan Miling arrived at a huge cave, which was luxuriously decorated and contained all kinds of precious jewelry. Who are you? Two bandits suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Call out. Call out. Without hesitation, Xiao Huang fired 2 arrows. The 2 bandits screamed as their bodies were pierced through, and they fell to the ground, their eyes wide open in death. Miling began looting the spoils. Good. Next, the 2 of them scavenged all sorts of things in the cave, like a locust swarm passing through, taking everything from silver to jewelry. At this point, they arrived at the dungeon. The dungeon, a place where people are imprisoned, was filled with a strong stench and filled with shrill screams upon entering. It was a dark and gloomy place, and even just being locked up would drive you mad, let alone being tortured. Who are you? Upon seeing Xiao Huang and his group appear, several people immediately rushed out and stopped them. With a light step, Xiao Huang rushed forward like a gust of wind, subduing all of them in the blink of an eye. Immediately open all the doors in the dungeon and release everyone. The reason Xiao Huang only subdued these people and did not kill them as before was to rescue the people trapped in the dungeon. Yes, yes, yes. The group dared not utter a single objection, and they all took out their keys and opened all the cells in the dungeon. As soon as the cell doors opened, the people imprisoned inside rushed out. Xiao Huang glanced at the group of people. There were not only young adults, but also women, children, and even the elderly. All of them had scars on their bodies, indicating that they had suffered cruel torture. The bandits are truly hateful. Wanyan Miling was furious and wished she could kill all the bandits immediately. Xiao Huang, so you're here. At this moment, Buting arrived at the dungeon with her soldiers. So, did you manage to catch Blood Wolf and the others? Buting shook her head. No, we found an exit in another part of the cave. We found a lot of footprints there, so they must have escaped from there. A cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. Xiao Huang was also somewhat disappointed. He hadn't expected that this operation would fail to capture Blood Wolf, the leader. Without him, the success rate was reduced by at least half. Where are they? Have they all been rescued? Buting glanced at the dungeon. Their mission was not only to fight the bandits, but also to rescue those who had been kidnapped and imprisoned by them, so that they could regain their freedom and return to their original homes. That's about it. All right, let's leave here and take these people back. Chapter 48 Buting, a breath of fresh air in the murky officialdom. Xiao Huang, you've had quite a haul this time, haven't you? Buting looked at Xiao Huang and Wanyan Miling with the same eyes she had for thieves, as if they were carrying large bags and small packages. Xiao Huang laughed, unafraid, and said, given Bu's family background, he certainly wouldn't look down on these crude things, so we'll take them. Cut. Buting Sikofut. She now realized that this guy was not only lecherous, but also extremely greedy. His character was truly questionable and utterly despicable. If it were anyone else, she would have already ordered an arrest, confiscated all the bags and packages, or distributed them back to the families who had been robbed, because every single one of them was stolen goods. Kaptain Bu. At this moment, Li Hu and his group walked in. Buting composed herself, looked at them, and asked, well, did anyone manage to escape from here? Li Hu said several bandits tried to escape from here, but we caught them all. None of them managed to escape. That's good. Buting nodded. Overall, the mission was quite successful. The bandits' lair was completely destroyed, dozens of bandits were killed, and the kidnapped people were rescued. The only drawback was that Blood Wolf managed to escape. Officer Boo, let's leave here as soon as possible. Some people seem to be unable to hold on any longer. Suddenly, an official spoke from behind. Buting turned around and glanced at them. Although they had rescued the robbers this time, these people had all suffered cruel torture. They had been severely damaged, both physically and mentally, and their condition was very bad. Even if they regained their freedom, they would probably suffer from illnesses or even die if they did not receive proper treatment. Based on past experience, those who were kidnapped by bandits, even if rescued and freed, usually had a 70% chance of getting sick after returning home. Among these people, about 30% to 40% would eventually die without receiving medical treatment. Give them the medicine we brought earlier. It might help. Before they arrived, they had considered the various problems that the rescued people might encounter, so they prepared some medicine. Although it might not have a very good therapeutic effect, it would at least help a little. Good. The officials took out their medicines and distributed them to those in need. Husband, these people are all very experienced. When Wanyan Miling saw this scene, she couldn't help but be moved. If it were them, they would never have thought of preparing medicine in advance. Buting glanced at her and said indifferently, "Don't think that all of us government officials are incompetent and only know how to bully ordinary people." Wanyan Miling shut up. Indeed, before this, she was not very fond of the government because she had heard and seen too many cases of officials oppressing and exploiting the common people. In addition, there was the scene of choosing a husband. In order to complete their mission, the officials simply assigned her and 9 other women to Chiu Huang all at once, without caring whether he could support them or what difficulties they might face after marriage. But now, seeing Buting and the others, she realized that there were good people in the government too. They care about the lives of the poor and were experienced in fighting bandits. Chiu Huang nodded in agreement. Although Buting liked to tease him, he had to admit that she was really different from other government officials. She was a breath of fresh air in the current chaotic society and murky officialdom. Speed up and get to the town as soon as possible so that the wounded can receive treatment and prevent their injuries from worsening. Buting issued the order. But, Officer Boo, wouldn't speeding up increase the burden on these people and accelerate their physical deterioration? After thinking for a moment, Buting said, "If there are any people who are weak and unable to walk, then you should take the extra care of them and carry them." Good. The officials had no objections and followed orders, carrying the elderly, weak, women and children who were seriously injured and unable to walk. "Come on, get on our backs, we'll carry you back." Chiu Huang said, "Miling, let's go help too." After saying that, he walked directly to the 2 people who had suffered cruel torture, bent his arms, picked them up one on each side, and lifted them up. What great strength! Buting was secretly shocked. She hadn't expected Chiu Huang to be so strong. Not only was she carrying large and small bags, but she could also easily lift 2 people up. However, now is not the time to be curious. We should leave quickly and return to town. Walk! The group quickly left the mountains and returned to the town. Chiu Huang, Madam Chiu, thank you so much for what happened this time. I have already reported your case and recorded it as a merit. With this merit, you'll have to pay less tax in the future. Tianfeng Kingdom has a merit system that everyone can acquire. When merit reaches a certain level, one can obtain some additional privileges, such as tax reductions and exemptions from corvée labor. Thank you, Officer Boo. Chiu Huang was grateful. Although he didn't feel any sense of accomplishment, he would be happy to gain some power. After all, he wasn't alone anymore. He had a large family to support, and he had to consider others. You're welcome. You deserve it. Chiu Huang said, Captain Boo, if there's any more work to do to wipe out mountain bandits, just call me, and I'll do my best to assist you. What? You become addicted? Buting glanced at the bags and packages he was carrying. It was obvious that this guy was definitely after the spoils of war. Chiu Huang chuckled, offering no explanation. Some things are better left unsaid. Everyone knows what's going on. Okay, we'll definitely let you know if we need to wipe out the bandits in the future. Buting didn't point it out, because Chiu Huang's abilities were indeed very strong, and with his assistance, their efforts to wipe out the mountain bandits would be twice as effective. Also, there is one more thing I need to ask you to do. What is it? Buting said, We questioned the victims and found out where they came from. We have now notified their families to come to town to take them back. However, some of them are in a very tragic situation. Their families, parents, wives, husbands, or children were all brutally murdered by the bandits. Now they are all alone and helpless. Chapter 49, Poor Women, Lei Wunwun and Lu Wanru. The bandits are truly hateful. They should all be wiped out. Hearing Butin's description, Vanyan Meilink grittet hertit in hatred. Although she and Xiao Huang were disguised and captured by the bandits, they were enough to see the true nature of the bandits. If it weren't for Xiao Huang, she would probably have been subjected to all kinds of humiliation by the bandits, suffering both physically and mentally, and living a life worse than death. Buting continued. Among these people, after our investigation, we found 2 women who are from Leiyang village. Their names are Lei Wunwun and Lu Wanru. I don't know if you know these 2 people. Wanya Miling said, I've heard of Lei Wunwun. 5 days ago was her grandmother's 60th birthday. Her whole family went to her grandmother's house to celebrate, and they haven't come back since. Not a single one of them has returned. As for Lu Wanru, I don't know her. I've never heard of that name. I have even less to say. Xiao Huang shook his head. In Leiyang village, he only cared about the women he had a relationship with. He basically didn't care about the others. Although he was lustful and wanted as many women as possible, he never paid special attention to other women because they were irrelevant to him. Buting said, That's right. Lei Wenwen's family encountered bandits the day after they went to celebrate her grandmother's birthday. Almost everyone, including her grandmother's family, was killed, leaving only her. She was also violated and defiled by the bandits. Although she has received some treatment and her physical condition has improved, she is still very depressed. As for Lu Wanru, she and her husband went up the mountain to chop firewood and encountered bandits. In the dungeon, she witnessed her husband being tortured to death by the bandits, and she herself was also violated and defiled by the bandits. As a result, she suffered great mental trauma. We tried to contact her parents, but they refused to come and claim their daughter, saying that a married daughter is like water spilled from a cup. Therefore, I hope you can take them both back to Leiyang village, give them some advice, and help them get out of their pain as soon as possible and return to normal life. Why us? Xiao Huang pointed to herself, not understanding why Buting had chosen them. Buting said, There are 2 reasons. First, your family is well off and your conditions are relatively good, which greatly helps the patient's recovery. Second, there are many women in your area, and women are more likely to empathize with each other and understand and sympathize with their experiences, which helps their recovery. Xiao Huang never expected that their home would be chosen by Buting for this reason and become a shelter for patients. Of course, if you really don't want to, I'll have to think of another way. Buting fronet. Their government office was extremely busy every day and simply didn't have the extra time to take care of so many victims. Otherwise, they wouldn't have tried to contact their relatives and have them take them back for treatment. Wanyan Miling looked at Xiao Huang and said, Husband, please agree. I think they are quite pitiful. All right. Xiao Huang agreed. My husband, you are so good to me. Wanyan Miling was overjoyed, her love for Xiao Huang overflowing. Having such a husband was her honor. Come with me. I'll take you to see them. Led by Buting, Xiao Huang and Wanyan Meiling met Lei Wunwun and Lu Wanru. Just as Buting had said, the 2 women were very depressed. The damage caused to them by the bandits was enormous and could not be healed overnight. After Buting explained her intentions, the 2 women looked at Xiao Huang and Wanyan Miling, nodded, and indicated that they were willing to go with them. They knew that Xiao Huang was a famous figure in their Leiyang village, a tiger-fighting hero, and that they had rescued them from the bandits' den, making them their saviors. Husband, shall we go straight back now? Xiao Huang said, Let's exchange the spoils we got this time for silver first, and then go to the market to buy some supplies and some medicine to take back with us. Medicine? Why would I buy this? Keep it as a backup. In case someone suddenly has a headache, fever, or a cold, they won't need to come to town to buy medicine. It's better to be prepared. Seeing that Buting and the others had prepared some medicine beforehand, I reminded him that he could also prepare some basic medicines at home, because there are no clinics or doctors in the small mountain village, only in the town. In case one of them gets sick, they won't have to travel all the way to the town to get medicine. Good. Wanyan Miling did not object and followed Xiao Huang's arrangements in everything. Next, the 2 visited many places and converted the treasures they had acquired into cash, obtaining a total of more than 800 taels of silver. Afterwards, they took Lei Wunwun and Lu Wanru shopping. In this world, shopping is one of the ways that can help a woman quickly recover her energy. My lord, they seem to be in better spirits. On her way home, Wanyan Miling watched Lei Wunwun and Lu Wanru. The two women were holding candied hawthorns in their left hands and a rattle in their right hands, shaking it as they walked. They looked to be in good spirits. It's too early to draw conclusions. Let's observe for a couple of days first. After walking for more than an hour, they finally arrived home at dusk. Husband Miling, you're finally back. Seeing that Xiao Huang and Wanyan Miling had returned safely, the women's worries were completely put to rest. Before, when they didn't return for a long time and there was no news, all of them were extremely worried and afraid that something had happened to them. I'm so sorry to have worried you. Xiao Huang put down the bamboo basket she had bought in town. Inside were all the things she had purchased: fish, meat, rice, noodles, and so on. The necessities of life. Their family now consists of more than 10 people, and their daily expenses are enormous. Therefore, they have to go to town every now and then to purchase goods and various items to meet their living needs. Who are they? Suddenly, Tang Shi and her friend spotted Lei Wenwen and Lu Wanru and became very curious. Aren't these Lei Wenwen and Lu Wanru? What are they doing here? Miao Tsuehua recognized Lei Wenwen and Lu Wanru. She was a woman who had lived in Leiyang village for several years and knew almost all the women in the village. Here's what happened. Next, Xiao Huang and Wu Wanyan Miling briefly recounted the events. So that's how it is. How pitiful. After hearing the two women's stories, Miao Tsuehua and the others felt deep sympathy for them. Having suffered such a devastating blow and inhumane torture, no one could bear it. Xiao Huang said, "Let them stay here with us for a few days and see if their condition improves. When entrusted with a task, one should be loyal to that person. Where do they live? Let's stay at Tsuehua and Xiaoyu's place." Miao Tsuehua's house had just been renovated and expanded, and there were still a few empty rooms left, so accommodating the two of them shouldn't be a problem. Good. Chapter 52. Women have high fever. System uses cheat to show off. Husband, something terrible has happened. Late at night, Xiao Huang was in bed battling with Tang Shi and Yin Rojuan when suddenly, Miao Xiaoyu rushed in, shouting as she ran, appearing extremely anxious. It's Xiaoyu. Upon hearing Miao Xiaoyu's voice, Xiao Huang immediately stopped fighting and got off Shanfo. Under normal circumstances, no one would disturb them in the middle of the night unless something important had happened. What happened? The women also got up, lit oil lamps, and illuminated the entire room. The door opened, and Miao Xiaoyu quickly walked in. She looked around and saw that everyone was naked. A hint of shyness flashed in her eyes. Although she had experienced this situation before, she still couldn't help but blush every time she saw it. Xiaoyu, what brings you here so late? Xiao Huang didn't believe that Miao Xiaoyu came tonight to join the battle, because she was on her period and couldn't feel well. Upon hearing Xiao Huang's words, Miao Xiaoyu trembled, regained her composure, and remembered the important matter. She said, "Husband, Lei Wenwen and Lu Wanru are sick and have high fevers. My sister asked me to come and ask you to go and take a look." What sick with a high fever? Everyone was shocked to hear Miao Xiaoyu's words. Falling ill and having a high fever in the middle of the night was simply life-threatening. Sure enough, the aftereffects kicked in. Xiao Huang was not surprised, because Lei Wenwen and Lu Wanru had suffered too much torture in the dungeon, and their bodies and minds had been greatly damaged. Even if they were rescued, it did not mean that the matter was over. If they were not properly cared for afterward, their fragile bodies would easily fall ill, and in severe cases they might even die. Okay, I'll go take a look right away. Xiao Huang immediately got out of bed, grabbed her clothes, quickly dressed, and rushed out. Let's go take a look too. The women did the same, quickly getting dressed and leaving. Oh, right, don't forget to get your medicine. Wanyan, Miling remembered the medicines they had bought in town before. Medicine? What medicine? Wanyan Miling said, "It's the medicine we brought back today, the one on the cabinet in the storage room." So those were medicines. I thought they were some kind of powder or dried fruit. Miling, what do you need medicine for? My husband said that it's better to be prepared than to fall ill suddenly. My husband is truly a divine being. With foresight, he actually predicted that someone would fall ill. Stop talking. Hurry up and take the medicine to see a doctor. A high fever is no joke. Good. Meanwhile, at Miao Tsuehua's home, Miao Tsuehua took a towel, soaked it in water, and applied it to the foreheads of Lei Wenwen and Lu Wanru, hoping to cool them down. Getting sick in the middle of the night, and with no clinics or doctors in the village, is really going to be a disaster. Miao Tsuehua sighed. Their village was just a small mountain village with a population of only 100 or 200 people. They didn't have any good conditions. If they wanted to see a doctor and get medicine, they had to go to the town where there were doctors and clinics. Suehua. The door was pushed open, and a person rushed in quickly. My husband, you've finally come. Upon seeing Chiu Huang arrive, Miao Suehua breathed a sigh of relief. She had already had relations with Chiu Huang and completely accepted him. She even started calling him husband, just like everyone else. How are they now? Chiu Huang looked at Lei Wenwen and Lu Wanru on the bed. At this moment, the two women's faces were deathly pale, completely devoid of color, and they were sweating profusely, which had soaked their bodies. They have been running high fevers. I tried to bring their temperatures down, but I just couldn't. Let me take a look. Chiu Huang walked over, raised his hand, and touched the foreheads of the two women. It's so hot. Preliminary estimates suggest that both women have forehead temperatures above 39 degrees Celsius, and their condition will only worsen if no treatment is sought soon. Husband, what should we do? We don't have any doctors or clinics here. Even if we go to town to find a doctor, it might be too late. Miao Cuihua looked at the two women with heartache. They were already so pitiful, having suffered so much, yet God still wouldn't let them go and wanted to continue tormenting them. Don't worry, let me think of a way. System. Chiu Huang immediately invoked the system in his mind. Host, what do you need from the system? Do you have any way to treat these two people? No problem. This system has you covered. With the system's guarantee, Chiu Huang was immediately relieved. The system's power was absolutely extraordinary. Ding, congratulations, host. You have acquired medical skills. Ding, congratulations, host. You have obtained 100 comma methods for reducing fever. The next second, countless pieces of information flooded into Chiu Huang's mind. Host, the cheat system you requested has been activated. It will help you show off successfully and win the heart of your beauty as soon as possible. The system's voice fell silent. It was just a system, only responsible for giving the host cheat codes and helping the host show off, never stealing the host's thunder. Soon, Chiu Huang digested all the information and found several simple and effective methods to reduce fever. Suehua, go to the courtyard now. There are some medicines there. Go and get them. I'll use them to reduce their fever and treat them. Good. Miao Cuihua nodded without any questions and turned to leave. My husband, we have brought you all the medicine you requested. At this moment, Tang Shi, Wanyan Miling, and the others walked in, carrying various kinds of medicines in their hands. These medicines were all purchased in advance by Chiu Huang and the others when they were in town. Bring it here, so I could take a look. Good. They took the medicine and went over to Chiu Huang, giving her all of it. Chiu Huang looked through the medicine, picked out a packet, and said, dissolve this packet in hot water, let it cool, and then feed it to them. When he first got this packet of medicine from the clinic, the doctor told him it was for reducing fever. He was to use it to stabilize Lei Wenwen and Lu Wanru and bring down their high fevers, and then combine it with other methods to treat their illnesses. Good. The women immediately sprang into action. With many hands making light work, the fever reducer was prepared in no time. Feed them the water. Chiu Huang gave instructions, then picked up some other medicines and handed them to the others. You all decoct these medicines into a liquid and give them to them after half an hour. After that, give them the medicine every 3 hours until their high fever completely subsides and their bodies return to normal. Good. Chapter 51, Brother Chiono. Under the careful care and guidance of Chiu Huang and his family, Lei Wenwen and Lu Wanru recovered quickly and were fully recovered in just a few days. After they recovered, they felt embarrassed to trouble them any further, so they returned to their original homes. Husband, I almost forgot. Wenwen and Wanru's family is in bad shape right now. They may have nothing left. After spending several days with them, they felt a deep sympathy for the two women. If their plight had happened to them, they truly didn't know what they would have done. It's all right. I'll pick out some things later and send some to each of them. The women didn't object. After all, they were all neighbors from the same village. It was only right that they looked out for each other. Immediately, Chiu Huang picked out some food, clothing, and other daily necessities at home, packed 2 large bags, and carried them toward Lei Wenwen's house. Wenwen, are you home? Lei Wenwen had never been married, so Chiu Huang called her by her nickname. As for Lu Wanru, like Miao Cuihua, she was married, and he usually called them sister-in-law. Of course, now that Miao Cuihua had accepted him and become his wife, he had changed his way of addressing her, and now called her Cuihua. I am here. A soft voice came from inside the room. Please open the door. I brought you some food and daily necessities from home. Please wait a moment. I'm taking a shower now. I'll be done soon. After waiting outside the door for 2 minutes, the door creaked open, revealing a clear face. Chiu looked up and immediately stared blankly. At this moment, Lei Wenwen had just taken a shower. Her hair was still wet, and water droplets slid slowly down her pure white skin. She was dressed very lightly, and even her red undergarment was clearly visible. Wenwen, you are so beautiful. Chiu Huang couldn't help but praise her. A hint of shyness flashed in Lei Wenwen's eyes, and her face instantly turned red. Brother Chiu, don't stand outside, come in. Now, she is filled with gratitude towards Chiu Huang. If it weren't for Chiu Huang, she would probably have died countless times by now. Chiu Huang is her savior. Good. Chiu Huang didn't stand on ceremony and went straight in. Lei Wenwen closed the door. After all, she had just taken a shower and hadn't even put her clothes on yet. If others saw her like this, wouldn't they laugh at her? Wenwen, here is some pork, vegetables, oil, salt, and rice. Take this. It should be enough for you to live on for several days. If you run out, come back to us for more. Chiu Huang placed a large bag on the table. Brother Chiu, you've been so good to me, I really don't know how to repay you. Looking at the things on the table, Lei Wenwen was very grateful. Some time ago, she had been with Chiu Huang and his family. They were really kind to her, giving her all kinds of delicious food without being stingy. It was under their careful care that she was able to muster the courage to live and the motivation to keep going. No need to thank me. We're all from the same village, so helping each other is only right. Lei Wenwen said, when my parents were alive, our family was happy and harmonious. But now, they are gone, and I am all alone, helpless and powerless. I really don't know how I will live in the future. Chiu Huang glanced at her. He knew that Lei Wenwen was reminiscing about the past again. Wenwen, don't worry, you're not alone. You still have me and our whole family. From now on, we'll be your family. You can come to us if you need anything. Besides, you're so beautiful. You'll definitely find a good husband and live a happy life from now on. Chiu Huang comforted her. My ideal husband? A mocking smile crept across Lei Wenwen's lips as she said, I'm already a used-up flower now. Even if I offered myself up, no one would want me anymore. In this society, reputation is of utmost importance. If a woman has a relationship with a man before marriage, it is tantamount to being completely ruined. No one will want her. Moreover, a woman who has been defiled by bandits and has been completely reduced to a fallen woman, whose status is almost equivalent to that of a brothel, will only be despised. Chiu was stunned for a moment. Looking at her pure and beautiful face, her delicate body, and her melancholy eyes, his heart was pierced with pain. Such a woman should have had a bright and promising future and should not have suffered such pain. Wenwen, if you don't mind me being your brother Chiu, why don't you marry me and let me take care of you for the rest of your life? Lei Wenwen stared wide-eyed at Chiu Huang in disbelief. Unexpectedly, after being defiled by bandits and becoming a broken woman, there was still someone willing to take her in and care for her for the rest of her life. Moreover, this person was such a good person, perfect in every way. However, after experiencing so much, she had become much more rational. She quickly regained her composure, looked down at the ground, and said, Brother Chiu, you're saying these things to comfort me, aren't you? Given her current situation, how could she possibly be worthy of such a good and perfect man as Chiu Huang? No, I mean it. Chiu Huang reached out and gently took Lei Wenwen's small hand, spreading her fingers to hold it. Brother Chiu. Lei Wenwen was conflicted, as if a deer was running wild in her heart, so much so that she didn't dare to look at him at all. Just then, Chiu Huang suddenly pulled hard, and Lei Wenwen cried out in surprise, her body jerking forward and falling into Chiu Huang's arms. Wenwen, will you be my wife? Chiu Huang spoke with deep affection, while raising his other hand and caressing Lei Wenwen's body wantonly. Brother Chiu no. Lei Wenwen trembled. She couldn't stand Chiu Huang's teasing. Her face turned bright red as if it were dripping blood. Wenwen, be my wife, okay? Chiu Huang whispered in Lei Wenwen's ear. Lei Wenwen had already been teased to the point of exhaustion, and upon hearing Chiu Huang's words, she nodded her little head slightly. Upon hearing this, Chiu Huang was overjoyed. He bent down, picked up Lei Wenwen, and carried her into her room. A short while later, a sharp pain came from Lei Wenwen's mouth, and at the same time, 2 lines of tears slowly flowed from her eyes. These are tears of happiness. Ding, congratulations, host. You have gained a new spouse, Lei 1-1, and have gained 1 point of martial arts strength. Your current total martial arts strength is 15 points. The system notification sound appeared in Xiao Huang's mind. Chapter 52, The Bed Collapsed. Bang! Inside the room, Xiao Huang and Lei 1-1 were enjoying themselves when suddenly a loud noise pulled them back to reality. Holy crap, the bed collapsed. Xiao Huang stared at the bed, on the verge of tears. He and his women had done it countless times before, but this was the first time the bed had been broken like this. Husband, I'm sorry, my bed hasn't been changed in a long time. It might be of poor quality. Lei 1-1 rubbed her buttocks, feeling extremely embarrassed. She hadn't expected her bed to be so flimsy. It collapsed after she and Xiao Huang had only been intimate once. 1-1, I'm the one who should apologize. I broke your bed. I'm so sorry. Xiao Huang guessed that he hadn't controlled his strength well. After all, he now possessed the terrifying strength of 15 adults, and a bed of ordinary quality wouldn't be able to withstand his torment. Husband, how about we go somewhere else? Xiao Huang looked at her and shook his head, saying, no need. What if you knock down the other beds later? Then you won't have anywhere to sleep. Lei 1-1 lowered her head and remained silent. She had never expected that Xiao Huang's abilities were so strong that even her bed couldn't withstand the force and collapsed directly. 1-1, that's enough for today. You should rest well. I'll find the materials to make you a new bed tomorrow. If she makes any more noise and the other neighbors hear it, what will they think of Lei 1-1? Good. Lei 1-1 nodded without saying anything, agreeing with whatever Xiao Huang said. Xiao Huang got dressed, carried another large bag, and left Lei 1-1's house. Husband, thank you for not disliking 1-1. Watching Xiao Huang's departing figure, Lei 1-1's eyes shone with an unprecedented brilliance. From today onward, she would embrace her future life in the best possible condition and usher in a brand new chapter in her life. After leaving Lei 1-1's house, Xiao Huang went to Lu Wanru's house. Sister-in-law. Lu Wanru was washing clothes in her yard when she saw Xiao Huang arrive. She immediately stopped, came out, and opened the door for him. Xiao Huang, what brings you here? Xiao Huang said, I brought you some meat, rice, flour, and other daily necessities enough for you to live on for several days. Xiao Huang, you saved my life before and took such good care of me. Now you're bringing me rice and meat. I really don't know how to thank you enough. Lu Wanru looked at Xiao Huang. Like Lei 1-1, she had also suffered inhuman abuse from the bandits, been humiliated and defiled, and even her own parents had abandoned her, unwilling to accept her, believing that she had disgraced the family. If it weren't for Xiao Huang and his family's help, comfort, and care, which gave her renewed hope for life, she would probably be dead by now. We're all from the same village. We should help each other out. Sister-in-law, where should we put these things? Just put it on the table, and I'll take care of the rest. Okay. Xiao Huang carried a large bag, quickly walked into the house, put the bag on the table, and then came out. Drink water. Lu Wanru brought over a bowl of water and handed it to Xiao Huang. Thank you, sister-in-law. Xiao Huang picked up the water and drank it all in one gulp without any hesitation. Sister-in-law, are you doing laundry? Yes, the clothes are dirty, so we'll change them and wash them. Xiao glanced over and, without realizing it, noticed that Lu Wanru's underwear was stained with blood. Sister-in-law, are you having your period? Lu Wanru blushed slightly, feeling a little shy. Menstruation was a private matter for women, and being asked about it by a man made her feel somewhat embarrassed. However, she nodded and said, Yes, I just arrived today. Sister-in-law, do you have menstrual cramps? Lu Wanru felt even more embarrassed. She had never been asked this question when her husband was still alive. Sister-in-law, if you have menstrual cramps, I have a few ways to alleviate them so that you can have a more comfortable period. According to Xiao Huang, due to the limitations of social conditions, coupled with difficult living conditions and inadequate nutrition, women usually suffer from menstrual cramps. In addition to the previously mentioned method of drinking brown sugar water to relieve menstrual cramps, he also obtained other methods from the system to alleviate menstrual cramps and help his women get through the menstrual period more easily. Xiao Huang, are you telling the truth? Lu Wanru stared wide-eyed at Xiao Huang, feeling incredulous. Compared to others, her menstrual cramps were far more severe. Every time she had her period, it felt like she was half dead, and she suffered terribly. Her ex-husband didn't cherish her much either. Even when she was suffering from menstrual cramps, he still wanted to have sex with her. Now that she's heard that Xiao Huang has a way to relieve menstrual cramps, how could she not be tempted? For her, it's like a lifeline. Of course, I never lied to my sister-in-law. Xiao Huang nodded. Although everyone's constitution is different, and there are many different kinds of menstrual cramps, the system gave him many methods, and there was bound to be one that suited Lu Wanru. Then tell me, I'm the kind of person who suffers from severe menstrual cramps. Every time the pain comes, it's like I'm dying and I'm in unbearable pain. Let's go inside and talk. It's not convenient outside. Good. Lu Wanru didn't doubt anything, because she knew that if others heard these words, they would definitely look at her differently. The two went into the bedroom and closed the door. Sister-in-law, do you know what this is? Xiao Huang took something out and showed it to Lu Wanru. What's this? Lu Wanru looked at the object. It resembled a strip of cloth, but not quite. She had never seen anything like it before. This thing is called a sanitary napkin. It's specially designed for your period. After using this, you won't have to worry about your pants getting dirty. Really? Lu Wanru simply couldn't believe it. Of course I know, Xiao Huang nodded. How do I use this? Sister-in-law, let me teach you how to use it. Take your pants off first. Take your pants off? Upon hearing this, Lu Wanru's face flushed red with embarrassment. Doesn't your sister-in-law trust me? No. Lu Wanru shook her head and said, I trust you. Xiao Huang was her savior, and she trusted him completely. Besides, she was now a widow and had experienced all sorts of humiliation. She was destined to be alone for the rest of her life, and no man would ever want to marry her again. Therefore, she wasn't afraid to take off her pants in front of Xiao Huang. Chapter 53, let's have some fun. Sister-in-law, your body is so beautiful. Seeing Lu Wanru take off her pants and reveal her delicate and alluring body, Xiao Huang's eyes widened, and he couldn't help but swallow hard. She was so beautiful. He wanted her so badly. Xiao Huang almost couldn't resist and took Lu Wanru right there and then. Xiao Huang, are you joking? My body is filthy right now. I hate myself. Every time I take a shower, I wish I could scrub my skin off. Lu Wanru thought Xiao Huang was joking. She was already a withered flower. So where was her beauty? Sister-in-law, you're not dirty at all. You're very beautiful. Xiao Huang knew that people in this era valued their reputation and chastity highly. After marriage, they would never let any other man touch them except their own husband. If he did, they would feel that their body was dirty, become depressed, and eventually even commit suicide. However, he is different. He is a person of modern society, and people in modern society are more open-minded. They don't value reputation and honor as much, and only appreciate beautiful things. Xiao Huang, I know you're trying to comfort me, but you don't need to. I've already thought it through, and I won't do anything foolish, so don't worry. A few days ago, I lived with Xiao Huang and his family. They encouraged and comforted her, like a bright light shining into her dark life and dispelling the gloom in her heart. Sister-in-law, I'm not trying to comfort you. I'm just stating the facts. Why don't you take off your clothes and let me admire your beauty? Lu Wanru found it hard to believe. She hadn't expected Xiao Huang to make such a request. Xiao Huang, do you really think I'm not dirty now, and even beautiful? Yes, that's right. Xiao Huang nodded. Do you really think so? I swear to God. Xiao Huang raised his right hand, ready to swear an oath. No, I believe you. Lu Wanru stopped him. She couldn't bear to see him suffer divine retribution. Okay, since you want to see, I'll show you everything. Next, Lu Wanru took off all her clothes, even her undergarment, completely exposing her body to the man in front of her. As the saying goes, a man will die for his confidant, and a woman will adorn herself for her lover. She's already in this state, and it's not easy for her to find a confidant. Even if he's just using sweet words to fool her, it's still worth it. Moreover, as far as she knew, Xiao Huang had always given his heart sincerely. Otherwise, so many women would not have liked him, followed him so devotedly, and been willing to be his wives. Such ability could not be obtained simply through sweet words. Wow, sister-in-law, your body is so beautiful and gorgeous, I can hardly control myself. Looking at Lu Wanru's fair body, Xiao Huang finally couldn't resist and reached out to grab her. Lu Wanru's body trembled slightly, and two bright red blushes quickly rose on her face. Her eyes closed rapidly, as if she were ready to be taken. Seeing this, Xiao Huang was overjoyed, and his hands became completely uncontrollable and unrestrained. Although Lu Wanru is currently menstruating and it's inconvenient for her to do that, she can still indulge in a little masturbation. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have gained a new spouse, Lu Wanru, and have gained 1 point of martial arts strength. Your current total martial arts strength is 16 points. I don't know how much time passed before the system notification sounded in my mind. Chiu was stunned for a moment, somewhat bewildered. System, what are you doing? I didn't do anything this time. System, it's calculated manually too. You count hands too? Why don't you just set every woman in the world as my spouse? System, this sounds so familiar. Host, isn't this the result you wanted? No, I didn't. Please don't wrong me. A triple denial. System, host, you can go ahead and do your thing with peace of mind. The system will handle everything for you. You don't need to worry about anything else. System, aren't you afraid I'll get sick from all this encouragement? System, host, rest assured, every woman you choose to seduce will undergo rigorous screening to ensure she is completely healthy before allowing you to engage in in-depth communication. If any issues are detected, an alert will be issued immediately, warning you to stay away. We will absolutely not allow you to contract any diseases. Furthermore, spouses certified by this system will have 100% loyalty to the host and will only recognize the host for their entire lives, with absolutely no other person allowed. This is truly a once-in-a-millennium system. With the system's guarantee, Chiu Huang was no longer afraid. Before we knew it, half an hour had passed. Sister-in-law, you're on your period today, and it's not convenient for you. So let's call it a day. Chiu withdrew her hand and called it a day. Lu Wanru. I was all naked, lying down, just waiting for you to take advantage of me, and this is what you tell me? You're not impotent, are you? Lu Wanru asked tentatively. Sizzle. Upon hearing Lu Wanru's words, Chiu Huang almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Since arriving in this world, Lu Wanru was the first person to doubt this. Sister-in-law, after your period ends, I'll let you see if I'm up to the task. Chiu Huang had already thought of a million ways to torment Lu Wanru. No, I thought you were like my ex-husband, still not letting me go even when I'm on my period. It seems I misunderstood you. Chiu Huang's image and status in Lu Wanru's mind instantly rose to an extremely terrifying level, a status that even her previous husband did not possess. Cut. Chiu Huang looked disdainful. Was he the kind of person who wouldn't eat meat, even if it was offered to him? Sister-in-law, how many days does your period last? 3 days, I guess. All right, I'll come back in 3 days and I guarantee I'll give you an amazing experience. Then I'll wait. Before we knew it, several more days had passed, and it was time for spring plowing. Every household was busy working in the fields, sowing rice seeds. Husband, spring plowing has already begun. Should we plant something on our 10 acres of land? It's not a good idea to leave it barren all the time. One morning, while eating breakfast, Tangxi brought up this issue. Chiu Huang frowned. He had almost forgotten about those 10 acres of land, but now that Tangxi mentioned it, he suddenly remembered that he still had 10 acres of land. To be honest, he no longer cares about 10 acres of land. Even if he were to grow crops there, he would complain that the yield would be too low and worthless, far less profitable than fighting a bandit. Chapter 54. Chiu Huang. You're even fiercer than an ox. Does any of you enjoy farming? Chiu asked casually. We all love farming. The women nodded in unison in response to Chiu Huang. Although their lives were very stable now, and they didn't have to worry about food and clothing, the gene of farming was engraved in their bones. The land was the foundation, the guarantee, and what made them feel at ease and secure. You all like farming? Chiu Huang looked at the group of women, feeling incredulous. This was something he had never expected. You know, farming is not an easy thing. It's very tiring. Yes, my husband. Do you know that I've had a dream since I was little? That is to have my own piece of land, where I can plant whatever I want completely free and unrestrained. Yan Rojuan said to Chiu Huang. The other women nodded in agreement with Yan Rojuan's point of view. Yan Rojuan's dream could be said to be the dream of most of them. However, they were all women who had no power at home. Their original families didn't own much land, so the income was meager. In addition, they were burdened by various high taxes, so it was impossible for them to receive even a penny. Therefore, this dream remained just a dream. Chiu Huang thought for a moment and said, In that case, I'll give you all these 10 acres of land. You can plant whatever you want, and I won't interfere. If it's not enough, I'll buy you some more land to plant. Chiu Huang dotes on his women unconditionally. He will wholeheartedly support whatever they want to do. In addition, farming is also a form of exercise that can improve physical fitness and make the body stronger. Husband, are you telling the truth? The women looked at Xiao Huang in disbelief. Xiao Huang had given them the land she had worked so hard to acquire, allowing them to fulfill their dreams. Of course, when have I ever lied to you? Xiao Huang nodded and said without hesitation, My husband, you are so wonderful, we love you. The women were all extremely excited. Xiao Huang was truly blessed to marry such a husband. It was a fortune they had accumulated over several lifetimes. After breakfast, Xiao Huang went for a walk, while the other women discussed what they wanted to plant and how much land they wanted to plant, showing great interest. Before she knew it, Xiao had arrived at Lu Wanru's place. Wanru. Standing outside the courtyard, Xiao Huang called out, That jerk is here again. Upon hearing Xiao Huang's voice, Lu Wanru couldn't help but mutter a curse under her breath. After her period ended, Xiao Huang would come to see her from time to time. She truly experienced his terrifying abilities. Every time, he would torment her to the point that she couldn't get out of bed for a long time. He was even more powerful than 10 oxen. However, she still came out and opened the door. You missed me, didn't you? Xiao Huang reached out and put his arm around Lu Wanru's slender waist. His heart was filled with love, and he wished he could carry her to bed immediately and cherish her. Not at all. I still need to farm. How could I have time to think about you? Lu Wanru said this insincerely. Farming? What kind of farming? Xiao asked, puzzled. Lu Wanru said, My family originally had 2 mu of land and 1 mu of dry land. Now that it's spring planting season, I plan to bring them all out, plant rice in the fields and vegetables in the dry land, and be self-reliant. Let me plant them for you. Xiao Huang offered to help. You know how to farm? Lu Wanru looked at him, her brows furrowed, a deep question lingering in her mind. What's so difficult about farming? He comes from a rural background and spent a lot of time farming for his family when he was young, so this is not difficult for him at all. Moreover, he now has a system that allows him to use cheat codes at any time, so there are no problems at all. Okay, then help me clear the land. I'll reward you after you've finished. In the past, when Lu Wanru's husband was alive, he did most of the farming. Now that her husband has passed away and she is just a woman with little strength, it might take her quite a while to finish the work by herself. System, give me a farming cheat. Xiao Huang called out to the system in his mind. Since he had the system by his side and could use cheat codes at any time, why not use it? Furthermore, this wasn't just for Lu Wanru. It was also for others. Although Tang Shi and Miao Xiaoyu kept saying they wanted to farm, he would probably have to do all the hard and dirty work, such as carrying manure and digging soil. After all, they were women, not strong enough to do these kinds of jobs. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the farming skill. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the skill of farming. The system notification sounded, and Xiao Huang suddenly gained 2 more skills. Where's your hoe? Most of the fields in their area are now dry, so there's no need for tools like plows or harrows. A hoe is all you need to dig them up, although it's certainly less efficient than using a plow or harrow. Moreover, even if there were plows and harrows, they were basically all done by human labor. As for animal powers such as oxen and horses, they were rare. In the entire small mountain village, only the village chief's family had them. Every year, the village chief's family could earn a lot of money just by renting out oxen. It's inside, I'll go get it for you. With Xiao Huang's help, Lu Wanru's 2 mu of land, 1 mu, was completely cultivated in less than half a day. Wow, your speed is even faster and more powerful than the village chief's ox. Looking at her neatly arranged fields, Lu Wanru was completely stunned, once again deeply impressed by Xiao Huang's powerful abilities. Give me a bowl of water. Xiao Huang took out a towel and wiped the sweat from her face. Immediately, Lu Wanru turned around, picked up the water bottle and bowl she had brought with her when she came out, and poured a large bowl full for Xiao Huang. Gurgle, gurgle. Xiao Huang picked up the water, didn't even look at it, and drank it straight away. Drink slowly, or you'll choke if you drink too fast. Seeing him drink water, Lu Wanru took the towel from Xiao Huang's hand and carefully wiped the sweat off his body. She was very obedient, just like a gentle little wife accompanying her husband. In reality, they're no different from a real married couple now. After what happened before, she knows that no one will ever want her again in this life, not even if she pays for it. Now, she has finally found someone who is willing to accept her, treat her very well, and take care of her meticulously. What more could she ask for? Naturally, she would love him wholeheartedly and never betray him. Chapter 55. Bu Ting is in trouble. Bu Tao comes to her for help. My husband, so you really were here? Suddenly, a voice came from over there. Xiao Huang and Lu Wanru turned around and saw two women running quickly toward them. Yue, Yufei. The two women were none other than Song Yue and Song Yufei. Sister-in-law Wanru, so you're here too? The two women quickly walked over, looked at Lu Wanru, and felt a deep sympathy for this unfortunate woman. Meh, meh, meh. Looking at them, Lu Wanru stammered, unsure of what to say, feeling extremely embarrassed and as if she had let them down. Yue Yufei, what brings you here? Xiao Huang spoke up at the opportune moment, saying that Song Yue and Song Yufei must have something important to tell him since they came to see him in such a hurry. Song Yue said, Husband, Boss Butao is here. He says he has something important to discuss with you. Wuto. Xiao Huang was very surprised. Why did Butao come to see him? Was it to buy furs? He hasn't been hunting much lately, so where will he get the furs to sell? Where's Butao now? He's at our house right now, waiting for you. Upon learning that Butao had important business with Xiao Huang, the women immediately searched for him throughout the village, looking almost the entire village before finally finding him here. Okay, I'll go right away. Xiao Huang finished the water in the bowl in one gulp, turned to look at Lu Wanru, and said, Wanru, I'm going home now. You'll have to handle the rest yourself. Anyway, the fields are almost ready now. All that's left is to sow the seeds. Lu Wanru can basically do it all by herself, or he can help her after he's dealt with Butao's matter. Good. Lu Wanru took a deep breath and slowly recovered. Sister-in-law Wanru, are you tidying up the fields? Lu Wanru nodded and said, Yes, it's spring planting season, so I'm planning to clear out all the fields at home and plant some things to be self-sufficient. Sister-in-law Wanru, so you're planning to farm too? How about we help you? The two women offered to help. No, don't trouble yourself. I can do it myself. Lu Wanru quickly refused. Don't be so polite, sister-in-law Wanru. We're all family now. There's no need to stand on ceremony. A family? Yufei, Yue, you both know. Lu Wanru stared wide-eyed at Song Yue and Song Yufei in shock. My husband already told us. Xiao Huang almost never hid anything from them, telling them everything openly and honestly. And you guys? Of course we accept it, just like we accepted the destruction of my sister-in-law and the others back then. Currently, the situation in Tianfeng Kingdom is turbulent, with frequent wars, rampant banditry, and 9 out of 10 houses empty. Many villages have already implemented the strategy of merging families. What is merging families? It means that several families lacking men are all merged into another family with men, or, just like in the beginning, they're given away by the government to marry men for free, with no way to resist. If they cannot accept Xiao Huang's behavior, then more and better women will line up to marry him and become his wife. The government will also try to send him all kinds of women to have children and produce offspring for him. Born into such a chaotic era, they were powerless to make any changes. They had no choice but to adapt to it. Thank you, you were so kind. Lu Wanru was moved to tears. Xiao Huang's family was definitely the best family she had ever met in her life. It was her greatest honor to meet them. Don't cry, Sister Wanru. We believe that our lives will get better and better in the future. The two women embraced Lu Wanru, feeling immense sympathy for this unfortunate woman. After leaving the fields, Xiao Huang went straight to her family's courtyard house. Brother Bu, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. Tang Shi looked at Xiao Huang and was surprised. Husband, where have you been? You're covered in mud and sweat. Xiao Huang said, I went to help Wanru tidy up the fields. It's spring plowing now, and there's not anyone at her house, so I helped her out. So that's how it is. No wonder we couldn't find you no matter how hard we looked. Butao quickly walked over and said urgently, Young brother, you're finally back. I beg you, please save my sister. Your sister? Buting. What happened to her? Butao only has one younger sister, Buting, so it's obvious who he's talking about. Butao said, Yesterday my sister received orders to lead men to attack Tunning village, but she never returned. The officers who came back said that my sister was seriously injured and is now very likely to have fallen into the hands of Tianying village. Sky Eagle Stronghold? What kind of place is that? This was the first time Xiao Huang had ever heard of such a place. Butao said, Tianying village is a bandit gang, but it is different from ordinary bandits. Tianying village is very powerful, with hundreds of bandits of all kinds, including some deserters. Their fighting strength is very strong, far surpassing that of ordinary bandits. They are basically the kind of bandits who occupy the mountain and act lawlessly. A bandit gang of hundreds? How many government troops are there? Would they dare to attack such a bandit group? If they still only have 20 or 30 people like when they wiped out the Blood Wolves, then attacking a bandit force like Sky Eagle Stronghold would be tantamount to suicide. The numbers are severely mismatched. Even if they overwhelmed them with sheer numbers, they would still be overwhelmed. Butao said, in terms of numbers, the number of government troops this time was actually quite large because this operation was not only carried out by my sister and the others, but also by officials from several other government departments and even recruited some other people, totaling about 200 people. However, Tianning village was too strong and its defenses were too powerful. The government troops suffered heavy losses, and my sister's whereabouts are unknown, and her fate is uncertain. Xiao Huang frowned. If the government troops numbered around 200, they could indeed attack a place like Tianning village, which had hundreds of bandits. If everything went smoothly, they could completely wipe it out. But as the saying goes, it's better to be safe than sorry, and now a problem has arisen. Young man, please, you must help me this time no matter what. If you are willing to help and rescue my sister, I'm willing to give you half of my property, and I will never go back on my word. Butao grabbed Xiao Huang's hand, his face full of pleading. He had already been to the Gongshi Yamen, but the officials had suffered heavy losses in yesterday's battle and had no way to find anyone. So, he had to find a way himself. Chapter 56 Agreeing to Save People. Is it just the two of us? Upon hearing Butao's promised terms, Xiao Huang was tempted. Butao was in the leather business and had made a lot of money. Half of his wealth was an incredible sum. Xiao Huang could instantly become a small-time tycoon. In addition, the wealth accumulated by such a large bandit group as Tianning village is extraordinary. If he could get his hands on it, it would be of great help to him. With money, he could do more of what he wanted. Butao said, it's definitely not just the two of us. I've recruited some other people, a total of 60 or 70, to search for my sister. Once we find her, we'll leave immediately and won't fight the people of Tianning village to the death. Okay, I agree. Xiao Huang agreed. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Butao was extremely excited. Xiao Huang was powerful and had superb archery skills. Even ferocious beasts like tigers and giant bears were no match for him. With him around, he believed that they would definitely find his sister and rescue her this time. Wait for me. I'll go and bring the people I've recruited over, and then we'll head to Sky Eagle village immediately. Butao turned and left, impatient. He only had one younger sister, Buting, and if they were even a second late, she might be in greater danger. Husband, are you really going to Sky Eagle village to rescue them? The women looked at Xiao Huang with great worry. Tianning village had a large number of people and great strength. Even the government couldn't do anything to them. If something happened to Xiao Huang, how would they survive? Yes, how could we let go of a chance to make a fortune? Xiao Huang nodded. He never hid anything from his women. Isn't this too dangerous? Xiao Huang said, don't worry about that. With my current strength, I can easily sweep through the entire Tianning village. Even if I wipe out Tianning village, it won't be a problem at all. His current strength is equivalent to that of 16 adults, plus his archery skills are at max level with a 100% accuracy rate. He doesn't believe that a mere eagle stronghold can stump him. Even if he were to encounter a problem that stumped him, he still had the system, which could provide him with cheat codes anytime, anywhere, without any restrictions. The women exchanged glances and sighed inwardly. They knew that once Xiao Huang made a decision, no one could change his mind. My lord, do you need me to accompany you this time? Wan Yin Miling asked. No need. I could go alone this time. You don't need to come with me. Honestly, in this situation, Xiao Huang would definitely not be willing to let Wan Yin Miling go on an adventure with them. As the saying goes, it's better to be safe than sorry. He has a system that can cheat, but Wan Yin Miling doesn't have a system and can't cheat. So, it's better to be safe than sorry. All right. Wan Yin Miling didn't say anything and followed Xiao Huang's arrangements. By the way, is lunch prepared? I want to have a good meal while Butao goes to gather the men, so I'll have more energy. Previously, he had been helping Lu Wanru with farm work and tending the fields. The food he ate for breakfast had been almost completely used up, and he needed to replenish himself properly. Husband, please wait a moment. We will make it for you right away. Without hesitation, the women rushed to the kitchen to prepare lunch for Xiao Huang. During this time, Xiao Huang also took a shower and changed into clean clothes. After finishing his meal, Butao went to Leiyang village. Young man, are you ready? I am ready. Xiao Huang nodded. At this moment, he was basically fully armed, with a large quiver on his shoulder containing hundreds of arrows and an iron bow in his right hand. He looked like a warrior about to go to the battlefield, majestic and awe-inspiring. All right, let's go. Let's meet up with the others first, and then we'll go to Sky Eagle Village together. The two left. I hope my husband's journey is safe and sound. The women watched their departing figures, silently praying for Qiu Huang's well-being. Tianying Village was a renowned bandit group with hundreds of members. They ruled the mountain as kings, possessing great strength and a formidable reputation. Young brother, there are 4 leaders in Tianying Village. The eldest is nicknamed Tianying, Sky Eagle. He is also the founder of Tianying Village. The name of Tianying Village comes from his name. Everyone in Tianying Village obeys his orders. The second in command of Tianying Village is nicknamed Earth Dragon. He has been on the battlefield and is a deserter. He is ruthless and bloodthirsty, and is a tough character who should not be underestimated. The third leader of Tianying Village is nicknamed Infeng. He was once a scholar who failed the imperial examinations several times. In the end, he gave up in anger and joined Tianying Village, becoming its third leader. He is known as the strategist of Tianying Village. The village's development to its current scale is largely due to him. As for the fourth leader of Sky Eagle Stronghold, his nickname is Xuanji. He is an architect. Many of the buildings and defense systems of Sky Eagle Stronghold were designed by him. He is a figure not to be underestimated. Along the way, Bu Tao introduced Qiu Huang to the process. Since they were going to rescue his sister, how could he not do his homework beforehand? As the saying goes, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will win every battle. Sky Eagle, Earth Dragon, Yin Wind, Mystery, it seems Sky Eagle Stronghold has grand ambitions. Judging from their respective functions and nicknames, it is clear that Tianying Village is completely different from ordinary mountain bandit groups. It is a powerful force with discipline, organization, and territory. If left unchecked and allowed to develop for a few more years, it may well become a local organization or even a warlord force. The area ahead is the territory of Sky Eagle Stronghold. Everyone be careful. The crowd nodded. They had made some preparations and had a certain degree of confidence in themselves. Qiu Huang looked ahead and saw a dense forest. The forest was extremely lush, with towering trees everywhere, making it particularly suitable for hiding. If someone was inside, it would be very difficult for others to find them. The group walked into the dense forest. Woof woof. Not long after, suddenly, the mastiffs in front started barking wildly, clearly having discovered something. There's someone inside. Everyone be careful. Vu Tao reminded him that this time, he had brought all his mastiffs with him, sparing no expense in order to find his sister and rescue her. Everyone immediately became alert, their expressions tense, gripping their weapons tightly, keeping their eyes and ears open, ready to defend against any possible surprise attacks. Chapter 57, the second leader of Sky Eagle Stronghold. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just then, several arrows shot out from the jungle at great speed, their target aimed directly at the group. Arrows are coming, watch out. The men at the front gave a warning and simultaneously brandished their weapons, cutting down the incoming arrows. It's my turn to make a move. Qiu Huang kept his eyes fixed on the direction from which the arrow had been shot. He raised his hand, took out several arrows from the quiver, placed them on the bowstring, drew back the bowstring, and shot an arrow. Immediately, everyone saw several arrows swiftly pierce the air, like swimming dragons, heading straight for the depths of the jungle. Several screams rang out simultaneously. The person hiding in the jungle had been hit by an arrow. Let's go take a look. The group rushed in immediately, parted the thick grass, and saw several people lying in the grass. They had all been shot through by arrows, and blood was gushing out like a fountain. It was clear that they were not going to survive. What terrifying strength. Looking at these people, everyone couldn't help but be shocked. Qiu Huang's archery skills were truly terrifying. Before they even saw the people, he had shot and killed all the people who had attacked them through the grass. Such strength was simply too powerful. It seems I found the right person this time. Bu Tao was also very happy. He already knew that Qiu Huang was extremely powerful and his archery skills were unparalleled. That's why he spared no expense to ask him to help him rescue his sister. Seeing Qiu Huang's skill, killing their attackers with a single arrow, he was convinced that his decision was correct. With Qiu Huang around, he believed they would be able to rescue his sister and to get her away safely. Qiu Huang walked over, pulled his arrows out of their bodies, and collected them. As for the other things on these people, he didn't care about them at all. These people were just small fry. What good things could they have on them? There was no profit to be made. The real treasures were the core figures of Tianjin village and their headquarters. That was where the real treasures were hidden. Let's go. Keep moving forward. Seeing that Xiao Huang had retrieved his arrow, Bu Tao continued forward, with the mastiff leading the way, and ventured deep into the jungle. With mastiffs around, their sense of smell is extremely keen. Once they detect someone nearby, they will immediately bark to warn them. After receiving the warning, everyone reacts quickly and swiftly kills the enemy. Brother Bu, your mastiff is amazing. Xiao Huang looked at the mastiffs. These mastiffs were stronger than ordinary domestic dogs and hunting dogs, and their sense of smell was more sensitive. If he could, he would like to get a few of them. Young man, if you can successfully rescue my sister this time, I will give you a few. Bu Tao was a businessman with no martial arts skills, so he had to find other ways to protect his property. These mastiffs were purchased at a high price by him, and after years of training and being fed and cared for, they were excellent for both hunting and guarding the house. Thank you very much. Xiao Huang didn't stand on ceremony. Such a good thing. I'm afraid no one could refuse it. Although their family is now in a small mountain village, and there is no major risk, it's better to be safe than sorry. Having a few mastiffs guarding them would make them relatively safer. Woof, woof, woof. Suddenly, the mastiff started barking incessantly, as if it had discovered something. Xiao Huang's ears perked up as he listened intently to his surroundings. Some people have arrived, and there are quite a few of them. Everyone stopped, gripped their weapons, and looked around warily, not daring to be careless in the slightest. You have some nerve, daring to run wild in the territory of our Sky Eagle stronghold. A voice came from ahead of the person. Then, everyone saw a large number of people suddenly rush out from the surrounding bushes. There were probably over 100 of them. The leader was wielding a large axe. He was burly with bulging muscles and exuded a terrifying, explosive power. It was clear that he was not someone to be trifled with. Earth Dragon. Bu Tao looked at the man. That's right, this man was the second in command of Tianjin village, nicknamed Earth Dragon. He was extremely powerful and was said to have killed a ferocious beast single-handedly. He was a very ruthless guy. Who do we have here? It's Mr. Bu Tao. I'm so sorry for my rudeness. Dilong looked at Bu Tao. Bu Tao was a fur merchant and was quite famous. In addition, his sister was a constable who worked in the Public Security Bureau. The two complemented each other, so basically no one didn't know him. Earth Dragon, where's my sister? Where have you taken her? Bu Tao asked directly. Although there was no clear information confirming that his sister had fallen into the hands of Tianjin village, the possibility seemed very high at the moment. So Boss Bu came here for Constable Bu. Dilong laughed and didn't hide anything, saying directly, Captain Bu is indeed currently in our Tianjin village. Everyone in Tianjin village knows of Captain Bu's reputation, so we treat him to the best food and drink and dare not be negligent in the slightest. Upon hearing Dilong's words, Bu Tao became enraged, clenching his fists tightly. He wasn't stupid. Based on his understanding of Tianjin village and Dilong, the good food and drink they mentioned were most likely a form of torture and torment. Earth Dragon, release my sister immediately. The Earth Dragon said, if you want us to release the people, fine, but give us 10,000 taels of gold, and we'll release them. 10,000 taels of gold? You're asking for the moon. 10,000 taels of gold. What does that even mean? He'd been in the leather business for so many years, and he didn't even have that much in assets. Since Boss Bu can't come up with the money, then there's nothing we can do. Dilong shrugged. Their Tianjin village made its fortune by robbing and plundering. They only cared about money, not people. No one could take anyone away from them directly. Bu Tao was furious, glaring fiercely at the Earth Dragon, wishing he could devour him alive. At this moment, Xiao Huang came out, looked at Dilong, and said, Dilong, is it? Is Buting really in the hands of your Tianjin village? Who are you? The Earth Dragon looked Xiao Huang up and down. He had no recollection of this person at all. He was a complete stranger to him. He never changes his name or surname, and that is Xiao Huang. Xiao Huang blurted out his name. Who do I think it is? Turns out it's just a nobody. Upon hearing Xiao Huang's name, Dilong showed disdain. He had never even heard of Xiao Huang before. He had no reputation whatsoever. Dilong wouldn't even bother killing someone like that. Chapter 58, Easily Take Down the Earth Dragon. An unknown nobody? Xiao Huang grinned and said, "Since the second master thinks I'm just a nobody, then I'll show the second master what I'm capable of." After saying that, he took a step forward and walked towards the second in command, Dilong. "Xiao Huang, don't go over there." Seeing Xiao Huang walk towards the Earth Dragon, Bu Tao was startled and quickly stopped him. The Earth Dragon was a ferocious and tyrannical creature. For ordinary people to get close to, it was simply suicide. "Kid, since you're looking for death, I'll grant your wish." Seeing Xiao Huang walking towards him, Dilong looked disdainful, drew his steel knife, and slashed down at Xiao Huang's head. However, before his steel blade could strike, a fist the size of a sandbag came crashing down. Bang! The dragon's steel blade trembled violently, as if it had been attacked by an extremely terrifying force. The powerful force brought about a terrifying backlash, sending him and his blade flying. What? Seeing this scene, countless people widened their eyes, simply unable to believe it. Who was Dilong? The second in command of Tianying village, extremely brave and incredibly strong, who dared to confront even ferocious beasts head-on, was now being sent flying by Xiao Huang, an unknown nobody, with just a single punch. How is that possible? Dilong was also completely astonished. He looked at the steel knife in his hand, which was cracked with cracks. There was a huge fist mark where Xiao Huang's fist had just hit the knife, almost piercing through it completely. It was extremely terrifying. Just how terrifying is this guy's strength? He can even break a steel knife. Bu Tao was also stunned. Although he knew that Xiao Huang was exceptionally skilled and had superb archery skills, making him a master archer, it was precisely because of this that he paid a high price to hire him to help rescue his sister. However, to his utter surprise, Xiao Huang was not only highly skilled in archery, but also possessed astonishing strength, capable of sending even a formidable opponent like the Earth Dragon flying with a single blow. Call out. After destroying the steel knife with a single punch, Xiao Huang moved like the wind, rushing out quickly and reaching the Earth Dragon in the blink of an eye. Second in command, be careful. When Xiao Huang rushed up to the second in command, the surrounding henchmen were startled and immediately warned him. Go to hell. The Earth Dragon was enraged. He threw the steel knife in his hand to the ground, then quickly pulled out another steel knife from his body and slashed it out fiercely. As the second in command of Tianying village, his weapons were naturally not just a simple steel knife. He was fully armed. Anyone who tried to get close to him would only meet one fate, death. However, Xiao Huang was not afraid at all. He clenched his fist and threw a punch with great speed. His punch wasn't aimed at the steel knife, but the left arm that was gripping it. The Earth Dragon roared as Xiao Huang's fist struck its left arm with tremendous force. With a single blow, Xiao Huang's right arm was severed and crimson blood gushed out like a burst dam. Second in command. Seeing that Xiao Huang had broken the Earth Dragon's right arm, the surrounding henchmen were enraged and immediately rushed out, wanting to surround and attack Xiao Huang to avenge their second in command. Don't come any closer. Xiao Huang shouted and grabbed the Earth Dragon by the neck with one hand. If he exerted force, the Earth Dragon's neck would be snapped immediately. Seeing that the Earth Dragon had been kidnapped, the surrounding henchmen immediately dared not move, fearing that Xiao Huang would kill the Earth Dragon. Kid, if you dare to lay a finger on the second master, our Sky Eagle stronghold will never let you get away with it. A henchman threatened viciously. Yeah. Xiao Huang smiled, and with his other hand, he transformed into a palm strike, slamming it down hard on the side of the Earth Dragon. The dragon screamed in agony as it suffered a terrifying blow to its side, feeling as if Xiao Huang had shattered its kidneys. The henchmen had no idea that their threats would not only have no effect on Xiao Huang, but would instead embolden him to become even more ruthless. What? Keep spouting threats. I'm listening. Xiao Huang said indifferently that he didn't even take the Earth Dragon seriously, let alone a few small fry who dared to threaten him. The underlings were indignant and wanted to say something more. Get out of my way, all of you. The Earth Dragon endured the excruciating pain and roared angrily. Second in command. The henchmen stared at him. You think I haven't suffered enough, have you? The Earth Dragon grimaced, already in excruciating pain. First, Xiao Huang severed his right arm, and then he attacked his kidneys. Even as a steel giant, he couldn't withstand it. If it happened again, he would probably be completely crippled. Yes, second boss. The henchmen obediently retreated, but their eyes remained fixed on Xiao Huang, staring fiercely. If he dared to disrespect the second-in-command, they would immediately tear him to pieces. That's more like it. Xiao Huang nodded. To him, neither the Earth Dragon nor the surrounding minions were worth his attention. If it weren't for the fact that the Earth Dragon had some value, he would have sent it to hell long ago. Earth Dragon, now I'm asking you, where's Buting right now? Their goal was to rescue Buting, so they naturally needed to determine her location and safety first, so that they could carry out the rescue. Buting is currently locked in the dungeon, Dilong said. What did you say? You locked my sister in the dungeon. Upon hearing Dilong's words, Butao flew into a rage. As far as he knew, the Mountain Bandits' dungeon was an extremely terrifying place. Anyone who entered it would suffer severe torture, a fate worse than death. If it was a woman, she might also be humiliated and defiled, which was even more horrific. His younger sister, Buting, is still unmarried and a virgin. If she were to be violated and defiled by the bandits, the blow to her would be enormous, and the consequences would be unimaginable. Did you do anything to Buting? Is Buting alive or dead? Xiao Huang was also furious, because he had personally seen the bandits' dungeon. Everyone there suffered torture and abuse, all kinds of cruel punishments. It was practically a living hell. Dilong said, Don't worry, Buting is still alive. We haven't laid a finger on her. We're even planning to use her to blackmail Butao and force him to pay a ransom. Real. Absolutely true. Chapter 59, The Third Master's Info. Fine. Hearing Dilong's words, Butao breathed a slight sigh of relief. As long as his sister was alive and well, everything was fine. They would definitely be able to rescue her and get her out of the clutches of Tianning Village. Brother Bu, come here. You can keep an eye on this guy for now. Xiao Huang beckoned to Butao. Good. Butao led his men over and tied the Earth Dragon tightly with ropes, preventing him from exerting any strength. Then, Xiao Huang stepped out and faced the henchmen around him. I remember you guys said some harsh things to me before. The henchmen looked at each other, puzzled as to what this guy was up to. I don't have any other skills. I just like to hold grudges. Since you say you won't let me go, then you can all die. After saying that, he took a handful of arrows from his quiver, placed them on the bowstring, drew it back, and shot an arrow. The crowd screamed as they were struck by arrows and fell to the ground, dead beyond any doubt. The remaining henchmen were furious. This guy dared to kill their Sky Eagle Village members so recklessly, he simply didn't take their Sky Eagle Village seriously. Archers, prepare. At the command of the Earth Dragon's deputy, a man with a crew cut, more than 10 archers stepped forward, their bows and arrows aimed at Xiao Huang. You'd better think this through. The Earth Dragon is still in our hands. Looking at these archers, Xiao Huang showed no fear whatsoever. Now that they had the Earth Dragon in their hands, they were not afraid of these people attacking them. The crew-cut man looked at Xiao Huang with uncontrollable rage. He had never seen such a shameless person before. They were the ones who took hostages and threatened others, and no one had ever threatened them with hostages. Call out. In that brief moment, another arrow flew towards him, and the crew-cut man was shot in the head and fell straight down. What? The people of Tianning Village were all shocked and horrified. This guy's archery skills were terrifying. He shot and killed the flat-headed man in an instant. Kill them all, leave no one alive. Butao shouted loudly and decisively ordered an attack. Kill. The others immediately rushed out and killed the bandits of Tianning Village without mercy. With everyone working together and fighting bravely, the bandits of Tianning Village were quickly wiped out, their armor and weapons discarded, and they fled in disarray, unable to be stopped at all. Let's go to the Sky Eagle Stronghold's headquarters immediately. After dealing with the people brought by the second-in-command, Dilong, their next task was to go to the Sky Eagle Stronghold's headquarters and rescue Buting. You've brought this upon yourselves. Dilong was secretly overjoyed. He was extremely happy. Their Tianning village was powerful, and its defenses were impregnable. Even the government officials could not do anything to them. After Xiao Huang and Butao left, he would make them pay back 100, 1,000, 10,000 times the pain they had inflicted on him, making them wish they were dead. Guided by the Earth Dragon, Xiao Huang and his group arrived at the main camp of Tianning Village. Who are you people? Release the second-in-command at once. Upon arriving at the headquarters of Tianning Village, the villagers' forces immediately rushed out and surrounded them. Clay Chicken and Clay Dog. Xiao Huang scoffed. He now possessed the terrifying strength of 16 adults, and these bandits couldn't possibly do anything to him. Don't do it, don't do it. Dilong quickly stopped the people from Tianning village. He was already in such a state of torment. If he made another move and angered Xiao Huang, who would then attack him even more severely, he would suffer even more torment and pain. Seeing that the Earth Dragon was still in Xiao Huang's hands, everyone immediately stopped moving, because they were afraid that Xiao Huang would harm the Earth Dragon. At this moment, a man came out, holding a fan in his hand. He had a refined and elegant demeanor, quite different from the other bandits, and was unique. Yin Feng, the third leader of Tianning village. Bu Tao looked at the refined man. This man was none other than Yin Feng, the third leader of Tianning village, who was known as the strategist of Tianning village. Second brother, who broke your right arm? Tell me, and I'll avenge you immediately. Yin Feng glanced at Dilong and was secretly shocked. He knew Dilong's strength very well. In the entire Sky Eagle stronghold, only the leader could defeat him. No one else could compare. But now, his right arm was broken and he had been kidnapped. Just how terrifying was the strength of the person who defeated him. Third brother, stop talking nonsense and hurry up and think of a way to save me. The Earth Dragon was now so tormented by Xiao Huang that he had lost all his temper. All he wanted now was to save his life, and he didn't care about anything else. Yin Feng looked at Xiao Huang, sizing him up, and tentatively asked, "Did you defeat our second brother and break his right arm?" "Right." Xiao nodded in surprise. "He does have some skill." Yin Feng acknowledged Xiao Huang. Although he had never met him before and was an unknown nobody, Xiao Huang was exceptionally skilled. Even the Earth Dragon was no match for him. If they could recruit him, it would be an incredible stroke of luck for their Sky Eagle stronghold. "Brave warrior, I am Yin Feng, the third leader of Sky Eagle stronghold. May I invite you for a drink, so we can become friends and resolve our conflict?" Yin Feng clasped his hands in a fist salute to Xiao Huang and began to persuade and invite him. Oh, Xiao Huang hadn't expected that this guy would actually want to invite him to turn from enemy to friend. However, he's not so easily fooled. "Want to be my friend? Fine, release Buting, and I'll agree. How about it? Buting, ofijerbu." Yin Feng was somewhat surprised, not expecting that Xiao Huang had come for Buting. "May I ask, brave sir, what is your relationship with Constable Bu?" Xiao Huang said, "There's no special relationship. I was just doing my duty to someone who entrusted me with this task." Entrusted by someone? Yin Feng glanced at Bu Tao behind them and immediately understood what Xiao Huang meant. "So it's Boss Bu. It's an honor to have you here. We at Tianning village have been slow to welcome you. Please forgive us." As the third leader of Tianning village, Yin Feng naturally knew Bu Tao, a well-known fur merchant. The reason they kept Buting was not for any other reason than to use her to blackmail Bu Tao and extort money from him. "Yin Feng, hand over my sister right now." Bu Tao roared it. He didn't want to waste his breath on this guy. All he wanted now was to see his sister, take her away safely, and leave this terrible den of demons, Tianning village. Chapter 60 Buting. "Boss Bu, if you want your sister back, please release my second brother first." Yin Feng waved the fan in his hand, his tone very gentle, which showed that he was indeed very different from the other people in Tianning village. Bu Tao said, "Do you think I, Bu Tao, am a fool? Stop talking nonsense. If you want us to release the Earth Dragon, then release my sister in exchange for the hostage." Yin Feng thought for a moment, then nodded and said, "All right, since Boss Bu says so, then I'll agree to your terms." They're currently at the stronghold of their Sky Eagle stronghold. With so few people, they are utterly vulnerable. After they rescue Earth Dragon, they will wipe them all out in one fell swoop. "Men, go to the dungeon immediately and bring out Constable Bu," Yin Feng ordered. "Yes, third master." The group turned and went inside. After waiting for about 10 minutes, they came out again, this time with another person. "Buting." Xiao Huang looked at the man, whose hair was disheveled, his aura was weak, and his body was covered in wounds and scars. His clothes were torn and stained with blood, clearly indicating that he had suffered cruel torture. Younger sister. Upon seeing this person, Bu Tao immediately became excited. This person was his sister. Upon hearing Bu Tao's voice, Buting slowly raised her head, revealing her pale face. "Brother, what brings you here?" Bu Tao said, "Sister, I've come to save you." However, Buting shook her head. "Brother, you should leave quickly. Don't make a pointless sacrifice. This is Tianning village, a place teeming with powerful bandits. Even a local government is helpless against them. What can her brother, a mere merchant, possibly do? Coming here to rescue her is futile and utterly pointless. Bu Tao said, "Little sister, don't worry. I promise I'll get you out this time." "Look, who's this?" He pointed at Qiu Huang. "Qiu Huang, he's here too?" Bu Ting was also somewhat surprised to see Qiu Huang. She hadn't expected that he would be here as well. "Little sister, this time I specially invited Brother Qiu Huang to help us. With his assistance, I believe we will be able to leave here safely." Having witnessed Qiu Huang's terrifying strength, Bu Tao was extremely confident that they would be able to leave safely this time. "Qiu Huang, thank you." Bu Ting was very grateful. Qiu Huang and she had only met by chance and were just ordinary friends, but he was willing to take great risks to come to Taning village to save her. She would remember this kindness forever. "You're welcome." Qiu Huang said calmly that this time, he was just doing what was asked of him. He was doing his duty to someone who paid him, so naturally he had to help them. Yin Feng said, "All right, now that we brought the person out, you should release my second brother, right?" "Second brother? Earth Dragon?" Upon hearing Yin Feng's words, Bu Ting noticed the presence of the Earth Dragon and couldn't help but look at him, only to be startled. "Is this an Earth Dragon? Who did this to it?" Looking at Dilong, Bu Ting felt incredulous. Dilong was now completely exhausted and had lost an arm. His condition seemed even worse than hers. Although she had suffered cruel torture in the dungeon, at least she still had her limbs intact. After all, the people of Tianning village were planning to use her to blackmail her brother. "Young man, what do you think of this?" Bu Tao looked at Qiu Huang. Now, Qiu Huang was basically in charge of them. If it weren't for him, they would have had a hard time getting here safely, let alone capturing the Earth Dragon. That was something they didn't even dare to think about. Qiu Huang said, "You guys keep a close watch on the Earth Dragon first. I'm going to rescue the people." He knew exactly what Yin Feng was planning. If they lost Di Long as a hostage, they would be in a very passive position. Therefore, this hostage was absolutely not to be lost. "Okay, be careful." Bu Tao nodded and ordered his men to guard Di Long closely, with a knife to his neck. If anyone from Tianning village made any unusual move, they were to kill him immediately. It seems that Boss Bu is preparing to breach the contract. Yin Feng gave those men a wink, and they immediately understood, picking up their knives and preparing to use Bu Ting to blackmail Bu Tao and his group. "Call out! Call out!" Just then, several arrows pierced the air and shot towards them with lightning speed. "Ah! Ah!" Several people screamed as arrows pierced their bodies, and they fell to the ground. "What?" The sudden turn of events made Yin Feng's eyes widen in disbelief. It was his arrow. Bu Ting recognized him at a glance. The arrow from earlier was shot by Qiu Huang, and only he could possess such superb archery skills. "Kaptain Bu." Just then, a voice appeared, startling Bu Ting. She turned around and saw a familiar face that had appeared beside her at some point, moving so fast that she couldn't react in time. "You saved me." Looking at Qiu Huang, Bu Ting was surprised to find that the person who ultimately rescued her from this predicament was this very person, which deeply moved her. "Come with me. I'll take you away from here." Qiu Huang held a bow and arrow, his upright posture exuding absolute confidence, looking down upon the world. "Good." Bu Ting nodded emphatically. She felt that with Qiu Huang by her side, she was not afraid of anything. "Take them down." Yin Feng reacted quickly and gave an order. In this world, no one has ever dared to act recklessly in their Sky Eagle village, not even government officials, let alone a mere upstart or nobody. "Go, protect my little sister and little brother Qiu Huang." Bu Tao decisively ordered his men to protect Qiu Huang and Bu Ting, ensuring that no one would be allowed to harm them. "Yes." The crowd immediately rushed forward, shielding Qiu Huang and Bu Ting in the center to prevent the people from Tianning village from getting closer. "Don't move. The Earth Dragon is in our hands." Bu Tao roared angrily and used the Earth Dragon to threaten the people of Tianning village. The people from Tianning village looked at each other, hesitant and unwilling to move forward, fearing that they might accidentally injure the Earth Dragon. "Bu Tao, you're asking for it." Yin Feng's face was gloomy. He had never expected that the situation would reverse so quickly. Originally, they had hostages and were preparing to threaten Bu Tao and the others, but now the situation had reversed, and the other side was using hostages to threaten them. "Call out." Just then, an arrow pierced the air and shot toward him at incredible speed. Not good. Yinfeng's expression changed drastically. He hadn't expected that Xiao Huang would be able to attack him under these circumstances, and with such a precise arrow. If he couldn't withstand it, this arrow might have killed him. Chapter 61, Shooting Yinfeng, Sky Eagle appears. Come over. In his panic, Yinfeng, ruthless as ever, quickly grabbed a person from the side and used them as a human shield to block the arrows. Bang! The arrow pierced his body, and the man screamed in agony as his body exploded, blood and flesh flying everywhere in a gruesome scene. It's over. Yinfeng let out a long breath. It was really too close. He was almost shot to death. Fortunately, he grabbed someone to use as a human shield. Otherwise, he would have been dead for sure. Call out. However, before he could be completely at ease, he suddenly saw that after the arrow killed the previous person and exploded his body, it did not stop there. It pierced through his body and, with great force, shot towards him again. With a mournful cry, Yinfeng was unable to dodge in time, and his head was pierced by an arrow. One arrow to the head. How so? Yinfeng stared wide-eyed at the arrow in his forehead. Then his body fell straight down, clearly dying with his eyes wide open. Third Master. The people of Tianying village around them were all horrified at the sight. They couldn't believe that their third leader, Yinfeng, known as the strategist, had been shot dead, and right here in their own Tianying village stronghold. Good. Looking at Yinfeng's corpse, Bu Tao and the others clapped and cheered. Although this guy was a down-on-his-luck scholar, he had done countless heinous things after joining the Sky Eagle stronghold. Now that he had been shot dead by Xiao Huang with an arrow, it was truly gratifying. Next, it's your turn. Next, Xiao Huang took out some arrows, knocked an arrow, and shot it, targeting the other people in Tianying village. This time, his goal is not just to save people, but to completely wipe out the entire Sky Eagle stronghold and eliminate this scourge. Call out. Call out. The arrow pierced the air and shot towards the group with lightning speed. The crowd screamed in agony, and before they could even react, they were struck by Xiao Huang's arrows, their bodies collapsing to the ground, dead beneath his arrows. What terrifying archery skills! Seeing Xiao Huang easily kill the people from their Sky Eagle stronghold, the second leader, Di Long, was completely terrified. Xiao Huang's archery skills were beyond what ordinary people could imagine. Even when he was in the army, he had never seen anyone so skilled. Compared to Xiao Huang, those archers were nothing but trash, completely incomparable. Stop! Just then, a loud shout rang out. As everyone looked, they saw a man with a pipe slowly walking out. The man looked to be in his 40s or 50s, wearing an old man's hat, and his clothes were draped over his shoulders, whether not properly or intentionally. Tianying, the leader of Tianying village. Upon seeing this person, Bu Tao's expression changed drastically, because this person was no ordinary person. He was the leader of the Sky Eagle stronghold and its founder, nicknamed Sky Eagle. His strength was terrifying and unfathomable. Is he Skyhawk? Qiu stared at the man. It was the first time he had seen him. That's right, he is Tianying. He is the one who defeated me and captured me, and I fell into the hands of Tianying village. Bu Ting looked at Tianying with deep hatred in her eyes. If it weren't for this guy, she wouldn't have failed, wouldn't have fallen into the hands of Tianying village, and wouldn't have suffered inhuman torture, living a life worse than death. I never imagined that such an excellent archer was hidden in Xingyuan County. Tianying looked at Xiao Huang. This man was the most terrifying archer he had ever seen. His archery skills were superb and unparalleled. He had even shot and killed Yinfeng, the third leader of their Tianying village. Young man, would you be interested in joining our Sky Eagle stronghold? I can appoint you as the third leader, replacing Yinfeng in his position. Skyhawk was moved by the talent. A sharpshooter like Xiao Huang was extremely rare and absolutely could not be missed. If they could get him to join Skyhawk Village and become one of them, then Skyhawk Village would be like a tiger with wings, invincible and unbeatable. Of course, before that, you have to release the second brother. He is a general who has made great contributions to our Sky Eagle Village. Tianying went on to say that he was a man of great ambition and aspirations, hoping to dominate a region and become a king. To achieve this, he needed to recruit talent from all over the world and strengthen his own power in order to realize his grand ambitions. Old man, have you finished rambling on for so long? Xiao Huang looked at Tianying with extreme impatience. Ever since the old man appeared, he had been hearing him muttering to himself. Did this old man really think of him as an emperor, arbitrarily issuing orders and believing that everyone should obey him unconditionally? What did you say? Hearing Xiao Huang's words, Tian Ying was furious, because no one in the world had ever dared to speak to him like that. However, considering Xiao Huang's abilities and that he was a rare talent, he suppressed his anger, changed his tone, and said, "Young brother, what do you think of what I just said?" Xiao Huang laughed and said, "Old man, if you want to recruit me, you should at least offer some good terms. You think you can get rid of me with just a mere third in command? So what do you want? Just tell us. As long as it's within the reach of our Sky Eagle village, we're open to discussion. No problem." Upon hearing Xiao Huang's words, Tian Ying was extremely excited. He wasn't afraid that the other party wouldn't mention any conditions, because if the other party did mention any conditions, it would prove that there was a possibility of negotiation. If the other party didn't mention any conditions and simply refused, then there would truly be no hope. Xiao Huang said indifferently, "I have no interest in being the third leader. Why don't you give me your position as the leader and let me take charge of your Sky Eagle stronghold?" Tian Ying was furious. He finally couldn't hold back anymore because he realized that Xiao Huang hadn't listened to him at all and was just making fun of him. "You bastard, don't think you're invincible just because you have a few archery skills. Let me tell you, crushing you is as easy as crushing an ant for me." Xiao Huang shrugged. He didn't waste any more words with the old man. He silently drew an arrow from the quiver on his back, knocked it on the bowstring, and drew it back, locking his target on the old man, ready to send him to meet the Yin wind with one arrow. Chapter 62, A Sneaky Arrow Shot from the Shadows, a Mysterious Clue. Strangely enough, Tian Ying's expression did not change at all when facing Xiao Huang's arrows. He remained calm and composed, without even making a plan to dodge, as if he had everything under control. This old guy is a bit strange. Xiao Huang became more vigilant. Judging from the fact that he had just killed Yin Feng with an arrow, anyone who saw him draw his bow should have been on guard. However, the old man did not take any precautions, which was really strange. Just as he was wondering about Skyhawk's behavior, his ears suddenly twitched as if he heard a sound. He turned around abruptly, looked up, and felt the hairs on his body stand on end. "Call out." Suddenly, an arrow shot out from who knows where, moving at incredible speed, locking onto him and preparing to blow his head off. Without a second thought, Xiao Huang reacted quickly, raised his bow, and fired an arrow, aiming it at the arrow that was aimed at him. Bang! The two arrows collided with a sharp whistling sound, then shattered almost simultaneously and fell from midair. "What's wrong? What's wrong?" Bu Tao and the others quickly looked at him. Clearly, they didn't know what had happened. Xiao Huang said, "Someone was hiding in the shadows and shooting arrows at us. I almost fell for it just now." "What?" Hearing Xiao Huang's words, everyone was shocked because this was something they never expected. If the arrow had been aimed at them instead of Xiao Huang, they would probably be dead by now. "It's Xuanji, it must be that guy Xuanji." Bu Ting suddenly remembered something and said loudly, "Xuanji? The fourth leader of Sky Eagle Stronghold." Bu Tao looked at his sister in disbelief. "Yes, that's him. This guy likes to shoot arrows in the back. When we were besieging Tuning Village before, quite a few people fell into his trap and were killed by his arrows." Bu Ting nodded, confirming the other person's identity. Xiao Huang said, "Now that the first, second, and third leaders of Tuning Village have all appeared, this fourth one should also surface. The Eagle Stronghold has 4 leaders and 4 chiefs. Since he has decided to wipe out the entire Eagle Stronghold and completely eliminate this scourge, he will naturally kill them all and not let any of them go. Xiao Huang, be careful. This guy is very cunning, like a venomous snake. He might suddenly appear and bite you at any time." Bu Ting solemnly reminded him that Xiao Huang had saved her life and was now their main fighting force, so she didn't want anything to happen to him. "Don't be afraid. I want to see whether his hidden arrows are more powerful or my arrows are stronger." Xiao Huang roused himself and drew another arrow, aiming it at Tian Ying. However, he did not act immediately. Instead, he carefully observed the surrounding situation. With his archery skills, killing the Sky Eagle would be an easy task, requiring no effort at all. The reason he did this was to force out the hidden secrets and kill the guy. "Call out." Suddenly, his ears twitched as he heard a strange sound. There it is. Xiao Huang suddenly looked up and saw a pavilion where a crossbow had been set up at some point, its target aimed at him. The crossbow is much more powerful than a regular bow, with a longer range. Once hit by such a thing, not to mention ordinary people, even wild beasts may die. No one dares to underestimate such a thing. Seeing the crossbow bolts coming, Qiu Huang didn't hesitate to shoot one out. Bang! The two arrows collided in midair, then shattered and fell to the ground, vanishing into nothingness. Xuanji, it's time for you to face the consequences. After thwarting Xuanji's sneak attack with a single arrow, Qiu Huang immediately drew out 10 arrows, locked onto the crossbow, knocked the arrows, and fired them all at once. Ha! I thought you were a real archer, but it turns out you're just a fool. A regular bow, an arrow can only travel 100 paces. You think you can hit the target from such a distance? That's just wishful thinking. Upon seeing Qiu Huang's actions, Tianying couldn't help but burst into laughter. The bow and arrow that Qiu Huang held were just ordinary bows and arrows, with limited power and range, and could not compare with crossbows at all. Old man, you'd better watch carefully and see if my arrow can really kill Xuanji. Qiu Huang smiled. His archery skills were now at their maximum level. Any target, at any distance, would be a 100% hit once locked on. To kill a mere trick was a piece of cake. All right, I'll keep an eye on it. Tianying stared intently at the arrow Qiu Huang had shot. Clearly, he didn't believe that Qiu Huang's arrow could hit Xuanji. The distance was too far, far exceeding the range of ordinary arrows. On the other side, in the pavilion, Xuanji remained calm and composed. At such a distance, he didn't believe that any other arrows besides his crossbow could reach him. Call out! Call out! Just as he remained calm and unconcerned, he suddenly saw 10 arrows hurtling towards his location, rapidly magnifying in his pupils. Not good. Xuanji's expression changed drastically, and he was greatly alarmed. A strong sense of foreboding arose in his heart. Archers, shoot these 10 arrows down for me. Realizing the danger, Xuanji decisively issued the order. Call out! Call out! A row of archers quickly drew their bows and nocked arrows, which flew out rapidly, ready to intercept Qiu Huang's arrows. However, Qiu Huang's arrows were so powerful and fast that the arrows shot by these archers could not stop them at all, and they broke apart as soon as they clashed. Damn it! Xuanji gritted his teeth and was forced to activate the crossbow, loading it with 10 arrows, preparing to use the crossbow bolts to block Qiu Huang's arrows. However, before he could fire his crossbow bolt, suddenly 10 arrows came rushing over like 10 powerful cannonballs. Bang! With a loud bang, the crossbow exploded, struck by Qiu Huang's arrow, and shattered into dust. Walk! The crossbow was hit and destroyed. Xuanji didn't have time to feel sorry for it. He flashed away and left the spot, because Qiu Huang's arrow was already coming. If he didn't leave, he would be shot to death by the arrow. Call out! Call out! Just then, several arrows pierced the air and shot toward him at lightning speed, as if they had locked onto him, leaving him with no way to escape or avoid them. Chapter 63, The Sky Eagle Stronghold, is completely destroyed. Xuanji screamed as he was hit by several arrows at the same time, flying through the air and finally pinned to the wall, covered in blood. Why would this happen? Xuanji coughed up several mouthfuls of blood, his eyes wide open until he breathed his last. He probably never dreamed that he would die by Qiu Huang's arrow. Xuanji is dead, huh? Seeing Xuanji shot dead, Bu Tao, Bu Ting, and the others burst into laughter. Compared to someone like Yin Feng, Xuanji was undoubtedly a much greater threat. As the saying goes, it's easy to dodge a spear in the open, but hard to guard against an arrow in the dark. Dangers hidden in the shadows are often the real dangers. But now things are all right. Xuanji, that terrifying, venomous man, has finally died under Qiu Huang's arrow and turned into a ghost. This terrible threat has disappeared. How is that possible? Tianying's body jolted violently, as if he had aged decades in an instant. He had suffered a tremendous blow. Xuanji had been shot dead, a result he simply could not accept. He never imagined that, at such a distance and with a crossbow in hand, Xuanji would still be no match for Qiu Huang and would be shot dead by him. Now their Sky Eagle stronghold has suffered a terrible blow. The second brother, Earth Dragon, has been crippled and is of no use at all. The third brother, Yin Feng, and the fourth brother, Xianji, have also been shot dead. This blow to their Sky Eagle stronghold is undoubtedly devastating, to the point that it is unbearable. Old man, now it's your turn. After killing Xuanji, Qiu Huang turned his attention to Tianying, the old man who was the founder and the biggest pillar of Tianying village. He had no reason to let him go. Startled, upon hearing Qiu Huang's words, Tianying trembled violently, filled with fear. Although he possessed extraordinary martial prowess and feared no one at close range, he was not close to Qiu Huang at all. They were dozens of meters apart, and with Bu Tao and the others guarding Qiu Huang from the outside. Even if he could break through, Qiu Huang's archery skills would likely kill him before he even reached him. Escape. Without any hesitation, Tianying turned and ran. At this moment, he didn't care about any grand ambitions, any desire to establish a regional power, or to become a king. He only had one thought, to save his life. Call out. Just then, Qiu Huang's arrow shot out, the arrow cutting through the air, unstoppable, destroying everything in its path. Sensing the approaching arrow, Tianying was terrified, his heart pounding with fear. Quickly, help me intercept this arrow. The eagle called out loudly. However, the people of Tianying village exchanged glances, but no one moved. They didn't listen to him at all, because even a fool could see that Tianying was basically finished. Qiu Huang's arrows were too domineering. Anyone who tried to block them was mercilessly slaughtered, and no one was exempt. Tianying let out a miserable cry and collapsed to the ground. An arrow was embedded in the back of his head, piercing through his skull. Crimson blood gushed out, staining the ground red. For Qiu Huang, his arrows are usually aimed at the neck and above. The body may be protected by armor, making it difficult to kill with a single shot. The head and neck are different. Unless the person is fully armed with a helmet and mask, his arrow will kill them without any other possibility. The boss is dead. The boss is dead. It's over. Our Sky Eagle stronghold is completely finished. With Tianying dead, everyone was filled with despair. They collapsed to the ground, losing all fighting spirit. Their leader, the founder of Tianying village, was their core, their spiritual pillar. Now that he had been shot dead, their spiritual pillar had completely collapsed. They knew that this time, Tianying village was utterly finished and could no longer exist. Kill them all, leave no one alive. Bu Tao coldly gave the order. Everyone grabbed their weapons and charged out like madmen, routing the people of Tianying village who were utterly helpless and unable to put up a fight. It's time for me to go and collect my spoils. Qiu Huang looked at the main camp of Tianying village ahead and rushed in without hesitation. He came here not only to rescue Bu Ting, but also to plunder Tianying village's wealth and spoils. Brother, let's go to the dungeon and rescue those trapped people. Sister, what about your health? Bu Tao looked at Bu Ting's body. His sister's health was also very bad, and she had suffered a lot. He was very worried. Brother, don't worry about me. I can handle it. Bu Ting strode into the headquarters of Tianying village, completely disregarding her battered and bruised body. Little sister, slow down. Watching his younger sister leave so quickly, Bu Tao felt helpless. His sister was too strong-willed. She only cared about others and never about herself. After several hours of effort, Tianying village was uprooted and completely destroyed, disappearing forever and never to exist again. Damn, it's so heavy. Qiu Huang dragged large and small bags of things, struggling to walk out. There were so many good things in Tianying village, and the weight was astonishing. Even though he was now carrying the strength of 16 adults, it was still very difficult for him to drag so many heavy things. It would be even better if I could have a spatial ring or something. At this moment, Qiu Huang thought of a common prop in online novels called a space ring, which allows you to store things in a space ring for easy carrying. By the way, system. Qiu suddenly thought of the system. The system should have something related to this. System, come out. Qiu Huang immediately called upon the system in his mind. What can I do for you, host? The system asked. Do you have any spatial rings or similar items? Could you help me pack these things up so I can take them with me? Qiu Huang asked directly. System. This system offers free storage space, which the host can use at any time. Holy crap. Why didn't you say so sooner? Host, you didn't ask. Qiu Huang. Come to think of it, he doesn't seem to have asked that question before. Could you please put these things into the system's storage space for me? Qiu Huang was too lazy to talk to the system byte, so he directly stated his intentions. Host, please wait a moment. The next second, all the bags and packages on Qiu Huang's body disappeared. Holy crap, that fast. Qiu was shocked and dumbfounded. The system's efficiency was just too fast. Ox. The only word to describe Xiao Huang right now is amazing. As expected of the system, it is indeed awesome. Chapter 64, Wealth and Beauty? Which you have in your fate. Young man, so this is where you are? I've been looking for you everywhere. Just then, Bu Tao and several others quickly walked over. Have you taken care of things? Bu Tao said, most of the people from Tianning village have been killed, and the remaining few have basically all surrendered. We plan to take them to Gongxia for trial. In addition, all those who were trapped have been rescued, and we plan to take them to the town and hand them over to their relatives. That's good. Xiao Huang nodded. He didn't like doing this kind of thing, so he decided to leave it to Bu Tao and Bu Ting. Now, everything is basically settled, and we're ready to leave and head back to town. What about you? Would you like to come back with us? Of course, let's go together. Xiao Huang also needs to go to town to convert the spoils he has gained into cash. Otherwise, since they are all stolen goods, how can he bring them home? Walk. The group left Tianning village and returned to the town. Xiao Huang, thank you so much this time. If you hadn't saved me, I don't know what would have happened to me now. Bu Ting looked at Xiao Huang with gratitude. Xiao Huang was indispensable in saving her and in destroying Tianning village. You're welcome. By the way, what about your injuries? Xiao Huang glanced at her body and was somewhat worried because he saw that Bu Ting's body was covered with dense scars from her shoulders down, and even her hand were covered with all kinds of scars. It was hard to imagine what kind of cruel torture and cruelty she had endured in Tianning village. They're just minor injuries, nothing serious. A few days of rest and some medicine should be enough to make them go away. Bu Ting was very easygoing. For her, torture was nothing. She gritted her teeth and endured it. Will this injury leave a scar? Xiao Huang was somewhat worried. What do you think? Bu Ting couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. Wounds heal easily, but scars are hard to erase. If you have scars, will it affect your life in the future? No way. You probably didn't understand what I meant. What I meant was, you're probably not married yet, right? Bu Ting stared at him and said, you wouldn't be saying that if I can't find anyone else to marry, you'll marry me, would you? I didn't say that, Xiao Huang shrugged. You'd better not have such thoughts, because I don't like lecherous men. You already have so many wives, and you still want me to marry you? Keep dreaming. Bu Ting has a very open-minded view on her marriage. If someone dislikes her because of her scars, she would simply not get married and instead devote herself wholeheartedly to serving the people. She is the kind of woman with a strong sense of career and does not want to be tied down by family. Being a wife and mother has never been her aspiration. Xiao Huang rolled his eyes. Could this be called lust? He just wanted to give his women a warm home. Forget it. I won't talk to her about this anymore. She wouldn't understand anyway. I advise you to take it easy. Don't take these minor injuries lightly. If you're not careful, they can accumulate and become serious injuries, and you'll suffer the consequences. Bu Ting said, thank you for reminding me. I have already reported everything about the Tianning village incident. I believe you will be rewarded by your superiors. Please wait patiently. Xiao Huang deserves the most credit for the annihilation of Tianning village and made a huge contribution. Therefore, she did not hesitate to report everything. If nothing unexpected happens, she will receive feedback in a few days. Thanks. Xiao Huang shrugged. He never had high hopes for any reward. The court was unstable and society was turbulent. He was already content that they could live in peace and tranquility. By the way, didn't my brother say that if you help him rescue me, he'll give you half of his fortune? It seems there is such a thing. Xiao Huang nodded. That was why he had agreed to go to Tianning village to rescue people in the first place. Bu Ting said, Xiao Huang, can I ask you for a favor? Seek? What do you mean? Xiao looked at her blankly, not understanding what she meant. Bu Ting said, could you please take back this condition for my sake and not ask for my brother's half of the wealth? Upon hearing this, Xiao Huang smiled and asked, why? Bu Ting explained, do you know what it means for a businessman to have half of his wealth taken away all at once? It could be a devastating disaster. Take my brother as an example. Most of his money is invested in production. He cooperates with many businesses and uses money to smooth over all kinds of relationships, which is why his business has grown bigger and bigger. However, if he gives you half of his wealth, his cash flow may break down, and then pressure from all sides will follow, creating a serious chain reaction that could eventually lead to bankruptcy. The consequences would be unimaginable. Xiao Huang remained silent. What Bu Ting said was commonplace in modern society. Some wealthy people were usually glamorous and honored, but once their capital chain broke, they soon fell into hell, including some former richest people. Bu Ting continued, This whole thing started because of me. If it weren't for saving me, my brother wouldn't have made such a huge sacrifice. So, the grievances have their source, and the debts have their debtors. If you want to find someone, come to me. Looking for you? What can you bring me? Buting bit her lip and said, "From now on, my life belongs to you. I'll use my life to repay half of the wealth my brother promised you. How about it? Your life." Xiao Huang scoffed and said, "Sorry, but I might as well tell you that your life is worthless to me." "What did you say?" Buting's eyes widened in disbelief. She was, after all, a public servant and a head constable in the government. Countless bandits had tried to pay for her life, but now, in Xiao Huang's mouth, she was worthless. Xiao Huang said, "You said it yourself before, that I am greedy for money and lustful. Lust and money are the two things I value most. Tell me, which one is in your destiny? So, in the end, you still want my body, you want me to marry you, right?" "I never said that." Xiao Huang shrugged. After a moment's thought, Buting said, "How about this? I'll introduce you to my brothers and my connections. You said you wanted to make money, right? My brother and I's connections can bring you wealth. If you need anything in the future, you can come to us, and we can help you complete it and earn wealth for you." Chapter 65, Take My Body, provided you can bring yourself to do it. Xiao Huang fell into deep thought. The network of connections that Buting mentioned was indeed a great temptation for him. He had never had any business experience and was completely unfamiliar with these things. Even if he had good products, it would be difficult to sell them and make money because he simply did not have a channel. However, if he had the connections of Buting and Butao, the situation would be very different. One of them is in politics and works for the government, while the other is in business and has a strong network of connections. If he could really gain access to their connections, it would be relatively easier for him to make money in the future. If you think that's not enough, then I can't help you. Either you take my life or you take my body. Of course, the premise is that you are still interested in my current body and can bring yourself to do it. Buting was going all out. Since she was covered in scars, she probably wouldn't be wanted even if she offered herself to someone. Any normal man would probably be scared away as soon as he saw her scarred body. Sizzle. Upon hearing Buting's words, Xiao Huang nearly coughed up a mouthful of blood. "Am I that kind of person? Isn't that right?" Xiao Huang shook her head secretly and said, "Fine, I don't want half of your brother's wealth." "Are you serious?" "A gentleman's word is as good as his bond." "Okay, I believe you." Buting similed. Although Xiao Huang was greedy and lustful, he was still a decent person and could be trusted. "However, if I need to use your connections in the future, you'll have to help me too." "Of course. If you ever need anything in the future, just tell me and my brother, and we'll definitely help you." "Good." Xiao Huang nodded, which could be considered a compromise that was relatively satisfactory to both parties. Then he looked at the scars on Buting's body and said, "Is there really no way to remove these scars? Women in the world all love beauty, and none of them want to have unsightly scars on their bodies, especially the jagged, dense kind. Fortunately, Buting is a government official, a constable, and a martial artist, so she is open-minded. If it were anyone else, they might have tried to kill themselves. I don't know, all I can say is that it's very difficult." Buting shook head. Wound medicine can treat wounds, but it can't remove scars. Skincare products and makeup can cover up some scars, but that's just covering them up. They can't really remove scars. I'll go back and do some research to see if I can find a way to remove the scars on your body. You understand this? Buting was very surprised. She felt that Xiao Huang seemed to know everything. "I'm just saying I'll do some research. It doesn't necessarily mean there's a real solution." Xiao Huang didn't speak too definitively. After all, he didn't know that even in his original modern society, with its highly advanced technology, scar removal was still a major challenge. "Thanks." Buting was truly grateful. Although she was a Buting, a martial artist, she was still a woman, and an unmarried young woman at that. Naturally, she didn't want to have so many unsightly scars on her body. After all, she loved beauty and wanted her skin to be smooth, radiant, and feel comfortable to the touch. "System, come out." Xiao Huang immediately summoned the system in his mind. "System, what can I do for you, host? Are there any ways to remove scars?" "Have. Give it to me, I need this." "Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 36 methods for removing scars." Immediately, a flood of information rushed into Xiao Huang's mind. "Very good." Xiao Huang nodded, quite satisfied with the result. As long as there was a way, he could try one method after another. The methods provided by the system are mostly limited by the availability of raw materials, making them impossible to implement. Even if they are implemented, they are mostly simplified versions. This is because the current era is ancient with limited technology. In addition, the current period of war and inconvenient transportation make it extremely difficult to find suitable materials. Officer Boo, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave now. After saying goodbye to Bu Ting, Xiao Huang went to jewelry stores, money exchanges, and other places to cash out the spoils he had obtained from Tuning Village. He eventually received more than 3,700 taels of silver, which was a considerable fortune. Afterwards, he purchased a large quantity of supplies and happily returned to the small mountain village with them. I'm back. Upon arriving at her courtyard house, Xiao Huang habitually called out a greeting. My husband is back. Upon hearing his voice, the door opened instantly, and the women rushed out, hugging him tightly. Thank God, my husband, you're finally back. The women looked at Xiao Huang and wept with joy. Before, when Xiao Huang had not returned for a long time, they had been very worried and could not even eat, fearing that something had happened to him and that he had died out there. But now everything is all right. Xiao Huang is fine and has returned safely. Their worries have quietly subsided. Don't cry, I'm back now, aren't I? Xiao Huang took out a handkerchief and gently wiped away the tears from the corners of their eyes. He knew they were worried about him. My husband bought so many things again this time. The women looked behind him and saw that he had a lot of things, big and small bags. Right. Xiao Huang put everything down. Chicken, duck, fish, meat, vegetables, firewood, rice, oil, salt, and so on. Everything was there. Husband, we haven't even finished using the things we bought before. Isn't it too wasteful for you to buy so much again this time? The women looked at these things and didn't know how to describe their feelings. Right now, most of the others were still eating wild vegetables and gnawing on tree bark, while their family was living a life of delicious food and fish every day. The contrast was simply too great. Use it slowly. It's better to be prepared. Xiao Huang didn't think it was a big deal. He had earned more than 3,000 taels of silver on this trip. So how could he not splurge a little? Tonight, let's invite Xiaoyu, Suihua, Wanru, and Wenwen to have dinner together. Good. The women didn't object. Whatever Xiao Huang said went. That night, Xiao Huang's family was very lively. 2 large round wooden tables were filled with all kinds of food. Miao Xiaoyu, Miao Suihua, Lei Wenwen, and Lu Wanru also came over. Everyone gathered together, and the atmosphere was very lively. After the dinner, the 4 women stayed behind to accompany Tang Shi and Shan Feng in their challenge against Xiao Huang. The battle raged on until 4 or 5 in the morning before finally ending. Chapter 66, Credit Stolen. For the next few days, Xiao Huang didn't go anywhere. He stayed at home, carrying manure and planting crops. Since his women liked farming, he naturally wanted to give them his full support. A few days later, Xiao Huang prepared to go to town again, this time bringing with him 4 women, Miao Sohua, Miao Xiaoyu, Lei Wenwen, and Lu Wanru. Buy whatever you want, don't be shy. Xiao Huang told the 4 women that this was the first time he had brought them to town, and he would naturally not be stingy with his gifts. Good. The 4 women didn't stand on ceremony and wandered around the market, picking out things they liked in a very happy mood. This town is still too poor in resources. Xiao Huang sighed. Although the town was much better than their small mountain village and had more resources, it was still not enough for him, who came from modern society. Resources were still scarce, and there were many things he wanted to buy that he simply couldn't find here. Husband, what do you want to buy? The 4 women looked at him. Xiao Huang said, the things I want to buy can't be found in this town at all. The 4 women exchanged glances, increasingly puzzled. What exactly did Xiao Huang want to buy? She wouldn't say, and she said she couldn't find it. It was truly baffling. Forget it. Let's go to the clinic and buy some commonly used medicines to take back for future use. The medicines she had bought before were almost all used up, so Xiao Huang planned to buy some more as a backup. Buto. Upon arriving at the clinic, Xiao Huang saw an unexpected person, none other than Butao. Doctor, please do everything you can to save my sister. I'll give you any amount of money if you're willing to save her. Boss Boo, this isn't about money. Your sister's illness is a psychological one, and it's difficult to cure with medicine. So please find someone more skilled. After several attempts to persuade the doctor, Butao failed and walked out of the clinic dejectedly. Brother Boo, what exactly happened? Xiao Huang took the initiative to walk over and ask Butao what was wrong. He had never been this dejected when Buting was captured by the people of Tianning village. Butao stopped, looked up, and saw Chiu Huang. For some reason, hope was rekindled in his heart. Young man, come on, go and see my sister. Officerable, what happened to Officer Bu? Butao said, my sister is very sick, so sick that even the doctors say they can't do anything about it. You're sick? Why? Is it because of what happened at Sky Eagle Stronghold last time? Last time, at Tianning village, Buting endured cruel torture. All sorts of cruel punishments were inflicted on her, leaving her body covered in wounds. Although she received some treatment later, which temporarily stopped the worsening of her injuries, if she does not take good care of herself, her condition may deteriorate, and the consequences could be unimaginable. Yes, it's because of that incident. Butao nodded. Last time, Tianning village was destroyed by you and me together. The credit should have gone to us. However, Gong Xie attributed all the credit to Mu Yun, who was rewarded and promoted 3 ranks. My sister was furious and went to argue with him, but Mu Yun not only refused to listen, but also slandered and smeared my sister, accusing her of colluding with the people of Tianning village, which led to the failure of their last operation to annihilate Tianning village. In the end, Gong Xie decided to remove my sister from her position as head constable. With one blow after another, coupled with the flare-up of old injuries, my sister fell ill. I don't know how many famous doctors we consulted, but they all said there was nothing they could do. This is absolutely outrageous. After hearing Bu Tao's story, Chiu Huang and Lu Wanru were furious and indignant. They couldn't believe that there were such people in the world. Who is this guy named Mu Yun? Bu Tao said, he is the 3rd young master of Mu Feng, a powerful family in Arqingyuan County. He used to work in the government office, but his skills were average and he was quite mediocre. I remember once when he went out on business, he encountered danger, and my sister saved his life. I never expected that he would repay kindness with enmity. He not only stole the credit that originally belonged to us, but also slandered my sister and caused her to suffer like that. I should not have saved him. So they were local tyrants, local bullies. That makes sense. Throughout history and across the world, there are countless similar examples. So Chiu Huang wasn't surprised. This was also why he was unwilling to enter the government. He deeply understood that the officialdom was extremely dark, and with his personality, going down the path of officialdom would surely lead to trouble. He didn't care because he had a system that could be used to solve all problems at any time. But his women were a different story. After all, they didn't have a system and couldn't use cheat codes to solve problems. Where's Buting now? My sister is at my house. Can we go take a look? Of course, please. Led by Bu Tao, Chiu Huang, Lei Wenwen, and the other 3 arrived at his home. Bu Tao's home was a luxurious manor. The manor was very large and had many people. Bu Tao had 9 wives and concubines alone, plus his children and other maids, guards, and so on, totaling at least 30 or 40 people. It seems I should build a manor like this too. After seeing Bu Tao's luxurious manor, Chiu Huang's heart fluttered. He longed to own such a manor so that all his women could live there. Wouldn't that be much better than their current courtyard house? My sister is currently living in the nursing home. Let me take you there. The group arrived at the Yang Xinyuan Heart Nourishing Institute, a place with a tranquil environment and fresh air, perfect for recuperation. Just as they arrived at Buting's residence, a maidservant came out carrying a bowl of medicinal soup. What? Miss, you still refuse to take your medicine. Bu Tao glanced at the herbal medicine. It was almost full. Yes, sir, the maid replied. Okay, I understand. You may leave now. The maidservant took the medicine and left. Bu Tao pushed open the door and entered. At this moment, Buting was lying quietly on the bed, her face pale and bloodless, completely different from her usual self. Little sister, why aren't you taking your medicine again? Buting turned her head to look at Bu Tao, her throat trembling, and said with difficulty, Brother, I can't drink it. Why? Bu Tao sikit inyardi. He knew that this blow was enormous for his sister, because since she started working for Gong Xie, she had always had a smooth journey and had hardly encountered any setbacks. Now that she had suddenly suffered such a major blow, she simply couldn't accept it in a short time. Chapter 67 Buting. Little sister, look who's here. Chiu Huang, Miao Xiaoyu, and the others came over. Autumn Haze. When Buting saw that it was Chiu Huang, she was very surprised and obviously did not expect it to be him. Officer Bu, how are you? Lei Wenwen and Lu Wanru were the first to come to the bedside. looking at Bu Ting with eyes full of heartache. Back then, the two of them were trapped in the bandits' dungeon and suffered humiliation. It was Chiu Huang and Bu Ting who rescued them. Therefore, Bu Ting was their savior. Now, seeing their savior in such a state, how could they not feel heartbroken? Officer Bu, you must pull yourself together. It was because of your encouragement that we were able to get back on our feet, regain our courage, and face the rest of our lives. The two women urged Bu Ting to cheer up. Thank you. Bu Ting propped herself up, trying to sit up from the bed. Little sister, slow down. Let me help you. Butao helpet Bu Ting sit up, supporting her frail body. Bu Ting looked at Chiu Huang and said, Chiu Huang, I'm really sorry this time. I originally reported your achievements and was going to give you a reward, but now, I'm really sorry. Hearing this, Chiu Huang was somewhat moved. This silly woman, even at this point, was still thinking of others and not considering herself at all. You don't need to worry about my affairs. I never had high hopes for officialdom anyway, so whether I receive an award or not won't affect me. Bu Ting remained silent. How could she not know that in today's society, the bureaucracy was corrupt and the officialdom was decadent? Otherwise, there would not be such a chaotic situation as frequent wars, impoverished people, bandits everywhere, and 9 out of 10 houses empty. She had originally thought that she could use her talent to reform the officialdom and restore it to a clean and honest state. However, reality has taught her a lesson, making her realize that with her personal strength, trying to shake this corrupt and dark society is like throwing an egg against a rock, and she will not be able to achieve anything at all. Let's not talk about that anymore. Let's talk about you. Can you let me take a look at your illness? You can treat illnesses? Bu Ting looked at him with deep suspicion. Officer Bu, why don't you let your husband take a look at you? He's very capable. After we were rescued, we also fell seriously ill, and it was he who cured us. Yeah. Lei Wenwen and Lu Wanru both spoke up to defend Chiu Huang. Husband? You too. Looking at the two women, Bu Ting seemed to have guessed something from how they addressed Chiu Huang. Upon hearing this, both Lei Wenwen and Lu Wanru lowered their heads, feeling very embarrassed. Strictly speaking, they had not yet gone to the government office to register their marriage with Chiu Huang, so they were not legally married. However, they didn't think there was anything wrong with it. After all, the officialdom was so corrupt these days that whether there were documents or whether the government approved them was irrelevant. Why? Bu Ting sighed softly. Although she was disgusted by this behavior, the die was cast, and there was nothing she could say. Besides, she had already been dismissed from her public office and was no longer a government official. So what right did she have to interfere with other people's freedom of marriage? Besides, ordinary people at the bottom of society already live in poverty, struggling to even get enough to eat. Now that they can find a man who is willing to treat them well, provide them with food, and is capable, they can live out their lives peacefully and happily. Why should you try to stop them? Young man, I didn't know you could treat illnesses. That's wonderful. I beg you, please treat my sister. If you can cure her, I'll give you anything you want. Bu Tao held Chiu Huang's hand and pleaded with him in an almost begging tone. Chiu Huang glanced at him, opened her mouth as if to tell him that he hadn't yet fulfilled his promise from last time. In the end, it was only after Bu Ting spoke up, swallowed her pride, and made a deal with him that the matter was barely resolved. Now that Bu Tao has said such things, given the relationship between Bu Ting and him, it's possible that she will be the one negotiating with him in the end. At that time, she might really have no choice but to repay him with her body. I will do my best. Finally, Chiu Huang said this. Chiu Huang, since you know how to treat illnesses, then please take a look at me. Bu Ting has come to terms with it now and wants to get better, not for herself, but for her brother. Their parents died early, and the siblings depended on each other for survival. Her brother raised her and doted on her. This time, after she fell ill, her brother was frantic, running around trying to find a doctor for her. So, she can't be so selfish. If something happens to her, who knows what her brother will do? Give me your hand. Let me take your pulse first. Bu Ting slowly took out her hand, and the women covered their mouths in shock when they saw it. How much torture has Officer Bu suffered? Bu Ting's arms were covered with all sorts of scars. With so many scars, it was hard to imagine how much torture and torment she had endured in Tianying village. Chiu Huang was also somewhat impressed by this woman's perseverance. So many scars. Even a tough man might not be able to withstand them, but she silently endured them, which was truly admirable. System, is there a way to treat Bu Ting's illness? Xiao Huang asked the system in his mind. If there's a system that can cheat, why not use it? Anyway, all the credit will go to him in the end. Have the. The system replied with just one simple word. Give me. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the art of acupuncture. A flood of information rushed into Xiao Huang's mind. Xiao Huang quickly digested all the information. According to the method provided by the system, the treatment for Bu Ting's illness was based on acupuncture, supplemented by medication. Finally, a scar removal method was used to remove all the scars on her body, completely curing all the problems. In this way, she could return to normal. Brother Bu, do you have any needles here? Needles? Yes. What kind of needles do you need? Xiao Huang said, the kind of needles used for acupuncture. I thought you wanted the kind of needle you use for sewing clothes. It was obvious that Bu Tao had misunderstood Xiao Huang's meaning. I don't have the kind of needles used for acupuncture here right now, but I can have someone buy a set immediately. Xiao Huang said, all right, go buy a set now. I need to treat her with acupuncture. Just a moment, please wait. Bu Tao immediately instructed the steward to have someone purchase a set of acupuncture needles. Chapter 68 Wutink. Also, give me some paper and pen. I'll write down a few prescriptions and you can go to the pharmacy to get the medicine. Immediately. Then, Bu Tao ordered someone to bring over a set of writing materials. Xiao Huang wrote down several prescriptions and handed them to Bu Tao, instructing him to get the medicine according to the prescriptions. This guy is so professional, he might actually know how to treat illnesses. Looking at Xiao Huang, Bu Ting was already deeply shocked by him. His archery skills were superb, almost always hitting the target. He was also an expert in anatomy, able to dissect various corpses skillfully. Now, he was even proficient in medicine, capable of curing all kinds of diseases. It was truly hard to believe that such a person could exist in this world. Sir, I've bought the needles. A guard quickly entered, carrying a cloth in his hands. Wrapped inside the cloth were the needles needed for acupuncture. Okay, you can go now. Bu Tao took the cloth and handed it to Xiao Huang. Xiao Huang took it, opened it, and saw that it contained all kinds of needles, some thick and some thin, some long and some short, in sufficient quantity, and there was no problem. Brother Bu, please wait outside. While I am performing acupuncture treatment, please do not let anyone come in to disturb me. Good. Bu Tao had no objections, turned around and walked out, closing the door behind him and standing guard outside. Husband, shall we go out too? Lei Wenwen asked. Xiao Huang said, no need, you can stay here. There are some tasks I need you to help me with later. The four women exchanged glances, but said nothing. Whatever Xiao Huang said was what it was. Officer Bu, your body is stagnant with qi, making it difficult for medicine to penetrate. Therefore, I need to use acupuncture to clear the stagnant qi in your body. The process may be a little painful, so please bear with it. Bu Ting laughed and said, I'm not even afraid of torture, let alone a little acupuncture. You can do it with confidence. If I even frown, I'll admit defeat. Xiao Huang said no more, took out a fine needle, and inserted it into the acupoints on Bu Ting's body. Bu Ting let out a soft moan, her delicate body trembling slightly. Clearly, Xiao Huang's acupuncture was working. 1, 2, 3. Xiao Huang moved quickly and with great precision, inserting the needles without hesitation. As each needle was inserted, Bu Ting's body underwent subtle changes. Sweat poured out, soaking her clothes and clinging to her body, revealing her graceful figure in a way that was extremely alluring. Puff! Suddenly, Bu Ting opened her mouth wide and spat out a mouthful of black blood, instantly feeling much better. All right, the acupuncture is over. Seeing that Bu Ting had vomited black blood, Xiao Huang ended the acupuncture. This black blood was the kind of impurities that were blocking Bu Ting's body. Now that it had been vomited out, her body was cleared up and she could take medicine. Xiao Huang, thank you. I feel much better. Bu Ting is truly grateful. She now feels much more comfortable. Do you have any of your clothes here? Clothes? What do you want to do with them? Bu Ting asked, puzzled. Xiao Huang said, when I was giving you acupuncture just now, you sweated a lot. That sweat contains certain pathogens, so you definitely can't wear these clothes anymore. You need to change into clean clothes. By the way, before putting on new clothes, it's best to wash your body with hot water. That way, the effect might be better. A pathogen? What is that? The girls looked at him. They had never heard of this word before. It's not important. Suehua, Xiaoyu, Wenwen Wanru, You come and help her wash her body and change her clothes. Xiao Huang stood up, walked outside, and opened the door. Young man, how are you? Upon seeing the door open, Bu Tao immediately came over and inquired with concern. All is well, Brother Bu. Have someone bring some hot water so that Officer Bu can wash himself. Okay, I'll have someone take care of it right away. Then Xiao Huang asked, by the way, have you gotten the medicinal herbs yet? Bu Tao said, young brother, I've already obtained the medicine for the first few prescriptions you gave me. It's just that for this last prescription, some of the medicines are too precious and rare. I couldn't find them anywhere in the town. Oh, the prescriptions Xiao Huang gave were for treating Bu Ting's illnesses, while the last one was for removing her scars. Some of the herbs in the prescriptions were indeed quite precious. But don't worry, I've already sent people to search for the medicinal herbs in the county town at full speed. I believe they will be brought back soon. Bu Tao added that the county seat is the largest place in Qingyuan County, much larger than the town. The supplies there are also more abundant and of better quality. Many things cannot be found in the town and can only be found in the county seat. Don't rush the last dose of medicine. Have someone decoct the previous medicines first, then give it to Constable Bu and see how it goes. All right, I'll have someone prepare the medicine right away. Soon, the maid brought a bucket of hot water. Officer Bu, please allow us to wash you and change your clothes now, Lei Wenwen said. Bu Ting said, there's no need to trouble you. This kind of thing can be left to the maids. Lu Wanru said, Officer Bu, this is what my husband just instructed. If you don't let us do it, I'm afraid. Bu Ting looked at them, thought for a moment, and nodded. In that case, I'll trouble you. Since it was Xiao Huang who said it, let's do as he says. After all, he's a doctor, so he must have his reasons for making this arrangement. Then, the four women worked together to remove Bu Ting's clothes. Officer Bu, your body? The four women were stunned when they saw Bu Ting's naked body. Her entire body was covered with dense scars. Not a single spot was unscathed. It was hard to imagine the cruel torture she had endured. It's okay, all of that is in the past. Wu Ting shook head. She was a martial artist, and scars were unlikely to kill her. She could face them with equanimity. Those bandits, they deserved to die. Miao Cuihua and Miao Xiaoyu were both furious and gritted their teeth in hatred. First, there were Lei Wenwen and Lu Wanru, who were captured by the bandits, and then humiliated and defiled, suffering great physical and mental torment. Now it's Bu Ting's turn. In revenge, the bandits have subjected her to inhuman torture, inflicting all sorts of cruel punishments on her, leaving her covered in scars. Even after the wounds heal, they remain, and these scars may stay with her for the rest of her life. For a woman who loves beauty, this is worse than death. Chapter 69 Scar Removal Ointment. Sir, the medicine is ready. The maids brought over a bowl of medicine, which was still steaming and lukewarm. Let me see it. Xiao Huang took the medicine bowl, examined it carefully, and confirmed that there was nothing wrong with it. Brother Bu, please wait outside for a moment and see if the ingredients for the last dose of medicine can be delivered in time. If not, then this treatment can only be considered to have come to an end. Bu Tao said, young brother, don't worry. No matter what, I will find all the medicinal herbs and make sure that the treatment will not be delayed. After saying that, he turned and left. He wanted to personally supervise the collection of medicinal herbs to ensure that they were found in sufficient quantity and quality. Good. Xiao Huang nodded. He didn't concern himself with the issue of medicinal herbs. He could leave that to Bu Tao. Holding the medicine bowl, Xiao Huang pushed open the door and went inside. How's it going? Are you dressed yet? Husband, it's all changed. The four women nodded. Whatever task Xiao Huang assigned them, they would resolutely complete it. Xiao Huang said, Captain Bu, this is the medicine that has just been decocted. Drink it, then get a good night's sleep and wait for the last dose. After saying that, he handed over the bowl of medicine. Thanks. Bu Ting took the medicine bowl, gently scooped up a spoonful, and put it in her mouth. Wow, it's so bitter. Bu Ting frowned, her mouth filled with bitterness. This medicine was definitely the most bitter thing she had ever eaten. Bitter medicine is good for you. Xiao Huang smiled slightly, and watching her drink the medicine, he couldn't help but find it somewhat adorable. The current Bu Ting is no longer the imposing female constable she once was. She is now just a fragile little girl who needs to be cared for. With a wrinkle on her nose, Bu Ting slowly drank the medicine. You should get some sleep. I'll wake you up after the last dose of medicine is ready. Bu Ting nodded gently, not trying to be strong, and slowly lay down, closing her eyes. For some reason, seeing Xiao Huang beside her gave her a strange sense of security, a feeling she had never experienced before, not even with her brother. Husband, look at how adorable Constable Bull looks right now. I saw it too. Xiao Huang nodded. This setback wasn't entirely a bad thing for Buting. As the saying goes, there's no growth without setbacks. He believed that Buting would grow considerably after experiencing this. Knock knock. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Xiao walked over and opened the door. Young man, all the medicinal herbs you needed have been found. Bu Tao was carrying a tray with various kinds of medicinal herbs on it. Let me check. Xiao Huang carefully examined the area, but found nothing wrong. Is there a place to grind medicine? Yes, there's a small hut next to the kitchen where there are all sorts of tools for grinding medicine. Xiao Huang said, okay, let's go pound the medicine right away. Young man, you can leave the task of grinding medicine to the servants. Xiao Huang shook his head. No, I will make the medicine myself this time. Grinding the medicine is only the first step. There are some special procedures that ordinary people cannot do. All right, then I'll have to trouble you, young man. Bu Tao said nothing more. Cui Hua, Xiao Yu, Wenwen, Wanru, come out here. The four women came out, looked at him, and asked, Husband, what brings you here? Come on, come with me to help grind the medicine. The four women did not refuse and followed Xiao Huang. Before we knew it, 2 or 3 hours had passed, and the last dose of medicine was finally prepared. That was really tiring. The four women stood up, gently patting their backs. After helping Xiao Huang with the medication, they felt only one thing: exhaustion. Let's go to Constable Bu's room and give her her final treatment. Xiao Huang didn't feel tired at all. After all, he now possessed the terrifying strength of 16 adults. So this level of work was no challenge for him at all. Seeing this, the four women stopped complaining and immediately followed. How's it going, young man? Is the medicine ready? Outside Buting's room, Bu Tao kept watch without leaving her side for a moment, fearing that someone might suddenly break in and hurt his sister. It's done. Xiao Huang showed the medicine to Bu Tao, who glanced at it and frowned. Is this an ointment? At this point, the medicine was neither in chunks nor powder, but rather in the form of a paste, sticky and gooey, making it impossible to see what was inside. It's basically like an ointment. Xiao nodded in surprise. This thing, is it edible? No, it's applied as a paste. Smear. Bu Tao's eyes widened. He had seen this kind of ointment before, but if it were to be applied, wouldn't that mean he would have to let his sister use it? Xiao Huang said, Brother Bu, please tell Officer Bu later that for this final step of treatment, she needs to take off all her clothes and then apply these medicines to her body. I'm afraid she won't agree, so I can only ask you to talk to her about it. Really? Bu Tao was not surprised, because he had already guessed it. Can this really cure my sister's illness? Xiao Huang nodded. It can not only cure diseases, but also remove her scars and restore her skin's radiance. Really? Bu Tao found it incredible. He had never seen anything in his life that could remove scars from his body. Certainly. Xiao Huang nodded again. Everything the system gave him was of the highest quality and guaranteed to be fine. Okay, I'll go tell my sister right away. Bu Tao was overjoyed. Although his sister said on the surface that she didn't care about the scars on her body, he knew that she did care. In this world, no woman doesn't love beauty and doesn't want her body covered with all sorts of unsightly scars. His sister was no exception. Husband, can this thing really remove scars? The four women crowded around, asking curiously. What? You want to try it too? Xiao Huang looked at them. The four women exchanged glances without speaking, but their eyes clearly indicated that they wanted to give it a try. If I have the chance in the future, I'll get you a copy too, to help you remove your scars and make your skin smoother and brighter, just like a baby's skin. Thank you, my husband. The four women were overjoyed. They were all from the countryside and did all sorts of work, so it was inevitable that they would have scars on their bodies. Now that they could have their scars removed, they were extremely happy and wished that Xiao Huang would make one for them right now to remove their scars. Chapter 70. Don't touch there. Young man, come in, my sister has something to tell you. Bu Tao's voice came from inside the room. Let's go in. Xiao Huang took the prepared ointment, went inside, and came to the bedside. At this moment, Bu Ting had already woken up. After some treatment and a nap, she felt much better, and her originally pale face gradually regained its color. Xiao Huang, is this the ointment my brother told me about that can treat my ailments and remove my scars? Bu Ting glanced at the things Xiao Huang had brought in, her eyebrows furrowing slightly. These things had a medicinal smell that was somewhat pungent. right? Chiu nodded in surprise. Does this stuff really only work if you take off all your clothes and apply it to your body? Right? Chiu Huang nodded again. You're not lying to me? Believe it or not. Chiu Huang shrugged, indifferent. After all, it wasn't him who was sick and needed treatment. Staring at his face, Bu Ting looked for a while, as if trying to discern something. However, Chiu Huang's expression remained calm and composed, revealing nothing about her. She thought for a moment and said, Okay, I'll let you treat me. In this world, no woman can resist the temptation of scar removal, and she is no exception. Although she is a constable, she is also a woman. Loving beauty is her nature, and she does not want to have so many unsightly scars on her body. These scars not only seriously affect her appearance, but have also become chronic diseases. They may explode at any time and cause devastating damage to her body, just like her current serious illness. However, let me make this clear beforehand. If it doesn't work, I will definitely kill you. Also, you are not allowed to take advantage of this opportunity to lay a hand on me, or I will kill you too. Chiu Huang simply shrugged, completely unconcerned. Women are all like that. They often say one thing and mean another. As the saying goes, once you've done it, you're a stranger, twice you're familiar, and 3 times you can do whatever you want. Brother, you can go out first. Good. Wu Tao stood up. Bu Ting was his sister. How could he bear to look at her body? Brother Bu, have someone send over some white cloth. It will be useful when we're wrapping things up later. Okowo. Bu Tao went out, and soon a large bundle of clean white cloth was brought over and placed on the table for future use. Chiu Huang saw that everything was ready. The next step was the final one. Wanru Wen, Xiaoyu, Siwa, please help her take off her clothes. Yes, my husband. The 4 women worked together and quickly removed all of Bu Ting's clothes, revealing her delicate body. Chiu Huang glanced at her and felt a pang of pity, because Bu Ting's body was covered with all sorts of scars. These scars needed to be treated as soon as possible, otherwise some unpredictable problems might arise. Officer Bu, I'm going to apply the medicine now. It might hurt a little, so please bear with it. As long as you don't touch or grope places you shouldn't, it's fine. Bu Ting lay flat on the bed, blinking her eyes. Pain was nothing to her. Good. Chiu Huang dabbed the ointment on her hand and slowly applied it to her body. Sizzle. As the ointment was applied to her body, Bu Ting's delicate body trembled slightly, and she made a hissing sound, clearly reacting. A tingling, numb sensation came over her. However, she didn't say anything, slowly closed her eyes, and let Chiu Huang do as she pleased. Chiu Huang continued applying the ointment without stopping. A moment later, feeling his hand seem to have moved to a place it shouldn't have, Bu Ting's eyes snapped open. Take your hand away. Don't touch there. Chiu Huang chuckled, unfazed by the threat, and said, This is a crucial spot. If the scar isn't removed, it won't feel pleasant to touch later. If you touch me again, I'll kill you right now. Bu Ting gritted her teeth and threatened fiercely. However, Chiu Huang did not listen and continued to operate. To him, Bu Ting's threat was completely ineffective. Bu Ting was so angry that she gritted her teeth. She secretly vowed that once this was over, she would definitely take a knife and cut off this guy's hand so that he would stop bullying her. Before long, the upper body was finished with the cream, and it was time to apply it to the lower body. Hey, what are you doing? What are you doing? I'm putting ointment on you. Why are you putting ointment there? I don't have any scars there. Even though there are no scars, applying it won't do any harm. As the saying goes, treat illness if you're sick and strengthen your body if you're not. Take your hand away and don't touch that area. If you touch it again, I will kill you. Chiu Huang, I'm warning you again, don't touch that place or I'll kill you right now. After an hour of arduous work, this final step of the treatment was finally completed. All right, mission accomplished. Chiu Huang washed the ointment off her hands. At this moment, Bu Ting was wrapped in thick white cloth all over her body, like a mummy, with only her head sticking out. Chiu Huang, remember this. The violation you committed against my body today will be repaid to me tenfold once I recover. Recalling the entire process of applying the ointment, Bu Ting was furious, wishing she could tear Chiu Huang to pieces. This guy's hands are so restless. He keeps touching places he shouldn't touch and groping parts he shouldn't touch. You look good. It seems my treatment is working well. Chiu Huang glanced at Bu Ting and nodded in satisfaction. Cut. Bu Ting scoffed, turning her head away, not wanting to see this guy again. She was afraid she wouldn't be able to control herself and would jump out of bed and kill him. Seeing this, the four women exchanged glances and couldn't help but secretly smile. All right, our work is done. It's time to go out. Xiao Huang packed her things and turned to leave the room. Young man, how are you? Outside. Butao vaitit anjuosli. When he saw the door open, he immediately came over. No problem. Now all that's left is to take good care of it. Thank you, thank you. Butao thanked him profusely. Xiao Huang had helped them so much. He simply didn't know how to express his gratitude. Remember, keep her like this. Don't let her get out of bed for 3 days, and don't remove the white cloth. After 3 days, I'll come back and remove it myself to see the specific effect, Xiao Huang instructed. No problem, Butao readily agreed. In addition, regarding the medicine I gave you before, except for the last dose, give her the rest once a day, and make sure the dosage is according to my prescription. Okay. Chapter 71, The Mischievous Demon King Song Yuanba. After giving her instructions, Xiao Huang got down to business. Brother Bu, tell me, what exactly is the situation with this Mu Yun? Although he didn't care about any reward, he would never allow anyone to steal the credit that belonged to him. Without a doubt, Mu Yun had offended him, and he would never let him get away with it and would definitely make him pay the price. Bu Tao said, didn't I say before that Mu Yun is the son of Mu Feng of the Mu family? Mu Feng is the head of the Mu family. The Mu family is a powerful and deeply rooted family in Qingyuan County. We can't afford to offend them at all. Although he was a businessman with some wealth, compared to these local tyrants, he was insignificant. The other party not only had money, but also power and influence. So even though it was clearly unfair, they could only endure it. Does the Mu family have any enemies? The kind of enemies that could threaten them? Vu Tao thought for a moment and said, the Mu family does have quite a few enemies, but it seems that none of them can truly threaten them. Local tyrants like these are usually arrogant and domineering, offending countless people, and many want to kill them. However, ordinary people or forces cannot do anything to the other party. So even if they harbor resentment, they are helpless just like them. Xiao Huang remained silent. If there were no enemies who could rival the Mu family, then things would be a bit difficult. All right, I just remembered. At this moment, Bu Tao suddenly slapped his forehead, as if he had thought of something. I heard that the Mu family and another powerful family, the Song family, are currently vying for a tea plantation. That tea plantation has almost monopolized all the tea business in our Qingyuan County. Both the Mu and Song families want this tea plantation, and they're constantly fighting over it, openly and secretly, and even physically fighting each other. Tea was an extremely profitable commodity in this era. Whoever could monopolize this business could make a fortune, become a millionaire, and become famous throughout the world. The Song family, huh? Okay, I'll remember that. Xiao Huang smiled inwardly. Since someone was going to rival the Mu family and had a grudge against them, things would be much easier. Young man, why are you asking about this? Bu Tao was puzzled. Nothing. Xiao Huang didn't explain, but changed the subject. Brother Bu, I saw your mastiffs displaying their might last time, so majestic and awe-inspiring. I've always wanted a few, so do you know? Oh dear, look at my memory. Bu Tao slapped his forehead and said, young man, come on. I'll take you to where I keep mastiffs. You can pick as many as you want, no problem. Then thank you, Brother Bu. Xiao Huang got 3 mastiffs from Bu Tao, bought some things with the 4 women, and then returned to the small mountain village. My husband, you're finally back. Upon seeing Xiao Huang and the others return, Su Yueshua, Song Yue, and the others immediately came out to greet them. How's everything at home? Is everything all right? Nothing's wrong. Everything's fine. Now, their family is a well-known force in Leiyang village, and no one would dare to mess with them. It's good that you're all right. Xiao was relieved. Oh, what's this? At this moment, the women saw the 3 mastiffs and couldn't help but show their curiosity. Xiao Huang said, this is a mastiff. I got it from Bu Tao. It's very brave and strong. I plan to raise it to guard the house and make you feel safer. He certainly couldn't stay in this small mountain village forever. He would definitely have to go out and make his way in the world. Therefore, it was necessary to strengthen the defenses here, just in case. What an adorable mastiff. Looking at these mastiffs, the women couldn't resist their overflowing affection. No woman could resist such furry creatures. Wanru, it's so late tonight. Why don't you stay and have dinner here? Upon hearing this, Lei Wenwen and Lu Wanru exchanged a glance and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. It seems Xiao Huang is planning to torment them again tonight. After a day and a night, on the second day, Xiao Huang left Leong village, taking Wan Yin Miling, Yin Rojuan, and Yin Rugio with him, and headed to the Song family's location. Husband, didn't you say you were going to deal with Mu Yin? Why are you in Songjia Town? Songjia Town is the sphere of influence of the Song family, who hold absolute dominance here. You could just take a look. I have a brilliant plan. Xiao Huang smiled without saying a word. How could Mu Yin be his opponent? He could kill him at any time, but to take down the entire Mu family would be no simple matter. Therefore, he had to rely on external forces, and that force was the Song family. The three women exchanged glances, none of them knowing what Xiao Huang was really up to. Run, the devil is coming. Just as they were wondering, a commotion suddenly broke out in the crowd outside, with countless people rushing in all directions, running for their lives in a panic. What is a troublemaker? The three women were even more puzzled. Xiao Huang looked in the direction of the sound and saw a young man riding a tall horse at the end of the street, rampaging through the street. He had knocked over countless stalls, leaving the ground in a mess. The target has appeared. Xiao Huang smiled. Husband, who is he? Song Yuanba, the devil of the Song family, a wicked and lawless fellow who does all sorts of evil. The three women nodded. Judging from this demeanor, the mischievous devil was no joke. Bring me my arrows. Yes, young master. The guards handed him an arrow. Song Yuanba took the arrow, knocked it, and shot it at the crowd running around in the street. Ah! One man screamed as he was struck by an arrow, fell to the ground, struggled a few times, and then lay still dead. That's too much. Wan Yin, Miling, jumped up, picked up her bow and arrow, and prepared to teach this guy a lesson. Sit down, Xiao Huang said casually. Husband. Wan Yin Miling looked at him, her face full of confusion. It's not time to make a move yet. Xiao Huang picked up her teacup and took a small sip. Wan Yin Miling had no choice but to sit down. Xiao Huang was her husband, and she had to listen to him. Husband, when is the time to make a move? Not to mention Wan Yin Miling. Even Yin Rojuan and Yin Rugio couldn't stand it anymore. This Song Yuanba was really too much. He was shooting ordinary people for fun in public. This was simply not something a human being could do. We'll make our move once they leave and reach a deserted spot in the suburbs. Good. The three women had no objections. If they took action now, they would be implicated and their families might even be affected. However, if they were in the suburbs, it would be different. No one would be paying attention, and even if they killed this guy, no one would know. Chapter 72, Shooting Song Yuanba in Muyan. Ah! Ah! On the streets, shrill screams could be heard from time to time. Each scream meant that someone had been shot by an arrow and fallen to the ground, their fate unknown. Ha ha! Song Yuanba laughed heartily. Hearing the screams of these people, he felt refreshed and invigorated. In no time, the streets were deserted. Everyone was keeping their distance, terrified of this troublemaker. There's nobody here anymore. How boring. Song Yuanba pouted. He hadn't had enough fun yet, and now no one was playing with him anymore. Let's go hunting in the countryside. Song Yuanba turned his horse around and, with his guards, left the town for the outskirts. Walk. Seeing Song Yuanba and the others leave, Xiao Huang didn't hesitate and immediately followed. Giddy up, giddy up. Once they reached the outskirts of the city, Song Yuanba showed no restraint, galloping freely on his horse, wantonly destroying crops and acting lawlessly. Call out. He didn't know how much time had passed when suddenly an arrow shot out from somewhere, locking onto him. Young master, be careful. Seeing the arrows coming, the guards behind panicked and immediately sped up, rushing forward to rescue Song Yuanba. Song Yuanba is the young master of the Song family and is deeply loved. If something happens to him, they, the guards, will also be held responsible and will surely die. Ah! Before they could rush over, Song Yuanba screamed as an arrow struck his forehead, causing him to fall from his horse. He struggled on the ground for a few moments before becoming still. What? Seeing Song Yuanba fall to the ground, shot dead by an arrow, the guard were all shocked. They never dreamed that the devil who had been so powerful and wanton in the market would turn around and be shot dead by someone else in the suburbs. It's over, it's over. Soon, all of them showed expressions of despair. Song Yuanba was their master, and their duty was to protect his safety. Now that Song Yuanba had been killed, they were to blame. The Song family would never let them off the hook, so it was obvious that their fate would be extremely tragic. Call out. Call out. Just then, several arrows pierced the air and shot out from somewhere at incredible speed, hitting them in the blink of an eye. Ah! Ah! The guard screamed and collapsed to the ground, dying instantly. Soon after, four people came out and came to Song Yuanba's side. "Husband, what should we do now?" Looking at Song Yuanba's corpse, none of the four felt any sympathy. This guy, relying on his family's wealth, acted recklessly and lawlessly, treating life as a game. He openly shot and killed ordinary people in the street. Even if he died 1,000 or 10,000 times, it would be too good for him. If he were kept alive, who knows how many more people would suffer at his hands. Qiu Huang said dispose of the body first, but keep his bow and arrows. Bow and arrows? What does my husband need his bow and arrows for? The three women were puzzled. I have my own clever use for it. Qiu Huang didn't offer much explanation. They would understand eventually anyway. Where are these people's bodies? Deal with them as well. Where's the horse? Kill them all, and absolutely leave no clues. Good. The three women had no objections. They all listened to Qiu Huang. With the four working together, the scene was quickly cleaned up, and all possible traces were erased. Husband, what should we do next? Go find that guy Mu Yun. Gong Xie and Mu Yun had been busy all day, and it was finally time to get off work. Ugh, this is really tiring. If I had known that being the chief constable would be this tiring, I would have quit. My back and waist are aching. Mu Yun rubbed his back and walked out of the public room. Chief constable, how about we go to a brothel for some entertainment? Beside Mu Yun were two followers. When they saw Mu Yun complaining of being tired, they offered a suggestion. Go into a brothel for entertainment? That's a good suggestion. Hearing their advice, Mu Yun nodded. He had been visiting brothels since he was 10 years old. Lichun Garden is not far ahead. Let's go there. All right, as you say, Chief Constable. The three of them walked together toward Lichun Garden. Call out. Just then, an arrow suddenly shot out from nowhere, piercing the air and striking Mu Yun in the head before he could even react. Ah! Mu Yun screamed as an arrow struck his head, and he collapsed to the ground, bleeding profusely. It was clear that he could not survive. The chief arrested. The two henchmen were so frightened that they sat down on the ground with a thud, soiling themselves. Who is Mu Yun? He was a newly promoted chief constable and a young master of the Mu family, a man of noble status. Now that he's been shot dead, the consequences are unimaginable. In the shadows, Qiu Huang and the other three stood quietly, watching everything unfold. This guy stole other people's credit, suppressed the head constable, and made the head constable sick. He deserves to die. Like Song Yuanba, they showed no pity for Mu Yun's death. Such a menace should be eliminated as soon as possible to prevent him from harming others. Husband, what do we do now? Qiu Huang said, let's find a place to destroy the bow and arrows first, so that there will be no evidence against us. The bow and arrows he used to kill Mu Yun were all Song Yuanba's bow and arrows. In that case, even if the government or the Mu family investigated, they would not be able to trace it back to them. Where's Mu Yun's body? Aren't you going to deal with it? No need to deal with it. I still need to use his corpse to stir up a feud between the Mu family and the Song family. It would be best if they fought each other to the death, so that we can reap the benefits. Qiu Huang's scheme this time is definitely not just about revenge. He has a bigger plan, to take over the assets of the Mu and Song families, killing two birds with one stone. The three women exchanged glances, all seeing shock in each other's eyes. They hadn't expected their husbands to want to make things so serious. However, they didn't say anything, because no matter what Qiu Huang did, they would support him unconditionally. They were 100% loyal to him and had absolutely no other thoughts. This is absolutely outrageous. As Qiu Huang had predicted, the Mu family was furious when they saw Mu Yun's body. Who exactly killed my son? Mu Feng was furious. His son had just become the chief constable, with a bright future ahead of him, and now he had been shot dead in public. This was simply a disregard for the Mu family. Master. After examination, the arrow that killed the young master came from a Song family, and was the kind of arrow that Song Yuanba often used. Sure. Different arrows are forged using different techniques and made of different materials. Some people even deliberately mark special information on the arrows for easy identification. For example, the arrow that killed Mu Yun this time clearly had the three characters Song Yuanba engraved on it, and other inspection information also confirmed that the arrow was indeed the one used by Song Yuanba. You Song family, you've gone too far. Come with me to the Song family immediately, I want to get justice for my son. Yes, master. Chapter 73. Bu Ting decides to go into business. Little sister, I have good news for you. Mu Yun has been killed. Bu Tao went to Bu Ting's room and told her some wonderful news. Mu Yun was killed? How is that possible? Who did it? Upon hearing the news, Bu Ting found it unbelievable because Mu Yun's identity was special, and now he had been promoted to the chief constable of the Yamen, making him a government official. Who would dare to lay a hand on him? Bu Tao said, I don't know, but there are rumors that it was Song Yuanba of the Song family who did it because Mu Yun was shot and killed, and the arrow used to kill Mu Yun was Song Yuanba's arrow. Song Yuanba? Why did he kill Mu Yun? Bu Ting was even more puzzled. Song Yuanba, known as the Demon King of Chaos, was a lawless and wicked man. She had caught him in the act several times before. Once, she couldn't stand it anymore and arrested him and took him to the Yamen to be detained for a few days. However, the Song family went directly to the Yamen, demanding that the Yamen release him and that she apologize on the spot. In the end, the Yamen was forced to release him under pressure. As for her, she was suspended from her post for 3 months and fined half a year's salary for refusing to apologize. Who knows? Maybe Mu Yun offended Song Yuanba at some point, causing him to hold a grudge. So he took advantage of Mu Yun's unpreparedness and shot him dead with an arrow. After thinking about it, Bu Ting felt that it was possible. After all, everyone knew what kind of person Song Yuanba was: arrogant, domineering, and disdainful of others. Moreover, the Mu family and the Song family were currently locked in a fierce struggle for the tea business, with open and covert battles taking place. Under these circumstances, anything could happen. What about Song Yuanba? Has he admitted it? Bu Tao said, I don't know, because according to the Song family, Song Yuanba didn't go back to the Song family at all. They sent people to search everywhere, but they couldn't find him. They don't know where he went. That's a bit strange. Bu Ting couldn't understand why Song Yuanba disappeared after shooting Mu Yun. Was it because he was afraid the Mu family would hold him accountable? Or was it because the Song family secretly hid him to protect him from the Mu family finding him? I heard that because of this incident, the relationship between the Song family and the Mu family has completely soured. Mu Feng led people to the Song family to seek justice, and they immediately started fighting. Countless people were killed or injured on both sides. I don't know how big the impact will be. To be honest, after hearing about the bloody battle between the Mu and Song families that resulted in countless deaths and injuries, he was genuinely happy. Neither of these families, the Mu or the Song, were good people. They were local tyrants and bullies who specialized in oppressing the common people. The evil deeds they committed were simply too numerous to count. Their current predicament was nothing short of retribution. Brother, do you think this wasn't done by Song Yuanba, but by someone else on purpose, trying to sow discord between the two families, make them fight each other, and then reap the benefits? Bu Ting is a head constable who has handled many cases, including some similar ones. Based on her experience, she feels that this matter is not as simple as it seems on the surface, and there may be some unknown secrets hidden behind it. That's a possibility. Bu Tao nodded in agreement. After all, it wasn't just the Mu and Song families eyeing the tea plantation. Other forces were also watching, all wanting to acquire it, monopolize the tea business, and reap huge profits. But who cares, sister? Now that Mu Yun is dead, no one in the Yamen will compete with you anymore. I believe you will be able to return to the Yamen soon. Returning to the government office? Bu Ting smiled, her eyes filled with bitterness. Brother, I don't want to go back to the Yamen anymore. Why? Punishing the wicked and promoting good. Isn't that your lifelong dream? Bu Tao didn't understand. Bu Ting said, these are indeed my dreams, but dreams are dreams, not reality. The current atmosphere and officialdom simply cannot tolerate me having such dreams. Bu Tao looked at her. He knew that this incident had been a huge blow to his sister, and she still hadn't recovered. Compared to dreams, I yearned for freedom and being unrestrained. Inside the government office, all sorts of rules and regulations suffocated me. Now that I've been dismissed, it's a relief. Bu Tao said, but, sister, if you're not going to Gongxia, what are you planning to do? After thinking for a moment, Bu Ting said, brother, why don't I go into business like you? It's so free and unrestrained. How great would that be? Sister, you're underestimating the difficulty of doing business. It's much harder than working in the government office. As a businessman, Bu Tao knew the difficulties of doing business. This was something that not just anyone could do. That's why he sent his sister to work in the government office, where it was easier and less stressful than his job. Ting laughed and said, "Brother, you underestimate me. I have a great business sense." "Oh, tell me about it." Tao became interested. Ting said, "I already have a great selling point. As soon as the product goes on sale, I guarantee it will be a hit." "What is that?" "It's the ointment I'm applying to my body right now." "Ointment?" Tao hadn't thought about that. Ting said, "Brother, think about it. This ointment has the effect of removing scars. If we're promoted, I wonder how many wealthy ladies would be fighting to get it. Wouldn't money be rolling in then?" "This is indeed a good business." Tao nodded in agreement with Tong Ting's point of view. There's no such thing as a scar removal ointment on the market right now. If they can really develop it and put it on the market, it will undoubtedly cause a huge sensation. But we have absolutely no idea how this ointment is made. Right now, only Chiu Huang knows the answer. "That's easy. We'll go to him, cooperate with him, and jointly develop this kind of thing. He provides the technology, and we provide the publicity, sales channels, and so on. It's a win-win situation." "That's a good idea." Tao nodded. As a fur trader, he was also in the business of fur turnover. All the animal hides he obtained were purchased from hunters and then sold through his own channels to earn the price difference. This is similar to the principle of ointments. "But will he agree to cooperate with us to develop this?" Ting said, "Leave this to me. I'll negotiate with him. I have a few records of negotiations with him before, and he's a fairly easy person to talk to." "All right." Tao didn't object either. As long as his sister had something to do and didn't fall into despair, he would unconditionally support her no matter what she did. Chapter 74. Hands will never be shortchanged, and you can't pass up a good deal. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed, and Xiu Huang once again arrived at Tao's manor. "Young man, can we take off the white cloth now?" Tao asked impatiently, because he couldn't wait to see the results. "That should be fine." Xiu Huang looked at Ting. Ting was in very good spirits. It seemed that his previous treatment had been effective. "That's great, little sister. Did you hear that? Your skin will be back to normal soon." Ting nodded. She had been holding back for 3 days, and now the day to remove the white cloth had finally arrived, and she was very much looking forward to it. "Brother Boo, go and prepare some hot water. After you remove the white cloth, wash her body and remove any remaining medicine residue." "Okay, I'll have someone prepare it right away." Tao turned and walked out, making sure to secure the doors and windows as well. After the white cloth was removed, Ting's body would be naked for a period of time, and he didn't want anyone to see her body and take advantage of her. As for Xiu Huang, he was a doctor and was responsible for treating his sister, so he was an exception. After Tao left, only Xiu Huang and Ting remained in the room. "Officer Bu, I'm going to remove the white cloth for you. Please bear with me." Xiu Huang raised her hand and placed it on Ting's body, beginning to remove the white cloth covering her. "Behave yourself this time. Don't touch places you shouldn't." Ting glared at Qiu Huang. This guy had been too indecent when he was applying medicine to her earlier, touching all over her body. She really wanted to take a knife and cut off his hands to feed the dogs. Xiu Huang chuckled. She didn't take Ting's threat to heart at all. As for his hand, he certainly wouldn't treat it unfairly. Both Tao and Ting had promised him many benefits before, but they never delivered. Since that was the case, it shouldn't be too much for him to touch it and take a little advantage. Xiu Huang slowly and gently removed the white cloth, taking it off little by little. Of course, she made sure to take advantage of the situation during the process. At first, Ting glared at him and threatened him, but when she found that none of it worked, she simply closed her eyes and pretended not to see it, as if bugs were crawling all over her. "All right, the white cloth has been removed. Now, check how it looks." After half an hour of effort, the white cloth wrapped around Ting's body was finally completely removed. With a mixture of anticipation and doubt, Ting slowly opened her eyes, looked at her body, and was immediately stunned. "Is this real? Am I dreaming?" Ting felt like she was dreaming, because she saw that her skin had become smooth and pure white again, like a piece of jade, without a single scar. "It seems to be working very well." Xiu Huang looked at Ting's body. As expected of the system, the scar removal prescription it provided was very effective. Even someone like Ting, with so many scars on her body, could have them removed. "What are you looking at? Turn around right now, or I'll gouge your eyes out and feed them to the dogs." Noticing Xiu Huang's gaze, Ting glared at him fiercely, then pulled the blanket over herself. "Why bother covering yourself? I've seen every part of your body before." You're just burying your head in the sand. Xiao shrugged, not wanting to argue with her any longer, and turned to leave. Young man, how are you? When Bu Tao saw the door open and Xiao Huang come out, he immediately asked, eager to see the result. Mission accomplished. You can go in and take a look now. Really? Bu Tao strode in, taking 3 steps at a time, and came to the bedside. He saw Bu Ting wrapped in a blanket, with only her head showing. Little sister, how's the result? Bu Ting said, I'm all better now, brother, look. As she spoke, she pulled her 2 arms out from under the blanket and showed them to her brother. That's wonderful, that's wonderful. Looking at Bu Ting's smooth, jade-like arms, Bu Tao burst into tears of joy. Thank God, his sister had finally made a full recovery. Brother, could you please go out first and let me take a proper shower and clean myself up? I haven't showered for so many days, and I feel like I'm filthy. All right, little sister, I'll have someone pour hot water into the bath for you right away, so you can wash yourself properly. Bu Tao turned and walked out. Then, the maids carried hot water and entered the room one after another. Young man, thank you so much this time. From now on, you will be my benefactor. I will go through fire and water for you if you just say the word. Bu Tao looked at Xiao Huang with genuine gratitude. Without him, he didn't know what would have become of his sister. You're too kind. You're too kind. Actually, what Xiao Huang wanted was real money, not empty words. However, even if he asked for it, he figured the guy wouldn't give him much. The half of the wealth he promised last time still hadn't been delivered. Young man, I've already ordered my men to prepare a meal. Let's drink and chat. Good. The two went to the living room, where they ate and drank. When we were halfway through the meal, Bu Ting came in. At this moment, Bu Ting had taken a shower and changed into a clean dress. She looked radiant and full of energy, so much so that Xiao Huang could hardly take his eyes off her. Without a doubt, Bu Ting's looks are outstanding. In addition, as a martial artist, she has a very well-proportioned figure. She has a good foundation from childhood, with curves in all the right places. Unlike Tang Shi and Shan Feng, who suffered from malnutrition from childhood and were thin and skinny, they only gained weight after marrying him and their lives improved. However, even so, their looks still can't compare to Bu Ting's because their natural features aren't as good. Little sister, you're here. Come and sit down. Bu Tao beckoned Bu Ting to come and sit down. Bu Ting walked over, found a seat, picked up the wine pot, and poured herself a glass of wine. Xiao Huang, thank you for saving me this time. I'd like to toast you. Xiao Huang smiled inwardly. Women really are strange creatures. Just a moment ago, they were shouting and threatening to kill him, saying they would cut off his hands and gouge out his eyes. Now they have changed their tune and are toasting him. However, he didn't expose it, picked up his glass, and said, cheers. After a satisfying meal, Xiao Huang didn't leave immediately. Bu Tao had asked Bu Ting to accompany him for a walk and to enjoy the scenery. With a beautiful woman by his side, he naturally didn't want to leave. Chapter 75, Want the ointment recipe? Easy, let me go back last time. Xiao Huang, can I talk to you about something? In the pavilion, Xiao Huang and Bu Ting sat and admired the beautiful scenery of the artificial lake. What's up? Bu Ting thought for a moment and said, is it possible for only you to make this scar removal ointment? Probably. This is a recipe provided by the system, and it is believed to be unique. No one else can possess such a thing. Since that's the case, how about this? We cooperate to develop this ointment, then sell it to other wealthy ladies and make a lot of money. Upon hearing this, Xiao Huang turned to look at her, surprised that she actually had such thoughts. Your idea is excellent and deserve a thumbs up. Xiao Huang nodded, admitting that Bu Ting's idea was really good. If his scar-removing ointment were publicly promoted, it would definitely cause a frenzy, with countless people rushing to buy it. Women's purchasing power is the most terrifying thing in the world, no matter the era or place. So you agree? Xiao Huang said, I didn't say that. So what do you mean? Xiao Huang said, to be honest, I do have plans to commercialize this ointment. In fact, his plans were not just about promoting this ointment. He had many other plans, such as selling cloth, opening a cloth shop, buying land, becoming a landlord, and so on. He wanted to do anything that could make money. Isn't this perfect? You provide the technology, we provide the raw materials and sales channels. We cooperate sincerely, achieve mutual benefit and win-win results, and make money together. Xiao Huang looked at her and said, you want to cooperate? But why should I cooperate with you? What do you mean by that? Don't you think we're worth your cooperation? Bu Ting asked, puzzled. Xiao Huang said, you have no right to say that. Before, your brother promised me half of his wealth if I helped him rescue you. Did you keep your promise? Then, your brother said that he wanted me to treat your illness, and that he would give me whatever I wanted after I was cured. What did you do then? Now, you want to take my ointment and want me to cooperate with you to develop the ointment. I really want to ask, is this how you do business? You have no integrity at all. Buting said, regarding the matter of you saving me last time, didn't we reach an agreement? My brother and I will introduce you to our connections and help you make money, and then you said you wouldn't want my brother's half of his wealth. Do you think I can't build connections with my abilities? Do you think I need your connections? Xiao Huang retorted. This, Buting remained silent. Although she was reluctant to admit it, she had to say that Xiao Huang's abilities were indeed terrifying. She had never seen such a powerful person before. Take the scar-removing ointment, for example. If he were to release the news, a large number of people would definitely come to him, offering him money and connections. The other party would not need to cooperate with them at all. Even if we settled the matter last time, and I didn't pursue it, what are you going to use to pay for my treatment this time? After thinking for a moment, Buting said, we can use the profits from developing the ointment to pay for it. You get 60%, and we get 40%. How about that? If you're not satisfied, we can split it 30/70ths. You get 70%, and we get 30%. That works too. In the end, all you try to do is get something for nothing. There's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Xiao Huang chuckled. You don't trust us? Why should I trust you? Who are you to me? Xiao Huang countered, saying that since things had come to this point, there was no need for him to be polite. Buting was so angry that she gritted her teeth. She never expected that after sincerely discussing cooperation with Xiao Huang, the other party would respond in this way, showing that he didn't trust her at all. What exactly do you want in order for you to trust us and cooperate with us? Xiao Huang chuckled, looked her up and down, and said, it's simple. Let me have you once. What did you say? Upon hearing Xiao Huang's words, Buting was furious. She clenched her fists and wished she could rush up and give this hateful guy a good beating. This guy had repeatedly offended her and violated her body when he was applying medicine and removing the white cloth. Considering that she was being treated, she tolerated it. But she never expected that he would be so shameless as to ask to have sex with her. He has no shame at all. You know me. I'm greedy and lustful. I never trust anyone except my wife, my woman. So, if you want me to trust you, you have to become my woman first. Only then will I trust you. Xiao Huang said calmly that he had a system. As long as someone gained the system's approval and became his woman, she would be 100% devoted to him and would not have any ulterior motives. Only then could he feel at ease handing over the ointment business to Buting. Women wives? Do you know that a significant portion of the cases I've handled involve wives and women? Often, the ones who hurt you are not strangers, but the people closest to you. Buting scoffed. She wasn't some ignorant woman who had never seen the world. Then let me ask you, if you can't even trust the people around you, who can you trust? Strangers? Take you as an example. If you don't even trust your own brother, who can you trust? Xiao Huang asked a series of questions in response. Buting was speechless. For her, she and her brother depended on each other for survival. When she was very young, her parents died from serious illnesses. Her brother raised her and was her only relative in the world, as well as the person she trusted the most. If she couldn't even trust her brother, then there was truly no one in the world she could trust. Is there no other way to win your trust besides being your woman? What do you think? After a moment of contemplation, Buting gritted her teeth, seemingly having made up her mind. Fine, since you want to sleep with me, I'll let you have my way once. Xiao Huang nearly coughed up blood. He looked at Buting, feeling utterly incredulous. In his view, a woman like Buting, who wasn't even afraid of torture, would never easily use her body as a bargaining chip to make a deal with him. But now it seems he was wrong. Buting said, anyway, you've seen and touched my body, so it's no big deal if you sleep with me once. I'll just treat it like a mosquito bite, close my eyes, and it'll be over. It's worth it. Chapter 76, Bathroom Passion. After saying that, Buting stood up and walked out. This guy really doesn't understand unmarried women like them. He's seen them, touched them, and in this situation, they only have two choices. Either marry him or remain unmarried for life, because if they marry someone else, they will inevitably face all sorts of disdain. Am I developing feelings for it? Xiao Huang watched her departing figure. Based on his understanding of Buting, she was definitely not the kind of woman who would allow someone to sleep with her so easily, unless she liked the other person and had developed feelings for him. Thinking about it, it makes sense. Recalling the whole process from when they first met to when they got to know each other, and how they walked together all the way, it would be a lie to say there were no feelings involved. Otherwise, she wouldn't have allowed him to look at her body and touch her body so freely. Although she kept saying she wanted to kill him, cut off his hands, and gouge out his eyes, she didn't actually do those things in the end. What are you still dawdling about? Don't you want to sleep with me? If you don't come soon, I might change my mind. They're here. Xiao Huang responded, stood up, and happily followed. The two arrived at Buting's room. Someone, prepare some hot water for me. Yes, Mississippi. Why are you preparing hot water? What are you doing? Taking a shower. Didn't you just take a shower? I'm willing. It's none of your business. All right. Xiao Huang was somewhat speechless. Women really are hard to understand. Miss, the hot water is ready. Put the hot water into the bathtub. Yes, Mississippi. After everything was ready, Buting closed the doors and windows. Wait a moment, I'm going to take a shower. After I'm done, let's begin. Whatever. Xiao Huang shrugged, indifferent. He only cared about the result. The process didn't matter. Remember, you must not let my brother know about this. If you tell my brother, I will never forgive you. After saying that, Buting took her pajamas and walked into the bathroom. Xiao Huang waited outside for a while, getting quite bored. He went to the bathroom to ask Buting if she had finished showering. The door isn't locked. Xiao was surprised to find that Buting had not closed the bathroom door, whether intentionally or unintentionally. Xiao Huang smiled. Since it wasn't closed, what were they waiting for? They could just go in. So, Xiao Huang pushed open the bathroom door and walked in confidently. Inside the bathroom was a large bathtub filled with hot water, with flower petals floating on the surface. Buting was sitting in the water, taking a leisurely bath. Rich people know how to enjoy life. I want to build a bathhouse like this someday. No, even bigger than this one. Xiao Huang thought to herself with a smug satisfaction. How did you get in? Didn't I tell you to wait outside? Buting was a little angry when she discovered that Xiao Huang had entered without permission. Xiao Huang chuckled and said, let's do it here. A bath together is much better than doing it in bed. After saying that, he took off all his clothes and went into the bath. Don't be ridiculous. I may have agreed to let you have sex once, but I didn't give you permission to do whatever you want. Xiao Huang ignored him completely. He grabbed Buting with one hand and began to caress her body wantonly. Let me go, you scoundrel. Buting was furious and struggled fiercely, trying to break free. However, she discovered that Xiao Huang's strength was astonishing, and she couldn't break free at all. If you keep doing this, I'll call for help. Xiao Huang laughed and said, didn't you say before that you couldn't let your brother know? In short, Buting's idea of calling for help was completely blocked. Under Xiao Huang's caresses, Buting quickly gave in and her body went limp. Before long, a seductive sound came from the bathroom. Ding, congratulations, host. You have gained a new spouse, Buting, and have gained 1 point of martial arts strength. Your current total martial arts strength is 17 points. The system notification sound appeared in Xiao Huang's mind. After an unknown amount of time, the passion in the bathroom came to an end. Do you still stand by what you said before about the scar removal cream? Buting rested her little head on Xiao Huang's broad and sturdy chest, just like a well-behaved kitten. Of course it's a deal. I've said it before. As long as you let me sleep with you and become my woman, I'll give you the ointment business. I'm always generous to my women and never go back on my word. All right, I'm relieved to hear that. Buting nodded. Although this guy was greedy and lecherous, his character was still good, and she trusted him. All right, now that you've gone up there, we should head out. If we linger, my brother will get suspicious. Go out? This is nothing. He finally managed to catch his prey. It wouldn't be in his style if he didn't make the most of it. But the water's cold now. What if we get sick if we keep doing this? Simple, let's go to bed. Xiao Huang picked up Qi Ting with both hands, stood up abruptly from the water, and walked out of the bathroom. When Xiao Huang left, it was nearly dusk. That tormenting guy is finally gone. Buting lay in bed, beginning to question her life. It wasn't that she didn't want to get up, but that she simply couldn't. Xiao Huang's stamina was truly extraordinary. Even someone like her, a martial artist, couldn't withstand it. Even now, her whole body was still aching, and she had no strength at all. Buting, you really are shameless. You sold your body for a mere ointment, and the other party was a greedy and lustful man who had women as many as cattle. What's the difference between you and those women in brothels? She now suspects that she was just acting impulsively and without thinking back then. Otherwise, given her personality, she would never have done that kind of thing with Xiao Huang. Well, it's done now. There's nothing we can do about it. Butink Sigit. What's done is done, and even if she regretted it now, it would be of no use. Younger sister. Just then, a voice came from outside. Buting was startled and quickly pulled the blanket over herself. After all, she was completely naked and still bore many marks of lovemaking. If her brother found out, things would get out of hand. Brother, is there something you need? Bu Tao said. Nothing much. I just wanted to come and see you, and also to let you know that dinner is ready. Bu Ting said, Brother, I'm not hungry. You can have dinner with your wives. You've only just recovered from your illness. How can you survive without eating? All right, then have the maids bring it to my room. Chapter 77, Preparing to go to the county town. Bu Tao was somewhat puzzled, because under normal circumstances, based on his understanding of Bu Ting, his sister would not say or do such a thing. Little sister, may I come in? Inside, Bu Ting looked at herself and made sure that the blanket had completely covered her body without revealing any flaws before she felt relieved. Come in. The door was pushed open, and Bu Tao walked in. Little sister, why are you in bed so early? This isn't like you. Bu Tao came to the bedside and found Bu Ting lying on the bed, which made him even more confused. Bu Ting had already prepared her explanation, saying, Brother, have you forgotten that I've only just recovered from my illness? Xiao Huang told me to make sure I get plenty of rest and not to overwork myself. Look at my memory, little sister. I'm sorry, I forgot. After Bu Ting's reminder, Bu Tao remembered that his younger sister had just been seriously ill. Although she was almost fully recovered, she still needed to rest and recuperate properly for a better recovery. Brother, I have good news for you. Xiao Huang has agreed to cooperate with us to jointly develop a scar removal cream. Bu Ting changed the subject, diverting Bu Tao's attention. Little sister, are you telling the truth? Bu Tao found it unbelievable. He had originally thought that it would take several rounds of negotiations and discussions before a final decision could be made. Of course it's true, would I lie to you? That's wonderful, little sister, you're amazing. Bu Tao was overjoyed. As a businessman, he was well aware of the potential commercial value behind the scar removal cream. It was a highly profitable product, and once successfully marketed, it would cause a frenzy among countless people. Have you agreed on profit sharing? 50-50. Not bad, not bad. Bu Tao nodded. This profit sharing was unexpected. Originally, he had hoped for a 60-40 split, with Xiao Huang taking 60% and them taking 40% or 70/30ths. These were all acceptable to them, and even an 80-20th split would not be unacceptable. If we can get a 50-50th split now, that would be very good, the best possible outcome. Brother, where are you planning to open a shop? Bu Tao said, that goes without saying, it's definitely the county town. Scar removal ointments are difficult to find, especially the medicinal herbs used. You can't find them all in a small town. You have to go to the county town to find them. Naturally, the county town is where they sell best. Buying the herbs there, making the product there, and selling it there is undoubtedly the best business model. Furthermore, the primary target audience for this product is wealthy young women. Typically, only they have the purchasing power to buy luxury items like scar removal cream. The people in the town are generally poor and lack financial resources. Making a living is already difficult enough for them. So where would they find the extra money to buy something like scar removal cream? Brother, your opinion is the same as Xiao Huang's. He also thinks we should sell in the county town. Bu Ting nodded. Her brother was indeed a businessman with high business acumen, knowing which products to sell and where to sell them. That place in the county town is just the beginning. I believe that this kind of thing will soon sweep across the entire Tianfeng kingdom and even the whole world. That will be our moment to rise to prominence. Bu Tao was already envisioning the future. His ambitions were not simply limited to a small town or a county. However, he had neither the ability nor the opportunity to achieve such a goal before. He once tried to break into the leather goods business in the county town, but there were so many leather merchants there that it was extremely difficult to establish himself and do business there. In the end, he only managed to open a very small shop. It would be extremely difficult, if not impossible, for him to grow and become a major player. However, things are different now. With this star product, the scar removal ointment, he has no worries about the market because it is unique and there is no competition. They will have an absolute monopoly. Brother, when are you planning to launch your operation? Bu Tao said, We'll start tomorrow. Tomorrow we'll go to the county town to select a location, a shop, and purchase raw materials to make and sell the ointment. He can't wait any longer. Good. Bu Ting didn't object, because Qiu Huang had told her that he was ready to start at any time, without any problems. Little sister, you should rest well and recover properly. I won't disturb you any longer. Bu Tao stood up, turned around, and walked out. Thank God, we finally got away with it. Seeing Bu Tao leave, Bu Ting breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, her brother hadn't noticed anything unusual. Otherwise, she really wouldn't have been able to explain herself no matter how hard she tried. It's all that jerk's fault for tormenting me like that. If he comes again, I'll cut off his thing and see how he dares to bully me then. Pa. How could there be a next time? There's absolutely no next time. Leiyang Village, a courtyard house. It was already dark. My husband has been gone for so long. Why hasn't he come back yet? Is he not coming back today? That can't be. From the beginning until now, my husband has never stayed out all night. I think my husband must be delayed by something. Let's wait a little longer. I believe he will definitely come back. The women sat in the courtyard, gazing outside. They hadn't seen Qiu Huang all day, and they were starting to worry, fearing that something might have happened to him outside. I'm back. Just then, a familiar voice came from outside. My husband is back. Upon hearing this sound, everyone was overjoyed. They immediately opened the door, rushed out, and tightly embraced the figure outside. I'm sorry I'm late. I made you worry. Looking at these beautiful women, Qiu Huang felt very guilty. He had already driven at top speed on the way back, but even so, it was still dark when he returned. It's good that my husband is back. It's good that he's back. The women looked at Qiu Huang's figure, feeling quite content. Have you made dinner? It's been prepared a long time ago, just waiting for my husband to come back and eat. Okay, I'll go wash my hands first, then we'll eat. Soon, everyone sat down at the table and enjoyed the delicious food. I have something to tell you. I'm planning to go to the county town tomorrow. I wonder if any of you would like to come with me. County seat? Upon hearing this word, the group exchanged glances. The word was completely unfamiliar to them. They had never been there before. Chapter 78. You and I ride horse. The county town? Why does my husband suddenly want to go there? Qiu Huang said, It's like this. I reached an agreement with Bu Ting, Bu Tao, and others to promote that scar removal ointment and sell it to others to make money. Was that ointment successful? Previously, Miao Suihua and Miao Xiaoyu had told them that Qiu Huang had developed a kind of ointment that could remove scars and make their skin smooth and radiant, just like a newborn baby. Naturally, they couldn't resist the allure of this miraculous ointment and told Qiu Huang that they all wanted to use it to remove the scars that had been left on their bodies for various reasons. However, Qiu Huang told them that they didn't know the specific effects yet. They would have to test it on Bu Ting to see if it could truly remove scars without leaving any marks before they could know the specific effects. Yes, it worked. After using my ointment, all of Bu Ting's scars disappeared. Her skin is smooth and radiant, and she no longer has to suffer from scars. Qiu Huang nodded. That's wonderful. The women were all very happy. Since others had tested it without any problems, they figured it would be fine for them to use it as well. Ask yourself, which woman in this world doesn't love beauty? Which woman doesn't want her skin to be radiant, fair, and jade-like? They are no exception. They all want to become more beautiful and charming. Husband, are you planning to go to the county town to get that kind of ointment and then sell it? Qiu Huang said, Yes, the raw materials for this ointment are quite rare. You can't buy it in small towns. You can only buy it in the county seat. Because of the raw materials, the price is relatively expensive, making it a luxury item. Ordinary families can't afford it. The target customers are wealthy ladies, so selling it in the county seat should be more effective. So that's how it is. The women understood. They knew that what Qiu Huang said was true. Most people in rural areas and small towns were very poor and struggled to make a living every day. Under such circumstances, where would they find spare money to buy scar removal cream? Husband, you're collaborating with Boss Bu and his team? What exactly is the collaboration like? Do you need our help? Qiu Huang said, They provide the raw materials, promotion and sales, and I provide the production method. I will not participate in the specific promotion and sales. The profits will be split 50/50. As for you, if you want to help, I can tell you the whole process of making the ointment and let you make the ointment for me, and then give it to Bu Ting and Bu Tao to sell. Are we really capable of making ointment, given our clumsiness? The women were incredulous. They were all from farming families and knew nothing except basic tasks like farming, weaving, and cooking. Even learning to read and count was initially very difficult for them. It was only after following Chiu Huang and being taught by him that they gradually learned. You're all quite capable. You're very good at learning new things. Chiu Huang always doted on his woman and was happy to encourage her. My husband, perhaps you're the only one in this world who thinks this way. The women were deeply moved. Chiu Huang was just like that. He was very tolerant and patient with them, often encouraging them and never looking down on them for being clumsy or useless. He truly was the best husband in the world. It seems you all want to go to the county town. How about this? We'll do it the same way as before. Every time I go to the county town, I'll take a few people with me, and we'll take turns. How's that sound? With so many people, it's impossible to take them all to the county town at once. That's simply out of the question. Thank you, my husband. They had no objections to Chiu Huang's arrangements. They would unconditionally support whatever he did. Tomorrow, Shiyun, Yuan, Yue, and Yufei will accompany me to the county town. As for the others, except for those who are menstruating, none of them should go tonight. Although he spent almost the entire afternoon with Buting, Chiu Huang still felt unsatisfied. There was no way around it. His current strength was too terrifying, possessing the strength of 17 adults, and his energy was boundless. One woman alone could no longer satisfy his needs. The women exchanged glances, none of them objecting. For them, the best thing was for their husbands to pamper them and be intimate with them. The real disaster would be if their husbands became indifferent to them and had no interest in their bodies. Didn't you see how tragic the endings were for those women who fell out of favor? A day and a night passed quickly, and the second day arrived. The next day, early in the morning, after breakfast, Chiu Huang led Murong Shiyun, Chen Yuanyuan, Song Yue, and Song Yufei to town to meet up with Buting and the others. Officer Bu, it's been a long time. The four women greeted Buting warmly. Buting looked at them and said, Don't call me Officer Bu anymore. I've already left Gongxia. From now on, you can just call me Buting. She now has a very close relationship with Chiu Huang and has become his woman. Therefore, it is very necessary to maintain good relations with Murong Shiyun and the others. After all, only a harmonious family can develop and prosper in the long run. Good. The four women had no objections. They all sympathized with Buting and supported her decision because the current officialdom was indeed too corrupt and could drive people crazy. Staying out of officialdom was the best option. Why do I only see you? Where's your brother? Chiu Huang looked at everyone, but didn't see Butao. Buting said, My brother went to the county town a little earlier. He asked me to stay and pick you up. The journey to the county town was long and arduous, so it was impossible to rely solely on foot. A horse-drawn carriage or other means of transportation was necessary. Oh well. Chiu Huang didn't have any objections. In any case, he was basically only responsible for making the ointment, acting as a hands-off manager. As for the rest, he could leave it to Butao and the others to handle. It's getting late. You should get into the carriage. I'll take you to the county town. Good. The four women had no objections, boarded the carriage, and sat inside. What about you? Why aren't you going in? Buting asket ki huang. Chiu Huang said, I'll ride a horse like you. Buting said, There are only a few horses here, not many more. You misunderstood me. What I meant was, I'd ride a horse with you. Chapter 79 County Town. Hearing Chiu Huang's words, Buting was furious. She knew without a doubt that this guy was trying to take advantage of her again. This guy did it to her all afternoon yesterday, leaving her sore all over and completely exhausted. She couldn't even get out of bed and had to lie in bed all night before she could barely recover. If she lets this guy mess things up again, how will she ever be able to face anyone again? Take your time with it. I don't have time for you. Buting ignored Chiu Huang, flipped herself onto her horse, and prepared to leave. Hey. To her surprise, Chiu Huang chuckled, grabbed the horse, and leaped onto it, landing behind her. Can't you have any shame at all? Buting was so angry that she gritted her teeth. She had never seen such a shameless person before. However, Chiu Huang said something completely unexpected. Your horse doesn't even have stirrups or a saddle. How are you supposed to ride it? Stirrups? Saddle? What are those? Buting had never heard of such a thing before. I'll find the materials another day and make you a pair of stirrups and a saddle. With these things, riding will be much more comfortable for you, and they can protect your thighs from chafing. What are you talking to yourself about? Buting asked, puzzled, unable to understand what this guy was saying. Chiu Huang said, It doesn't matter if you don't understand. Let's hurry up and go to the county town. As he spoke, he opened his arms and put them around her slender waist. You're like a leech, sticking to me like glue. This was the first time Buting had ever seen such a shameless guy. If it were anyone else, she would have kicked him off the stage long ago. Xiao Huang chuckled, not caring at all. In his view, this was just a minor squabble between husband and wife, a kind of fun, nothing to worry about. Keep your hands to yourself, and don't touch places you shouldn't. Drive. Seeing that she couldn't persuade him otherwise, Buting gave up and let him be, then steered her horse away in a cloud of dust. Come on, follow the young lady. Seeing this, the others followed suit, some on horseback, some in carriages, and they all went to the county town together. Before they knew it, 2 hours had passed, and a huge city appeared at the end of the road. Is this the county seat? Xiao Huang looked up at the enormous city in front of him. This city was majestic and magnificent, like a giant standing on the earth. Even at first glance, it was clear that this was definitely not comparable to any small town. Compared to a small town, this was a city in the true sense of the word. What? Is this your first time in the county town? Yes, this is my first time here. Xiao Huang nodded without refuting. After all, it was indeed his first time in such a place. I thought you were well-traveled and knowledgeable. Xiao Huang sensed something sarcastic in her tone, but he didn't pay it any mind. Compared to Tang Shi and Miao Suehua, who were absolutely obedient to him, Buting was clearly different. She would argue with him, be sarcastic, and even threaten to kill him. However, he quite likes this kind of life. The couple bickers and teases each other every day, which is a kind of life pleasure, isn't it? All right, we're outside the county town now. You can get off. Horse riding and speeding are not allowed inside the county town. Good. Xiao Huang nodded, patted Buting's bottom, and then dismounted. You, Buting gritted her teeth in anger. This guy really knew how to take advantage of her. Earlier on the way to the horseback ride, his hands were already wandering around, touching her all over. If other people saw this, how would they look at her? Forget it. There's no need to lower yourself to the level of a scoundrel. Buting convinced herself, then dismounted and looked behind her. Apart from the coachman, everyone else had already dismounted. Let's go into the city. Buting, holding the reins, led the horse toward the city gate. At the city gate, soldiers are on duty and checking people. Everyone who wanted to enter the city had to go through the check and be allowed to pass only after it was confirmed that there were no problems. Soon it was Xiao Huang and his group's turn. What's in the carriage? Open it and take a look. 2 soldiers walked over and pointed at the carriage. Open. The coachman lifted the curtain, and the soldier looked inside. He found 4 women sitting there and nothing else. All right, you can go in now. The soldier waved and let them pass. Let's go into town. The group entered the city. Upon entering the county town, a bustling commercial atmosphere immediately greets you. The wide roads are lined with all kinds of goods, a dazzling array that is hard to look away from. Restaurants and inns are everywhere, making it a very prosperous place. Compared to a small town, it's like comparing heaven and earth. Is this the county town? It's huge. Inside the carriage, Murong Shiyun, Chun Yuanyuan, Song Yue, and Song Yufei automatically lifted the curtain and looked around at everything. This was their first time in the county town, and they found everything here very novel. Do you want to leave Leong Village and live in this county town? Xiao Huang walked alongside the carriage. With his current financial resources, he could easily bring his entire family to live and work in the county town. We haven't thought about that. To be honest, the 4 women were all from farming families. What grand ideas could they possibly have? Their biggest wish was to have 3 meals a day and be free from worries about food and clothing. As for anything more, they didn't have any such thoughts. After we get back, we'll discuss it with Shi and the others to see if you prefer life in the small mountain village or if you'd like to live in the city. To be fair, Xiao Huang himself doesn't care where he is. If others like the countryside, he supports them and they can stay in the countryside. Of course, if they want to live in the city, he also supports them. They could buy a big house, preferably one like the manor owned by Buting and Butao, and live a comfortable life as a family. All right, this is the shop my brother chose. After walking around the city for a short while, they arrived at the shop location chosen by Butao. Brother, we've arrived. Buting gave a shout. Little sister, little brother, you've finally arrived. A person walked out from inside. It was none other than Butao. Brother, have all the medicinal herbs been prepared? Butao nodded. Everything is ready. We're just waiting to make the ointment. Good. Buting looked at Xiao Huang and said, it's time for you to cast your spell. No problem. Xiao Huang readily agreed to make the ointment. As it stands, he's the only one who knows how to make it. He hasn't taught the others yet. Sure Yun, Yuan, Yu Fei, Yue, let's go make the ointment. Yes, my husband. Chapter 80, I care about all my women, including you. Led by Bu Tao, Xiao Huang and the others arrived at the back room, where various medicinal herbs and tools were displayed, all of which were needed to make scar removal ointment. Young man, thank you for your trouble. It's no trouble at all. Xiao smiled slightly. Little sister, you stay here and help out. I'll go take care of other things. After saying that, Bu Tao turned and left, leaving behind Xiao Huang and the 5 women, Bu Ting, Murong Shiyun, Chen Yuanyuan, Song Yue, and Song Yufei. Let's start making it now. Without any delay, Xiao Huang took out her tools and began making the ointment. Do you need my help? Bu Ting asked it. Didn't your brother ask you to help us before? Bu Ting said, aren't you afraid that after I help you, I'll learn the whole process of how you make ointments, then kick you aside and make ointments on my own? What are you afraid of? I was planning to teach Shiyun and the others how to make ointments anyway. If you want to learn, I can teach you too. One more or one less won't make a difference. Xiao Huang made no attempt to hide it. Anyway, Bu Ting was now his woman, and she had gained the system's approval. One of the great benefits of the system's approval was that she would always be loyal to him, would never betray him, and would never do anything to wrong him. Therefore, he was completely at ease with Bu Ting now. Moreover, for him, a mere scar removal ointment is utterly insignificant. His future business empire will certainly extend far beyond this ointment. Now I finally understand why so many women are willing to love you and spend their lives with you. Bu Ting had to admit that apart from being greedy and lustful, Xiao Huang was almost perfect in every other way. If it were anyone else, they would have kept such a rare and precious product as scar removal cream a closely guarded secret. They wouldn't have allowed anyone to even take a peek, let alone teach it to others. However, Xiao Huang didn't care at all and generously taught others. Such an excellent quality is something that most people don't possess. Upon hearing this, Murong Shiyun, Chen Yuanyuan, Song Yufei, and Song Yue all lowered their heads, their faces slightly flushed because they knew that Bu Ting was referring to them. And you, do you love me and want to spend your life with me? Go to hell. You think you can make me love you and spend my life with you? Keep dreaming. Bu Ting said fiercely. Yeah. Xiao smiled slightly, a smile that held a profound meaning. He's already got his prey. Do you think he can just run away? Bu Ting was too lazy to continue bite tea with Xiao Huang, so she simply picked up her tools and got down to work. This guy was always outspoken and unrestrained. If he really told people what happened yesterday, how would she ever be able to face anyone again? After all, she wasn't officially married yet, and their relationship was illegitimate. To others, it was clearly an affair, and the gossip about them could drown her. Xiao Huang stopped provoking her. He knew his limits. Right now, no one else knew about what was going on between him and Bu Ting except for themselves. Making ointment is no simple task. It is time-consuming and laborious. In addition, there are many materials involved, so it's not just about making one batch of ointment, but many batches. Therefore, Xiao Huang and his 6 companions worked from noon until night, but still did not finish making all the ointments, only completing 1/3 of the quantity. That's enough for today. I'm exhausted. Xiao stopped, pounding her back, feeling that she had never been so tired before. Now I know why you weren't afraid I'd steal it. Making this ointment isn't something just anyone can do. Bu Ting was the same. She was exhausted. If I had known it would be this tiring, I should have called she and the others over. It would have been much more efficient if everyone had helped with the production. Even Xiao Huang and Bu Ting were exhausted, and Murong Shiyun and the others were so tired that they collapsed. After all, they didn't have a system, nor did they have the physical fitness of Bu Ting, who had practiced martial arts since childhood. Sister, brother, and 4 sisters-in-law, dinner is ready. At this moment, Bu Tao walked in and said to them. Bu Ting said, Brother, let us take a break and rest for a while. Good. After dinner, they arrived at a large courtyard, which Bu Tao had now bought and could accommodate dozens of people. My lord, would you like us to serve you tonight? Inside the room, Chen Yuanyuan asked Xiao Huang. No need, you're all tired. You should rest early today. We can talk about serving later. Xiao Huang is physically strong and has a fast recovery ability. After a period of recuperation, he has basically recovered. However, Chen Yuanyuan and the others were different. Their physical condition was far inferior to his, and such a short period of rest was definitely not enough. Therefore, he couldn't bear to torment them any further. Good. Hearing Xiao Huang's words, the four women didn't say anything more, turned around and walked out, each returning to their own room. They really needed to rest now, as they still had to make ointments tomorrow. I wonder what the night view of the county town is like. After the four women left, Xiao Huang saw that it was still early and she wasn't sleepy, so she decided to go out for a walk and see the night view of the county town. In county towns, unless there are special circumstances, there is usually no curfew. This means that people can go out at night to set up stalls, play games, and enjoy the night scenery. Buting. When he walked out of the courtyard, ready to go out, he found that Buting was also outside, seemingly planning to go out and enjoy the night view, just like him. Autumn's hazy state. At this moment, Buting also saw him, her brows furrowing slightly, clearly not expecting him to come out as well. Xiao Huang quickly walked over and asked, "Are you going out?" Buting nodded. "Yes, the night view of this county is quite nice. Every time I come, I go out and take a good look. Let's go together." "Together? Just the two of us?" Buting asked, puzzled. Xiao Huang retorted, "What? Is that not allowed?" "No, what about your four wives? Shouldn't you be with them?" Buting was somewhat surprised. Xiao Huang said, "They're tired today, so I'll let them go and rest." "Oh, I didn't realize you cared so much about your women. Knowing they're tired, you can't bear to put them through any more trouble? Look at what you're saying. I care about all my women, including you." "I can't see it." Chapter 81. How about we get a hotel room? Xiao Huang looked at her, her calm expression carrying a hint of resentment that made her seem pitiful. "What's wrong? Feeling empty and lonely? How about we go get a room, and I'll pamper and love you properly?" Upon hearing this, Buting immediately became furious and said, "Xiao Huang, is there nothing else on your mind besides having sex with women? You had sex with me all afternoon yesterday, leaving me sore all over that I couldn't even get out of bed. It took me a whole night to recover. If you still want to have sex with women, then go find someone else. I don't want to be unable to get up tomorrow." Xiao Huang chuckled, not angry at all, and said, "I was just saying, I love you so much. How could I possibly make you suffer and make you unable to get up tomorrow?" Cut. Buting scoffed. Did this guy think she was stupid? If he really cared for her and loved her, he wouldn't have messed with her and tormented her like that yesterday afternoon. By the way, how do you usually train to be so physically strong and have such high physical intensity? Buting asked the question that had been on her mind. Thinking about herself, she had practiced martial arts since childhood. To enhance the effect, her brother had even hired some famous teachers for her, which was why she had the strength she had now. However, compared to Xiao Huang, her current strength is simply incomparable. One is in the heavens, and the other is on the ground. Therefore, she really wants to know how Xiao Huang usually trains his body and why he has such great strength. "Well, let me tell you, the more women I have, the stronger I become. And my training methods are also related to women. Every night, I have a big battle with she and the others. The longer it lasts, the stronger I become." If you don't want to talk about it, then forget it. Buting snorted coldly, turned around, and left. This guy is hopeless. He thinks that sleeping with women is a way to exercise, and the more women he has, the stronger he will be. Who would believe such nonsense? Why? Xiao Huang sighed. What he said was all true. Why didn't she believe him? "Hey, why are you walking so fast? Wait for me." Xiao Huang strode after him. The night market in the county town was very lively. Large red lanterns hung on both sides of the wide street, and the light emitted by the lanterns illuminated the entire street. Countless vendors were shouting and selling all kinds of things. I never expected that the night market in the county town would be just as good as the daytime market. Xiao Huang wandered around, looking at this and that. He felt as if he was not in ancient society, but had returned to the modern society he had been living in. Yes, when I first came to the county town and saw the night market, I was also amazed. It turns out that the scenery at night is just as unique as during the day, and in some ways, it is even better than during the day. Clearly, Buting was in a very good mood, just like a little girl happily strolling through the night market with someone else. However, the person accompanying her used to be her brother, but now it was Xiao Huang. "Girl, why don't you buy a rattle drum?" Nearby, a toy vendor was promoting his wares. Buting glanced at it, took down a rattle drum, and shook it at Xiao Huang. "Does it sound good?" "It sounds nice." Xiao Huang nodded without hesitation. He He knew how to answer such a basic question. Okay, I'll take it. You pay. Why should I pay? Aren't you rich? Xiao was puzzled. Didn't you just say you would cherish and love me? Xiao Huang. This woman, who usually criticizes him so much, wishing he were dead, and doesn't want to acknowledge their relationship at all, suddenly starts saying she loves and dotes on him when the topic of paying the bill comes up. Her change of heart is faster than flipping through a book. Oh well, it's not much money anyway. Let her be. Boss, how much? 3 coins. Give. Xiao Huang took out the money and gave it to the shopkeeper. Giggle. Seeing that Xiao Huang had paid, Buting smiled, very happy. Buy anything else you want, I'll pay for it all. Xiao Huang has always been very fond of his women, whether it was Tang Shi and Wang Yin Miling in the beginning, or Miao Xiaoyu and Miao Zuohua later on. He treats others the same way, and of course, he also loves Buting equally, never showing favoritism. Aren't you afraid I'll ask for an exorbitant price? I'm not afraid. Giggle. Buting similit happily. She felt like the happiest person in the world. Before, it was her brother who doted on her and loved her. Now it was Xiao Huang who doted on her and loved her. Since you put it that way, I won't stand on ceremony. After saying that, Buting turned and walked towards another shop, leaving Xiao Huang with a playful figure. If only this little girl could stay like this forever. Looking at Buting, Xiao Huang smiled. He understood that Buting had accepted him and acknowledged his existence. Accompanied by Buting, the two strolled through the night market, and time passed little by little. Xiao Huang, there's a snack shop up ahead. They have a special snack called Lotus Fragrance Rice Su, which is especially delicious. Let's go and try it. Lotus-scented rice sushi? What's that? Xiao Huang knew almost nothing about the special foods of this era. Buting said, Lotus Fragrance Rice Su is a kind of rice with grapes, sugar, and other ingredients as the main ingredients. It is mixed together, wrapped in lotus leaves, and steamed in a steamer. It is especially delicious. Ever since my brother brought me to eat it once, I have fallen in love with this food. Every time I come to the county, I have to eat it. Zongzi, sticky rice dumplings. For some reason, upon hearing Buting's description, Xiao Huang couldn't help but think of something. Zongzi, sticky rice dumplings. Because the method of making zongzi is roughly the same as that of this lotus-scented rice cake. The two arrived at the snack shop. Boss, 20 servings of lotus leaf rice cake. Please, Buting called out. Okay, the boss replied. Please sit down. The two found an empty table and sat down. Soon after, 20 servings of lotus root rice cakes were brought over. Please enjoy your meal, gentlemen. Buting picked up a lotus-scented rice cake, gently peeled off the outer lotus leaf, revealing what was wrapped inside. Here, have a taste. Buting handed the peeled lotus-scented rice cake to Xiao Huang. Xiao Huang took it, glanced at it, and felt more and more that this thing looked like a zongzi, sticky rice dumpling, but it smelled very fragrant and made people very hungry. Xiao Huang put it to her lips, took a bite, and immediately a fragrant aroma filled her mouth. It was delicious. Not bad, not bad. Xiao Huang nodded. This stuff does taste really good. It has a lot of ingredients added, such as sesame seeds and peanuts, and it's very refreshing to eat. Chapter 82, A Midnight Showdown. The current state of the tea shop. See? I didn't lie to you. Seeing Xiao Huang's like, Buting was also very happy. Food is meant to be shared, and it tastes even better when eaten with others. It's a pity that Shiyun and the others are probably asleep by now. Otherwise I would have taken some back with me, so they could have a taste. Buting said, What's so difficult about that? Just bring them here for a meal tomorrow night. Won't that be fine? That's true. Xiao Huang nodded. He had the same idea. Kill. Just then, a shout of killing came from over there. Xiao Huang looked in the direction of the sound and saw two groups of people fighting fiercely at the entrance of the alley dozens of meters away. Not only did they notice it, but other diners also noticed it and started discussing it. Who are these people, fighting like this in the middle of the night? These people look like they work for the tea shop. People from the tea shop? Why are they fighting each other? You wouldn't know this, would you? Right now, the old owner of the tea plantation is seriously ill and his life is hanging by a thread. His sons are engaged in a fierce battle for the right to inherit the tea plantation, fighting to the death, and they are like oil and water to each other. It's a pity that the old manor owner, with his lifelong reputation, has spent decades developing and expanding the tea business to its current scale. Now he is seriously ill, but none of his sons care about him. They are all busy fighting for the family fortune. Why? Tea shop? Upon hearing this word, Chiu felt as if she had heard it somewhere before. Buting, do you know about tea shops? Chiu Huang looked at Buting and asked him. Buting glanced at him and said calmly, this tea shop is the largest tea distributor in Qingyuan County, monopolizing almost all the tea business. I think someone said something like that before. Right, it was Butao. Hearing Buting's words, Chiu Huang finally remembered where he had heard this before. He had heard Butao talk about it at Butao's manor. The two powerful families, Song and Mu, had a feud over the tea plantation and were fighting openly and secretly to get their hands on it. If I'm not mistaken, the tea shop that Butao mentioned is the same tea shop that these people are talking about. Do you know the specifics of this tea shop? Why are you asking this? Are you perhaps interested in the tea shop as well? Chun Shun is just curious and wants to know more. To be honest, he was indeed interested in the tea shop because in ancient times, tea was a very profitable commodity, with a status no less than that of salt and iron. If he could control the tea shop, it would be like having a money-printing machine that never stops. Buting didn't think much of it and said, the old owner of the tea shop was named Zhang Jifeng. In his youth, he was a business genius. In just a few decades, he expanded the tea shop's business and monopolized almost all the tea business in Qingyuan County. Everyone praised him. However, even the strongest person will eventually grow old and fall seriously ill. Just a month ago, Zhang Jifeng fell seriously ill. After being treated by doctors, his condition did not improve at all, but instead became more and more serious. It is said that he is now nearing his end and will soon ascend to heaven. Zhang Jifeng had a total of 13 sons and 8 daughters. Among the 13 sons, excluding the minors, there were 10 sons. Of these 10 sons, Zhang Jifeng loved his third son the most. Therefore, he had already made a will, intending for his third son to succeed him and become the new owner of the tea shop. This naturally aroused the dissatisfaction of the other sons, especially the eldest and second eldest sons, who were even more determined to oppose it. In order to obtain the right to inherit the tea plantation, they were even willing to sell out the interests of the tea plantation and introduce external forces to fight. Among them, the eldest son introduced the Song family, and the second eldest son introduced the Mu family. The Song family and the Mu family are the two major powerful families in our Qingyuan County. They have long coveted the tea plantation and have always wanted to obtain it, but they have not had the opportunity to make a move. Now that Zhang Jifeng is seriously ill, they have seen hope, so they strongly support the eldest and second eldest sons. With the involvement of the two major forces and the inside help of the eldest and second eldest brothers, the third eldest brother was eventually killed. At the same time, several of his other brothers who had the right to inherit the throne were also killed. Among the remaining brothers, some supported the eldest brother, some supported the second eldest brother, and some were minors who did not have the right to inherit the throne. So now it's just the eldest and second eldest fighting desperately for it. The people we just saw are the eldest and second eldest men. Chiu Huang fell silent. Throughout history, countless examples have been found of people fighting tooth and nail, killing each other, and even fathers and sons in the struggle for power, wealth, and other things. What about Zhang Jifeng's daughters? How are they doing now? Did they not participate in the competition? Buting glanced at him and said indifferently, Woman, where do you get the right to inherit? If you don't even have a right to inherit, then what's the point of competing? This? Chiu was momentarily stunned. He then remembered that he was in ancient times where men were always favored over women. Daughters had no right to inherit the throne, whether in other factions or the royal family. This was the same as in modern times, where daughters also had the right to inherit the throne. However, since you asked, I'll tell you about it. Of Zhang Jifeng's 8 daughters, the eldest, second, third, and fourth daughters have all married out of the family. The 5th and 6th daughters, although they are adults, have not married out of the family and have stayed by Zhang Jifeng's side to take care of him. As for the last 2, they are still young, under 10 years old, and can be basically ignored. After listening to Buting's account, Chiu Huang had a basic understanding of the tea plantation. Judging from the current situation, the future successor of the tea shop will be either the eldest or the second eldest son. There is basically no hope for anyone else. I've finished eating, I'm so full. Buting touched her stomach. They had eaten dinner before coming out, and, after eating so much, she felt like her stomach was about to burst. Chiu Huang also came to her senses, looked at Buting, and said, Look, I put in so much effort tonight. Shouldn't you reward me? Reward you my foot. Upon hearing Qiu Huang's words, Bu Ting immediately became furious. This guy was still up to no good and kept thinking about sleeping with her. She should just cut a hole in his forehead and throw out all the filth in his head. I'm leaving now. Remember to pay. Bu Ting stood up and quickly walked out. No matter what, she would never give him a chance tonight, otherwise she would be unable to get out of bed tomorrow. Qiu Huang chuckled, not caring. Anyway, Bu Ting couldn't escape. If she couldn't do it tonight, she would have to do it later. Boss, check please. They're here. Chapter 83, Rescuing People, Booking a Room. After finishing their snack, lotus-scented rice cake, the two strolled around for a while longer. Seeing that it was getting late, they headed back. Chill. As Qiu Huang walked, she suddenly stopped, as if she had discovered something. Seeing him stop, Bu Ting couldn't help but ask curiously, "What's wrong?" "Someone is following us." "Track?" Bu Ting immediately became alert and looked around. The terrain here was relatively remote, with few lanterns and very little light, making it extremely difficult to see the surrounding situation clearly. "Where?" Bu Ting asked in a low voice, because she hadn't seen anything. Qiu Huang said, "Wait here for me." After saying that, he turned and walked to the right. Bu Ting looked at him, scratched her hair, wondering what he had discovered. "Come out." A moment later, Qiu Huang suddenly roared and raised his hand, ready to attack at any moment. Immediately afterwards, Bu Ting saw that, perhaps startled, someone suddenly stood up, let out a scream, and then fell back down. Out of curiosity, she quickly walked over and looked at the person. This is a woman who looks very young, about 17 or 18 years old. She has some injuries on her body, her face is pale, and she seems to have fainted. This looks like Zhang Xueyao. Bu Ting looked at the woman's face and realized that she seemed to recognize her. "Who is Zhang Xueyao?" Qiu Huang asked. Bu Ting said, "She is the sixth daughter of Zhang Jifeng, the owner of the tea shop." "Is it her?" When they were eating lotus root rice cakes before, Bu Ting mentioned that Zhang Jifeng had a total of 8 daughters. 4 of them married out of the family, and 2 were under 10 years old. Only his 5th and 6th daughters, who were adults, were left to take care of him. Bu Ting crouched down and checked her breathing with her hand. She found that she was still breathing and should not be dead, but just unconscious. What's wrong with her? Looking at her injuries, they all seemed to be abrasions and superficial wounds. It shouldn't be enough to cause her to faint. After all, Bu Ting had been a constable, so she had some experience in examining wounds. "Let me take a look." Qiu Huang picked up Zhang Xuyao's right hand, pressed her pulse, and immediately understood. She's been poisoned. Poisoning? What kind of poison? If I'm not mistaken, it's probably snake venom. Check her feet or legs for any snake bite wounds. Good. Bu Ting picked up Zhang Xuyao's right leg and examined it carefully. There were no wounds. Then she picked up her left leg and immediately understood. The wound is on her left leg with 2 holes. Your diagnosis is correct. She was indeed bitten by a venomous snake and has been poisoned by snake venom. Qiu Huang said, "Lay her flat. I'll try to save her with acupuncture. People who have been poisoned by snake venom can't be delayed." Good. Bu Ting knew that some venomous snakes were extremely potent. Once bitten, the venom would enter the body and cause death in a short time. Therefore, the earlier a person was treated for snake venom, the better the outcome. Qiu Huang took out a fine needle and inserted it into Zhang Xuyao's acupoints to remove the snake venom from her body. Wow! After an unknown amount of time, Zhang Xuyao suddenly opened her mouth and spat out a mouthful of black blood, which was snake venom. "How is the situation?" Bu Ting looked at Qiu Huang and asked. Qiu Huang said, "I've forced the poison out of her body, and she's out of immediate danger. However, she still needs some medication to completely remove the snake venom from her body and allow her to recover." "That's good." Bu Ting felt a little relieved. "What should we do with her? Should we take her back?" Bu Ting thought for a moment and shook her head. "I think it's better not to take her back." "Why?" Bu Ting said, "The tea shop is currently in the eye of the storm. Whoever is inside is a hot potato. We'd better not take it over, otherwise it might bring some unexpected disasters." Qiu thought about it for a moment and felt that Bu Ting's words made sense. The current situation in the tea shop was extremely complicated, with many forces fighting openly and covertly. They should try to avoid getting involved. After all, they were new to the county town and had shallow foundations. It was best to avoid some things if possible. In my opinion, we should find an inn, settle her in there, treat her injuries, and remove the poison. Once the toxins are completely cleared from her body, We can go back, Bu Ting suggested. Okay, let's do it this way. Qiu Huang nodded in agreement, and then they found a nearby inn and settled Zhang Xueyao in it. Tell me what medicine she needs, and I'll go get it right now. Settling Zhang Xueyao in the inn was only the first step. The next step was to treat her poison and injuries. I will write you a prescription. Just get the medicine as described in the prescription. Qiu Huang called over the waiter, asked for pen, ink, and paper, and wrote a prescription for Bu Ting. Okay, I'll go get the medicine now. Bu Ting turned and walked out. Be careful and watch your step. Qiu Huang gave a reminder, but it's unclear whether Bu Ting heard it. Bu Ting was very fast. She brought the medicine back in no time. The medicine is here. Bu Ting handed the medicine to Qiu Huang, who took it, opened it, checked it, and confirmed that there was nothing wrong with it. Tell the waiter to fry it. Good. Before long, the waiter brought over the decocted medicine. In the inn, as long as you pay, you can basically get whatever service you want. Next, Bu Ting fed the prepared medicine to Zhang Xueyao. After taking the medicine, Zhang Xueyao's complexion improved a lot. Although she was still unconscious, her breathing was even and there were no major problems. No problem. The snake venom has been mostly removed. Qiu Huang took her pulse again to confirm that the snake venom had been completely cleared and there was no problem. When will she wake up? Probably tomorrow morning. In that case, we should go back. No ruse. Since we've chosen to save her, let's see it through to the end. We can go back after she wakes up tomorrow morning, and we're sure she's safe and sound. After thinking about it for a moment, Bu Ting felt that Qiu Huang's words made sense. Since they had already been delayed for so long, they were not afraid of delaying a little longer. But if we don't go back, where will we stay tonight? Are we going to stay with her? What's so difficult about that? We could just get another room. It's not like we're short of money. That is one way. Immediately, the two called over the waiter and asked for another room. Hee, tonight, you're destined to be trapped in my grasp. Qiu Huang chuckled, his smile revealing a deep malice. Not good. Bu Ting's expression changed drastically. Looking at Qiu Huang's wicked smile, she suddenly realized that she had been tricked. This guy had never given up on wanting to sleep with her. Chapter 84. Let me go, you scoundrel. Run. Without a second thought, Bu Ting turned and ran, trying to leave the room. However, it was too late by then. Suddenly, Qiu Huang's large hand reached out and grabbed her, preventing her from escaping. Let me go, you scoundrel. Bu Ting struggled desperately, trying to break free, but how could she possibly escape with her strength? Qiu Huang, I'm warning you. If you really sleep with me tonight, I'll kill myself. Bu Ting threatened him fiercely. Don't be so stubborn. I promise you tonight, it won't take too long, and you won't be unable to get out of bed tomorrow morning. That won't work either. Your word is completely worthless. Bu Ting refusit. Then tell me, when have I ever gone back on my word? Bu Ting was speechless because she couldn't explain it. Ever since she met Qiu Huang, he seemed to always keep his word and never went back on his word. Tinger, don't worry. I will be very gentle and careful tonight, and I will make sure you're not uncomfortable. Qiu Huang spoke softly, while at the same time, his hands could no longer restrain themselves and began to caress her body wantonly. Why? Seeing this, Bu Ting sighed softly. Being stuck with such a lecherous and energetic guy, she really felt mentally exhausted and physically exhausted. Let me go first. I'm going to take a shower. Bu Ting's tonisoftinit. Let's shower together. After saying that, Qiu Huang picked up Bu Ting and walked into the bathroom. Before long, seductive sounds came from the bathroom. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, the night is over. Where am I? On the bed. Zhang Xueyao opened her eyes and woke up. She remembered that last night, she went for a walk alone. Suddenly, a snake appeared out of nowhere and bit her left leg. She immediately felt something was wrong and suspected that she had encountered a venomous snake. In order to save herself, she looked around to see if anyone was there. She happened to see a man and a woman passing by, so she followed them to ask for help. However, the venom was too strong, and she fell after only a few steps with some abrasions on her body. Fortunately, at that moment, the man seemed to have noticed her and came looking for her. Overjoyed, she stood up abruptly, ready to ask him for help. But then, she completely fainted and lost consciousness. When she woke up again, she found herself in her current bed. This place seems to be an inn. Zhang Xueyao looked at the furnishings in the room and deduced from them that she was in an inn. My body seems to have recovered, and the snake venom has been removed. Zhang Xueyao got out of bed, stretched her body, and found that she had recovered and could move freely again. Did they save me? Zhang Shuiyao thought of the two people she had met last night. If she wasn't mistaken, they were the ones who had saved her. It was just a pity that it was too dark last night, and there wasn't much light around, so she couldn't see what they looked like. She only remembered that they were a man and a woman. Go ask the innkeeper. Zhang Shuiyao decided to ask the innkeeper. She wasn't the kind of person who would forget a debt of gratitude. These two people had saved her life, and she planned to find them and thank them in person. Zhang Shuiyao walked out of the room and went to the counter. Manager, I am Zhang Shuiyao, the sixth young lady of the tea shop. I would like to ask you about some things. Zhang Shuiyao directly revealed her identity. Upon hearing the name of the tea shop's sixth young lady, the shopkeeper was visibly startled. Although the tea shop was in a state of chaos, with various forces vying for power, its foundation remained intact, and it still held an absolute monopoly on the tea business. Their sixth young lady was of such noble status that he, a nobody, could not afford to offend her. Miss Six, please ask. Zhang Shuiyao said. Last night, were there two people who brought me here? If I remember correctly, they were a man and a woman. Yes, it was indeed a young man and woman who brought Miss Lu to our inn. The innkeeper nodded. Were they? The innkeeper replied. They checked out and left just as dawn was breaking this morning. I don't know where they went. Do you know what their names are? I'm sorry, Miss Lu, but there are rules in our industry that prohibit us from disclosing our customers' information without permission, so please excuse us. Here, take this. Zhang Shuiyao took out a silver ingot from her pocket and placed it on the counter. Seeing this, the shopkeeper smiled wryly. He knew that as the young lady of the tea shop, Zhang Shuiyao was certainly not short of money. He glanced around cautiously, and when no one was paying attention to them, he whispered, Sixth miss, those two people, the man's register name here is Huang Qiu, and the woman's register name is Tingbu. Huang Qiu, Tingbu. Zhang Shuiyao frowned. The name was quite normal for a boy, but it seemed rather incongruous for a girl. Are you sure these are their real names? I'm not sure, Miss Lu. As you know, we in this industry never ask guests if their names are their real names. As long as they register their names and pay the room fee, that's enough. We don't ask about anything else. Zhang Shuiyao remained silent. Based on her experience, of the two people, the woman's name was likely an alias, while she was unsure whether the man's name was his real name or an alias. After they brought me to the inn last night, did they do anything else along the way? Zhang Shuiyao wanted to know more so that she could pinpoint the identities of these two people. Midway, according to the waiter, they asked for writing materials once, and then the woman hurriedly left the inn. She returned after about the time it takes to drink a cup of tea. Then, they paid the waiter to brew medicine for them again. After that, they asked for another room, and then there was no further information until this morning when they checked out and left the inn. You mean they didn't consult a traditional Chinese medicine doctor along the way? No. Zhang Shuiyao frowned. If the shopkeeper was right, then the two people were the ones who helped her get rid of the poison. In other words, these two people had certain medical skills and were very likely to be traditional Chinese medicine doctors. Therefore, she became even more eager to find them. What for? To go to their tea shop and get medical treatment for her elderly father. Her elderly father's condition is getting worse and worse. According to the doctor's diagnosis, he has no more than a few days to live. However, they have never given up and want to find a famous doctor to treat him. They will try their best, even if there is only a sliver of hope. Now, their tea shop is already in such chaos even before their father is dead. If their father were to die, who knows how terrifying things would become. Chapter 85, the fifth and sixth misses of the tea house. Could you draw a portrait of the two of them for me? The more detailed, the better. Zhang Shuiyao is now eager to find Xiu Huang and Bu Ting, partly for her own sake and partly for her elderly father, whom she does not want to die. Six miss, what's wrong with you? The innkeeper looked troubled. The information he had already provided was already suspected of leaking guest privacy. If they were to draw their portraits as well, would he still be able to keep his inn open? How about this? I'll give you $5 more. Zhang Shuiyao took out 5 more silver ingots and placed them on the counter. Why? Looking at the silver ingots, the shopkeeper sighed helplessly. Six miss, please come with me. Meanwhile, Xiu Huang and Bu Ting had already returned to the mansion. Little sister, little brother, where did you go last night? I sent people everywhere to look for you, but we couldn't find you anywhere. Upon seeing Xiu Huang and Bu Ting return, Bu Tao and the others immediately came out. Last night, The two went out and did not return all night, and there was no news of them. They were very worried, fearing that something had happened to them. After all, this was a county town, not some mountain village or small town. There were many dangerous people here, and if something happened, it would be very troublesome. Buting said, "Brother, I'm sorry. We went out last night and had so much fun that we forgot the time, so we ended up finding an inn and staying there for the night." She felt quite helpless when she thought about it, because last night she was determined not to give Chiu Huang another chance to sleep with her. But this guy was too cunning and treacherous, and she fell into his trap without even realizing it. Fortunately, this guy kept his word and didn't torment her for too long last night. He was also quite gentle and not too rough. Otherwise, she would probably still be lying paralyzed on the inn's bed right now. It's good that everyone is all right. Butao didn't doubt anything. Most importantly, they were back, which was a good thing. Buting asked, "Brother, when will we officially start selling this scar removal cream?" "Let's do it tomorrow. Today's main task is to put out the advertisements and build up some buzz before we officially start selling tomorrow." "All right, let's hurry up and finish making the rest of the ointment today." Then Chiu Huang, Buting, and the others got busy making ointments. After their tireless efforts, they finally finished making all the ointments by evening. "Finally finished, I'm exhausted." Chiu Huang sighed. This kind of work is not something that ordinary people can do. He had decided that he must hand over this kind of work to someone else, otherwise he would be exhausted every time he made it. "Chiu Huang, thank you all." Buting looked at Chiu Huang and the others and expressed her gratitude. It was fortunate that they had many people, otherwise, if she had to do it all by herself, she didn't know how long it would have taken. "You're welcome." Chiu Huang turned to Murong Shiyun, Chen Yuan, Song Yue, and Song Yufei and asked, "How are you? Are you tired?" "My husband, we are not tired." The four women shook their heads, speaking stubbornly. "You should all get some rest. Just like last night, I won't bother you." The four women exchanged glances, somewhat flattered. Chiu Huang hadn't bothered them for 2 consecutive nights, which was quite rare. Could it be that her husband had undergone a sex change? Little did she know that after hearing Chiu Huang's words, Buting secretly gritted her teeth and glared at him. This guy loves Murong, Shiyun, and the others dearly and can't bear to torment them. But instead he comes and torments her. He's so heartless. "You two continue your conversation. I'll go out and see if I need any help." Buting stood up and walked out unsteadily. Chiu Huang and the others didn't bother with it. "Husband, actually, tonight we all want to go eat the lotus root rice pudding that you and Buting had last night." Previously, while making the ointment, Chiu Huang and Buting had roughly recounted their experiences from the previous night. Of course, they omitted many important details, such as Zhang Shuiyao's situation. Given the current state of the tea shop, they did not want to get entangled with their people for the time being. Staying out of it was the best strategy. "Don't you want to get some rest tonight?" Murong Shiyun said, "With my husband by my side, we are always resting." Now that the ointment production is temporarily finished, they will hardly be involved in tomorrow's sales. At most, they will make a brief appearance, which will not be of much concern to them. Therefore, they do not need to rest much tonight. "Okay, then I'll take you out to eat tonight, and we can stroll around the night market and enjoy its beautiful scenery." At the tea shop, the 5th sister, Zhang Shuiji, came to find her younger sister, Zhang Shuyao. "6th sister, I saw you call a lot of people out today, and you were busy all day. What did you all go to do?" Zhang Shuiji asked. Zhang Shuao said, "5th sister, I'm looking for 2 people." "2 people? Who?" "One of them is named Huang Xiu, and the other is named Ting Bu. They are a man and a woman, but these 2 names may not be their real names." "What do you want with them?" "5th sister, it's like this." Next, Zhang Shuyao recounted everything that happened after she was bitten by the venomous snake and went to the inn. "6th sister, do you mean that these 2 people might have a way to cure father's illness?" Zhang Shuiji found it unbelievable. She knew her father's illness very well. Almost every famous doctor she could find had come to treat him, but they all said they were helpless, which made her almost give up completely. "I don't know either, but as long as there's even a glimmer of hope, I'll try my best. I'll never give up until the very last moment." Zhang Shuiyao clenched her fist, her attitude extremely resolute. "So, have you found them?" "No, but I got their portraits from the innkeeper. I believe that as long as they are still in the county and haven't left, I will definitely be able to find them." "All right, sister, don't worry. Go ahead and go. I'll take care of father." Zhang Shuiji supported her sister's decision. As for why she didn't help search, It was because she had to take care of their father and prevent others from taking the opportunity to harm him. Although their father only had a few days left to live, she still dared not relax. After all, those two madmen in the family could even poison their own brother for power and money, let alone their seriously ill father. In their depravity, they were absolutely capable of committing the heinous crime of patricide. Chapter 86: The Ruthless Boss. Zhang Shuiyao nodded, firmly believing that as long as the sisters were of one mind, no difficulty could defeat them. On the other side, a man listened to his subordinate's report with a gloomy expression. That bitch, she still hasn't given up on treating that old geezer. I should have just taken care of her and the third brother together. The man's name was Zhang Kai, Zhang Jifeng's eldest son. He was determined to take over the tea plantation. No matter who it was, as long as they became an obstacle on his path to power, he would not hesitate to eliminate them, even his own brothers. Young master, what should we do now? Should we find an opportunity to give the sixth miss, too? His subordinate made a throat-slitting gesture. Zhang Kai was silent for a moment, then said, "Don't rush to deal with that bitch. The most urgent thing now is to get rid of that old bastard. I can't sit still until he's dead." Clearly, in his view, instead of going to great lengths to get rid of Zhang Shuiyao, it would be better to strike at the root of the problem and kill Zhang Jifeng. Once Zhang Jifeng was dead, no one could stop him. As for Zhang Shuiyao, she was nothing but a lowly woman who didn't even have the right to inherit. After that old man died, she would have no one to rely on, and he could play with her however he wanted. Young master, that is true, but dealing with the fifth miss is not an easy task. They had tried to kill Zhang Jifeng before, but Zhang Shueji was extremely strict in guarding him. She personally took care of everything, from preparing medicine to feeding him. If she found even the slightest problem, she would immediately replace him. Therefore, they were never able to achieve their goal. Go find a second brother and tell him what that bitch Zhang Shuiyao has done. Then he'll understand what he needs to do. For Zhang Kai, eliminating Zhang Shueji and Zhang Jifeng would be a piece of cake. The real difficulty wasn't them, but rather his second brother, Zhang Hua. Zhang Hua was practically begging him to kill Zhang Shueji and Zhang Jifeng, so he could accuse him of patricide and fratricide, putting him at a disadvantage in the public eye and causing his approval rating to plummet. Then, Zhang Kai could deal with him openly and legitimately. Similarly, he also hoped that Zhang Hua would take action to kill Zhang Jifeng and Zhang Shueji, pinning such a label on them, thereby completely defeating them and winning the true right to inherit the tea plantation. It is precisely because they both understand the stakes involved and restrain each other that Zhang Jifeng has been able to linger on until now. They have basically reached a consensus to ignore Zhang Jifeng and watch him die naturally when his time comes. This is the best outcome they envision. However, some unexpected changes have suddenly occurred. Zhang Shuiyao still hasn't given up on finding someone to treat Zhang Jifeng, which makes him sense the danger. As the saying goes, it's better to be safe than sorry. After all, although extraordinary people are rare in this world, they do exist. If Zhang Shuiyao really finds an extraordinary person who can save Zhang Jifeng and make him recover, then he will be completely finished. Therefore, he absolutely would not allow such a thing to happen. And even if there was only a 1 in 10,000 chance, he would nip it in the bud. Young master, the second young master has sent someone to see you, saying he has important matters to discuss. Suddenly, a guard rushed in and reported. It seems that the second son can't sit still either, and has the same idea as me. Zhang Kismidet. He had planted spies around Zhang Shueji and Zhang Shuiyao, and Zhang Hua had done the same. The two were brothers and knew each other very well. Now that he heard the information, he naturally understood that Zhang Hua, like him, had murderous intentions and, to avoid any unforeseen complications, was preparing to deal a ruthless blow to that old bastard Zhang Jifeng. Although the two of them are currently in a standoff, hindering each other and fighting fiercely, they can still reach an agreement at times. For example, when dealing with Lao San and his followers, the two of them join forces and work together to eliminate Lao San and his followers. Otherwise, the tea shop would probably have fallen into Lao San's hands long ago. Come with me to see the second brother immediately. Yes, young master. That night, Zhang Kai and Zhang Hua met and plotted, but what they said and what they plotted remains unknown. The next day arrived quickly. Today was also the day that Bu Tao, Bu Ting, and Xiu Huang were preparing to open their shop to sell scar removal ointment. Early in the morning, The shops were decorated with lanterns and colorful decorations, and the sounds of gongs, drums, and firecrackers instantly attracted the attention of countless people. What's going on here? Why is it so lively? Can't you tell? It's obviously a new store opening. New store opening? What did you buy? I don't know. Let's go check out the introduction. Introducing here. This scar removal ointment is a centuries-old product made from dozens of precious medicinal herbs, meticulously ground through hundreds of processes. It can effectively remove scars, leaving the skin smooth, radiant, and incredibly elastic. I thought it was something special, but it turns out it's just a skincare product for women. Let's go. Why rush to leave? Since we're already here, let's take a look around first. Scar removal cream. Scar removal? That's a load of rubbish. If scars were that easy to get rid of, what would be the point of doctors? I also think it's an exaggeration, but let's see how it goes. Anyway, it'll be very boring when we get back. Countless people gathered there, most of them there to watch the spectacle, and they had no interest in the product itself. Bu Ting and Bu Tao were well aware of this, because they knew very well that the target customers for this scar removal cream were women, especially wealthy ladies. Can your ointment really remove scars? Or is it just a scam? A brightly dressed woman, fanning herself, looked at the bottles in front of her with a skeptical expression. Bu Tao said, "Madam, we can guarantee that the scar can be removed. If you're interested, we can sell it to you at a discount. You can take it home and try it. If the scar is not removed after 3 days, you can come back to us, and we are willing to compensate you tenfold. It will take 3 more days to see results." Upon hearing this time, the beautiful woman immediately became very dissatisfied. Bu Tao said, "Madam, look, the skincare products you usually use all require continuous use to see results. But this scar removal cream only needs 3 days to show results, which is already very fast." Chapter 87, Becoming Zhang Xuyao's Benefactor. Don't try to fool me. What if I buy it and find it doesn't work? What if I come back to you in 3 days and you've already run away? Wouldn't I have lost a lot of money? It's clear that glamorous women are very wary. Throughout history, there have been countless examples of this. If it weren't for a well-established brand with a guarantee, she would never easily trust it. Hearing this, Bu Tao felt somewhat helpless, but it was understandable. When he first opened his leather goods shop, it was the same situation. Few people were willing to believe in him. Later, as time went on, he gradually built up his popularity and reputation, and the business improved. "How much is your ointment?" At this moment, another woman approached. She was a young woman, around 20 years old, and seemed quite interested in the scar removal cream. Bu Tao said, "Miss, our ointment is originally priced at 2 taels of silver per bottle, but since you're the first to buy it, we will give you a 50% discount. How about you just pay 1 tael of silver?" What a piece of junk. It's so expensive, it costs a tael of silver. Upon hearing the price, the young woman's face immediately changed, and she burst into a tirade of curses. "It's too expensive, it actually costs 1 tael of silver. This is the price after the discount. The real price will be double, 2 taels of silver per bottle. I was originally planning to buy it, but now it seems unnecessary. With so much money, wouldn't it be better to buy some other skincare products?" It wasn't just young women who were tempted. Even others who were initially interested in buying it to try it out shook their heads and backed out. Bu Tao wasn't annoyed. Originally, his ointment was defined as a luxury item, and it didn't matter if ordinary people didn't buy it. Before they knew it, an hour had passed, and not a single bottle of ointment had been sold. Everyone was just there to watch the spectacle, and even those who were interested in buying it were scared off by the price and dared not make a purchase. "What's going on, my husband? It seems like no one is buying." Inside, Murong Shuyin looked at the situation outside and looked puzzled. Such a good product should be a hit, so why does it seem like no one is buying it? Notarus, being a businessman and selling things takes time to accumulate experience. It can't be done overnight. Xiao Huang wasn't in a hurry, and neither was Bu Tao. Why should he be in a hurry? "Xiao Huang, do you think our prices are too high, which is why no one is buying? Should we lower the prices and offer some discounts?" Bu Ting is getting a little anxious now, because this is her first time selling things, and if no one buys them, it will be a huge blow to her confidence. Lowering the price is indeed a good option. Xiao Huang nodded. New products, price reductions, discounts, and concessions are all basic operations. As long as they can attract customers and get them to buy, everything is worthwhile. "Okay, I'll go out and talk to my brother now." Bu Ting went outside, intending to discuss the price reduction with Butao. Make way, make way. Just then, a shout suddenly rang out, attracting everyone's attention. Isn't this Zhang Shuiyao, the sixth young lady of the tea shop? What's she doing here? Could it be that she's here to buy scar removal cream? That's a possibility. As the newcomers arrived, the crowd couldn't help but murmur amongst themselves. Zhang Shuiyao? What's she doing here? Buting looked at Zhang Shuiyao and frowned. The night before last, she and Xiao Huang rescued Zhang Shuiyao, but in order to avoid getting involved in the vortex, they simply settled her in the inn and left the next morning, hardly having any interaction with her. Butao, on the other hand, was very enthusiastic. He stepped forward, cupped his hands in greeting, and said, I was unaware of Miss Six's presence. Please forgive me. The sixth young lady of the tea shop, what a status she holds. If they could get Zhang Shuiyao to buy their ointment, then they wouldn't have to worry about supply at all. It would be sold out immediately, with demand exceeding supply. To his surprise, Zhang Shuiyao completely ignored him, walked straight to Buting, looked her up and down for a while, and finally made up her mind. My benefactors, I have finally found you. Benefactor? Upon hearing this title, the entire audience was shocked and erupted in uproar. What's going on? How did they become Miss Six benefactors? I don't know. Let's wait and see. Yes, you'll see when you see it. Everyone looked at Buting with curiosity. What was Zhang Shuiyao's status? The sixth young lady of the tea house. To be able to become her benefactor, what a noble status she must have. Buting smiled and said, Sixth miss, I think you've mistaken me for someone else. I don't know you at all. How could I possibly be your benefactor? Zhang Xiao said, My benefactors. Although I don't know why you are unwilling to admit it, I am certain that you were the ones who saved me the night before last, because I got your portraits from the innkeeper, so you can't fool me. Portrait? Buting's heart skipped a beat. She hadn't expected that even though they had been so careful, they had still managed to slip up and allow Zhang Shuiyao to find them. By the way, benefactor, why are you alone? Where is the other benefactor? Zhang Shuiyao looked at the others, searching for Qiu Huang's whereabouts, but found that she couldn't find him at all. I'm here. At this moment, Qiu Huang came out from inside. Zhang Shuiyao looked him up and down carefully, confirming that he was one of the two people from the night before. My benefactors, this is wonderful. I finally found you. Zhang Shuiyao was overjoyed to see Qiu Huang and Buting. If Miss Lu simply wants to thank us, there's no need for that. We're just strangers who met by chance, and saving a life is simply our duty. He didn't dwell on the innkeeper's leak of their information. After all, money talks, and it's hard for anyone to resist the temptation of money. However, he really didn't want to get involved with the tea shop or get caught up in a pointless vortex. Zhang Xiao said, My benefactor, actually, I came here this time to invite you to our tea shop to treat my father's illness. As long as you can cure my father's illness, I will meet any conditions you have. Now that they've basically exhausted all other doctors, they can only place their hopes on Qiu Huang and Buting. Here we go again. Qiu Huang felt speechless. Butao had made the same promise before, but then he refused to keep it. If he hadn't successfully won over Buting and made her his woman, he would have really lost everything. Chapter 88 Qiu Huang plots to take control of the tea plantation. 6 Miss, life and death are preordained. Please forgive me for being powerless to help your father with his illness. Qiu Huang refused. He had already been burned once by such empty promises and didn't want to be burned a second time. My benefactor, you haven't even gone to see for yourself. So how can you say you're powerless? Zhang Xiao looked at Qiu Huang and realized that the person who removed the snake venom from her the night before last was Qiu Huang, not Buting. Thinking about it, it made sense. In today's society, there's a preference for men over women, and this is true in every profession. Doctors are no exception. They're almost all men. Although there are female doctors, the probability is very, very small. If Miss Lu has nothing else to do, please leave. Don't delay our sale of the ointment. Qiu Huang said casually. Zhang Shuiyao glanced at the ointment. Then her eyes lit up as she thought of a solution. Does our benefactor want to buy ointment? How about this? Our tea shop will buy all of your ointment. Chang Lu, bring the silver. Yes, Mississippi. A young girl dressed in a bright green dress walked over, took out a cloth bag, and opened it. A lot of silver. Everyone stared wide-eyed at what was inside the bag, for it was filled with silver ingots of excellent quality, filling the entire bag. As expected of tea shop, they really have plenty of money. Not to mention others, Even Bu Tao was shocked. In terms of wealth, the tea shop was one of the top in the entire Qingyuan County. Only a place like this could take out so much money without batting an eye. Xiao Huang didn't speak because he suddenly changed his mind. Perhaps he could take advantage of Zhang Jifeng's serious illness, and Zhang Shuiao's seeking his medical help to seize control of the tea plantation. The wealth of the tea plantation was too tempting to look at. No wonder the two powerful families, Mu and Song, were vying for it. Take your money back. We sell ointments and need real customers, not people like you who buy them all at once. Of course, if you want to buy 10 or 8 bottles to try them out, we welcome that. Upon hearing this, Zhang Shuiao's eyes lit up because if Qiu Huang said that, it meant there was still room for things to turn around. My benefactor, I'd like to buy 10 bottles of ointment. I'll take the extra ointment home and share it with my sister and others. How much will 10 bottles cost in total? Bu Tao said, 6th miss, our ointment costs 2 taels of silver per bottle. If you buy 10 bottles, we will give you a 20% discount, making it a total of 16 taels of silver. Okay, Changlu, give me the money. Yes, Mississippi. Changlu immediately took out 16 taels of silver and handed it to Bu Tao. Thank you, Miss Lu. Bu Tao accepted the money and wrapped up the 10 bottles of ointment, then gave them to Chang Lu. My benefactor, is this all right? Zhang Shuiao looked at Qiu Huang, her eyes filled with longing, because he was now her only hope. Since Miss Lu trusts us and is willing to buy our ointment, I naturally cannot disappoint her. I will accompany Miss Lu on this trip. Thank you, benefactor. Thank you, benefactor. Zhang Shuiao was deeply grateful. Qiu Huang's ability to cure her snake venom proved that his medical skills were definitely excellent and that he was not a quack. Perhaps he really could save her elderly father. However, I must also clarify that if my medical skills are insufficient to cure your father's illness, please do not take offense, Miss Six. Qiu Huang didn't speak definitively. After all, he didn't know the exact nature of Zhang Jifeng's illness or whether it was curable. Please rest assured, benefactor. If we cannot cure you, we will absolutely not blame you. We can only say that it is fate. Zhang Shuiao was mentally prepared for this. After all, they had invited so many famous doctors to treat her before, but none of them could do anything. Qiu Huang turned and called out, Shuyuan, Yuan, go and get my bow and arrows. The tea shop is now a hotbed of conflict, with the top 2 bosses locked in a fierce and relentless struggle. Therefore, he has no choice but to make some preparations. Yes, my husband. Qiu Huang turned to Zhang Shuiao and asked, is it permissible to bring a bow and arrows inside? Zhang Shuiao said, no problem, I'll clear the way for you. You can bring your bow and arrows in. In fact, she and her sister both carried daggers with them at all times, ready to deal with any unexpected events. After all, the tea shop now has 2 terrifying lunatics who have lost all humanity and are capable of doing anything. That's good. Before long, 4 women came out, each carrying a bow and a quiver filled with arrows. My lord, would you like us to accompany you? Qiu Huang shook his head. You don't know martial arts, so you shouldn't go. I have better candidates. After saying that, he looked at Bu Ting and said, come with me to the tea shop. Why did you choose me? Bu Ting pointed to herself, looking very puzzled, because she genuinely didn't want to get involved in the tea shop's disputes. She used to be a constable, a government official, so she could barely interfere. But now she had been dismissed and was no longer connected to the government. There were many things she used to dare to do and could do, but now she couldn't do them anymore, as everything was now focused on ensuring their safety. Because you're the only one who knows martial arts. If Miling were here, I wouldn't be looking for you. All right. Bu Ting did not refuse, although she was very reluctant. However, if something happened to Qiu Huang, it would not be good for him either. Here, you can carry this for me. Qiu Huang handed the quiver and longbow to Bu Ting. You're treating me like a maid or servant. Bu Ting couldn't help but glare at him, but she didn't refuse. She took the longbow and quiver and put the quiver on her back. She knew very well that Qiu Huang's archery skills were superb, almost always hitting the target. With a bow and arrow in hand, he was practically invincible, and no one could touch a hair on his head. 6 miss, please lead the way. Originally, Qiu Huang planned to put the bow and arrows in the system space, but he was afraid that if he suddenly took them out, he would not be able to explain it. After all, these things are not like sanitary napkins or gold and silver, which can be explained by putting them in a pocket. My benefactor, where's your medicine kit? Didn't you bring it with you? Xiao Huang said, I don't need any medicine box. My needles are in my body. If I need any medicine, I'll just write a prescription and you can go and get the medicine. Your tea shop shouldn't lack all kinds of medicine-making tools, right? Really? Zhang Shuiyao nodded without refuting. Now, their tea shop was almost like a pharmaceutical factory. In order to treat her father's illness, they purchased a large number of precious medicinal materials and stored them at home. Let's go. Chapter 89, The Looting of the Ointment. Then, Xiao Huang and Bu Ting followed Zhang Shuiyao and the others to the tea house. We will continue to sell the ointment. After watching them leave, Bu Tao did not stop and continued selling the ointment. Ointment, scar removal ointment, effective in 3 days, money-back guarantee if ineffective. Come and see, come and buy. Bu Tao shouted Lude. Seeing him like this, Murong Shiyun, Qin Yuan, and the others did not sit idle either, and joined him in shouting. Can this ointment really remove scars? I don't know, but judging from the fact that Miss Lu invited that person to see a doctor, that person must be a doctor and quite skilled at it. The ointment they make might really have some miraculous effects. Never mind, I'm gonna give it a try. At worst, it'll only take 3 days. I'll see if it works after 3 days. Yes, I'm also planning to give it a try. It's only 3 days, no big deal. If it really works to remove the scars, then I'll have made a fortune. With the prestigious reputation of Miss Lu, this wave of purchases is worthwhile. I also believe in Miss Six. Give me a bottle of ointment. I want one too. People began a frenzy of buying, and in no time, the ointment was completely sold out. Okay. Seeing the frenzied buying, Bu Tao exclaimed, good, 3 times, feeling extremely pleased. Originally, he hadn't planned to sell much on the first day because this ointment was a new product, something that had never appeared before, and everyone would be quite cautious. However, with Zhang Shuiyao, everything is completely different. Zhang Shuiyao is the 6th young lady of the tea shop, a golden brand. Even she took the lead and directly bought 10 bottles of ointment, so others will definitely follow suit. This is the celebrity effect, which is much more effective than simple advertising. I can't believe it sold out so quickly. Murong Shiyun and Qin Yuan were also dumbfounded. They were almost in despair when they saw that no one was buying it. They couldn't understand why no one was buying such a good product. But now, they have truly witnessed what madness is. Without a doubt, this is a county town where the purchasing power is far higher than that of small mountain villages and towns, and there are countless wealthy people. Unfortunately, we're going to get tired again. The 4 women sighed. It was certainly a good thing that the ointment sold quickly, but it was really difficult to make. It was time-consuming and labor-intensive. Even when they, Xiao Huang and Bu Ting, worked together, it still took them a long time to complete the first batch of ointment. Originally, they expected that this batch of ointment would be sold out within 10 days or half a month, so that they would have enough time to rest and would not have to work themselves to death like before to rush the production. However, it seems very difficult for them to get any rest now. It's practically a pipe dream. Shifting our gaze to the other side, Xiao Huang, Bu Ting, and the others followed Zhang Shuiyao to the tea house. 6th Miss, the tea shop is now sealed off, and no one is allowed to enter or leave. A line of guards blocked Zhang Shuiyao's path. The tea plantation is under lockdown? Who gave the order? Zhang Shuiyao asked. The guard said, it's an order from the eldest and 2nd young masters, Zhang Kai and Zhang Hua. Why are they blocking off the tea plantation? Zhang Shuiyao frowned. Her keen intuition told her that this matter was definitely unusual. Get out of the way, I need to go in now. Zhang Shuiyao gave the order and stepped forward to go inside. Whoosh! The guards all drew their swords in unison. 6th Miss, please don't make things difficult for us. Zhang Shuiyao was furious and shouted, are you trying to rebel? A similar situation had occurred once before at their tea house. It happened when Zhang Kai and Zhang Hua joined forces to deal with their 3rd brother, Zhang Tao, and his followers. She still remembered that bloody day. Her respected brothers suddenly started fighting each other, weapons in hand. Then, her eldest and 2nd brothers joined forces and personally beheaded their 3rd brother. This bloody scene was a nightmare she would never forget. Please forgive me, Miss Six. The guards refused to budge an inch. Fine, since you refuse to give way, then I'll kill you all. Men, kill them. Yes, Mississippi. Chang Lu and the others drew their knives. They were loyal to Zhang Shuiyao and only listened to her. Young master, The second young master has ordered that anyone who dares to trespass on the tea shop should be killed without exception. The guards roared. Kill. Zhang Shuyao coldly gave the order that she must go in immediately. Otherwise, who knows what earth-shattering thing might happen at the tea house if she was late. Kill. The two forces clashed. Later, Qiu Huang saw this scene and couldn't help but frown. It seemed that the situation at the tea shop was even worse than he had imagined. I told you not to come, but you insisted on coming anyway, and now you're in trouble. Buting looked at him with a hint of helplessness. This was a county town, a place where things could get very complicated. Even she, as a former head constable working for the government, had to be careful in this county town, or she might get into trouble. Qiu Huang didn't speak. Indeed, the situation was worse than he had imagined, but this might also be an opportunity. After all, fortune favors the bold, and such chaos was essential for him to take over the entire tea plantation. Kill. Soon, one by one, the guards rushed out of the tea house like a tide, attacking Chong Lu and his group. Outnumbered, they fell one by one, their bodies pooling in blood, utterly outmatched. Six miss, I'm sorry. A guard gripped a long sword and slashed at Zhang Shuyao, intending to kill her as well. Upon seeing the guard's long sword, panic welled up in Zhang Shuyao's eyes. You see, she was a weak woman who had been pampered since childhood and had never learned martial arts. Now that she saw the tall and strong guard charging at her with a sword, how could she not panic? Don't come any closer. In a moment of crisis, she pulled out a dagger hidden in her sleeve, held it, and threatened the guards. However, her threats had absolutely no deterrent effect on the guards, who were now bloodthirsty. The guard smiled contemptuously, ignoring Zhang Shuyao's dagger, and slashed down with his sword. As long as this slash landed, Zhang Shuyao would surely die, her life extinguished. However, before his long sword could fall, he was suddenly sent flying backward, crashing heavily to the ground. A huge bloody hole appeared in his chest, and bright red blood gushed out like a fountain. It was clear that he was not going to survive. Chapter 90. The tea shop is in trouble, and we lend a helping hand. Terrifying. Zhang Shuyao clutched her chest, gasping for breath. It had been incredibly dangerous. She felt like she had just walked through the gates of hell. Immediately, she turned around and bowed deeply to Qiu Huang, saying, "Thank you for your help, benefactor. You have saved my life again." That's right. It was Qiu Huang who made the move just now, punching the guard away and saving her life. "Sixth miss, you're too kind," Qiu Huang said casually. Zhang Shuyao said, "I beg you, my benefactor, to help our tea shop out of this dire situation. I will repay you handsomely in the future. I will do anything, even sacrifice my life." The punch she just received made her acutely aware that Qiu Huang was no ordinary person, and that if she could get his help, perhaps their tea shop still had a chance. It's a trivial matter, nothing to worry about. Qiu Huang remained calm. He stretched out his hand and said, "Give me the bow and arrows." Buting glanced at him. Although she didn't know what he wanted to do or why he was doing it, she still handed him the longbow in her hand and the quiver of arrows on her back. "Take good care of yourself and don't get hurt." Qiu Huang took the longbow and quiver, carried the quiver on his back, then drew out several arrows, pulled back the longbow, and placed the arrows on the longbow. "You don't need to worry about me. I will take good care of myself." Buting nodded slightly. She drew her waist knife from her waist, her eyes sharp as she stared intently in all directions. Unlike Zhang Shuyao, she was a martial artist and had the ability to protect herself. Whoosh! Whoosh! Then the arrows pierced the air, shooting swiftly towards the guards with unstoppable force. Ah! Ah! The guards screamed in agony. Before they could react, arrows pierced their bodies, and they fell to the ground, struggling for a few moments before falling still. So strong. Zhang Shuyao was shocked. She was completely stunned by what she saw. Qiu Huang's strength completely exceeded her imagination. Not only was his strength fierce and incomparably powerful, but his archery skills were also first class and beyond the reach of ordinary people. "You'll have to work hard later to retrieve the arrows that have been shot." Qiu Huang then instructed Buting that this time, he brought a bow and arrows to the county town purely as a precaution and had no intention of participating in a large-scale battle. Therefore, he brought only a limited number of arrows, just 100. However, the arrows could be retrieved and reused, so he wasn't too worried about running out of arrows. "Okay, I'll help you retrieve the arrow you shot." Bu Ting nodded and followed Xiao Huang's instructions. Ah, ah. Under Xiao Huang's relentless barrage of arrows, the guards screamed and fell to the ground one by one, utterly unable to withstand the onslaught, and were slaughtered in droves. Miss, this man's archery skills are amazing. Chang Lu returned to Zhang Xuyao's side to protect her. She was completely stunned when she saw Xiao Huang kill one guard with an arrow. She had never seen such a strong person with such amazing archery skills. This is probably what the legendary sharpshooter looks like. That's right, with a benefactor by my side. I feel like I've seen hope. Zhang Xuyao looked at Xiao Huang's figure with a burning light in her eyes. Perhaps this time their tea shop was not completely finished because with Xiao Huang around, he might be able to help their tea shop solve all the troubles. Chang Lun nodded in agreement. Not only was the young lady tempted, but she was tempted as well. This kind of person was like a god sent from heaven to save their tea shop. Chang Lu, the guards outside have been mostly dealt with. We should go in now. If we're too late, I'm afraid fifth sister and father will be in trouble. Zhang Xuyao couldn't say anything more because she was afraid that if she did, it would become a reality. Okay, miss, we'll protect you. With the rest of the group, Zhang Xiao and her companions entered the tea house. In the hall of mental cultivation, Zhang Xueji was taking care of her elderly father. I wonder how things are going with sixth sister, whether she has found the two miracle doctors she mentioned. Zhang Xueji was very worried about her younger sister. The tea shop was currently in a precarious and turbulent situation, and a major upheaval could happen at any moment. No one could predict what would happen next. Da. Just then, a series of hurried footsteps approached. Zhang Xueji turned around, and her face immediately darkened because she saw countless guards surging in like a tide. What are you doing? Are you trying to rebel? This is the hall of mental cultivation, where a father rests in peace. These guards entered without permission, which is tantamount to betrayal. However, the guards ignored them. They stood straight and were divided into two teams, each belonging to a different faction. Seeing this, Zhang Xueji understood that these were Zhang Kai and Zhang Hua's guards, and they had finally lost their temper and wanted to harm her and her father. Sure enough, a short while later, two people walked in from outside. These two people were none other than Zhang Kai and Zhang Hua. Zhang Kai, Zhang Hua, what exactly do you want by barging in a father's hall of mental cultivation with your men? Zhang Xueji addressed the two men by their names. Ever since they joined forces to kill her father's chosen heir and his followers, the kinship between her and these two men had been completely severed. These two men were no longer her eldest and second eldest brothers, but jackals, beasts in human skin. You bitch, get out of here, this is none of your business. Zhang Kai roared angrily, not taking Zhang Xueji seriously at all. At this moment, he only had eyes for one person, the old figure lying on a hospital bed. As long as he dealt with that person, he could rest easy and act recklessly. Young master, second young master, please stop. Several people walked over and blocked Zhang Kai and Zhang Hua. They were loyal to Zhang Xueji. Men, take them down. Zhang Hua gave the order. Yes, second young master. The second young master's men rushed over. Outnumbered and powerful, they were no match for a few people and quickly subdued them. Release Biluo and the others. Zhang Xueji shouted. Take down this bitch too, Zhang Kai ordered. Yes, young master. Zhang Kai's men quickly subdued Zhang Xueji and captured her. You bitch, I'll deal with you later. After subduing Zhang Xueji and her subordinates, the two walked towards the hospital bed. Zhang Kai, Zhang Hua, what are you trying to do, you two beasts? Zhang Xueji cursed and struggled violently, her face flushed and her voice hoarse. These two beasts were simply insane. Killing their brother to seize the throne wasn't enough. Now, they even wanted to kill their father. Chapter 91, Rebellion and Patricide. Give me a piece of cloth and gag this bitch. Zhang Kai, annoyed by Zhang Xueji's harsh words, gave another order. Yes, young master. A guard walked up to Zhang Xueji, took out a large piece of cloth, and forcefully stuffed it into Zhang Xueji's mouth, completely blocking her mouth. Zhang Xueji struggled desperately, trying to break free, but the guard held her tightly, making it impossible for her to escape. Now that her mouth was gagged with cloth, she couldn't even speak and could only make muffled noises. Stop, you two beasts. You'll die a horrible death. You'll die a horrible death. Zhang Xueji cursed wildly in her heart, tears streaming down her face, her heart aching as if being stabbed. However, Zhang Kai and Zhang Hua completely ignored them. At this moment, they had already arrived at the bedside and drawn their long knives. "You old geezer, you should have gone to hell long ago. You're still dreaming of recovery? Keep dreaming." The two men hurled vicious curses, gripped their long swords, and slashed out simultaneously. With a scream, blood splattered on the hospital bed, and Zhang Jifeng's head was separated from his body. No! Zhang Xuezhi stared wide-eyed at her elderly father on the hospital bed. She collapsed, kneeling on the ground in disbelief. Tears streamed down her face like a torrential rain. Her father, the one who loved and cared for her, was dead, killed by those two beasts. "Ha ha, he's dead, ha ha, he's dead." Zhang Kai and Zhang Hua burst into wild laughter, acting like madmen. Now that the third brother and his followers were dead, and Zhang Jifeng was dead as well, no one would be able to stop them anymore. They could finally do whatever they wanted without any restraint. Bang! Just then, a loud bang suddenly came from outside. "Who is it?" The sudden loud noise jolted Zhang Kai and Zhang Hua out of their frenzy, and they looked towards the door. The previously tightly closed door was forced open, and several people quickly walked in from outside. Fifth sister. When Zhang Xueyao saw Zhang Xuezhi kneeling on the ground with a large piece of cloth in her mouth and tears streaming down her face, she immediately rushed over and pulled the cloth out of her mouth. "Fifth sister, what's wrong?" Zhang Xueyao inquired with concern. Zhang Xuezhi raised her hand, pointing tremblingly to the hospital bed, and choked out, "Sixth sister, father, father, father." Zhang Xuezhi really didn't know how to start the conversation, her tone heavy with sorrow. "What's wrong with father?" Zhang Xueyao stood up, looked at the hospital bed, and was immediately terrified, her face turning ashen. She cried out in despair and rushed over. "Father." Zhang Xueyao rushed over like a madwoman, reaching the bedside. Looking at the person on the bed, her heart ached as if it were being torn apart, and tears streamed down her face like rain. She simply couldn't believe it. Buting glanced at the bed and was so frightened that she quickly covered her mouth, her eyes wide open in disbelief. This! Qiu Huang was also stunned. The hospital bed was covered in blood. Zhang Jifeng's head had been completely separated from his body, and the blood stained the entire bed. It seems we're still a step too late. Qiu sighed inwardly. Life and death were predestined, and Zhang Jifeng was destined to die. Who did this? Zhang Xueyao roared, her anger beyond words. Zhang Xuezhi pointed at Zhang Kai and Zhang Hua and said, "Sister, these are the two beasts. They killed father. They are not human at all. You beasts, do you have any humanity left? You even scared your own father. You are worse than animals." Zhang Xueyao angrily denounced Zhang Kai and Zhang Hua. She originally thought that killing their brother was the limit for these two people, but she did not expect that they would become even more depraved and cruel, even killing their own father who gave them life and raised them. Such behavior is worse than that of animals. What a beast, what a beast. Both Buting and Qiu Huang couldn't help but shake their heads. It's said that power and wealth corrupt people and make them psychologically abnormal and distorted. Now, they have truly seen it for themselves. You little bitch, now that you're back, don't even think about leaving again. Zhang Kai and Zhang Hua exchanged a glance and reached a consensus. They would massacre the entire tea plantation and eliminate everyone who did not belong to them, including Zhang Xueyao and Zhang Xuezhi. They even killed Zhang Jifeng, so what's a mere two younger sisters? They didn't even flinch. Men, seize these two vile women. Yes. The guards came out, ready to take down Zhang Xueyao and Zhang Xuezhi. Call out. Call out. Before they could reach them, several arrows suddenly flew towards them. The guards were caught off guard and were hit by the arrows, falling to the ground. They struggled for a few moments and then fell still. What? Seeing this, Zhang Kai's eyes widened in disbelief. Who are you to dare come to our tea house and kill someone? Don't you want to live anymore? Zhang Hua roared angrily, his eyes fixed on Qiu Huang, who had just shot and killed the guards. Qiu shook his head, took his bow, and walked out, saying, "I've seen ruthless people, but I've never seen anyone as vicious as you. Killing your father and brothers to seize the throne, you've really stacked all the buffs to the max. Men, kill him." Zhang Hua coldly ordered. Yes. The guards rushed out, wielding long swords, and slashed at Qiu Huang. Looking at these people, Qiu Huang didn't even frown. He rushed forward and, using his longbow as a weapon, launched a sweeping attack on them. He now possesses the terrifying strength equivalent to 17 adults, which is quite frightening. When he unleashes his full power, these guards are no match for him at all and are instantly knocked to the ground. Archers, prepare. Seeing that the situation was not good, Zhang Kai and Zhang Hua simultaneously ordered the archers to come out and deal with Qiu Huang. Soon, 2 rows of archers rushed out, bows and arrows in hand, aiming at Qiu Huang, ready to shoot him dead. But at that moment, Qiu Huang leaped up and pounced out quickly, aiming straight for Zhang Kai and Zhang Hua, moving at lightning speed. Kill him. Seeing Qiu Huang rushing towards them, Zhang Kai and Zhang Hua's eyes also blazed with intense, killing intent. They brandished their long swords and slashed out fiercely, aiming straight for Qiu Huang, preparing to disembowel him. Facing the 2 men's long swords, Qiu Huang raised his longbow with his right hand and used it as a weapon to parry their swords, blocking their fatal blow. Then he quickly struck with his other hand, knocking them down one by one with a single punch. Chapter 92. Disabling the eldest and second eldest brothers. Young Master. Second Young Master. The guards panicked, raised their bows and arrows, and prepared to fire at Qiu Huang. Don't move. Qiu Huang took Zhang Kai and Zhang Hua hostage, one in each hand, using them as shields to block the archer's shots. The guards immediately dared not move, for fear of accidentally injuring Zhang Hua and Zhang Kai. Get them all out of here and don't let them come back in. Qiu Huang gave orders to Zhang Hua and Zhang Kai. All of you get out. No one is to come in without our orders. Zhang Kai and Zhang Hua were trembling, now that they had been kidnapped. Their original toughness had vanished, and they were like 2 soft persimmons being manipulated at will. Young Master. The guards looked at them with great concern for their safety. Qiu Huang was clearly not a kind person. If they were to lose their guards, and he were to make a move against them, their lives would be in grave danger. Go out. The 2 men shouted at the same time. They knew perfectly well their predicament, but since the person had been kidnapped, they were helpless and had no choice but to submit. Boy, if you dare to lay a finger on either of these young masters, we will grind you to dust, tear you to pieces, and slice you into 1,000 pieces. After uttering those harsh words, the guards withdrew from the hall, but they didn't go far. They remained outside, ready to rush in and rescue Zhang Kai and Zhang Hua at the slightest sign of trouble. After the guards left, Buting walked over to Qiu Huang and asked with concern, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine." Qiu Huang shook his head. Those people from before couldn't hurt him. That's good. Buting nodded, relieved. Although this guy was very hateful and always tried to bully her, she didn't want anything to happen to him. Then, she glanced at the bed again and couldn't help but sigh. This scene was truly tragic. Who would have thought that Zhang Jifeng, who once commanded the winds and rains, was a legendary figure who stood tall in the business world for decades, would end up in such a miserable state, killed by his 2 sons on his sickbed, his head separated from his body. "My benefactor, please save my father." Zhang Shuao suddenly snapped out of her daze and looked at Qiu Huang with longing eyes. Qiu Huang didn't say anything. His head had already been cut off, so what was the point of saving him? Even if he had the system, there was nothing he could do, because even a system couldn't use such a cheat. "Sixth sister, let it go. Don't make things difficult for others." Zhang Shuiji came over and comforted Zhang Shuyao, saying that in this situation, let alone others, even a great immortal could not save her. "Fifth sister, it's all my fault. I came back late. If I had been faster, maybe the tragedy wouldn't have happened." Zhang Shuyao felt extremely guilty and remorseful, believing that her father's death was entirely her fault. "Sixth sister, it's not your fault, it's not your fault. Father's fate was like this, you can't be blamed." Zhang Shuiji patted Zhang Shuyao on the shoulder to comfort her, saying that now that their father was dead, their most pressing concern was how to handle the aftermath. "You 2 must be the 2 benefactors who saved my 6th sister the night before last. I'm so sorry to have dragged you into this." Looking at Qiu Huang and Buting, Zhang Shuiji was impressed by their abilities, especially Qiu Huang, whose strength was terrifying. He easily subdued Zhang Kai and Zhang Hua without lifting a finger. If it hadn't been for his help, she and her sister might have been killed, and their entire tea plantation would have been destroyed. The consequences were unimaginable. "It's all right." Qiu Huang shook his head, looked at Zhang Kai and Zhang Hua, and shouted angrily, "You two kneel down immediately and kowtow to the old master." They're dreaming if they think we'll kowtow to this old man. The two refused. They hated Zhang Jifeng to the core. They felt that his current situation was his retribution and that they had no reason to blame him. "Kneel down." Xiao Huang gave a shout and kicked out at the same time. The two men screamed, and their knees buckled as they knelt down. "Kneel down before me." The two were initially very unwilling, but under Xiao Huang's strong coercion, they eventually obediently kowtowed 9 times each. "Ladies, what do you intend to do with these two beasts?" Xiao Huang asked Zhang Shuiyao and Zhang Shuizhi. "Strictly speaking, this is a family matter of the tea shop. It would be better for them to handle it themselves. These two beasts are worse than dogs. We wish we could skin them alive, tear them apart, cut them into 1,000 pieces, and rip them apart by 5 horses. Zhang Shuiyao and Zhang Shuizhi glared at the two men, their teeth clenched with hatred. These two had murdered their father and brother, causing their tea shop to suffer such a miserable fate. They were nothing but jackals, demons in human skin, and beasts. However, their people are everywhere in the tea plantation now. If we rashly kill them, the others will take the opportunity to riot, and we will not escape death either." Although they were furious and filled with hatred, the two women had not completely lost their minds. It didn't matter if they died, but this tea plantation was their father's life's work, and they absolutely could not watch it decline and become someone else's prey. Simple. Have these two order everyone to lay down their weapons, then kill them all and thoroughly clean up the place. Zhang Xiao said, "My benefactor, you may not know this, but these two beasts have now respectively pledged allegiance to the Mu family and the Song family. The Mu family and the Song family are powerful families in our Qingyuan County. They are extremely powerful and have been eyeing our tea shop with covetous eyes. If we don't solve this problem, our tea shop's crisis cannot be considered truly resolved. Back then, if it weren't for the support of the two powerful families, the Mu and Song, how could Zhang Kai and Zhang Hua possibly have stood up to their third brother? Therefore, their tea shop not only had to resolve the internal crisis, but also the external crisis." Xiao Huang said, "My suggestion is to resolve the internal crisis first, and then integrate the strength of the entire tea plantation to resolve the external crisis. As the saying goes, to fight external enemies, one must first secure the internal situation. Only when the internal crisis is resolved can we unite against the common enemy and work together to solve all the problems." The two women thought about it and felt that Xiao Huang's words made sense. "In that case, let us do as our benefactor says." That day, the entire tea plantation was thrown into chaos. With Xiao Huang's assistance, Zhang Kai and Zhang Hua's forces were uprooted and completely destroyed. They were crippled and imprisoned in the dungeon. The reason they were only imprisoned and not killed was not because Zhang Shuiyao and Zhang Shuizhi were merciful, but because they planned to use their heads as a sacrifice to their father's spirit during his funeral. Chapter 93. Preparing to support Zhang Shuiyao and Zhang Shuizhi to rise to power. Xiao Huang, why are you so concerned about the tea shop and going to such lengths to help? After finishing their business at the tea shop, Xiao Huang and Bu Ting stayed at the tea shop because of Zhang Shuiyao and Zhang Shuizhi's warm invitation. Xiao Huang said casually, "There's no special reason. I'm just a kind-hearted person who wanted to help. Don't give me that. Do you think I don't know you? You've got your eye on Miss 6 or Miss 5, and you want to take her in and make her your woman, don't you?" Bu Ting said calmly, "This guy is greedy and lustful. He would never do anything without a profit in it. Taking them in is a good suggestion." Hearing Bu Ting's words, Xiao Huang's heart lit up, and he came up with a complete plan. He was determined to take over the tea plantation. Now, among Zhang Jifeng's sons, those with inheritance rights had basically been eliminated. Among his daughters, only Zhang Shuizhi and Zhang Shuiyao were still in the tea plantation and had reached adulthood. If he could win them over and make them his women, and then support them to rise in rank, he could use them to achieve his goal of controlling the entire tea plantation. It could be said to be killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Rather than being directly involved, he prefers to stay behind the scenes and be a hands-off manager. Just like now when he is working with Bu Ting and Bu Tao to develop a scar removal cream, he basically doesn't care about business matters and leaves all those things to Bu Tao and Bu Ting. He only needs to be responsible for making the cream. See, I was right. Seeing that Xiao Huang didn't speak or refute her words, Bu Ting knew that this guy was most likely as she described, a lecherous scoundrel, a creature who thought purely with his lower body. I really don't know if I was blinded by greed back then, that I would fall for this guy in such a muddle and even agree to let him sleep with me, and now I'm caught in the middle. You've misunderstood me. I never said anything like that. Even though you haven't said it, that's definitely what you're thinking. Don't think I don't know. Xiao Huang looked at her and laughed. What's wrong? Are you jealous? I'm jealous. Why would I be jealous? You're not anyone to me. Why would I be jealous? Wu Ting retorted. Xiao smiled wryly, then reached out and grabbed her. What do you want to do? Don't do anything reckless. Bu Ting resisted and struggled, because based on her understanding of this guy, he was probably out of his mind again and wanted to have sex with her again. Xiao Huang chuckled and began to caress her body freely. Seeing this, Bu Ting knew she couldn't resist anymore, so she simply closed her eyes and let him have his way. After all, it wasn't like she hadn't been with him before. Once she took off her clothes and closed her eyes, it would be over. Knock knock. Just as Xiao Huang was about to continue and have a deeper conversation with Bu Ting, there was a knock on the door. Bu Ting was startled. She opened her eyes, pushed Xiao Huang away forcefully, and quickly straightened her clothes to cover her exposed parts. Unfortunately, the prey that was within reach has all flown away. Xiao sighed, feeling unwilling. Bu Ting glared at him fiercely. This guy, all he knows is how to bully her. After waiting a while, seeing that her clothes were almost tidied up, Xiao Huang stood up, walked to the door, and opened it. Sixth miss. Indeed, the visitor was none other than Zhang Xiuyao, the sixth young lady of the tea shop. My benefactor, I have already sent someone to inform Boss Bu and the others about what happened at our tea shop. Boss Bu and the others are all well now. Thanks. To be honest, Xiao Huang's biggest concern about getting involved in the tea shop's conflict was the safety of Murong Shiyun and the others. However, the situation at the tea shop has now basically stabilized, and Zhang Kai and Zhang Hua's influence has been largely eliminated. As long as the Mu family and the Song family don't come, they should be fine. You two keep chatting, I'm going back to my room. After learning that Bu Tao and the others were safe and sound, Bu Ting decided not to stay there any longer. She turned around and went back to her room next door. She wasn't stupid. She could naturally tell that Zhang Xiuyao had come to see Xiao Huang because she had something important to discuss. So why should she be a third wheel? After Bu Ting left, the two closed the door. My benefactor, to avoid any unforeseen complications, my fifth sister and I have discussed it and decided to bury our father tomorrow. Then, in front of his grave, we will personally kill those two beasts, Zhang Kai and Zhang Hua, and use their heads to offer sacrifices to our father's soul. Traditionally, after an elderly person passes away, they are usually kept at home for 7 days to have a Taoist priest perform a ritual to help their spirit pass on before being buried, so that their spirit can find peace. But things are different now. Their tea shop is in a turbulent period, facing constant external threats, especially the Mu and Song families, who are eyeing their tea shop with great interest and want to swallow it up and take it for themselves. If they really come and rescue Zhang Kai and Zhang Hua, then all their efforts will be in vain, and their tea shop will once again fall into a predicament of internal and external troubles, with unimaginable consequences. This is your family matter. You can decide for yourselves. There's no need to inform me. Also, from now on, don't call me your benefactor. Just call me by my name. Zhang Xiao said. All right then. I'll call you Brother Qiu from now on, okay? Whatever. As long as she doesn't call him her benefactor, Qiu Huang doesn't care about any other form of address. In that case, Brother Qiu, please don't call me Sixth Miss anymore. Just call me Xiuyao. Okay, Xiuyao. Qiu Huang didn't stand on ceremony and directly used that title. Zhang Xiao said, Brother Qiu, I have a favor to ask. I wonder if you would be willing to grant it. You say? We hope Brother Qiu will stay at our tea shop for a while longer. This might not be a good idea. Zhang Xiao said, Brother Qiu also knows that our tea shop is currently being eyed by external forces. The Mu family and the Song family could attack at any time. My sister and I are both weak women with no skills. If the Mu family or the Song family attacks, we simply cannot deal with them. Today, Qiu Huang displayed his divine power, and all the enemies were utterly defeated in front of him, like dry leaves being swept away. They had all witnessed his abilities, and he was their tea plantation's only hope at the moment. Therefore, no matter what, they had to keep him here, otherwise they would be unable to deal with the various powerful forces outside who were eyeing them covetously. Chapter 94. You can have sex with me, but you can't leave me unable to get out of bed. This isn't a good idea. Xiao spoke ambiguously and vaguely. Thump. Then, Zhang Xiao bent her knees and knelt down. Xiao, what are you doing? Xiao Huang was startled. He never expected Zhang Xiao to kneel before him. Zhang Xiao said, if Brother Qiu doesn't agree, I will kneel here forever. This? Qiu hesitated. Seeing this, Zhang Xiao thought for a moment, biting her lip tightly, as if she had made up her mind. Then, she ripped off the belt around her waist, took off her clothes, and revealed her pink undergarment. What are you doing? Qiu Huang was even more shocked. Zhang Xiao said, Brother Qiu, as long as you agree to stay and help our tea shop resolve the crisis, I am willing to give you my body. You can play with it as you please. After saying that, she simply tore off her bodice, revealing her delicate body to Qiu Huang for his free admiration. Looking at her delicate body and pure white skin, Qiu Huang couldn't help but swallow hard. He had to admit that Shui Yao's figure was really amazing, and he almost couldn't control himself. He almost couldn't resist pouncing on her, pinning her down, and lovingly ravaging her. However, he knew that this was not the right time to make a move, so he suppressed his desire. Shui Yao, put your clothes on properly, and I'll agree. Brother Qiu, are you serious? Zhang Xiao stared at Qiu Huang, hardly believing it. Don't worry, I will never go back on my word. Thank you, Brother Qiu. Thank you, Brother Qiu. Overwhelmed with gratitude, Zhang Xiao picked up the clothes and put them back on. Brother Qiu, you're a good person, a really good person. Xiao thanks you. After saying that, Zhang Xiao opened the door and ran out quickly. Her little face was flushed, just like a ripe apple, and she was extremely cute. This little girl actually gave me the friend zone card. Qiu was both amused and exasperated. However, he quickly calmed down because Zhang Xiao's actions had ignited his desire. After all, he wasn't the kind of person who wouldn't eat his prey once he had it. The reason he didn't eat her directly was because he wanted to play the long game and catch a bigger fish. However, now that the desire has been ignited, there must be a way to release it. So he came out of his room, went to the next room, Buting's room, and knocked on the door. I'm already asleep. We could talk about it tomorrow. Buting's voice came from inside the room. Finger, don't be like this. I know you're not asleep. Qiu Huang could easily tell that the reason Buting said that was simply because she didn't want him to sleep with her. Don't think I don't know what you're up to. Let me tell you, no way. Inside, Buting was indeed not asleep, but she would absolutely not open the door for Qiu Huang. Otherwise, whether she could even get out of bed tomorrow would be a huge problem. Tingner, I promise, it won't take too long. Just like the night before last, I'll be very gentle with you. I definitely won't make sure you can't get out of bed tomorrow, okay? That won't work either. Since you refuse to open the door, I have no choice but to break it down and come in. Qiu Huang, I'm warning you. If you dare to break down the door today, I will never forgive you, and you can forget about ever doing anything to me again. Buting was furious and warned Qiu Huang. Qiu Huang was at a loss. After all, he couldn't really smash the door down, could he? Where'd they go to eat if he did that? No, there's also my room. Qiu Huang suddenly felt confident. The door to Buting's room was broken, but his door was still intact. He could move to his room, just as he had originally planned. Let me warn you, if you break down the door and make a big commotion, attracting other people, let's see what you'll do then. That casual remark was like a fatal blow, instantly dispelling Qiu Huang's idea of breaking down the door. Yes, this was a tea shop, and there were people all around. If they made a big commotion and broke down the door, the people from the tea shop would come to investigate immediately. You're ruthless. I'll forgive you tonight. Qiu Huang had no way to deal with Buting, so he slunk away. He stopped again after walking for a short while and looked up at the window of Buting's room. The window wasn't closed. Qiu suddenly realized that the window was still open. He then laughed. This little girl, after all, can make a mistake. Inside the room, Buting was peering through a crack to check the situation outside. Did that guy really leave? She was reluctant to believe it. Based on her understanding of Qiu Huang, this guy was definitely not one to give up so easily. Don't think I'll fall for it, and open the door to check. Forget about it, humph. Buting snorted coldly. She had guessed Qiu Huang's thoughts. She pretended to leave, and when Qiu Huang lowered her guard and actually opened the door to go out and check, she suddenly popped out and launched a surprise attack, subduing her. She won't fall for it. You can play by yourself all you want. I'm going to sleep. Ignoring Qiu Huang, Buting turned and walked towards the bed. I think I forgot something. Suddenly, something occurred to her, and she couldn't help but look up at the window. It turns out the window was left open. Buting noticed that her window was still open and not closed. Oh no, could this guy come in through the window? Suddenly, she realized something, and without saying a word, she turned and ran, pulling open the door and preparing to escape. Hey. As soon as she ran outside, she saw a smiling face standing not far from the door, looking at her mockingly. What are you doing here? Shouldn't you be by the window? Looking at Xiao Huang, Buting was full of doubt. Xiao Huang said, Your window is so small. How am I supposed to get in? He did consider going in through the window, but the space was too narrow and he couldn't seem to fit, so he gave up. Forehead. Buting was stunned. She seemed not to have thought about this question before. Haha Tinger, you finally lost. After saying that, Xiao Huang grabbed Buting with his large hand. Why? Buting sighed and gave up struggling. This guy was too cunning. She simply couldn't beat him. Like I said, you can have sex with me, but you can't make me unable to get out of bed tomorrow. Xiao Huang laughed and said, Don't worry, I promise I'll be very gentle with you, just like I was at the end of the night before last. I won't torment you for too long. After saying that, he picked Buting up by the waist and quickly walked into the room, closing the doors and windows behind him. Before long, enchanting sounds emanated from the room, lingering for a long time. Chapter 95 Funeral. Time quickly passed to the second day. Early in the morning, countless people came from all directions to gather at the tea shop, not for any other reason than to bid farewell to the old owner of the tea shop. Mentioning Zhang Jifeng, almost everyone in Qingyuan County knows him. He was a famous and influential figure, a supreme tycoon in the business world. Now that such a big shot has died tragically, his funeral and burial have naturally attracted much attention. Although the tea house did not invite many people, and the funeral was kept simple, all kinds of people still came from all over the country to attend Zhang Jifeng's funeral. My husband, Murong Shiyuan, Chen Yuan, and Bu Tao also came. They had received invitations from Zhang Shuiyao and Zhang Shueji to attend their father's funeral. Stay close to me and try not to stray too far. If anything happens, I can protect you. Xiao Huang reminded him that although the heretics in the tea house had been basically purged and the two culprits, Zhang Kai and Zhang Hua, had been crippled, he still couldn't be careless. As the saying goes, it's better to be safe than sorry. He didn't want any of his women to get into trouble. My lord, we know, we will never leave your sight. The girls nodded. They knew that Xiao Huang cared about them and was afraid that something might happen to them, which they understood. Xiao Huang didn't speak, but just stared ahead. Father. At the grave, several pretty women wept uncontrollably. They were all Zhang Jifeng's daughters, including Zhang Shuiyao, Zhang Shueji, and the four daughters in front. Eldest daughter Zhang Shui, second daughter Zhang Shueshuang, third daughter Zhang Shueran, and fourth daughter Zhang Shuero. They also came with their husbands, children, and other relatives to send their father off on his final journey. Bring those two beasts up here. Halfway through the ceremony, Zhang Shueji suddenly gave an order. Let's go. Immediately, the guards escorted two people out. These two people were none other than Zhang Kai and Zhang Hua. At this moment, the two men were disheveled, filthy, and dejected, having long lost their former arrogance. These two bastards, who are worse than pigs and dogs, are so greedy for power that they actually killed their own father. They should be torn to pieces and ripped to pieces. Kill them. The appearance of Zhang Kai and Zhang Hua immediately aroused public outrage. The crowd shouted angrily, Filial piety is the most important thing in all things. These two not only wantonly trampled on filial piety, but also murdered their father and brother to seize power. Such behavior is intolerable to anyone. It has simply exceeded the limits of humanity. They can be called beasts. No, they are worse than beasts. You two bastards, all the hard work your father put into raising you has been wasted. You have done such heartless things. You are worse than pigs and dogs. Upon seeing Zhang Kai and Zhang Hua, Zhang Shui and Zhang Shueshuang rushed over in anger, grabbing their clothes and cursing them angrily, wishing they could eat their flesh and drink their blood. At this moment, Zhang Kai and Zhang Hua were completely indifferent. This time they had failed. They had not been able to seize power and hold out until the end. The price of defeat was heavy and terrible, with only death as the only option. Now, they are filled with resentment. If they had made up their minds earlier and eliminated Zhang Jifeng beforehand, and then wiped out Zhang Shuiyao and Zhang Shueji as well, they would not have failed and would not be in such a miserable state now. Young master, we've come to rescue you. Second young master, we've come to rescue you too. Just then, a commotion suddenly broke out outside. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and saw two groups of people rushing out from somewhere and charging madly towards the crowd. They were all followers of Zhang Kai or Zhang Hua, and they had only one purpose in coming here today: to rescue Zhang Kai and Zhang Hua. Even if they knew it was a dead end, they would have no regrets. However, before they could charge forward, Zhang Shuyao suddenly gave an order, and instantly, countless arrows shot out from all directions, killing them all in an instant. Clearly, they were well prepared. Today, unless the main forces of the Mu and Song families arrive, no one can expect to rescue Zhang Kai and Zhang Hua. In fact, the Mu and Song families wouldn't have chosen to cause trouble today, because it was Zhang Jifeng's funeral, and there were far too many people coming, including high-ranking officials, wealthy merchants, and powerful figures. If they were to cause trouble for them, they would offend almost all the major and minor powers in Qingyuan County. In the face of such widespread anger, even local magnates like them would be unable to withstand the onslaught, and the consequences would be extremely serious. Yesterday, Zhang Kai and Zhang Hua's forces were almost completely wiped out. Even if there were any remnants, they were no match for them and were quickly killed, turning into corpses. Why? Seeing this, everyone couldn't help but sigh deeply. Power and wealth have always been the focal points of contradictions, conflicts, and battles, and this tea shop was no exception. Father, we now use the heads and blood of these two beasts to offer sacrifices to your departed soul, so that you may rest in peace in the heavens. Zhang Shuyao and Zhang Shuiji raised incense and candles, knelt down, and kowtowed. The others followed suit. After kowtowing 9 times, they stood up and looked at Zhang Kai and Zhang Hua with endless hatred in their eyes. Kill. 2 executioners walked over, raised their broadswords, and slashed down hard at the heads of Zhang Kai and Zhang Hua. 2 screams rang out as these 2 wicked, bloodthirsty, cruel, and inhumane men were beheaded, their blood splattering and staining the entire tombstone red. Father, may you rest in peace. Zhang Shuyao and Zhang Shuiji raised incense and candles and kowtowed again, followed by the others. The funeral lasted for several hours, finally ending at dusk, when everyone departed. Husband, why are you staying at the tea shop for a while longer? At the tea shop, the 4 women looked at Xiao Huang with great confusion. Now that Zhang Jifeng had been buried and the situation at the tea shop had basically stabilized, there was no need for them to stay any longer. Xiao Huang said, I promised the 6th miss and the 5th miss that I would stay at the tea house for a few more days to help them resolve the troubles caused by the Mu family and the Song family. Chapter 96. The storm is brewing. What? The Mu family? The Song family? Upon hearing these 2 names, the 4 women were all taken aback. To them, the Mu family and the Song family were simply behemoths, absolute local tyrants with terrifying strength. Although they knew that Xiao Huang had dealt with people from both families before and instigated conflicts and wars between them, at that level, ordinary conflicts were nothing more than a drop in the ocean and could not hurt them much at all. Husband, why did you get involved in the conflict between the tea shop and the 2 powerful families? This is so different from your usual style. In the past, Xiao Huang was very cautious and rarely got involved in the struggles of other people or forces. Even if he had to take action, he would do so secretly and erase all traces afterward to ensure that no flaws were left behind. However, he has now become entangled in the conflict between other forces, and these forces are not ordinary ones, but rather powerful local tyrants and behemoths. If this matter is not handled properly, the impact and consequences could be enormous. Xiao Huang said, I weighed the pros and cons and decided it was worth a risk, so I decided to give it a try. Husband, could it be that you intend to? The 4 women realized something. Their eyes widened in shock, and they quickly covered their mouths, daring not to say another word. Xiao Huang said, From now on, you should stay in the tea house and not go anywhere else. If you need to go out, please let me know and I will accompany you. What about Boss Bu? Bu Ting has already negotiated with Bu Tao. Before the matter between the Song family and the Mu family is completely settled, we will temporarily stop selling the scar removal cream. Where are Shi and Rojuan? Xiao Huang said, Shi and the others aren't in a hurry. In the current situation, Leiyang village is actually safer than the county town. The 4 women exchanged glances. From Qiu Huang's words, they sensed an impending storm. It seemed that their husband's scheme was far-reaching. Otherwise, he would never have made such a decision. However, they would support any decision he made and trust him unconditionally because he was their husband and the most powerful person in the world. You guys take a rest first. I still have some things to take care of. When I get back, I'm going to have a 300-round battle with you. Upon hearing this, all four women lowered their heads, their faces flushing red with embarrassment. Looking back, they realized they hadn't served him for several days, and they longed for it very much. All right, my husband, you go and take care of your business first. We'll prepare and wait for your return. After saying goodbye to the four women, Qiu Huang went straight to Zhang Shuiyao and Zhang Xueji. Now that Zhang Kai and Zhang Hua are dead, their followers have been almost completely wiped out, and the entire tea plantation is almost entirely under the control of Zhang Xiao and Zhang Xueji. Brother Qiu, you've arrived. We were just about to look for you. Upon seeing Qiu Huang arrive, Zhang Xueji and Zhang Shuiyao were overjoyed. This time, they were able to kill Zhang Kai and Zhang Hua, avenge their father, and regain control of the tea plantation. Qiu Huang deserved all the credit. If it weren't for him, they would probably have been killed by those two heartless bastards, just like their father. What do you need me for? Zhang Xueji said. Just now, according to the scouts, both the Mu family and the Song family have launched large-scale recruitment of guards, and some of them have already arrived in the county town and are stationed in their respective strongholds there. Their actions were even faster than I had anticipated. Although Qiu Huang had anticipated that the Mu and Song families would not easily give up such a lucrative opportunity as the tea plantation, even though Zhang Kai and Zhang Hua had completely fallen, the tea plantation's own strength had been greatly weakened by their misdeeds and internal strife. They could only draw a guard from other places or hire strong men at high salaries to fill the gaps and make up for the tea plantation's losses. It's fair to say that the tea shop is currently at its weakest point, and the Mu and Song families will inevitably seize this opportunity to attack and take control of it. According to our estimates, the two families will come to attack our tea shop as early as tomorrow, or at the latest within 3 days. Taking advantage of a crisis is the nature of all living things. Their tea shop monopolizes the tea business, which is an absolute piece of fat meat that everyone wants a bite of. Therefore, they now have a very strong sense of crisis. Brother Qiu, do you have any ideas on how to deal with this? The two women looked at Qiu Huang. Now, they had placed almost all their hopes on him. Qiu Huang was very capable, far surpassing the two women. Apart from him, they really didn't know who else to rely on. How many arrows did you prepare, as I asked you to? A major battle is about to begin, and bows and arrows are indispensable. His archery skills are now at their maximum level with a 100% hit rate, so he naturally needs arrows, the more the better. We have already sent people to purchase arrows from various places, and we have already purchased more than 10,000 arrows. That's enough. Qiu Huang nodded. If he were to use over 10,000 weapons, it would cost him at least 10,000 lives. Although the Mu and Song families were very powerful, they definitely couldn't muster 10,000 guards unless they disregarded the authority of the government and expanded their army on their own. But that would be extremely risky and might arouse the suspicion of the government, with unimaginable consequences. Although the situation in Tianfeng Kingdom is currently chaotic and the prestige of the imperial court has been greatly weakened, as long as it has not yet collapsed, it still has a certain degree of restraint, preventing those local powerful families from being too unruly. Is that enough? The two women exchanged a glance. They had originally thought that Qiu Huang would complain about not having enough arrows. After all, arrows are consumables. Every arrow shot reduces the number of arrows available, so naturally, the more the better. Do you have any armor here, or are you able to obtain any? Armor? Brother Qiu, do you want armor? Right. Qiu Huang nodded. The armor's protection was extremely strong. If he could wear it, it would greatly enhance his combat power. In that case, even if he encountered rows and rows of archers, he wouldn't have to worry. Armor, that's a bit difficult. Armor has always been a forbidden item, and the imperial court and government strictly control it, absolutely forbidding private possession by civilians. If discovered, the perpetrators will be severely punished. Chapter 97 Iron Lump, fully armed. What? Can't you handle it? Qiu Huang was a little disappointed. She had originally thought that with the background of the tea shop, she could handle some of the armor. Brother Qiu, the government is cracking down hard now. People are not allowed to have armor. If they're found out, they will be severely punished. So there's really no other way. Xiao Huang remained silent. Since there was no ready-made armor, there was no other way but to make it himself. System, give me the method to make the armor. Without the slightest hesitation, Xiao Huang immediately asked the system for a cheat code. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have obtained 49 methods for crafting armor. A system notification sounded in my mind. Xiao Huang quickly received the information from the system and selected some simple armor-making methods. Do you have sheet metal? Have. Although I don't know why Xiao Huang asked this, things like sheet metal are not prohibited, so getting them shouldn't be a problem. Alright, go and get some paper and pen. I'll write something down for you, and you can go and see if you can find all the things. The two women exchanged a glance. Although they didn't know what Xiao Huang wanted to do, they chose to do as he said. They had no choice but to rely on Xiao Huang, as they had no martial arts skills or leadership abilities. It took Xiao Huang some time to obtain all the materials needed to make this simple armor, and then it was time to make it. Looks like I'll be busy again tonight. After gathering all the materials, Xiao Huang immediately began making the armor. Making armor was no easy task, and it took Xiao Huang several hours, until 3 or 4 in the morning, to finish the armor. It's finally finished. Xiao Huang put on the armor and tried it on. It fit him quite well. To increase the protection, he even added an iron mask. This set of armor weighed 300 or 400 pounds. For most people, just putting on such a thing would be a huge hassle, let alone moving around in it. They wouldn't even dare to think about it. However, he doesn't have this problem because he currently possesses the strength of 17 adults. Wearing a mere 300 or 400 pounds of clothing won't affect him at all. Let's go to sleep for a while before it gets light. Xiao went back to his room and fell into a deep sleep. When he opened his eyes again, it was already noon. My husband, you're awake. As soon as Xiao Huang opened his eyes, he saw Murong Shiyun, Chen Yuanyuan, Song Yufei, and Song Yue sitting by the bed, looking at him tenderly. I'm sorry I neglected you last night. Xiao Huang got out of bed. He had originally planned to pamper them last night, but making the armor took too much time, so he didn't get to. Husband, it's all right. We understand that you have important matters to attend to. There will be other opportunities in the future. The 4 women didn't hold a grudge. Last night, they made careful preparations and waited until midnight, but Xiao Huang still hadn't returned. They couldn't stay awake any longer, so they went to sleep. How about we take advantage of this moment and have some fun? After saying that, Xiao Huang pulled Murong Shiyun over and began to caress her body wantonly. Don't want. Murong Shiyun's face flushed red instantly, but her body did not resist, allowing Xiao Huang to take as much as he wanted. Don't just stand there. Hurry up and take off your clothes. Xiao Huang urged Chen Yuanyuan, Song Yufei, and Song Yue to hurry up. The 3 women exchanged glances. It seemed that their husband was not joking. He was serious. Husband, wait a moment. I'll go close the window. Chen Yuanyuan stood up and walked towards the window. As for Song Yufei and Song Yue, they took off their clothes. They were both Xiao Huang's wives, and now that Xiao Huang wanted them and was preparing to make love to them, they would naturally satisfy him. Bang, bang, bang. Just as they were getting into the swing of things, suddenly there was a loud banging sound from outside the door like someone was banging on it. Who is it? Xiao Huang was extremely annoyed. Who on earth had nothing better to do than ruin his good time under these circumstances? Murong Shiyun and the others quickly stood up and put their clothes back on. Xiao Huang, you're still sleeping? The Mu family and the Song family have already attacked. Zhang Shuiyao and Zhang Shueji asked me to call you over to take charge. It was Bu Ting's voice. What? Upon hearing this, Xiao Huang immediately lost interest and quickly got out of bed. Shi Yuanyuan, hurry up and give me the bow and arrows. I'm going to put on my armor. Yes, my husband. Xiao Huang quickly put on his armor, then opened the door and strode out. Who is this person? Outside the door, Bu Ting saw a lump of iron quickly walk out of the room and was immediately confused. Who is this guy, and how did he come out of Xiao Huang's room? At this moment, Murong Shiyun and the others also came out with bows and arrows. Why is it you guys? Where's Xiao Huang? Bu Ting asket kuriously. Murong Shiyun said, Husband, didn't you just leave? Just left. Bu Ting suddenly realized and said, You mean that iron lump that just walked out with Xiao Huang? Yes, that's my husband. Chen Yuanyuan nodded. Isn't that lump of iron armor? Wearing armor without permission from the government is a serious crime. Bu Ting had worked in the government offices and was familiar with all the rules and regulations, so she naturally knew about the prohibitions against wearing armor. Is it that serious? The four women were puzzled. They were all from peasant families and did not know these customs. It's even more serious than this. Forget it. I won't talk to you anymore. Let's go help as soon as possible. The five women left and arrived at the entrance of the tea shop. At the entrance of the tea shop, two groups of people were facing off, the atmosphere tense, and it seemed that they might start fighting at the slightest disagreement. Second Master Mu, Third Master Song. What brings you to our tea house with such a large group of people? Zhang Xueji looked at the people in front of her. These people belonged to the Song family and the Mu family respectively. The Song family was led by Song Wentao, the third master of the Song family, and the Mu family was led by Mu Xiaoyun, the second master of the Mu family. Both of them had served in the army and served as officers when they were young. They had extremely rich practical experience. Now that the two of them had joined forces and led a large group to their tea house, their intentions were almost obvious. Song Wentao said, "We are here today to seek justice for Zhang Peng and Zhang Yu." Chapter 98, starting with the elimination of two leading figures. Zhang Peng, Zhang Yu. Zhang Shuyao and Zhang Xueji exchanged a glance, both feeling bewildered. These two, one 14 and the other 15, were still minors according to the laws of their Tianfeng kingdom. What did this incident have to do with them? What justice does Master Song want to seek for them? Song Wentao said, "These two are the sons of Zhang Jifeng, the old master of the tea plantation, and have the right to inherit the tea plantation. Now that the old master of the tea plantation has passed away, one of them should be chosen to inherit the position of master, instead of two girls who have no right to inherit the position running the tea plantation. In other words, you two are not worthy to be here and give orders. Yes, please quickly choose one of Zhang Peng and Zhang Yu to succeed as the head of the tea plantation. Then you two girls should quickly relinquish your power and get out of the tea plantation, so that the tea plantation can return to peace and tranquility." Mu Xiaoyun, the second master of the Mu family, echoed, saying that now that Zhang Kai and Zhang Hua are dead, the other brothers who followed them are still alive, but because of Zhang Kai and Zhang Hua, their reputations are ruined, and they have no chance of inheriting the tea plantation. Naturally, they have abandoned them all, so now they support Zhang Peng and Zhang Yu instead. These two are still minors, practically kids, making them easier to manipulate. If we can help them rise to power, controlling the tea plantation will be a piece of cake, requiring no effort at all. Inherit the position of manor lord. Hearing Mu Xiaoyun and Song Wentao's words, Zhang Xueji and Zhang Xueyao both scoffed. Don't think they were fools who couldn't see through their tricks. If what they said was true, and their underage brother became the new owner of the tea plantation, then their entire tea plantation would be completely finished. At that time, how could they face their recently deceased father? After all, the tea plantation was their father's life's work, and they would never allow anyone to take over the entire tea plantation. Second Master Mu, Third Master Song. When will a new head of the tea plantation be elected? Who is elected as the new head of the tea plantation is an internal matter of our tea plantation, and has nothing to do with you two. Please leave immediately, Zhang Xueyao said coldly. You want us to leave quickly? What a grand gesture. Do you already consider yourself the new owner of the tea shop? Mu Xiaoyun sneered, then turned to the people in the tea shop and said, "Employees of the tea shop, since ancient times, the right of inheritance has always belonged to men. There has never been a saying that women inherit the position. These two women have been arbitrarily seizing power and controlling the tea shop. You should unite to drive them out of the tea shop and support a person who is truly qualified to inherit the position to become the new owner of the tea shop and lead the entire tea shop." Upon hearing this, not a single person in the tea shop wavered. It was because of the Mu and Song families' wanton interference that Zhang Kai and Zhang Hua, those two beasts, were able to take advantage of the situation and turn their tea shop into a chaotic mess. Otherwise, if things had proceeded normally, the old owner's third son, Zhang Tao, would have inherited the position and become the new owner, and everything would have transitioned smoothly, and there wouldn't be this mess today. Seeing that they couldn't sway the people at the tea shop, Mu Xiaoyun and Song Wentao were quite surprised. They hadn't expected that Zhang Xueji and Zhang Xueyao, these two seemingly weak women, would be so capable of controlling the tea shop to this extent. They had underestimated them. However, they went to great lengths today, mobilizing a large number of people precisely to overthrow them and take control of the tea plantation. Therefore, no one could stop them. If words don't work, Then let's use force. Kill. Mu Xiaoyun and Song Wentao gave the order simultaneously. Yes. Behind them, the Mu and Song families heard the order and, without hesitation, immediately drew their long swords, preparing to rush out and completely crush the people from the tea shop. Seeing this, Zhang Shuiji and Zhang Shuiyao decisively ordered their guards to prepare for the fierce attack from the two powerful figures. Call out! Call out! However, just as the two sides were on the verge of fighting, suddenly, several arrows shot out from inside the tea house at great speed, aiming directly at Mu Xiaoyun and Song Wentao. Second master, third master, get out of here! Upon seeing the arrows approaching, the Mu and Song families immediately issued a warning. Song Wentao and Mu Xiaoyun were also startled. They didn't expect that before the battle even started, someone would be hiding in the shadows and secretly shooting arrows at them, intending to kill them both. Walk! The two turned and ran. If the arrow hit them, they were prepared to be completely finished. However, the arrow was too fast, and, coupled with their complete lack of preparation and carelessness, it was too late by the time they reacted. Song Wentao and Mu Xiaoyun screamed as arrows pierced their heads, causing them to collapse to the ground with huge, gaping holes in the back of their skulls, blood and brain matter spurting out in a red and white mess. What? Seeing this scene, everyone from the Song and Mu families, as well as the people from the tea shop, was stunned. They never expected that before the battle even began and the order had just been given, Song Wentao and Mu Xiaoyun would be shot dead. Good. Zhang Shuiyao and Zhang Shuiji couldn't help but burst into laughter, feeling extremely happy. They knew that Xiao Huang had made his move. Xiao Huang's strength was terrifying, and his archery skills were first-rate, making him a true sharpshooter. With his assistance, their tea shop had nothing to fear from anyone. Who's hiding inside, secretly stabbing people? If you got the guts, come out. After Mu Xiaoyun and Song Wentao were shot dead, their families did not collapse immediately because they still had their second and third commanders who could take over their positions and continue to command their respective forces. Call out! Call out! Xiao Huang ignored the two families' frantic shouts and responded with a few arrows. The person at the front was caught off guard and was hit directly by an arrow. He fell to the ground, struggled a few times, and then stopped moving, losing all signs of life. Seeing this, the second-in-commands of the Mu and Song families knew that they could not delay any longer. The killing of Song Wentao and Mu Xiaoyun had already dealt a huge blow to their morale. If they dragged it out any longer, more and more of them would be killed, and the situation would become even more unfavorable to them. They might even suffer a devastating defeat. Chapter 99, Unstoppable, Unrivaled. Kill them all, leave no one alive. Yes. The Mu and Song families rushed out and attacked the tea shop. Kill. On the other side, Zhang Shuiji and Zhang Shuiyao also issued orders. A fierce battle thus broke out. Inside, Xiao Huang and Bu Ting were watching the battle outside. Husband, what should we do now? Chun Yuanyuan asked. In this kind of war, we weak women are powerless. Even if we rush out, it's no different from sending ourselves to our deaths. Xiao Huang said, you all stay here. Don't go out until the war is over. I'm going to meet them. After saying this, he put on his armor, held a bow in one hand and a long sword in the other, and carried a quiver of arrows on his back, and walked out fully armed. His arrows are too powerful, with a 100% hit rate, making them unsuitable for this chaotic battle. Once fired, they are likely to cause friendly fire. Therefore, in such a chaotic situation, it is better to go out and fight directly. I'll go too. Seeing Xiao Huang leave, Bu Ting followed suit without hesitation. As a martial artist with considerable skill, she couldn't let Xiao Huang fight alone in this situation. Little sister, you must be careful. Bu Tao reminded his younger sister. Murong Shiyun, Chun Yuanyuan, Song Yue, and Song Yufei did not go out. They knew their own strength, and that going out would not be of any help. On the contrary, it would distract Xiao Huang and make him worry about their safety. Therefore, in this situation, not going out to cause trouble was the best help they could give him. Where did this lump of iron come from? The Mu and Song families were stunned when they saw a lump of iron rush out. They had never seen anyone fight wearing such a thing before. The iron lump is incredibly heavy. Just wearing it is already strenuous, let alone walking in it or participating in battle. It's practically unthinkable. On the battlefield, Unless paired with a superior warhorse, it's just a sitting duck, all show and no substance. However, Zhang Xueji and Zhang Xueyao laughed because they knew that this iron lump was armor made by Qiu Huang. Wearing it, one could almost be said to be invulnerable to swords and spears. Although this thing was incredibly heavy, Qiu Huang's own strength was also terrifying. This kind of weight was no different from ordinary clothes to him. Kill. Qiu Huang brandished his long sword, slashing horizontally with tremendous force and extraordinary ferocity. The Song family guards in front screamed, and before they could react, they were struck by long swords. Their bodies were cut in half at the waist and fell to the ground, writhing and screaming in agony. Cutting in half at the waist is a cruel form of punishment because people who are cut in half at the waist often do not die immediately. They remain conscious and continue to experience endless pain and struggle for a very long time before they are finally able to die. Now, Qiu Huang's long sword has severed their waists, which is equivalent to cutting them in half. For them, the time to come will be a cruel and hellish torment, a fate worse than death. Focus fire on him and wipe him out. Enraged, the Song family's second-in-command decisively ordered the annihilation of Qiu Huang. Although we don't know who this person is, judging from his armor and the bow, arrows, and long sword he carries, we can vaguely guess that he is the one who shot and killed Song Wentao and Mu Xiaoyan with arrows earlier. Kill. Upon receiving the order from the second commander, the Song family members drew their knives and charged at Qiu Huang, launching a fierce attack on him. Come on then. Despite being surrounded by the crowd, Qiu Huang was not afraid at all. He had iron armor to protect himself, and ordinary guards had limited strength. Even if they were wielding long swords, they could not harm him in the slightest. Clang, clang, clang. The long sword struck the iron armor with a clanging sound, but could only leave a few shallow marks on the armor and could not penetrate at all. Immediately, Qiu Huang gripped his long sword, spun around, and swept across the battlefield. Wherever the long sword passed, flesh and blood were torn apart, like a meat grinder, mercilessly destroying everything. The crowd screamed in agony, utterly unable to withstand Qiu Huang's long sword. They fell to the ground, their flesh and blood flying everywhere, their bodies mangled beyond recognition, a truly gruesome sight. What? Seeing this, both the Song and Mu families were stunned. This iron lump was too powerful. Their attacks couldn't break his armor, but he could easily destroy them with his long sword and reap the rewards. Don't go near him. Let him stay here and wear him down. This guy is wearing such heavy things. He must be having trouble moving. Once he's exhausted, we'll strike and kill him with lightning speed. The second-in-command of the Song family changed his strategy and tactics, and was no longer in a hurry to achieve quick results. Retreat, retreat, retreat. Upon hearing the second commander's words, the Song family immediately retreated, distancing themselves from Qiu Huang and putting some distance between them. Do you think that keeping your distance from me will solve everything? Qiu Huang smiled. His current strength was terrifying, equivalent to 17 adults. Even wearing such a suit of armor did not affect his movements. Clad in iron armor, Qiu Huang charged forward in a single stride, raising his long sword high and slashing out with unstoppable force, like wolves among sheep. The Song family members screamed again as Qiu Huang slaughtered them, leaving them utterly helpless. Archers, shoot him dead. Seeing that his tactics were ineffective against Qiu Huang, the second-in-command of the Song family changed tactics once again, ordering the archers to launch an attack on Qiu Huang. A row of archers quickly stepped forward, drew their bows, and fired arrows at Qiu Huang. Clang, clang, clang. However, the result was the same as before. The arrows struck the iron armor, making a clanging sound, but they couldn't penetrate the armor at all and couldn't cause Qiu Huang any harm. Then, Qiu Huang gripped his long sword, rushed forward in one stride, and slashed the long sword down at the row of archers. Run! Seeing Qiu Huang charging over, the archers were terrified. They had already witnessed how powerful Qiu Huang's long sword was and dared not confront him. However, their running speed was no match for the speed of the long sword. When a long sword slashed down, their bodies were instantly pulverized, blood and flesh flying everywhere. They couldn't resist it at all. The second-in-command of the Song family fell silent. He had never seen an opponent like Qiu Huang before. Not only was he heavily armored and impervious to swords and spears, but he could also move freely and was incredibly fierce. He seemed to have no weaknesses whatsoever. He couldn't think of any reliable way to deal with such a person. Chapter 100: Defeating the Two Allied Forces. At this moment, Qiu Huang changed his weapon to a longbow, drew several arrows from his quiver, aimed at the second-in-command of the Song family, and shot the arrows. "Sir, get out of here!" Seeing the arrow aimed at the second commander, the Song family immediately shouted a warning. They had already lost Song Wintao as their commander, and if they lost the second commander as well, their entire force would likely collapse completely. Upon hearing the warning, the second-in-command of the Song family reacted quickly. He drew his long sword and swung it repeatedly, preparing to block all of Qiu Huang's arrows. But it was useless. Qiu Huang's arrows were extremely fast and powerful, fierce and domineering. Once they were shot and locked onto the opponent, they were 100% accurate and could not be stopped at all. With a scream, the Song family's second-in-command was also shot dead by Qiu Huang's arrow, a huge bloody hole appearing on his forehead, from which bright red blood gushed out. "The master is dead. The master is dead. Third master is dead, and the lord is dead too. We're completely finished. Run, run." With the death of the second commander, the Song family suffered a heavy blow, morale plummeted, and the army quickly collapsed. "Stay calm, everyone stay calm." At this moment, the third commander of the Song family roared. He was a young man named Song Hung. Now, the Song family had lost 2 leaders in succession. Under these circumstances, he had to stand up and prevent their personnel from collapsing. He knew very well that once morale collapsed and personnel broke down, the Song family would be completely defeated and the consequences would be unimaginable. "Is there anyone else who can stabilize morale?" "Very good, you next." Qiu Huang glanced at Song Hung, then took out several arrows and fired them all at once, aiming straight for Song Hung. At this moment, Song Hung was calming the troops and did not notice that Qiu Huang had already targeted him. By the time he realized what was happening, the arrow had already been shot at him. Song Hung cried out and fell to the ground, also killed by a single arrow that blew his head off. "Run!" With Song Hung killed, the Song family completely lost all its leaders and immediately collapsed, scattering and fleeing in panic. Okay. Upon seeing this, everyone in the tea shop burst into laughter, feeling extremely happy. "They're all a bunch of cowards, a bunch of wimps." Seeing the Song family flee in disarray, the Mu family members were full of disdain. They thought that with such a lack of fighting spirit, the Song family was not worthy of competing with them for the ownership of the tea plantation. Now it's your turn. After defeating the Song family, Qiu Huang turned his attention to the Mu family, took out arrows, and fired several arrows at the same time. The first few members of the Mu family were shot by arrows and fell to the ground before they could even react. "Go get him. Kill him." The second-in-command of the Mu family decisively ordered the Mu family members to attack Qiu Huang. However, the Mu family members looked at each other, hesitant and indecisive. Previously, the Song family had already been defeated by Qiu Huang. Now, Qiu Huang was like a steel giant. Their attacks had no effect on him. On the contrary, he could use long swords and bows and arrows to launch a massacre attack on them and wipe them out in one fell swoop. Kill. While they were still in a daze, Zhang Shuao and Zhang Shuiji had already given the order, and the guards of the tea house rushed out and attacked the Mu family. The Mu family members screamed in agony as they were slaughtered by the tea shop's people, unable to mount an effective counterattack. "Useless idiot, good for nothing." The second-in-command of the Mu family cursed loudly, calling them a bunch of useless trash who were a disgrace to the Mu family. "It's your turn." At that moment, Qiu Huang locked onto him, drew his bow, and fired several arrows at lightning speed. The second-in-command of the Mu family screamed as he was struck by an arrow and was completely unable to defend himself. "Run!" After the second commander was shot dead, the Mu family quickly collapsed. Even with other commanders in place, they could not stop the rout. Now, they had only one thought: to escape. They couldn't care about anything else. Thus, with Qiu Huang and the tea shop staff working together, after several hours of fighting, they finally defeated the invading Mu and Song families and achieved final victory. "Brother Qiu, thank you so much this time. If it weren't for you, our tea shop would probably be in grave danger." In a living room, Zhang Shuiji and Zhang Shuiyao held a victory celebration banquet. They raised their glasses, their hearts filled with gratitude. Xiao Huang's strength had deeply impressed them, and he deserved much credit for this victory. This is all thanks to everyone. Come on, let's work together. Xiao Huang also raised his wine glass, very modestly. The others each picked up their cups and drank them down in one gulp. Brother Xiao, although the Mu and Song families suffered heavy losses and fled in defeat after this battle, I think they will not give up easily and will definitely launch another large-scale attack. What do you think we should do then? Zhang Xiao inquired with Xiao Huang and learned that the Mu and Song families were both powerful local families who would never suffer a loss without retaliating. Therefore, the future of their tea shop would remain extremely difficult. A comeback, huh? Xiao Huang snorted coldly, showing utter contempt for the Mu and Song families. Do you think I would give them a chance to make a comeback? Everyone looked at him, not understanding what he meant. Brother Xiao, what are your plans? Zhang Xuezhi asked. Xiao Huang said, I plan to wipe out the Mu family and the Song family and destroy them completely. What? Upon hearing Xiao Huang's words, everyone present widened their eyes in astonishment. It should be noted that the Mu and Song families are not insignificant figures. They have been rooted in Qingyuan County for many years, and through the hard work of several generations, they have become deeply entrenched and extremely powerful. Even the imperial government would find it difficult to destroy them. Now, Xiao Huang actually says he wants to destroy them, which is simply unimaginable and unbelievable. Brother Xiao, you're not joking, are you? Zhang Xuezhi and Zhang Xueyao were also startled. Although their tea shop had defeated the attacks of the Mu and Song families with Xiao Huang's help, dealing them a heavy blow, the losses had not damaged their foundation. The foundation of the two families remained intact and unbreakable. Destroying them was simply unthinkable. Chapter 101 Brother and sister have a heart-to-heart talk. Do I look like I'm joking? Xiao Huang said calmly that since he had chosen the tea shop and gotten involved, he was determined to go all the way. As the saying goes, mercy to the enemy is cruelty to oneself. He would never give the Mu family and the Song family any chance to breathe. Otherwise, once they came to their senses, it would be the people around him who would be hurt and attacked. The group exchanged glances, all seeing shock in each other's eyes. They had never imagined that Xiao Huang's appetite was so enormous that he actually wanted to destroy the entire Mu and Song families. Just how terrifying was his strength. Xueyao, Xuezhi, arrange 1,000 guards for me. There's no time to lose. We'll move out tomorrow and take advantage of the Mu and Song families before they can catch their breath. Catch them off guard and wipe them all out. Xiao Huang was not the kind of person who procrastinated. Now that he had made a decision, he immediately took action, striking his opponent with lightning speed and completely destroying the enemy. Okay, Brother Xiao, we'll arrange it for you. Zhang Xueyao and Zhang Xuezhi did not refuse. They were not ungrateful. They knew how to be grateful. Xiao Huang had played a crucial role in ensuring the peace and tranquility of their tea shop this time. Without him, the two of them might not even be alive now. Therefore, whatever decision he made, they would support him without reservation. Furthermore, if he could truly destroy the Mu and Song families and completely seize these two lucrative assets, then their tea plantation could also get a share of the pie, acquiring enormous wealth and countless resources. This would allow their tea plantation to recover quickly and further develop and expand, making it a realistic dream to break out of Qingyuan County. Therefore, this decision is absolutely beneficial to their tea shop, provided that Xiao Huang can lead them to defeat the Mu and Song families, just like today. If he loses, it will be a devastating disaster for their tea shop. However, judging from the current situation, Xiao Huang has a better chance of winning. After all, his abilities are undeniable, and they have been thoroughly proven today. Under his powerful attack, the Mu and Song families had no power to resist and were routed, fleeing in disarray. After the banquet, Xiao Huang took Murong Shiyun and the others back to their room. After taking a bath, they were like dry wood meeting a raging fire, and a storm raged. As for Murong Shiyun and the others, they didn't have any other skills and couldn't help him with anything important. The only thing they could do was to accompany him and meet his needs so that he could devote himself to his career without any worries. This guy is doing that kind of thing again. As Buting passed by Xiao Huang's room, she overheard some embarrassing sounds coming from inside. She was speechless. This guy really had boundless energy with nowhere to release it. Let's go. Without paying any attention, Buting quickly left. It was best to avoid such places in the future. They were simply too shameful. Younger sister. Just as she reached her room, a voice suddenly came from her brother, Butao. Brother, it's so late. Why aren't you asleep yet? Butao said, I can't sleep, so I wanted to talk to you. All right, let's go inside and talk. Buting pushed open the door and went inside. Behind her, Butao didn't stand on ceremony and went straight in as well. Brother, have some tea. Buting picked up a teacup and poured a cup of tea for Butao. Butao picked up his teacup, took a small sip, and felt a fragrant aroma rush to his head, making him feel extremely comfortable. As expected of a tea shop, all the tea is of excellent quality. Butao exclaimed that the tea from the tea shop was undoubtedly the finest tea, and that even money might not be enough to buy it outside. Brother, you seem to have something on your mind? Buting sat down opposite her, poured herself a cup of tea, and slowly savored it. Butao glanced at his younger sister, and, without hiding anything, asked, Sister, what do you think of Chiu Huang? Why are you asking me this? It's okay, just give me your opinion. After thinking for a moment, Buting said, I think this person is very capable, with extremely high martial arts skills, and is proficient in a wide variety of skills. He is a very rare person. Among all the people I have ever met, this is the first time I have seen someone like him. Indeed, he is extremely strong, much stronger than us. Butao nodded. Chiu Huang was the most unique person he had ever met. He had never seen anyone with such strong abilities. In this respect, even if he and Buting, the two siblings, were combined, they would not be able to compare. However, he was not without flaws. His flaws were obvious. He was extremely greedy and lustful, and had boundless energy. Throughout history, people who were greedy and lustful often met with bad ends. When this was mentioned, Buting couldn't help but complain in her heart. She suspected that Chiu Huang's lust was ingrained in his bones. Every time the two of them were alone, he would try every means to get her. If it were just a simple desire, that would be fine, but this guy had extremely vigorous energy. With her body, she simply couldn't handle it. So, every time, she only had one thought: to escape as quickly as possible, to get away from him, and not let him touch her. Otherwise, she would really suffer. Yes, his strengths and weaknesses are too prominent. Take this tea shop incident, for example. Such a place is not something people like us should get involved in. If we do, the consequences will be unimaginable. Butao had been navigating the business world for many years and was quite aware of certain taboos. He knew that before one's strength reached a certain level, one should never rashly get involved in the conflicts of other forces, especially local tyrants and behemoths, whom they could not even touch. If something went wrong, the consequences would be unimaginable, and they might face complete annihilation. I've tried to advise him about what you're talking about, but he won't listen, and there's nothing I can do. Buting was no fool. She had worked in the government before being dismissed from her post, so she knew what she should and shouldn't do. However, now that we're already involved, there's nothing we can do but continue on as before. Buting still had some confidence in Chiu Huang. He wasn't the kind of person who was blindly arrogant. Moreover, the two of them now had the closest relationship and knew each other inside and out. In any case, they should now firmly support him. Chapter 102: Counterattack against the Mu family. Butao nodded. For a businessman to succeed and thrive in the business world, he must be trustworthy. Chiu Huang had helped them a great deal. Without him, they didn't know what they would be like now. Moreover, Chiu Huang had already shared such a precious product as his scar removal cream with them. They were working together to make money. As people, they couldn't be without conscience. So, no matter how difficult things got, they would firmly support him. Brother, if you don't have anything else to do, then you should get some rest. Tomorrow I have to go in a battle with Chiu Huang to deal with the Mu family and the Song family together. Little sister, are you going tomorrow too? Buting nodded. Yes, I'm worried about him going alone. Although that guy was hateful, always trying to bully her and wanted to have her, he was still her man, and she didn't want anything to happen to him. All right, little sister, you must be very careful and never act rashly, understand? I know, brother, don't worry. The night passed quickly, and the next day, early in the morning, led by Chiu Huang, Buting, and Zhang Shuao, 1,000 guards from the tea plantation set off in the county town in a grand procession toward the Mu family's location. Brother Chiu, this is the Mu family's headquarters. Chiu looked up and stared ahead. There were rows and rows of buildings, all neat and orderly. The Mu family, through 4 generations and decades of development, has become a renowned family in Qingyuan County, a powerful and influential local force, and an absolute behemoth. I'll go and investigate first. Qiu Huang, clad in heavy armor, holding a bow in his left hand, a sword in his right, and a quiver of arrows on his shoulder, strode forward. Halt! This is the Mu family's residence. No one may enter without permission. 2 guards came out and stopped him. Qiu Huang glanced at them, raised his long sword, and slashed out. Ah! Ah! The 2 screamed as they were cleaved in 2 by a single blow, their flesh and blood flying everywhere. They fell to the ground, already dead. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Upon seeing Qiu Huang make a move, the alarm immediately went off, and dozens of people armed with weapons rushed out to block Qiu Huang. Clay chicken and clay dog. Qiu Huang scoffed, raised his long sword, and charged straight at the enemy. Now, he is protected by heavy armor, impervious to swords and spears, and no one can stop him when his long sword is pointed, sweeping away everything in its path. Ah! Ah! The crowd screamed in agony. They were no match for Qiu Huang's long sword and were slaughtered in an instant, leaving a river of blood and a scene of utter devastation. Archer. Having witnessed Qiu Huang's terrifying combat power, the Mu family knew that this person's strength was extraordinary, and engaging him in close combat would be tantamount to courting death. Therefore, they decisively dispatched archers to try to suppress him with arrows and kill him. Clang, clang, clang. However, when the arrows struck Qiu Huang's heavy armor, they only made a clanging sound and couldn't penetrate at all, posing no threat to Qiu Huang whatsoever. Would you like to dance too? Looking at the archers, Qiu Huang smiled and charged forward in one stride, wielding his long sword and slashing down furiously, like a wolf among sheep, unstoppable. Run! Seeing Qiu Huang's overwhelming power, the Mu family members were terrified, because Qiu Huang's strength was too domineering and they could not withstand his attacks at all. Call out! Call out! At this moment, Zhang Shuao and Bu Ting led the tea plantation's troops in. With archers suppressing the enemy and Qiu Huang's powerful massacre, the Mu family suffered a crushing defeat, retreating repeatedly and collapsing everywhere, completely unable to resist. Let's go, let's continue. Without hesitation, Qiu Huang continued his advance, slaughtering his way through several of the Mu family strongholds. Qiu Huang, be careful. Sudendi, Bu Ting shouted. Qiu looked up and saw a wooden stick covered in spikes flying out from in front of him, its target locked on him. Seeing this, Qiu Huang remained calm and composed, showing no fear. As the wooden stick rushed towards him, he swung his sword backhand. Bang! The wooden stick was chopped in half with a single stroke, posing absolutely no threat to him. Immediately afterwards, several more similar wooden sticks rushed towards him. But Qiu Huang cleaved them in 2 with a single stroke, his momentum invincible and unstoppable. Taking advantage of the break, Qiu Huang changed his weapon, replacing his long sword with a longbow, drew out several arrows, knocked them, and fired them all at once. Ah! Ah! Screams rang out from somewhere. Those people had been shot directly by arrows, collapsed to the ground coughing up blood, and were clearly not going to survive. Walk! After eliminating these people, Qiu Huang and his men continued their advance without stopping. Unbeknownst to them, they had arrived at the heart of the Mu family's territory, where a massive manor stood. The manor was incredibly luxurious and imposing, clearly extraordinary. Call out! Call out! As soon as they arrived, a hail of arrows was unleashed, covering the sky. Ah! Ah! Some guards were caught off guard and fell directly into the trap, being shot and killed by a hail of arrows. You all step back first, let me handle them. Qiu Huang shouted loudly, drew his bow, knocked an arrow, and shot out in one go. Ah! Ah! Screams echoed from within the manor. No one could withstand Qiu Huang's arrows. Seeing this, Zhang Shuao, Bu Ting, and the others didn't dare to be careless. They immediately led their men to retreat away from the manor, waiting for Qiu Huang to clear out the archers in the manor before launching their attack. Shoot! Shoot him dead! Inside the manor, a guard leader roared angrily, ordering the archers to shoot at Qiu Huang and concentrate their fire on him. However, Qiu Huang was not flustered at all. He had iron armor for protection, and it was wishful thinking for these archers to kill him with arrows. He remained calm, took out his arrows, and fired 10 arrows every 2 seconds, continuously firing until the quiver was empty. Then he picked up more arrows from the ground and continued firing. Thus, after 3 minutes of effort, he had shot down almost all the archers in a manner. Replenish my arrows. Xiao Huang took the quiver off and threw it away. Fix it immediately. Zhang Shuiyao gave the order. Several guards immediately took out the arrows they had prepared in advance and loaded them into the quiver. This quiver could hold 500 arrows at a time and could be reloaded after it was empty. In order to deal with the attacks from the Mu and Song families, the tea shop collected more than 10,000 arrows this time. With Xiao Huang's archery skills, even if so many arrows cannot completely destroy the Mu and Song families, they can at least cripple them, severely damage their vitality, and greatly reduce their strength. Once they're severely weakened and their strength greatly reduced, their enemies can wipe them out completely without them even having to lift a finger. Chapter 103, Sweeping through the Mu family with unstoppable momentum. After replenishing his arrows and making all the necessary preparations, Xiao Huang strode to the gate, ready to break in. Bang! Xiao Huang raised his foot and kicked out hard, striking the large iron gate, intending to kick it open. However, the large iron gate did not respond, and he was unable to kick it open. There are people inside. Xiao realized that there were quite a few people blocking the big iron gate. Otherwise, with his current strength, kicking open an iron gate would have been no problem at all. Actually, this is not hard to understand. In a siege, to break through a city gate, you have to use a special attack, such as using huge ironwood to smash and continuously pound the gate. Change strategy. Realizing that getting in from here might be difficult, Xiao Huang immediately changed his strategy. He looked at the wall, which was quite high, but it was no problem for him. Bring the ladder over. Yes. Soon, several guards from the tea shop brought over a ladder and propped it against the wall. You all stay here and guard the ladder. We'll talk after I get up there. After giving a word of advice, Xiao Huang, clad in iron armor, climbed directly up the ladder. The ladder had been tested beforehand and was able to support the combined weight of him and the armor, so Xiao Huang climbed up without worry. Clang! When we were halfway up the mountain, suddenly, several rocks fell from above. Xiao Huang drew his long sword and chopped at the rocks. He was extremely strong, and the few rocks were easily cut down. They could not stop him at all. Just what kind of person is this guy? Seeing that all attacks were ineffective against Xiao Huang, the Mu family members inside were filled with despair. They sensed that they might have provoked a terrifying being they shouldn't have, one that could bring devastating damage to their entire Mu family. Xiao Huang ignored them and climbed up the stairs. When he reached the top, he drew his long sword and killed the guards there. Then he glanced down, worried that there might be a huge pit hidden below, so he did not go down directly. You guys come up here. Out of caution, Xiao Huang decided to send the others down first to test the waters and see if there were any traps or anything like that. He would only go down himself once he was sure it was safe. Yes. The other men climbed up the ladder and, like him, sat on the top of the wall. Then, Xiao Huang pulled the ladder up and put it back down. It had been placed outside before, but this time it was placed inside. You two go down and scout ahead. Yes. The two men climbed down the ladder, but after only a few steps, the ground suddenly cracked open with a loud thud, creating a huge crater. They fell right into it, screaming in agony as they were killed by sharp knives hidden within the crater. Luckily, I didn't act rashly. Upon seeing this, Xiao Huang was secretly alarmed. Sure enough, he had guessed correctly. There was a trap below. Go down and take a look. Xiao Huang changed the location for the test again. Anyway, he wasn't in a hurry, better safe than sorry. After testing, Xiao Huang finally found a place without any traps, climbed down the ladder from there, and entered the manor. Kill. Just as they came down, a group of men wielding sharp blades charged straight at them, their momentum menacing. Court death. Xiao Huang was not afraid at all. He grabbed his long sword, strode out, and with a few swift strokes, he had eliminated all of them. Open the main gate first, and let the people outside in. Xiao Huang walked toward the large iron gate. How did you get in? Behind the large iron gate, a dozen or 20 people were blocking it with their bodies. They thought they had everything under control, but when they saw Xiao Huang and his group had already entered and reached their backs, they were all incredulous. They never dreamed that the large iron gate they were desperately holding back could not stop Xiao Huang at all. Kill. Xiao Huang gripped his long sword and charged forward. All that could be heard were screams as his sword slashed and killed all the people. Open the door. Next, they opened the large iron gate. They went in. Let's go, let's charge in. Upon seeing the large iron gate open, Zhang Shuiao, Bu Ting, and the others outside became excited and, without any hesitation, immediately led their people inside to join Xiao Huang and the others. Let's go charge in. Seeing the people outside rush in, Xiao Huang didn't hesitate any longer and immediately rushed in as well. They crushed all the resistance they encountered along the way. It was no match for them. At this moment, dozens of people are crammed into the main hall, and there is a scene of panic. Master, run. It'll be too late if we don't run now. Some people advised Mu Feng, the head of the Mu family, that this time, the people from the tea shop came with overwhelming force and unparalleled momentum. Among them was a man wearing iron armor who was incredibly fierce. They had tried all sorts of methods, but none of them could stop him. If they didn't run away now, once the other side broke in, it would be as difficult as climbing to the sky for them to leave. I'm so angry. Mu Feng slammed his hand on the chair, gritting his teeth in anger. This time, the plot to seize the tea house was going smoothly, but unexpectedly, a strange guy wearing iron armor suddenly appeared out of nowhere and defeated Zhang Kai and Zhang Hua, successfully turning the tide for the tea house and defeating their allied forces with the Song family. This dealt a severe blow to both families, greatly reducing their strength. And now, this guy has gone even further, actually leading people to attack the Mu family's headquarters, their core base, and advancing with unstoppable momentum. If this continues, the Mu family might really be completely wiped out. Master, the people from the tea plantation have already reached the 100 Flowers Garden. Suddenly, a guard came in to report. What? Upon hearing the guard's report, everyone was taken aback. They never expected that Xiao Huang and his group would be so fast, already reaching the 100 Flowers Garden. The 100 Flowers Garden was very close to the main hall, only a few hundred meters away. At their speed, they would probably be able to reach the main hall in no time. Go leave from the backyard immediately. Mu Feng made a decisive move and turned to leave. They couldn't just sit and wait to die. If they all died, then the entire Mu family would be completely finished. Xiao Huang led the people from the tea plantation, fighting and rampaging all the way, unstoppable, and finally arrived at the main hall of the Mu family. Nobody. Looking at the empty hall, everyone was puzzled because there was no one there at all. Chapter 1:0 for the destruction of the Mu family. They must have escaped from somewhere else. This is the Mu family's residence. There can't be only one entrance and exit. There must be other entrances and exits as well. Bu Ting looked around and checked the teacup, finding that the tea inside was still hot. The tea is still hot, so they shouldn't have been gone long. Let's go after them right away. We might still make it in time. She had absolutely no goodwill towards the Mu family. She and Xiao Huang had worked incredibly hard to destroy Tunying village, but all the credit was stolen by Mu Yun of the Mu family. She was furious and went to argue with them, but the government decided to dismiss her from her post. This made her completely disillusioned with the government and heartbroken. From then on, she left officialdom and went into business with her brother and Xiao Huang, selling scar removal ointment. Go after them immediately. We absolutely cannot let them get away. Upon hearing Bu Ting's words, Xiao Huang made a decisive move, leaving the main hall to pursue the Mu family. After leaving the main hall, Mu Feng and his group quickly went to the stables, where dozens of horses were kept. As a top power and local strongman in Qingyuan County, the Mu family had all the necessary resources to ensure their absolute safety. Change horses, then leave. Everyone mounted their horses and galloped off. Horses were the ultimate high-speed means of transportation in this era. With horses as an aid, it was practically impossible for anyone else to catch up with them. Oh no, they got away on horseback. Zhang Xiao and Xiao Huang had just arrived at the stables when they saw Mu Feng and the others mount their horses and ride away in a cloud of dust. Zhang Xiao and that guy whose name I don't know were off first. Mu Feng and his men rode away on horseback. These people had no horses, so how could they possibly catch up with them? Once they settled down and gathered their other forces, they would surely make Zhang Xiao and their tea plantation pay a heavy price. Brother Qiu, what do we do now? Watching the Mu family members leave, Zhang Xiao was extremely worried. Now, their tea shop and the Mu family had a complete feud, an irreconcilable hatred. If they didn't completely destroy the Mu family and let the tiger return to the mountain, the consequences would be unimaginable. Don't worry, they can't escape. Qiu Huang's eyes were icy. He took out a handful of arrows from his quiver, placed them all on the bowstring, aimed at Mu Feng and the others' departing figures, and forcefully shot the arrows out. Whoosh! With a whoosh, the arrow sliced through the air and shot out at an unimaginable speed, locking onto Mu Feng and his group. At such a distance, and with the help of horses, do you think they can hit the target? Butink Fronet. Although she knew that Qiu Huang's archery skills were superb, that he was a master archer and could hit the target almost every time, times had changed. Now, these people were very far away, and they were riding horses. It was hard to say how effective the bow and arrow would be. It wasn't just her who had doubts. Zhang Shuiyao and the others shared the same question. Clearly, they didn't think highly of Qiu Huang and believed that it would be extremely difficult for him to kill Mu Feng and his group. However, the feedback they received quickly shocked them all. Those running behind screamed and fell off their horses, clearly hit by arrows. What? It can hit the target from that far away. This archery skill is truly divine. That's too strong. Even a sharpshooter wouldn't be this terrifying. Everyone was shocked and dumbfounded as they watched the Mu family members fall to the ground one by one. It was the first time they had ever seen someone so strong, able to hit the target from such a distance. Such archery skills were truly amazing. However, Qiu Huang ignored them completely and took out some more arrows, shooting them out. His arrows are unerring, regardless of distance or speed. Once locked on, they will hit. Next, Buting, Zhang Shuiyao, and the others saw people falling off their horses one after another. Even with the help of their horses, they still couldn't stop Qiu Huang's arrows. Before he knew it, several volleys of arrows had been fired, until all the targets in sight had fallen to the ground and all had fallen off their horses. Only then did Qiu Huang relax and stop firing arrows. Go there immediately, and check if they are dead or alive. After shooting the men off their horses, Qiu Huang was still not at ease. He rushed out, determined to see their bodies with his own eyes and make sure they were all dead before he would stop. At this moment, Buting and Zhang Shuiyao exchanged a glance, both seeing shock in each other's eyes. Is this guy even human? Ignoring the shock of the others, Qiu Huang went directly to where Mu Feng and the others were. He conducted a thorough examination of them and finished them off with a knife until they were all dead. He's not the kind of person who's done with just defeating his opponent and doesn't know how to finish them off. He either doesn't do things at all, or he does them thoroughly. Qiu Huang, how are you? When Buting and the others arrived, they were shocked to see the corpses scattered on the ground. These people not only had arrow wounds, but also knife wounds. Their necks had been severed by long swords. It was obvious that both the arrow wounds and the knife wounds were the work of Qiu Huang alone. They've basically all been resolved. Qiu Huang said casually. The group exchanged glances again, deeply shocked once more. The Mu family was an immense force, having painstakingly built their power over decades and through generations. They were a powerful local tyrant, a behemoth of a power. But now, it has been swiftly destroyed by Qiu Huang with the speed of a whirlwind. Even if this gets out, probably no one will believe it. Just how terrifying is this person's power? Buting, Shuiyao, you lead half the people to clean up the battlefield and eliminate the remaining forces of the Mu family. The other half will come with me to attack the Song family. Speed is of the essence, and we must take down the Song family. After saying that, Qiu Huang turned and left, leaving everyone with his back turned. Today, he not only wanted to destroy the Mu family, but also the Song family, to completely eliminate all threats. This guy is serious. Watching Qiu Huang's departing figure, Buting's heart pounded wildly. She had thought that Qiu Huang was just talking, but she never expected that he would actually do it. Zhang Shuiyao said, Changli, you take a group of men and go with Brother Qiu to the Song family to assist him. Yes, Mississippi. Chapter 105, Taking Down Zhang Shuiyao. This day was truly earth-shattering for the entire Qingyuan County. The two powerful families, the Mu and Song, were completely wiped out with countless deaths and injuries, and all their wealth was looted and vanished. Cheers! The tea house held a banquet to celebrate in a grand manner. This victory was an unprecedented one. Not only did they eliminate the two major threats, the Mu and Song families, but they also acquired their wealth, further enhancing the strength of their tea plantation. In the entire Qingyuan County, no other force could compare with their tea plantation. That's really amazing. Bu Tao looked at Xiao Huang with admiration, because to be honest, he didn't think much of Xiao Huang. After all, their opponents this time were the Mu family and the Song family, two powerful families with immense strength. Even the government was trying its best to win them over and dared not offend them easily. But the result was shocking to everyone. Xiao Huang had won a great victory, successfully defeating and destroying the Mu and Song families, creating a miracle that was almost impossible to achieve. My husband is so amazing. He's practically omnipotent. Murong Shiyuan, Chen Yuan, Song Yue, and Song Yufei were also deeply shocked. Being able to marry a husband like Xiao Huang was a blessing they had accumulated over many lifetimes. The dinner party ended quickly. My lord, would you like us to keep you company tonight? The four women accompanied Xiao Huang as they strolled in the garden, saying that a walk after dinner would help them live to 99. No need. You all should get a good rest tonight. I have other plans. The four women were somewhat surprised, not expecting that Xiao Huang wouldn't allow them to stay with her tonight. However, they didn't say anything, nor did they ask Xiao Huang what his plans were. Whatever he said was law. After the walk, Xiao Huang escorted the four women back to their rooms, while he himself left alone and went to another place. Now that the overall situation is settled, it's time to close the net. Soon, he arrived at a courtyard, which was where Zhang Shuiyao lived. Has Miss Six returned to her room? Xiao Huang asked the guard. Back to your room. The guard nodded. Good. After confirming the information, Xiao Huang walked straight in without being stopped by the guards. Xiao Huang now held a very high position in the entire tea house, almost like a god. He could do whatever he wanted and go wherever he wanted without any hindrance. Xiao Huang went directly to Zhang Shuiyao's boudoir. Seeing that the door was closed, he knocked on it. Ooh, it's me. The door opened quickly. Brother Xiao, why aren't you resting so late? I can't sleep, so I want to talk to you. May I come in? Brother Xiao, please come in. Zhang Shuiyao had no doubts. She now trusted Xiao Huang completely. Are you getting ready to take a bath? Xiao Huang walked into the room and glanced inside. The bathroom door was open, and steam was still rising from it. On the dressing table were some earrings and jewelry, which Zhang Shuiyao had obviously taken off. On her bed was a clean white nightgown. Yes, after a long day, I'm going to take a good shower and relax. A hint of shyness flashed across Zhang Shuiyao's eyes. After all, from childhood to adulthood, no man had ever barged into her boudoir at this time and asked her such a question. How about we take a bath together? What? Upon hearing Xiao Huang's words, Zhang Shuiyao suddenly looked up, her eyes widening in surprise as she stared at him. What did he just say? They took a bath together? Are you sure he's not joking? Brother Xiao, please don't say that. If others hear us, they'll laugh at us. If it were anyone else saying that to her, she probably would have had someone come in and kick them out. But since it was Xiao Huang who said it, she just took it as a joke. Xiao Huang smiled calmly, reached out his hand, and gently took Zhang Shuiyao's jade-like hand in his grasp. Brother Xiao, what are you doing? Zhang Shuiyao was a little uncomfortable with Xiao Huang's intimate gestures. She tried to pull her hand away, but couldn't, so she didn't try again. Xiao Huang slowly took her hand, placed it to his lips, and gently kissed it. Then, looking at her, he said, Xiao, marry me. I will cherish and love you dearly. Upon hearing this, Zhang Shuiyao's face flushed red instantly. She lowered her head and said, Brother Qiao, you must be drunk. You're talking nonsense. Looking at her blushing face, Qiao smiled leisurely. Suddenly, he exerted force with his hand, and Zhang Shuiyao cried out, ah, and uncontrollably fell forward, landing in his arms. Brother Qiao, no. A look of panic flashed in Zhang Shuiyao's eyes, and her heart pounded wildly. Don't be afraid, Shuiyao. Xiao Huang gently put his arm around her slender waist, simply embracing her without making any other moves. Brother Qiao, what do you want to do? Zhang Shuiyao asked softly. Xiao Huang lowered his head slightly, looked at her, and said, Xiao, will you marry me? Brother Qiao, are you serious? Xiao Huang nodded. Of course. Zhang Shuiyao was stunned and fell into deep thought. She knew that Xiao Huang's help to their tea shop was not for nothing. He must have his own purpose, and it was very likely that he was also after their tea shop, just like the Mu family and the Song family. Originally, she and her sister had discussed it and decided to give him half of their tea plantation's wealth as a generous gift to thank him for his help. However, to her surprise, his target was not the tea shop, but her. Since that's the case, things are much easier. As long as she sacrifices herself, The tea plantation can be preserved, and the foundation of the tea plantation can be kept in their own hands. This is a very worthwhile deal. After all, after her father died, she had considered offering her body to Qiu Huang so that he could help save their tea shop. What are you thinking about? Qiu held her close and asked softly. Zhang Shuyao shook her head. I wasn't thinking about anything. Qiu Huang asked. Then would you be willing to marry me and be my woman? I. Zhang Shuyao opened her mouth as if to say something, but suddenly fell silent. Seeing this, Qiu Huang slowly raised his hand and gently stroked it over her body. Zhang Shuyao's body trembled slightly, as if an electric current was slowly flowing through her body, making her feel tingly and numb. She bit her lip, but did not resist. Gradually, Qiu Huang became bolder, placing his hands on her body and slowly undressing her. Chapter 106. Brother Qiu, please don't do this. Brother Qiu, please don't do this. I'm not ready yet. Zhang Shuyao gently pushed Qiu Huang, seemingly wanting to refuse, but then hesitating. Nothing needs to be prepared. Qiu Huang spoke softly, her hands not stopping. Before long, Qiu Huang took off Zhang Shuyao's clothes, including her undergarment. Shuyao, you are so beautiful. Looking at Zhang Shuyao's pure and beautiful body, Qiu Huang's eyes lit up. She was so beautiful, with fair skin and smooth as jade, making her unforgettable at first glance. Zhang Shuyao lowered her head, her face flushed red, as if dripping blood, and she didn't dare to look at him at all. At this moment, Qiu Huang's hand slowly moved downwards, attacking her skirt, preparing to take it off as well. Brother Qiu, please stop. Zhang Shuyao resisted. She reached out and grabbed Qiu Huang's hand, stopping him. Shuyao, you don't want to? Qiu Huang stopped. If Zhang Shuyao really didn't want to, he wouldn't force her. No, Mei. So what kind of person are you? Qiu Huang asked softly. Zhang Shuyao thought for a moment, then bit her lip and said softly, Brother Qiu, could you wait for me a little while so I could take a bath? If I delay any longer, the water will get cold. Seeing this, Qiu was overjoyed. He knew that Zhang Shuyao had accepted him. Let's shower together. After saying that, he picked Zhang Shuyao up and rushed into the bathroom. Soon, the act of lovemaking took place in the bathroom. A seductive sound came from inside the bathroom. Ding, congratulations, host. You have gained a new spouse, Zhang Shuyao, and have acquired 1 point of martial arts strength. Your current total martial arts strength is 18 points. The system notification echoed quietly in Qiu Huang's mind. A night of tenderness, boundless charm. When Qiu Huang woke up again, it was already the morning of the next day. Sitting up in bed, Qiu Huang turned her head and glanced to the side. At this moment, Zhang Shuyao was still asleep, breathing evenly like a cute little kitten. Last night, because it was Zhang Shuyao's first time, he was very gentle with her and didn't tease her much. A moment later, Zhang Shuyao slowly opened her eyes and saw Qiu Huang looking at her. She couldn't help but recall what had happened last night, and her face flushed red with shyness. You're awake. How's your thigh? Does it still hurt? Zhang Shuyao knew what place he was talking about, and couldn't help but say in a sweet voice, Brother Qiu, what are you saying? I don't understand. Don't understand? Really? Qiu Huang smiled wickedly. She was already his woman. How could she not understand what he was saying? Brother Qiu, if you keep saying that, I'm not going to talk to you anymore. Zhang Shuyao spoke charmingly, her voice filled with tenderness. Seeing this, Qiu Huang loved her even more. He threw off the quilt and leaned over her. His strong body was like a mountain, and in an instant, he covered Zhang Shuyao's delicate body. Brother Qiu, no. Realizing what Qiu Huang was about to do, Zhang Shuyao screamed no. But clearly, it was too late. Before she knew it, another half hour had passed. Qiu Huang reluctantly got out of bed, got dressed, went out, and left. The guy's finally gone. Seeing Qiu Huang leave, Zhang Shuyao breathed a sigh of relief. She was speechless at Qiu Huang. It was bad enough that he tormented her at night, but now that she was awake, he had tormented her again. Looking at the marks all over her body, she felt like crying, but had no tears left. These marks were all left from their previous lovemaking. What if my sister sees this? Zhang Shuyao shook her head, but she didn't regret it. At least, she could keep Qiu Huang. With him there, their tea house would return to peace and tranquility, and no one would bother them anymore. After leaving Zhang Shuyao's place, Qiu Huang went to Zhang Shuyao's place. For him, winning over Zhang Shuyao was far from enough. He also needed to win over Zhang Xueji so that he could truly control the entire tea plantation, keep it firmly in his own hands, and prevent anyone else from taking it over. Is Miss Fifth in her room? The guard replied. She's not here. Miss Fifth left early this morning. Left? Where did they go? Horse farm. A horse farm? Qiu Huang left immediately and headed to the horse farm. Drive. Upon arriving at the horse farm, Qiu Huang immediately saw a blue figure moving swiftly through the area, holding a bow in her hand, seemingly practicing horseback archery. Horse riding and archery were very common activities in wealthy families. Although wealthy families did not work in the fields, weave cloth, or cook like rural children, they still had their own things to do. They had to learn everything from music, chess, calligraphy, painting, horse riding, archery, etiquette, and music. Brother Qiu, get out of here. Just then, suddenly, an arrow shot out from somewhere and flew straight toward Qiu Huang. Qiu Huang smiled slightly. Seeing the arrow coming, he did not dodge. Instead, he raised his hand, grabbed it forcefully, and caught it directly. Zhang Xueji dismounted and quickly went to Qiu Huang's side. Seeing that he was safe and sound, she breathed a sigh of relief. Brother Qiu, when did you arrive? Why didn't you say anything? I thought you were someone else. Qiu Huang said, I just arrived, Xueji. Are you practicing horseback riding and archery? Yes. Zhang Xueji nodded and said, now that father is gone, only my sister and I are left at home. If we don't work hard to learn some skills and improve our abilities, the tea shop may really be finished if it encounters a similar crisis in the future. In this world, everything else is meaningless. Only by relying on oneself and striving for self-improvement can one truly succeed. Let me teach you how to ride a horse and shoot arrows. Okowo. Hearing Qiu Huang's words, Zhang Xueji was very happy because Qiu Huang's archery skills were extremely strong and superb. He could be called a master archer. With his instruction, she believed that she could definitely improve this skill. Walking towards the horse, Qiu Huang lightly leaped onto it, then stretched out her hand and said, Give me your hand. A hint of shyness flashed in Zhang Xueji's eyes, but she did not refuse. She reached out and placed her hand on Qiu Huang's hand. Holding her soft little hand, Qiu Huang pulled her up with all his might, and the two of them rode together on a horse. Give me the bow and arrow, and I'll teach you. Good. The two rode horses and practiced archery at the horse farm, and before they knew it, it was almost noon. It's almost noon. Let's take a break, have some food, and practice again in the afternoon. Good. Zhang Xueji nodded and did not refuse. After all, a balance between work and rest leads to higher efficiency. Chapter 107 Brother Qiu, be gentle, it hurts. Come on, let me carry you down. Qiu Huang dismounted and opened his arms to Zhang Xueji. Thanks. Zhang Xueji leaped off the horse, and Qiu Huang caught her in time. Zhang Xueji's body is very flexible, and her weight is very light, only about 90 pounds. When Qiu Huang hugs her, he can hardly feel her weight at all. Put me down. Good. Qiu Huang didn't linger and put Zhang Xueji down. Then, the two walked out of the horse farm, one after the other. Suddenly, Zhang Xueji let out a soft moan, as if she had stepped on something, and her body collapsed to the ground. Qiu Huang reacted quickly and grabbed her, preventing her from falling. What's wrong? Zhang Xueji said. I'm fine. I probably just sprained my ankle. Sprained ankle? A sprained ankle isn't a major problem, but it's not minor either. If it's not treated promptly, it can cause considerable trouble. Let's sit over there for a while, and then I'll take a look at it for you. Qiu Huang helped Zhang Xueji to a shady spot with stone benches for people to rest. After Zhang Xueji sat down, Qiu Huang gently picked up her right foot, took off her shoes and socks, and looked at her foot. It was as delicate and exquisite as jade. Brother Qiu, Zhang Xueji's eyes were filled with shyness and embarrassment. This was the first time in her life that a man had taken off her shoes and socks to look at her feet. According to the standards of this society, if a man had seen a woman's feet, then the woman would have no choice but to marry him. Is this the place? Qiu Huang quickly located the injury and gently pinched it with her hand. Ouch, Brother Qiu, be gentle, it hurts. Zhang Xueji made a hissing sound, clearly in considerable pain. Just bear with it, I'll take care of it for you. Holding Zhang Xueji's small feet, Qiu Huang slowly and gently moved them, and when it was almost time, he suddenly exerted force. Zhang Xueji screamed and staggered, almost falling off the stone bench. It hurts so much. Qiu Huang helped her up again and gently asked, "How are you feeling now?" Zhang Xueji felt it for a moment, and after the pain from the previous blow, her foot didn't seem to hurt as much anymore. "It doesn't hurt as much as before." Qiu Huang said, "Don't do anything else today, just rest well." "Good." Zhang Xueji didn't object. Now that her sister and Qiu Huang were there at the tea shop, nothing too serious would happen. "Come on, I'll carry you back to your room." Qiu Huang squatted down and turned his back to Zhang Xueji. Zhang Xueji glanced at him, a hint of shyness flashing across her face, but she didn't refuse. She put her hands on his neck, leaned forward, and lay on his back. Then, Qiu Huang stood up and carried her on his back in one go. "Xueji, your body is so soft." Qiu Huang couldn't help but say, feeling the soft touch on his back, which made him feel a little restless. He really wanted it. "Brother Qiu, if you keep saying that, I'm not going to talk to you anymore." Zhang Xueji's face turned bright red. She knew what place Qiu Huang was talking about. It was one of the most private parts of a girl's body, and it was absolutely forbidden for a man to touch it, not even once. Qiu smiled and stopped teasing her. He carried her away and returned to where she lived. "I've already had lunch prepared, and I'll bring it to your room in a bit." "Thank you, Brother Qiu." Zhang Xueji expressed her gratitude, saying that Qiu Huang was truly considerate and very gentle, the most perfect man she had ever met. "Sister, I heard you were injured." At this moment, Zhang Xueyao walked in. Sister, I'm fine. I just twisted my ankle. Brother Qiu took care of it for me. I'll be fine after a rest." Upon hearing this, Zhang Xueyao breathed a sigh of relief, and the worries in her heart quietly subsided. "You two chat. I'm going to eat. I'll come see you later." Qiu Huang went out and had lunch at the tea shop. After that, he took the four women and left the tea shop, returning to the shop where Bu Ting and Bu Tao were. "Qiu Huang, you're finally back." Seeing Qiu Huang and the others return, Bu Tao and Bu Ting were very happy. Now, they had stopped using the scar removal cream for several days. Other customers who had used it all said that the effect was very good and they wanted to buy more. This also encouraged others to buy the cream to remove the scars on their bodies. "Brother Bu, go and recruit more trustworthy people. I will now teach them how to make ointments." After taking control of the tea plantation and destroying the Mu and Song families, gaining their resources and wealth, Qiu Huang was no longer limited to just making scar removal ointment. He simply let others learn how to make the ointment, acting as a hands-off manager throughout the process. "Good." Upon hearing Qiu Huang's words, Bu Tao nodded without hesitation. He had long had this idea. With the sale of the first batch of ointments, their reputation had been successfully established. Now, they needed to expand production and make more ointments to meet market demand. He was just afraid that Qiu Huang would disagree, because the formula and method of making the scar removal ointment were his patent. If he didn't give his approval, it would be virtually impossible for others to learn how to make the ointment. Immediately, Bu Tao went to select suitable people, and eventually chose 10 people, 3 of whom were his wives. They were very interested in making ointments, and came to help and learn how to make them. "Shiyuan, Yuan, Yufei, Yue, you'll have to work hard for the next 2 or 3 days to finish making this batch of ointments. Then I'll take you home so you can have a good rest." "Good." The 4 women nodded without hesitation. They had been in the county town for some time and missed their original home very much. They wanted to go back and see their other sisters. After arranging things for the 4 women, Qiu Huang secretly went to see Bu Ting again. "So, are you planning to continue following your brother, or come with me?" Bu Ting said. "Who wants to be with you? You're nobody to me." "All right, whatever you want. If you want to continue following your brother, I won't object." Qiu Huang didn't insist. There was plenty of time ahead. They were still young and had a long future ahead of them, so there was no need to rush. "What are your plans for the future?" Qiu Huang said. "I don't have any special plans. Let's just take it one step at a time." Bu Ting said, "If you have the idea of conquering the world and dominating it, then go ahead and do it. The world today is in chaos, with officials in disarray and people suffering. It needs a powerful figure to rule, overthrow the old order, establish a new order, and bring peace to the people." Chapter 108, Taking Everything and Making Nothing. That sounds a bit scary. Aren't you afraid that the walls might have ears and someone might overhear you? Qiu Huang teased her. Bu Ting said calmly, "I'm not afraid. You're here. I feel very safe when you're around. You want me to conquer the world?" This idea was not actually in Qiu Huang's consideration. Originally, He only wanted to stay in a remote place, accompany his women, and live a peaceful life. He had no idea of vying for supremacy. By taking over the tea plantation and destroying the Mu and Song families, aren't you just making preliminary preparations for your struggle to dominate the world? Buting spoke very frankly. With such a large tea plantation, plus the wealth possessed by the two powerful local families, the Mu and Song, it would be impossible for Qiu Huang not to have any ulterior motives. It seems you know me quite well. Qiu Huang nodded. Indeed, he now harbored thoughts of conquering the world and becoming its ruler. Cut. Buting sikofut. She wasn't stupid enough to not see through such a small thing. Wouldn't she have been taken advantage of by him several times for nothing? Why are you suddenly telling me this? Didn't you lose faith in officialdom and prepare to devote yourself entirely to business? Buting said, doing business was just a last resort for me. In fact, my true ideal has never changed. It's just that I'm suffering from the lack of a just and enlightened world. Okay, I will seriously consider your suggestion. After spending some time with Butao and teaching everyone how to make the ointment, Qiu Huang left again, returned to the tea house, and headed straight for Zhang Xueji. Knock knock. Qiu knocked on the door. Ooh, it's me. Brother Qiu, please wait a moment. After waiting outside for a while, Zhang Xueji finally opened the door. Qiu Huang's nose twitched because he smelled some medicine coming from Zhang Xueji. Xueji, is your foot still not healed? Zhang Xueji said, my foot is almost fully recovered, and I can walk without any problems. Then why do I smell some medicine on you? The smell of medicine? Is there? I can't smell it. Qiu Huang frowned, leaned closer to Zhang Xueji, and first sniffed her upper body, finding nothing. Then he moved to her lower body, sniffed again, and was certain that there was indeed a medicinal smell on her body. If he wasn't mistaken, it should be coming from her thighs. Is your thigh injured too? Upon hearing this, Zhang Xueji was secretly surprised. She hadn't expected Qiu Huang to be so capable, not only able to smell the medicine on her body, but also to pinpoint its origin. Brother Qiu, please come in first. Qiu Huang went inside, and Zhang Xueji closed the door and then walked over. Now you should tell the truth. How did you hurt your thigh? Zhang Xueji said, I got a scrape while riding a horse. It's an old problem, nothing serious. I could just apply some ointment and it'll be fine. Forehead? Mentioning this, Qiu Huang suddenly remembered that the horses of this era were equipped with rather rudimentary features and could not provide any effective protection. People were easily injured while riding horses. This time, my sixth sister specially got me a kind of ointment, saying that it has a magical scar-removing effect. She herself has used it, and the scar-removing effect is very good. So she gave me a bottle and let me try it. Upon hearing this, Qiu Huang smiled and said, Then do you know who developed this scar-removal ointment? I don't know. I asked sixth sister once, and she made a face at me and said I would never guess who made it, and then she ran away, which left me very confused. Actually, the person who makes the ointment is both far away and right in front of us. Ah, Brother Qiu, you mean you're the one who made the ointment? Zhang Xueji was full of surprise, never expecting that the person who made the ointment would be Qiu Huang. Certainly. Qiu nodded, confirming this fact. I knew it. How could that brat have said that? I would never have guessed it was you, Brother Qiu. Zhang Xueji was extremely shocked. Qiu Huang's abilities were terrifying. He had all sorts of powerful skills, and now he could even make scar removal cream. Can I see your injury? This might not be a good idea. Zhang Xueji lowered her head and mumbled. Inner thigh. What kind of place is that? It's the most private part of a girl's body. If that place is exposed, it's like exposing the most private parts. Don't you believe me? How could that be, Brother Qiu? I trust you completely, but... As she spoke, Zhang Xueji's face flushed red, and she felt extremely shy. Just then, Qiu Huang suddenly grabbed Zhang Xueji and pulled her into his arms. Brother Qiu, please don't do this. It would be bad if others saw us. Being suddenly hugged by Qiu Huang made Zhang Xueji feel very uncomfortable, and her shyness deepened. Xueji, you're so beautiful and your body is so supple. I've been tempted for a long time and wanted to see your body and admire your beauty. As Qiu Huang spoke, he began to undress Zhang Xueji. Brother Qiu, please don't do this. Brother Qiu, please don't do this. Brother Qiu. Zhang Xueji half-heartedly resisted, her tone becoming increasingly soft, until finally she simply closed her eyes and let him have his way. With Qiu Huang's efforts, in no time, All her clothes and skirt were removed, revealing her delicate body. Xueji, your body is so beautiful. Looking at Zhang Xueji's snow-white body, soft and boneless, Qiu Huang couldn't help but feel a surge of desire. He picked her up and carried her towards the embroidered bed. A short while later, a scream came from Zhang Xueji's mouth. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have gained a new spouse, Zhang Xueji, and have gained 1 point of martial arts strength. Your current total martial arts strength is 19 points. The system's voice appeared in Qiu Huang's mind. After an unknown amount of time, the fiery passion gradually subsided. Xueji, can I see your injury now? Qiu Huang asked softly. You've already taken advantage of me, and you still ask this kind of question? Zhang Xueji couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. This guy was really asking for a beating. Qiu glanced at it, but there wasn't much to see. He had already examined it carefully when they were doing it earlier, and there was nothing seriously wrong. He just needed to apply some scar-removing ointment, and it would be fine soon. Chapter 109, The Tea Shop's Follow-Up Arrangements. Brother Qiu, my sick sister, you wouldn't have eaten her too, would you? Zhang Xueji suddenly asked a question. Based on her understanding of Qiu Huang, she knew that he had devoured her without any mercy, so she knew without a doubt that he would not let her sick sister go. Perhaps he had already devoured her whole, leaving not even bones behind. You guess. Qiu Huang didn't say explicitly, but just smiled slightly. Seeing this, Zhang Xueji could easily understand that her younger sister had also fallen into his clutches and had been completely taken advantage of. Why? Zhang Xueji sighed inwardly. Now, she didn't know whether what they had done back then was right or wrong. Although they had used Qiu Huang's help to get rid of Zhang Kai and Zhang Hua, those two wolves in sheep's clothing, avenge their father, and save the tea plantation, she was not sure who the tea plantation would belong to in the future. Would it belong to her and her sister, or to Qiu Huang, or perhaps to all three of them at the same time? Brother Qiu, what are your plans for this tea shop in the future? After thinking about it for a while, Zhang Xueji decided to ask. This problem had to be solved, otherwise there might be more trouble in the future. Qiu Huang said, from now on, the tea plantation will belong to you and Xuyao. You two can run it together. And what about you? I will not participate directly because I have other things to do. I will support you from behind, be your pillar, and clear all obstacles for you. This was originally his plan, to support Zhang Xueji and Zhang Xuyao to take over the tea shop together, while he would remain behind the scenes and act as a hands-off manager. But I'm afraid my sister and I aren't capable enough. If we ruin the tea shop, we'll be ashamed of our father in the afterlife. From childhood, their father never regarded them as successors. Before this, they didn't even have the right to inherit. Naturally, they didn't have the relevant knowledge and didn't know how to manage the entire tea shop. Don't be afraid. You can improve your abilities gradually if you're not good enough. I have a lot of confidence in you. Besides, you still have me. If any problems arise, I will offer advice and help you solve them. Brother Qiu, do you really believe we have the ability? Of course, I've always had a lot of confidence in my woman. Thank you. Hearing Qiu Huang's words, Zhang Xueji felt relieved and was no longer so afraid. In the future, I will help your tea plantation improve its processes and increase tea production efficiency. In addition, I will launch some new products to stabilize the market and firmly maintain our monopoly position in the tea industry, which no one can shake. In the past, in modern society, Qiu Huang hated monopolies, but now that he has come to ancient times, he has also started to monopolize things, and he can't help but think to himself, damn it, monopolies are so good. Brother Qiu, you also know about tea? Zhang Xueji was very surprised. I understand. Qiu Huang nodded. It didn't matter whether he understood or not, since he had the system that could give him cheat codes anytime, anywhere, allowing him to easily acquire all sorts of abilities. Brother Qiu, you are really amazing. You seem to be an all-rounder. You could do everything and you know everything. Zhang Xueji couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. Qiu Huang was definitely the strongest person she had ever met. There was almost nothing in this world that he couldn't do. So you don't need to worry about anything at all. With me here, everything is fine. Zhang Xueji nodded repeatedly. She believed it. Xueji, let's continue. Let me savor your body. After saying that, Qiu Huang turned over and launched a new round of attacks. Inside the room, enchanting sounds once again emanated. The next day, the tea shop passed a resolution to appoint Zhang Xueji and Zhang Xuyao as joint owners, in charge of all affairs of the tea shop, and to appoint Xiao Huang as a guest elder, making him the lifelong steward of the tea shop. Although the people at the tea shop didn't understand what this system meant, they knew that the tea shop's past was history. Although Zhang Shuiyao and Zhang Shuiji were in charge on the surface, Xiao Huang was the one in control behind the scenes. After the matter at the tea shop was temporarily settled, Xiao Huang took Murong Shiyuan, Chen Yuanyuan, Song Yue, and Song Yufei and left the county town, returning to Leiyang village. "My husband, you're finally back." Upon seeing Xiao Huang and the others return, Tang Shi and Shan Feng immediately ran out. This separation was the longest they had ever been apart from Xiao Huang. Fortunately, Xiao Huang hadn't forgotten to send back some information to let them know that everything was safe and sound. Otherwise, they would have been worried to death. "Have you missed us?" Looking at the women, Xiao Huang felt a pang of guilt. This time, their trip to the county town had taken a very long time, far exceeding their planned time, causing them to be late in returning and leaving these women waiting in vain. "We think about it every day and every night, every moment." The women all nodded. They were almost going crazy missing Xiao Huang, and had even considered going to the county town to find them and tell them about their longing. Xiao Huang sincerely apologized without making excuses, because he truly owed them this time. "Husband, you don't need to apologize. We understand you. Your career is the most important thing." The women shook their heads. They knew very well that Xiao Huang had been delayed this time because he was working hard outside to create better living conditions for them, and they supported him without any regrets. Furthermore, they also harbored some resentment towards themselves because they couldn't help in any way and couldn't properly assist Xiao Huang's career. "Okay, in that case, let's go inside. It would be embarrassing if other people saw us standing outside." The group entered the courtyard house. "Yue, go and tell Wanru, Cawa, Xiaoyu, and Wenwen to come over for a get-together. It's been a long time since we've eaten together, so let's all get together." "Good." Su Yue did not refuse and turned to inform the others. Soon, the four women arrived. When they saw Xiao Huang return, they were immediately moved to tears. Their longing for her welled up, and they couldn't help but hug her tightly, unwilling to let go for a long time. Okay, stop crying. I'm back now, aren't I?" Xiao patted them on the back to comfort them. "Husband, what exactly happened on your trip to the county town? Why did it take so long?" Xiao Huang said, "I'll tell you about this later." Before long, a sumptuous dinner was prepared. Everyone gathered together, chatting and laughing, eating and talking, and the family enjoyed themselves immensely. Chapter 1, 10 officials arrive. For the next few days, Xiao Huang didn't go anywhere. He stayed in the small mountain village with the women in his life. For him, his family was the most important thing in the world, and nothing could replace their place in his heart. Until this day, Chang Lu came from the tea shop to look for him. "Chang Lu, what brings you here?" Seeing Chang Lu arrive, Xiao Huang was somewhat puzzled. Had something happened at the tea shop again? Chang Lu said, "Sir, the government has sent someone to see you." "The government? What do the government want with me?" Xiao Huang was even more puzzled. He had almost no connection with the government now. So why was the government looking for him? Could it be because of that iron lump? Previously, in order to deal with the Mu and Song families, he specially made a suit of iron armor to protect his body. Wearing the iron armor, he slaughtered his way in all directions, killing the two powerful families of Song and Mu without leaving a single survivor, and successfully destroying them completely. In the present-day Tianfeng Kingdom, the protection of items like armor is extremely strict. Private production and possession are not allowed, and anyone found doing so will be held accountable. "I don't know. Miss sent me to find the Lord, hoping that he can return to the county town as soon as possible," Chang Lu said in a deep voice. "Okay, I understand." Since it was the government that had come to him, Xiao Huang naturally couldn't refuse. After all, the government was an official force representing the imperial court, and he had to give them some face. Of course, if they really want to find fault with him and punish him because of that suit of armor, then he will definitely not sit idly by and wait for his death. With his current strength, he can completely rival the government. At that time, don't blame him for being ruthless and killing his way through, then rising up in rebellion and leading the entire Qingyuan County to establish their own independent government. "Husband, are you really going to the government office?" The women looked at Xiao Huang with worry in their hearts. They were all ordinary people and the least willing to go to the government, because if the government came to find them, it would surely be for no good reason. Go and see what's going on. Xiao Huang didn't think going to the government was a big deal. Since he was already preparing to conquer the world, he would inevitably have to confront the government and the imperial court in the future, so he had no fear of the government at all. But we're worried? The women all looked worried, fearing that Xiao Huang might never return. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Xiao Huang was very confident. Putting aside his own strength, he also owned a tea plantation. Everyone in Qingyuan County knew how formidable the tea plantation was. Even the government had to give the tea plantation enough face, otherwise the tax revenue would be greatly reduced. Do you need us to go with you? Need not. Xiao Huang shook her head. Right now, no one knows what the government's attitude is. If a conflict or dispute arises, bringing these people along would only harm them. Besides, compared to places like the county town, these remote mountain villages are the safest places. Apart from bandits, basically no one will pay attention to such places. Therefore, he has now completely given up the idea of taking these people away to settle in the county town. Letting them stay here is probably safer. After all, they have no worries about food and clothing in this place. He has left them enough money. If they want to eat something, they can just go to the town to buy it without any major problems. All right. The women didn't say anything and followed Xiao Huang's arrangements. Xiao Huang was their husband, and whatever he said went. Miling, go inside and get my bow and arrows. Yes, my husband. Wanyan Miling immediately ran into the house and took out Xiao Huang's bow and arrows. Xiao Huang's archery skills were superb and unparalleled in the world. With a bow and arrows in hand, no matter how many enemies or how strong the opponent, they could not defeat him. Okay, Changlu, let's go to the county town now. With his bow and arrows in hand, Xiao Huang felt even more confident. What did the government matter? If they dared to criticize him, he would not hesitate to kill them without giving them any chance to hold him accountable. Sir, please. Then, Xiao Huang followed Chang Lu away. I wonder when I will see my husband again. As the women watched Xiao Huang's departing figure, they couldn't help but shed tears, for they were all reluctant to part with him. Half a day later, Xiao Huang returned to the county town. Brother Xiao. Upon seeing Xiao Huang return, Zhang Shuiyao and Zhang Shuiji both put down their work to greet him. Xiao Huang plays a crucial role in the tea plantation now. Without his strong support, the two women alone would not be able to command respect or control the situation. Did the government come to see me this time because of that suit of armor? Xiao Huang asked directly, unable to find any other reason besides the armor. I'm afraid that's the case. The two women are currently unaware of the specifics, as the government has not provided any direct explanation. Where are the government officials? We have already sent someone to invite them. Before long, the government officials arrived, including the county magistrate, the county assistant magistrate, and the county constable. This must be Xiao Huangxiu, my guest. It's a pleasure to meet you. County magistrate Gao Yachanki cupped his hands in a respectful gesture, speaking in a gentle tone without putting on any airs of officialdom. Tea shops are a major source of tax revenue in Qingyuan County, accounting for half of the county's total annual tax revenue. No one dares to put on airs when dealing with such wealthy merchants, even if he is the county magistrate. Magistrate Gao, I have long admired you. Xiao Huang was very polite. That's just how he is. He treats others the way they treat him. Will you tea serve? Yes. After enjoying tea and exchanging pleasantries, everyone got down to business. Magistrate Gao, may I ask what brings you to see Brother Qiu? Zhang Shuiyao asked. Gao Yu said, I heard that Qiu Keqing made a suit of armor. I wonder if it's true or not. Really? Upon hearing about the armor, Qiu Huang, Zhang Shuiyao, and Zhang Shuiji were not surprised, as they had previously guessed that the government might be there for the armor, and now their guesses had come true. Zhang Shuiji said, Magistrate Gao, Brother Qiu made the armor out of necessity. As you probably know, our tea shop was facing difficulties at the time, with internal and external troubles. Without armor for protection, it would have been difficult to deal with the enemy. However, after defeating all the enemies, Brother Qiu personally dismantled the armor. If you don't believe me, we can bring the dismantled armor up for you to see. Chapter 111 County Magistrate. Next, they had some iron plates brought in. These iron plates were the dismantled armor plates. The current location was within their tea plantation, their main premises. They were not afraid of any sudden trouble from the government. If the government wanted to hold them accountable, they were confident they could handle it. Furthermore, since Qiu Huang was able to dismantle the iron armor, he also had the ability to reassemble it into a completely new suit of armor. With the iron armor, bow, and arrows, and long sword, fully armed, he would be truly invincible and unbeatable. What a pity, what a pity. Gallia glanced at the dismantled armor and sighed repeatedly, seemingly lamenting the loss of the suit of armor. Qiu Huang, Zhang Shuiyao, and Zhang Shueji exchanged glances, puzzled by Gallia's attitude. Wasn't he here to hold them accountable? Guest Qiu, may I ask if you can make any more armor like this? Qiu Huang's heart skipped a beat. Was this county magistrate setting a trap for him, or did he have other ideas? Just as he was pondering how to answer, Gallia said, Qiu Keqing, don't misunderstand. I didn't mean anything by it. It's just that yesterday, we received a secret letter from the prefectural government. Prefectural government? Secret letter? Qiu Huang was even more surprised. The prefecture was the superior of Qingyuan County. Qingyuan County, along with more than 10 surrounding counties, were all under the jurisdiction of the prefecture, which had absolute power. Magistrate Gao, what did the prefectural government say? Gallia said, the prefecture has been at war for years, and the front lines are under great pressure. They need a lot of military equipment. I heard that Qiu Keqing can make such heavy iron armor. So I came to ask if we could invite Qiu Keqing to the prefecture to make such iron armor for the prefecture and strengthen its military strength. So that's why? Hearing Gao Ye's words, Zhang Shueji and Zhang Shuiyao both breathed a sigh of relief. They had originally thought that Gao Ye and his group had come to hold them accountable, but now that worry was finally gone. Qiu Huang frowned, because as far as he knew, their prefecture did not have any terrifying external enemies. The reason they had been fighting for years was actually because they were fighting against other prefectures, which was a civil war within their Tianfeng kingdom. The current situation in Tianfeng kingdom is turbulent and chaotic. The imperial court's prestige is far less than before. Under these circumstances, various local warlords and separatist forces saw an opportunity and established their own independent forces. Although they still outwardly obey the imperial court's orders and try to maintain an outward image, they have long harbored evil intentions. They attack and annex each other, expanding their territories and spheres of influence, wanting to overthrow the imperial court, contend for supremacy, and dominate the entire Tianfeng kingdom. Therefore, it is obvious that the state government wants to use him to expand its military, strengthen its own power, and annex other surrounding states. Once they have enough power, they will kick him aside or even exterminate his entire family, discarding him like a used millstone. Such examples abound in history and are nothing new. I wonder what Elder Qiu's thoughts are. Gallia looked at Qiu Huang, wanting to hear his opinion. After all, the state government wanted him, and he was also the one who could make this invulnerable armor. If he disagreed, none of them could do anything about it. They couldn't force him. It's important to understand that Qiu Huang now represents more than just himself. He's tied to the tea plantation. The significance of the tea plantation to Qingyuan County is self-evident. If they anger him and cause the tea plantation to rebel, it would be a devastating blow to Qingyuan County, and he would have no chance of keeping his position as county magistrate. I can go. Qiu Huang nodded and agreed to Gao Ye's request, because going to the prefecture would be an opportunity for him. The prefecture wanted to use him to strengthen its military and increase its strength, while he could also use the prefecture to control the army and gain control of it. To dominate the world, wealth and an army are indispensable. As for wealth, he had previously acquired a large amount of wealth by destroying the Mu and Song families. And he also controlled the tea plantation, a highly profitable industry with a monopoly on tea production and sales, which could generate a continuous stream of money for him. In addition, there was the new money-making point of scar removal ointment. Therefore, in terms of wealth, there's not much of a problem at present. Therefore, the next thing he needs to deal with is the army. Although there are some soldiers in Qingyuan County, they are basically scattered soldiers with little combat power, and their numbers are very small, totaling only 1,000 or 2,000 people. What can 1,000 or 2,000 people do? They can't even wipe out a local powerful family like the Mu family or the Song family, let alone contend for the world. The situation is different in the prefectures. The standing army in the prefectures number in the tens of thousands, which is a very large number of soldiers in ancient times. If the army were to be further expanded, it might increase to 100,000 or 200,000. If one could control such an army and combine it with his personal strength, how terrifying would his fighting power be? It's simply unimaginable. Really, Gallia was incredulous to see Chiu Huang agree so quickly. He had thought that it would take some effort to persuade Chiu Huang to go to the prefecture. He had even prepared some preferential conditions to entice Chiu Huang. But now it seems that none of these are needed because Chiu Huang agreed immediately. Right? Chiu Huang nodded. The opportunity to take control of the army was right in front of him. How could he miss it? Chiu Kaching, on behalf of the entire Qingyuan County, I thank you. Gallia bowed deeply to Chiu Huang, expressing his immense gratitude. This time, Chiu Huang's trip to the prefectural government was a decision made by the prefectural government. If he refused to comply, the prefectural government would hold him accountable, and not only might he lose his position as county magistrate, but it might even bring disaster to the entire Qingyuan County, with unimaginable consequences. If Chiu Huang goes to the prefectural capital, makes equipment for the prefectural capital, and improves its strength, the prefectural capital will surely reward him if it wins a battle. At that time, it will be a blessing for the entire Qingyuan County. You're too kind, magistrate. Gallia said, Chiu Kaching, if you have any needs, you can tell me. As long as it is within my power, I will do my best to help. Since Chiu Huang agreed so readily, he naturally couldn't be outdone. He had to keep his promise, otherwise, if Chiu Huang wasn't focused when he got to the prefecture and made a mistake, the problem would be huge. Therefore, you must give up what you should give up and give what you should give up. Don't be reluctant to give. Chapter 112 Prefecture. Chiu Huang said, since the magistrate says so, I also happen to have something I need to trouble you with. What is it? Chiu Huang said, recently, a new scar removal ointment shop has opened in the county town. It is still in its early stages, so I would appreciate it if the county magistrate would take good care of it. As for Leiyang Village, there's no need to trouble others. It's just a small mountain village with little attention, and its remote and underdeveloped location means no one will deliberately target it. Therefore, his current focus is on the county town. As long as the county town is safe and sound, Leiyang Village should also be fine. No problem. He had also heard of the scar removal ointment shop. His daughter had bought some ointment there to remove scars from her body, and it was quite effective. If they could provide some support, it might become another major brand in Qingyuan County, sold to other places, and create a tax revenue miracle like the tea shop. Where do we set off? Gallia said, the military situation is urgent, so the sooner the better. How about tomorrow? The county magistrate will take you to the prefectural government to report for duty tomorrow. What do you think? No problem. Chiu Huang agreed. For him, both the tea shop and the scar removal cream shop were completely hands-off operations. He didn't have to put in much effort. He could just leave it to others. All right, if that's the case, then it's settled. Gallia left with the county constable and the county magistrate. Brother Chiu, why are you going to the prefectural capital to manufacture military equipment for them? What if they strengthen their forces when a battle and then kick you aside? What will you do then? Zhang Xuezhi was very worried. When the birds are all gone, the good bough is put away. When the cunning rabbit is dead, the hunting dog is cooked. This is an unchanging truth throughout the ages. Don't worry, they can't do that kind of thing, because I took care of them before they could even prepare. Chiu Huang was full of confidence. Now, Zhang Xiuyao and Zhang Xuezhi had become his women and were 100% loyal to him, so there were some things he wasn't afraid to tell them. You want to take them out first? Could it be, Brother Chiu, that you're planning to? The two women stared at him in shock. They weren't stupid. They naturally understood what Chiu Huang meant and were extremely shocked. That's right, this is my opportunity, and I will definitely seize it. Chiu Huang nodded. He already had a preliminary plan for the future in his mind. As long as he implemented the plan step by step, he would surely have a place in the world in the future. The two women exchanged a glance, both feeling incredulous. They never imagined that Chiu Huang's appetite was so great. It wasn't enough for him to have their entire tea plantation. He wanted even more, including the army, land, and so on. While we still have some time, I'll make you some stirrups and saddles. That way, it will be easier for you to ride horses in the future, and you won't hurt your thighs anymore. Upon hearing this, both women lowered their heads, their faces instantly turning red with embarrassment, as they recalled some events that had occurred earlier. Thank you, Brother Chiu. The two women were very grateful, saying that they could never repay Chiu Huang's kindness in their entire lives. He was simply a perfect man. Time flies, and the next day arrived in the blink of an eye. Early in the morning, the county magistrate came to the tea shop to escort Chiu Huang to the prefectural capital. The prefecture is the administrative center of a prefecture, responsible for its military, political, and economic affairs. It oversees all aspects of the prefecture. When the imperial court is at its most powerful, the prefecture is subject to its control, and the court has absolute control over the prefecture. However, once the imperial court's power declines, the prefectures, as the core of a prefecture, will expand their power infinitely, to the point that they disregard the imperial court's orders, seize control of their own territories, and become powerful warlords. The governor, as the head of a prefecture, wielded immense power. In this era, he was practically equal to the emperor, possessing absolute authority over life and death. Some governors even governed several prefectures and dared to openly challenge the imperial court, demanding that the court grant them the title of king, bestow upon them the 9 bestowments, and grant them the power to wage war against other prefectures. Their power even surpassed that of the emperor, making them extremely terrifying. Qiuhuang. This is the prefectural capital. The county magistrate pointed to the magnificent building in front of him. This magnificent building was the location of the prefectural government. It's quite impressive. Qiuhuang looked up at the prefectural capital in front of him, and a magnificent aura rushed towards him, which was very impressive. Such a place was incomparable to any town or county seat. It was indeed a very good place. This place will soon belong to me, Qiuhuang. Qiu thought to himself, how could he not occupy such a good place? For him, it was more worthwhile to help others than to do so for himself. Only in this way could he contend for the world and become the ruler of the world, with no one able to compete with him. Come on, I'll take you to register. The county constable had no idea what Qiuhuang was thinking. To him, his duty was simply to bring Qiuhuang here safely and hand him over to the people of the prefecture intact. As for other matters, they had nothing to do with him, and he couldn't be bothered to care. Halt! This is the prefectural capital. No entry is permitted without permission. 2 soldiers on guard stopped them and prevented them from entering. The county constable said, please inform that Wu Chun, the county constable of Qingyuan County, is here on the orders of County Magistrate Gao Ye to escort Qiuhuang, a resident of Qingyuan County, to the prefectural capital to report for duty. Do you have any proof? Have. County Commandant Wu Chun immediately took out the document issued by the prefecture to the county magistrate and handed it to the soldier. The soldier glanced at the document. It did indeed bear the seal of the state government. Please wait a moment. I will go and inform them immediately. The soldier took the document, turned around, and left. Thanks. Wu Chun expressed his gratitude. A short while later, the soldier returned, bringing with him another person, the quartermaster Chunyu. So, you're Qiuhuang, the guy from Qingyuan County who can make a special kind of iron armor? Chunyu looked at Qiuhuang and asked. Yes, that's me. Qiuhuang nodded, confirming her identity. Chunyu looked him up and down to make sure there was nothing wrong with him. Okay, come with me. After saying that, he turned and left. Seeing this, Qiuhuang did not hesitate and followed him inside. As for safety, he wasn't too worried because he had brought a bow and arrows and a long sword with him, but they were all in his system space. If needed, he could take them out and use them at any time without any problems. Chapter 113, Military Supplies, Order Chunyu. Following the quartermaster Chunyu, Qiuhuang arrived at an empty room. Is the kind of armor you made truly invulnerable to swords and spears, capable of taking on 100 enemies single-handedly, and invincible? Chunyu asked directly, explaining that the only reason they had brought Qiuhuang here was because they were interested in the iron armor he manufactured. That armor had extremely high protective capabilities and was incredibly formidable. If they could produce it and have their state soldiers wear it, their state strength would be greatly enhanced. Defeating other states, and even dominating the entire Tianfeng kingdom would not be an unattainable dream. Qiuhuang smiled wryly. In this world, there's nothing that is truly invulnerable to blades and spears. For example, the iron armor he made is indeed very protective. Ordinary people and weapons cannot break through its defenses. However, if it were him, the concept would be completely different because the power he possesses is quite terrifying. He is now equivalent to the power of 19 adults. If he were to use his immense strength to wield a long sword and slash through enemy lines, even armored armor will be destroyed by his blade and rendered useless. Whether it can be invulnerable to swords and spears and fight against 100 enemies depends on the strength and hardness of the raw materials used to make the armor. If the strength and hardness are both very high and the protection is sufficient, it is possible to be invulnerable to swords and spears and fight against 100 enemies. Chen Yu asked, then, what kind of raw materials are needed to achieve the strength you described? Qiu Huang said, if the sheet metal is thick enough and hard enough, it will meet the requirements. Okay, I'll prepare some sheet metal and other materials for you. Try to make it and see if you can achieve the effect of being invulnerable to swords and spears and winning every battle. Chen Yu was already impatient. He wanted to quickly create that kind of armor, put on the battlefield, and sweep away all enemies. Slow. Qiu Huang stopped him. What do you have to say? Chen Yu looked at him. Qiu Huang said, my lord, if your requirement is to achieve invulnerability to swords and spears and to be invincible in battle, I'm afraid that very few people will be able to wear the finished product I make. Why? Because it is too heavy, weighing at least 200 or 300 pounds. Ordinary soldiers cannot even wear it. Even if they can barely wear it, they cannot move and will only become live targets, just human-shaped stakes, which are completely useless. Chen Yu fell silent. Qiu Huang's words made sense. As the quartermaster, he knew very well the weight and area of a piece of iron. If such a thing were made into something like armor, the accumulated weight would be terrifying. Not to mention ordinary soldiers. Even generals and strong men might not be able to wear it. Even if they could, they would be completely unable to move, unable to go to the battlefield, and unable to play any role. Is there any way to reduce the weight? Some. What method? Qiu Huang said, the solution is to reduce the amount of sheet metal used. If we don't use as much sheet metal, the weight of the armor will be reduced. However, this will have another effect. The quality and hardness of the armor will decrease, making it difficult to provide all-around protection. It will not be truly invulnerable to swords and spears, and it will not be invincible in every battle. Is there no way to balance both? The reason they needed the armor made by Qiu Huang was because it was impervious to blades and spears. If it couldn't provide all-around protection, then its advantages over ordinary armor wouldn't be much greater. Therefore, the best approach was to offer a balance. If we want to take both into account, there are ways. What method? Chen Yu asked eagerly, because he needed both to be taken into account so that the combat power of this armor could be effectively brought into play. Qiu Huang said, the method is actually very simple. Do the cavalry know about it? This is a brilliant idea. Chen Yu praised him highly, for he now understood what Qiu Huang meant by the method. Cavalrymen would wear iron armor to form heavy cavalry and charge into battle. Because the horses would bear the weight of the armor, the riders would be able to move. However, I must point out that while this strategy of having cavalrymen clad in iron armor charge in a battle can greatly enhance combat power, it places very high demands on warhorses. Only extremely fine warhorses are needed to bear the enormous weight of the cavalrymen and their iron armor. Of course we know that. Chen Yu nodded. Although horses are stronger than humans and can carry more weight, not all horses possess these attributes. Only the finest breeds can sustain such loads for extended periods and participate in battles. Furthermore, these heavily armored cavalrymen are not invincible. Although they can defend against ordinary weapons such as swords, spears, and halberds, as the saying goes, their strength and weakness both depend on their warhorses. Once their warhorses die, the heavy cavalrymen will also be in trouble and will be left with no choice but to wait for their demise. The cavalrymen charging into battle clad in iron armor reminded Qiu Huang of the Iron Pagoda. The Jin people were once famous for their iron pagoda, but their weaknesses were later discovered, leading to their complete annihilation and their disappearance from the world. After all, this thing has another fatal flaw. It's too expensive to build. Even a country can't afford it. Chen Yu fell silent again. The shortcomings that Qiu Huang mentioned were also present in ordinary cavalry. However, ordinary cavalry was different from heavy cavalry. When an ordinary cavalryman's horse was injured, he would at most fall off the horse. As long as he didn't die, he would still have some fighting ability and could be used as infantry. But heavy cavalry was completely different. The weight of the iron armor was terrifying. Once he fell off the horse, he would be paralyzed and completely without any fighting ability. All right, I've told you all about the advantages and disadvantages of the armor. Think about it first and decide whether you want to have the armor made. I'll make it for you once you've decided. Qiu Huang is not in a hurry at all. Iron armor does not pose a particular threat to him. Even if he makes it and equips the soldiers in the prefecture with it, he has ways to deal with it and it will not affect his ambition to seize power. I will report what you have said to the governor truthfully. You should stay here in the prefecture for now. I will come to see you again after the governor has made his decision. Xiao Huang nodded. Seizing power is not something that can be done overnight, and he was not in a hurry at all. Chapter 114, Get an Official Position. Not long after, Quartermaster Chinyu returned. The governor orders you to immediately manufacture defensive iron armor. Chinyu told Xiao Huang that he had conveyed the governor's instructions to make the defensive armor that Xiao Huang had previously made at the tea shop. Are you sure? Xiao Huang looked at Chinyu. Defensive iron armor cannot determine the outcome of a war. In addition, it has a high production cost. Such things like the Iron Pagoda are probably just a flash in the pan. After a brief period of glory, they will almost disappear. Right? Chinyu nodded. It was just a military supply order. If the governor said to produce it, then he would produce it. There were no other problems. All right. Xiao Huang had no objections. After all, it wasn't his money being spent. If something went wrong, it would be an opportunity for him to seize power and dominate the entire prefecture. How long would it take you to make a suit of armor? Xiao Huang said, if we have enough materials, it will take 3 days. 3 days? That's too long. We can't afford to wait that long. Without a second thought, Chinyu shook his head. If the military was to be expanded, it had to be done as quickly as possible because the other governors wouldn't just sit idly by and wait for them to finish making the armor. War could break out at any moment, so they simply didn't have that much time. You must make a suit of armor in 1 day. At most 1 day. Xiao Huang shook his head. I can't make it in a day. You should find someone else who can do it. If he were making it for himself, he could finish it in a day. But since he's making it for others, he has to extend the production time. If the governor and his men discover his true skill level, they will exploit him even more, increasing his workload and reducing his rest time. He's not going to do that. The supply officer was furious. He hadn't expected that Xiao Huang would dare to disobey him and refuse to work. Aren't you afraid that in a fit of anger I'll drag you out and chop you up? The supply order was a vicious threat. Xiao Huang, however, was not afraid at all and said bluntly, then you might as well just kill me as soon as possible. It would be better to die quickly than to be worked to death. Do you really think I wouldn't dare? The quartermaster looked at him. This was the state capital, and no one dared to disobey him here. No matter who it was, as long as they dared to defy him, he would not let them go and would definitely destroy them completely. Xiao thought for a moment, then seemed frightened and softened her tone, saying, actually, I have another idea. What method? I will give you the method for making the defensive armor. You can organize people to make it according to the method I give you. With so many of you, the production efficiency will definitely be very high, so I won't have to do it all by myself. That is indeed a good idea. Chinyu nodded. Xiao Huang was only one person, and no matter how fast he was, he couldn't compare to hundreds or thousands of people. As long as they had the production method, and they sent people to buy materials to make the armor, the efficiency of making the armor would be greatly improved. My lord, if you approve, I will immediately write down the entire process of making the armor from memory and give it to you for free. Free, right? Xiao nodded in surprise. You're smart to know what's good for you. Chinyu was very satisfied. They were determined to control the method of making the armor. He even considered capturing Xiao Huang, torturing him, and forcing him to hand it over. Fortunately, this kid is quite clever. He knows it's free. He seems to be a quick learner. And these are exactly the kinds of people they need. However, I won't take advantage of you. You'll stay by my side from now on and serve me well. As long as you perform well, you'll be rewarded handsomely. Xiao Huang smiled inwardly. This was exactly the result he wanted. What he needed was military power. If he only made armor, he would at most be a manufacturer. Once he finished making all the armor, he would be kicked aside and would never have any chance to get in touch with the army. Excuse me, what do I need to do while I'm with the adults? Do I go to the battlefield or participate in training? Chinyu said, your question is utter nonsense. Everyone in the prefecture is the governor's soldier. Since they're soldiers, why shouldn't they go to the battlefield? Your words of admonition are absolutely correct. Xiao Huang quickly smiled apologetically. However, the issue of daily training is not so strict, because we are in charge of military supplies and belong to the logistics unit. We only need to manage the military supplies. Daily training is optional. You can participate or not, and it will not have a big impact. Xiao Huang's eyes lit up immediately. Being able to go to the battlefield without having to participate in daily training was the best possible outcome for him. With his current strength, he doesn't need to participate in any daily training. Training doesn't help him improve his strength at all. Instead of wasting time on training, he should go and get a few women. Because he has a system, he can increase his combat power by 1 point for each woman he gets. This effect is much more useful than simple training. Thank you for your guidance, sir. Chinyu said, write down the steps for making the defensive armor now, and I'll have someone bring you pen, ink, paper, and inkstone. Okay. Xiao Huang nodded. Someone bring me a brush, ink, paper, and inkstone. Yes. Soon, the soldiers brought pen, ink, paper, and inkstone. Xiao Huang thought for a moment, wrote down in detail the simplest method of making iron armor, and then handed it to Chinyu. Okay. After looking at it, Chinyu exclaimed, good, 3 times. With this, they could make iron armor, win battles, and he, the quartermaster, would have a chance to be promoted. This thing was practically the source of his hope. I appoint you as the inspector of the armor production, responsible for overseeing the construction of the armor. Thank you, sir. Xiao Huang smiled inwardly. He didn't particularly care about this official position. As long as he didn't personally make the armor, everything else was fine. With his abilities, gaining military merit would be a piece of cake. Xiaoli, Komein. Immediately, a young soldier walked in. Take him to register. Yes, sir. Then, Chinyu took the defensive armor manufacturing method written by Qiu Huangshu and strode away. He wanted to show this to the governor as soon as possible, and he was sure the governor would be very excited after seeing it. Young soldier, Xiao Li turned to Qiu Huang and said, Sir, please. Good. Chapter 115 Personal Maid. Qiu Huang's registration was completed quickly. As an official, Chenyu arranged for him to have a separate room, which was fully equipped with all kinds of amenities. In addition, he was assigned a personal maid to take care of his daily life. Being an official is great. Lying in bed, Qiu Huang felt quite comfortable. Thinking about the other soldiers, they had to train hard day and night, regardless of the severe cold or scorching heat, and they lived in communal housing. How could it compare to being an officer who didn't have to participate in training and could just lie there comfortably? Grown-ups. At that moment, a soft voice came from outside. The door isn't closed. You can just come in. Qiu Huang knew who the person was. It was the personal maid that Chunyu had arranged for him. The door was pushed open, and a pretty young woman walked in. Sir, here is your tea. The woman placed a pot of tea on the table, then turned to leave. Stop. Qiu called out to her. The woman stopped, turned to Qiu Huang, and asked, Is there anything else you need, sir? Come here. The woman didn't understand what he meant, but she still went over. She's quite good-looking. Qiu Huang sized up the woman. She was petite and delicate, with a graceful figure, and her face showed that she was quite attractive. May I have your name? The woman asked. My lord, are you asking about my original name or my current name? Is there a difference? Qiu Huang asked, puzzled. The woman said, Yes, because after entering the prefecture, we usually discard our original names and adopt new ones. This is a regulation of the prefecture. Forehead? Qiu Huang was somewhat surprised. This rule was quite peculiar. However, he didn't care too much. Since it was a regulation of the state government, he didn't need to care. So what's your name now? The woman replied, My name is Chunyue, sir. Spring Moon? Upon hearing this name, Qiu Huang felt that it wasn't a name at all, but rather a code name given by the state government for ease of management. As before, he didn't pay attention to these things. Names are not important. Since you are my personal maid, does that mean you will do whatever I tell you to do? Yes, sir. I will do whatever you ask me to do. Chunyue nodded without hesitation. They were all children from poor families who had come to serve in the prefecture out of necessity. They had undergone rigorous training and were absolutely loyal to those they served. They would satisfy any needs their children might have. If I asked you to sleep with me, would you do it? This girl is quite pretty and not very old, probably only 18 or 19. He has just arrived in the prefecture and doesn't have a woman by his side. If this girl could take his place, it would allow him to release his pent-up energy. In addition, he is a person with a system. The system has a combat power value. Every time he acquires a spouse, he can increase his combat power value by 1 point. This kind of power increase is much more effective than simple training. Upon hearing Qiu Huang's words, Chunyu immediately lowered her head, her face instantly turning red with embarrassment, and then said in a voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz, Yes. She is now Qiu Huang's personal maid, his private property. He has absolute power over her, including control over her body. Qiu Huang's eyes lit up suddenly. Being able to sleep was wonderful. How many masters have you served before me? Manhwa shook her head. No, my lord. You are the first master I have served, and you will also be the last master I have served. Oh, Qiu Huang looked doubtful. He was somewhat incredulous. Seeing that he seemed somewhat disbelieving, Manhwa immediately explained, My lord, you may not know this, but in the state government, people like servants are simply consumables, disposable items. Once they are used up, they will be disposed of immediately, and there will be no chance for them to be used again. That's quite novel. Qiu Huang became interested and asked, What exactly is this handling you're talking about? Manhwa said, The solution is to kill them directly. What, just kill them? Upon hearing this, Qiu Huang was completely shocked. This was a living, breathing human life, not some other thing. To kill it so directly was just too cruel. Manhwa nodded. Yes, after we have served our master, our lives will come to an end. Won't the state government's actions cause a mutiny? Qiu Huang was shocked and found it unbelievable. If she had done that in modern society, she would have been condemned by everyone. Manhwa shook her head and said, No, because we are all children from poor families. In this world, what we lack least is women like us. After our mission is completed and we are disposed of, the next batch of servants will immediately come to replace us, and so on. Women in this era are really cheap. Qiu Huang now feels great sympathy for the women of this era. Before, his women, Tang Shi and Shan Feng, were brought by the government and offered to men to choose from for free. The officials could decide their fate with a single word, and they had no rights whatsoever. Is there any possibility that it won't be dealt with? How do we do it? Manhwa said, The solution is to please the master so that he can take us away from the prefecture. After that, the prefecture will no longer interfere, and we can avoid being dealt with. That's a good idea. Qiu Huang nodded. For him, he was definitely unwilling to let Shan Yu be disposed of. He planned to take her away and make her his woman for the rest of his life. Let me ask you a question. Would you like to be my woman? After I finish my business here in the prefecture, I will take you away. Shan Yu bent her knees and immediately knelt on the ground. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Manhwa was moved to tears of gratitude. To her, being spared punishment was such a wonderful thing, let alone being Qiu Huang's woman, which was something she never dared to dream of. She felt incredibly lucky to have met someone like Qiu Huang. Get up and go close the doors and windows properly. Yes, sir. Manhwa quickly stood up, turned around, and walked over to close the doors and windows. Then he walked back to the bedside, looked at Qiu Huang, and waited for his next instructions. Chapter 1, 1620 Points of Combat Power. You know what to do, right? Autumn looked at Spring Moon and asked softly. Manhwa bit her lip and nodded. I know. After saying that, she took off her clothes and appeared naked in front of Qiu Huang. To her, Qiu Huang was now her master, with absolute power over her life and death. She would unconditionally fulfill any request he made. Your body is beautiful. Qiu Huang looked at Chun Yu's captivating figure. Although her figure wasn't that of a refined young lady like Zhang Xuezhi or Zhang Xiuyao, it was still stronger than the bodies of Tang Shi and the others he had just seen. She also had a touch of delicate beauty. Chunyue's face was flushed, as red as if it were dripping blood. She knew what kind of scene awaited her next. No matter what kind of person Qiu Huang was or what special fetishes he had, she could not resist and could only accept her fate. My lord, please allow me to serve you. After saying that, Chunyue slowly climbed into bed. Qiu Huang smiled, reached out, and began to caress her body wantonly, savoring her body. He was a pure carnivore. Why wouldn't he take advantage of such a free feast that was offered to him? After an unknown amount of time, a beautiful voice came from Chun Yu's mouth. Ding, congratulations, host. You have gained a new spouse, Chunyue, and have gained 1 point of martial arts strength. Your current total martial arts strength is 20 points. A system notification sounded in my mind. One day and one night. When Qiu Huang woke up again, it was already the next day. Spring moon. Qiu suddenly realized that Chunyue was no longer on the bed. Only a bright red rose bloomed on the sheets. I've gained another point of strength. I now have 20 points of strength. Qiu Huang glanced at the combat power displayed on the system panel. Unbeknownst to him, his total combat power had reached 20 points. 1 point of combat power was equivalent to the strength of an adult. 20 points of combat power were equivalent to the combined strength of 20 adults gathered on him. He no longer knew just how terrifying his strength was. Perhaps even the top experts in the Imperial Palace and the generals and marshals who had fought countless battles on the battlefield would be no match for him. Squeak! Just then, the door was pushed open, and Manhwa walked in from outside, carrying a bowl of rice porridge in her hands. "My lord, you're awake. This is millet porridge. Please drink it while it's hot." Manhwa placed the millet porridge on the table, then walked over to Qiuhuang and helped her get dressed. "Spring Moon, you are so kind." Seeing how meticulously Manhwa took care of him, Qiuhuang felt very satisfied. He had never received such treatment before, not even when he was in Liang village with Tang Shi and the others. Of course, while Manhwa was serving him, his hands didn't stop. He groped her body and took advantage of her wantonly. "My lord, this is my duty." Manhwa was very humble. Since she entered the prefecture, the people there had been teaching her how to serve others and how to be a qualified personal maid. Qiuhuang was even more reluctant to part with him. It would be such a pity if she couldn't take such a good person with her. Getting out of bed, Qiuhuang picked up the millet porridge, frowned, and realized that the amount was a bit small. Given his current physical condition, it wouldn't be enough for him. "Is my breakfast just a bowl of millet porridge?" Manhwa said, "No, sir. This millet porridge is just a small appetizer. If you want to eat something else, you can go to the canteen to eat." "Can I take it and eat it?" "Yes, but you must go and get it yourself, sir. I don't have that authority." The prefecture is a place under strict military management. People at all levels have different powers, and no one is allowed to overstep their bounds, or they will be severely punished. "Then what is this millet porridge?" Manhwa said, "This is something I specially made for you, my lord. The prefecture sends you some millet every day so that we servants can cook porridge for you. This way, you can eat something as soon as you wake up and maintain your strength." The arrangements were quite thoughtful. Qiuhuang nodded, agreeing that the prefectural government's arrangement was indeed excellent. "This bowl of millet porridge is yours. You can drink it, and I'll go to the cafeteria to eat." After saying that, Qiuhuang turned around and walked out, heading to the cafeteria. Unexpectedly, upon hearing Qiuhuang's words, Chunyu's expression changed drastically, and she hurriedly said, "My lord, you must not." "Why?" Qiuhuang looked at her. Manhwa said, "This servant is of lowly status and cannot eat such fine food. It's just a bowl of millet porridge. What good could it be?" Qiuhuang said casually, when he was at home or in the county town, he ate meat almost every meal. He could eat it whenever he wanted. For him, millet porridge was really not a good thing. "My lord, the state has regulations that only people of your noble status can enjoy millet porridge. I am a lowly servant and am not worthy of such a delicacy." Manhwa patiently explained to Qiuhuang. Qiuhuang rolled her eyes and asked, "Do the regulations of the prefecture allow a master to give gifts to his personal maid?" He was looking for loopholes in the state government's regulations because he realized that people like Chanyu had been enslaved by the state government's rules and trained to be slaves who only obeyed the state government, completely losing their independent consciousness. Chanyu thought about it carefully for a moment, then shook her head. "It seems that this wasn't mentioned. In that case, I'll reward you with this bowl of millet porridge. You can eat it now." Manhwa looked up at Qiuhuang and could hardly believe that Qiuhuang would be willing to bestow such a wonderful gift upon her. "Sir, slave, stop talking. I'm going to eat now. If I come back and you haven't finished this bowl of millet porridge, see how I deal with you." After saying that, Qiuhuang turned and left, giving Chanyu no further chance to refuse. Grown-ups. As Chanyu watched Qiuhuang's departing figure, her mind went blank. This master seemed to treat her, his personal maid, differently from others. It was too kind of him. She had heard that other adults didn't care about their personal maids at all and would beat and scold them, punching and kicking them. Many personal maids were actually beaten to death before the adults even left. The state government never intervened in such cases. She was just a personal maid. It was no big deal. If one was killed, they would just replace her with another. Chapter 117, The Enemy is at the Gates. Knock, knock, knock. Just as Qiuhuang was about to go to the canteen for breakfast, suddenly, the sound of drums was deafening, echoing throughout the entire prefecture. The sound of drums? This is a sign that we're gathering for battle. Upon hearing the drum beats, Qiuhuang, though he had only recently arrived in the prefecture, knew that the prefecture was summoning soldiers from all sides, deploying troops, and preparing for war. Immediately, countless soldiers rushed out from all directions, each carrying their own weapon. What's going on? Why are they suddenly beating the drums? I heard that Hanzhou has sent troops to attack Liangzhou. Hanzhou, is it this place again? We just had a fight with them a few days ago, and now they're back again. Is this never going to end? What can we do? Our Liangzhou is so close to Hanzhou. It's not uncommon for them to want to attack us and annex our Liangzhou. Just like how our Liangzhou also wants to annex their Hanzhou. When the snipe and the clam fight, the fisherman benefits. If Hanzhou and our Liangzhou fight to the death, resulting in a significant reduction in the strength of both sides, then other prefectures will surely launch an attack and send troops to occupy our two major prefectures. Wouldn't that just be letting others benefit for nothing? Do you think that if we can understand such a simple truth, others can't? The problem is, how can we allow others to sleep soundly beside our bed? In a region, among several prefectures, there can only be one hegemon. No one is willing to fall behind. Everyone wants to annex others and gain supreme power. So, even if we know it's a case of the snipe and the clam fighting and the fisherman benefits, we still have to participate. Yes, this world is that cruel. It's either you destroy others or you're destroyed by others. So, there's no chance for peace at all. Stop talking and get to the assembly point. Hanzhou? Xiao Huang frowned. Geographically speaking, the state they were in was called Liangzhou. Near Liangzhou, there were two other states, namely Hanzhou and Mazhou. In recent years, due to the political turmoil of the court and the loss of its prestige, the various states have become increasingly disobedient to the imperial decrees and have begun to expand their armies and prepare for war according to their own will, attacking and annexing each other. For example, Liangzhou, where they lived, and Hanzhou, which was next door, were often at war because they were close to each other. They both wanted to annex each other, strengthen their own power, expand their own territory, and prepare to fight for supremacy and dominate the entire Tianfeng kingdom. Looks like we won't be able to eat in the cafeteria. We'll just have some dry rations. Xiao Huang abandoned the idea of going to the canteen and instead ran quickly in the direction from which the drumbeats came. While on his way, he took out some cooked food that he had prepared before coming to the prefecture from his system space and wolfed it down. Before even arriving in the prefecture, he had made extensive preparations for this operation. He not only acquired a large number of arrows, but also brought essential items such as medicine, cooked food, and clean water, all of which were stored in the system space for his convenience, ensuring he could maintain sufficient combat power at all times. Before long, he arrived at the top of the city wall and looked down. Outside was a vast, empty wilderness, stretching to the horizon. He could vaguely see figures standing on the ground, their numbers unknown, but he estimated them to be tens of thousands. On the city wall, a large number of soldiers gathered from all directions, ready to fight and united against the enemy. They knew that the enemy was attacking the city, and they had to defend it and do their best to annihilate the invading enemy and win a final victory in the war. At this moment, a young man riding a war horse, wearing silver armor and holding a long spear, came toward the city wall. Archers, prepare. On the city wall, Commander Lei Peng raised his hand, and a row of archers stepped out, knocked their arrows, and aimed at the young man in silver armor, ready to shoot him dead at any moment. The young man stopped his horse when he was only 50 paces from the city wall. He looked up and gazed at the top of the wall, saying, "Lei Peng, do you dare to come down and fight me one-on-one?" Clearly, he knew Lei Peng, which is why he directly asked Lei Peng to have a one-on-one fight. Lei Peng smiled coldly and said, "Liang, I know your marksmanship is excellent, the best in Hanzhou. However, my double maces are not to be underestimated either. It won't be easy for you to defeat me. So, you should forget about challenging me to a duel. Those who can reach the rank of general are no pushovers. They are all quite capable. Defeating them in a one-on-one fight is extremely difficult. So he does not accept such a meaningless challenge. Moreover, if he were to actually accept such a challenge and go out, what if the other party had some kind of ambush and suddenly rushed out to ambush him? Wouldn't he suffer a huge loss? What, are you scared?" Liang mocked and ridiculed Lei Peng, trying to force him to come down and engage in a one-on-one battle. However, to everyone's surprise, Lei Peng gave him no chance at all and immediately ordered the archers to attack. "Call out! Call out!" Dozens of arrows shot out, aimed at Liang, intending to kill him. That old scoundrel. Below, Liang cursed inwardly. He hadn't expected that his provocation would be completely ineffective. Lei Peng didn't come down to fight him at all. Instead, he ordered the archers to attack him. Seeing the arrows coming, Liang didn't take any chances. He brandished his spear to block the arrows, then turned his horse around and rode towards the army behind him. Although he was highly skilled in martial arts and had superb spear skills, he still dared not face the archers' ranged attacks alone. Otherwise, he could easily be wounded or even killed by the archers. Stop! Seeing Liang escape, Lei Peng stopped shooting and called a halt because the distance was too far and the range of the arrows was limited, so it was impossible to hit them. Even if he continued shooting, it would only be a waste of arrows and would have no practical value. After running a distance, Liang felt he was far enough away, so he stopped there and looked out at the city wall. This city wall is the strongest defense in Liangzhou. If they want to take Liangzhou and bring it under the control of Hanzhou, they must break through this city wall and occupy the entire city. Otherwise, there is no hope at all. Charge! Take Liangzhou! Liang gave the order. Kill! Immediately, countless soldiers rushed towards the city wall from the rear, their attack fierce and aggressive, determined not to give up until they captured the city. Prepare to meet the enemy. Seeing that Liang had launched an attack, Lei Peng dared not be careless and immediately ordered his men to meet the enemy. Chapter 118, The Real War. Rows of archers quickly emerged and reached the city wall, drawing their bows and aiming their arrows at the enemy soldiers below. If any of them dared to approach the wall, they would fire their arrows and kill them. Meanwhile, the other soldiers were not idle either. One after another, stone rolling carts were pushed out, and the soldiers picked up the stones they had prepared in advance, placed them on the carts, and were ready to throw them out at any time to eliminate the invading enemy. Xiao Huang also took out his bow and quiver at a leisurely pace. The situation was tense at the moment, and everyone's attention was on the powerful enemy that was about to invade. Therefore, no one paid special attention to him, even though he took these things out of the system's space as if they appeared out of thin air. Kill! At this moment, the enemy troops outside also rushed over, getting very close to the city wall. They were full of high morale, fierce and brave, as if they had been given stimulants. Release it, Lei Peng ordered decisively. Call out! Call out! First, the archers took action. Hundreds and thousands of arrows shot out all at once, blotting out the sky and forming a dark, dense mass like raindrops. The soldiers who rushed to the front let out shrill screams as they were struck directly by the torrential rain of arrows and instantly collapsed to the ground, bleeding profusely. However, the deaths of the soldiers in front did not diminish the army's morale. The soldiers behind followed one after another, continuing their fierce charge, fearless of death. Whoosh! Whoosh! At this moment, the catapults came into play, and stones were hurled from the city wall, raining down on the soldiers. Countless soldiers were hit by falling rocks, which struck their heads, instantly splitting them open and causing blood to gush out in a gruesome manner. However, this could not diminish their spirit. They held up their shields, using their strength to block the rain of arrows and the impact of rolling stones, and forged ahead. They now had only one goal: to capture this city, to take over the entire Liangzhou, and to make a name for themselves. This is the real war. Xiao Huang watched the scene unfold below. Corpses piled up like mountains, soldiers advancing over the bodies of their comrades in a frenzied charge, rivers of blood flowing, bones scattered everywhere. Compared to this scenario, his previous destruction of the Mu and Song families was nothing more than a minor incident. If he were alone, facing a massive army, even now, he would likely find it difficult to escape safely unless he had layers of protection, such as the heavy armor he had made in the tea house. Only then would he have any hope of escaping unscathed. Fortunately, he is not alone now. He has many soldiers by his side, who are his strong support, and whose strength is not much less than that of the enemy. Finally, soldiers rushed to the foot of the city wall. Without hesitation, they immediately set up ladders, leaned them against the wall, and rushed up the ladders, trying to be the first to reach the top. There are 4 great military achievements. First, to scale the enemy's stronghold, capture the flag, kill a general, and break through enemy lines. These 4 achievements are of utmost importance. Anyone who can accomplish one of them will receive a great reward and be promoted to a higher rank. Now that the first ascent is within reach, how could they not be tempted and strive to climb the ranks? This is a golden opportunity for promotion and advancement. However, successfully making the first ascent is no easy feat, because the soldiers guarding the city walls won't just stand by and watch you climb up without doing anything. They have to protect their city and their homes. In fact, the soldiers on the city wall did the same thing. When they saw that the enemy had set up ladders and were preparing to climb the city, they immediately unleashed a volley of arrows, killing all those who wanted to climb the city. Seeing that the archers on the city wall were drawn to the soldiers climbing the city, the enemy outside quickly seized the opportunity, and their archers also set out, unleashing a volley of arrows that rained down on the people on the city wall. Ah! Ah! The soldiers on the city wall let out shrill screams, caught off guard by the enemy and suffering countless casualties. Call out. Qiu Huang was also attacked by arrows. An arrow flew towards him at great speed. However, when faced with such an arrow, Qiu Huang simply smiled contemptuously, raised his hand, grabbed it, and instantly neutralized it. You want to play archery with me? Huh? Qiu Huang smiled coldly. His archery skills were currently at their maximum level, and no one in the world could compare to him in this area. So he drew arrows from his quiver, glanced down, then knocked an arrow and fired several arrows at high speed. His arrows have no other effect than 100% accuracy. No matter who he is or the distance, once locked on, the hit rate is 100%. No one can compare to him. Ah! Ah! Immediately, the targets locked by his arrows screamed as their heads were blown off, and they fell to the ground, never to rise again. Then, Qiu Huang took out several more arrows and shot them out at the same time. After several rounds, Qiu Huang's arrows hit the bullseye every time, one arrow after another, just like hitting children, simple and easy, without any pressure. Who is this person? He is so powerful. Soon, people noticed his presence, looked at him, and showed surprised expressions, because they had never seen Qiu Huang before and had no idea that he existed. Commander Lei Peng is currently changing the tactical system. Archers, stop attacking those who are scaling the walls. Concentrate all your efforts on dealing with the people outside. Let the axemen handle those who are scaling the walls. Archers are for range combat. It would be a waste to only shoot those climbing the walls, leaving openings for the enemy. Remember, the enemy also has archers. Those on the walls can shoot down enemy troops outside, and the enemy archers outside can shoot down their defenders on the walls. Therefore, it is necessary to arrange troops with different attributes to their corresponding targets in order to achieve better combat effectiveness. The axemen are different. On flat ground, they are naturally skilled in close combat. Now that the enemy is still besieging the city and hasn't broken through, they are of no use. It would be better to assign them to deal with those who are climbing the city walls. As long as the enemy dares to show their faces, the axemen can kill them one by one with a single stroke, making it easy. Chapter 119, Whose general is this? That he is so brave? Whose general is this? He is so brave. Suddenly, Lei Peng also noticed Qiu Huang's presence and couldn't help but look at him with intense curiosity, because like everyone else, it was his first time meeting Qiu Huang, and he had no impression of him at all. He couldn't help but look at the archer battalion leader and ask, Who is this person? I've never seen him before. Team leader Zhou Tao glanced at Qiu Huang, frowned, and shook his head. General, I don't know him either. Isn't he an archer from your archer battalion? How could you not recognize him? Lei Peng was puzzled, because the archer camp was the place responsible for training archers. All the archers in their prefecture came from the archer camp. Zhou Tao, as the leader of the archer camp, was completely unaware of such an excellent archer. How could this not make him feel puzzled and incredulous? General, he is not one of our archers. Zhou Tao shook his head again. Huh, then who is he? Lei Peng was puzzled. Could it be that there were hidden spies in their state government? Zhou Tao looked at Qiu Huang carefully again, and after reviewing his memory, he said, I know all the brothers in the archer battalion, but I don't know him at all. So, I can say with certainty that he is definitely not one of our archer battalion. General, should we investigate this person's identity and background? Lei Peng said, No matter who he is, let's investigate after the war is over. Now that the war has started, we need manpower. An investigation is definitely necessary, but not now. Qiu Huang's archery skills are so formidable that his identity is irrelevant at this moment. As long as the battle goes smoothly and we ultimately achieve victory, that's all that matters. Uh-huh. Zhou Tao nodded. He understood what Lei Peng meant. Boom! A loud crash came from the city gate, where countless enemy soldiers carried a long, thick iron pillar, braving the rain of arrows from above, and repeatedly rammed the city gate, trying to force it open. To conquer a city, one cannot simply use one method of siege. Multiple siege tactics must be employed simultaneously. Only in this way can one hope to breach a fortified city and win the final victory in the siege. Hold the city gates and never let the enemy set foot in the city. Below, inside the city gate, countless soldiers held the gate up with all their might. Their duty was to guard the city gate and prevent the invasion of foreign enemies. Therefore, even without Lei Peng, they would do their best and would not be negligent in the slightest. General, this city is well fortified. It will not be an easy task to break through it. Outside, the enemy saw the people on the city walls fighting desperately. They had lost so many men and tried various conventional siege methods, but all to no avail, and their morale had dropped significantly. That old bastard. Li Yang's face was gloomy and his expression was extremely ugly. He never expected that the city wall would be so solid and the guards would fight so desperately. As a general who had experienced countless battles, he knew very well that under these circumstances, the probability of breaking through the city was already quite small. Continuing to attack the city would probably be futile and would only result in the loss of more soldiers. Pass down the order to halt the siege. After weighing his options, Liang finally made a decision to suspend the siege and instead engage in a standoff below the city walls. He wanted to see how long the people on the walls could hold out without coming out to fight them. The deputy general immediately relayed the order, and all the soldiers ceased their attack and retreated, thus temporarily ending the siege. General, they've retreated. They've retreated. Seeing the enemy army cease their siege and retreat, the soldiers on the city wall cheered with joy, for this meant that their defense of the city had been victorious, and they had successfully protected their city. Very good. Lei Peng nodded repeatedly, feeling extremely excited. The city had been protected, which gave him an explanation to the governor. Otherwise, if the city had fallen, he would have had no way to explain himself to the governor and would have felt ashamed before everyone in Liangzhou. In that case, he would have had no choice but to commit suicide to atone for his sins. Pass down the order. As long as the enemy does not attack the city, we will not fight them. Yes. Now, they're the ones defending the city, and their main base in Liangzhou is right behind them, with a steady stream of supplies. Holding the city is no problem at all. In contrast, the enemy is in a more troublesome position. They're focused on attacking the city, and their overall setup is geared towards offense. They haven't prepared anything for defense or supplies. As long as they can hold the city for a few days, the enemy will naturally retreat once they can no longer gain any advantage. Is this the end of the battle? Xiao Huang frowned. He was not satisfied with the result. He had come to make contributions, seize power in the army. How could he do that? There was only one way: military merit. The more military merit he had, the more people would support him, the greater his power would be, and the higher his chances of seizing power. However, since it was the commander's order, he was too embarrassed to disobey it. After all, they were on the battlefield, and the commander's orders were everything. No one dared to disobey, or their fate would be extremely tragic. Liang, leave Liangzhou immediately and go back to your Hanzhou. Lei Peng looked outside and saw a figure clad in silver-white armor calling out to him, directly stating his stance. They certainly wanted to attack, but launching an attack rashly would disrupt their entire formation and plan. They are now secretly developing a powerful weapon, a defensive iron armor. Once they can overcome the cost problem, they will be able to produce it without restraint, equip their soldiers with it, and enable them to charge in a battle, conquer cities, and become invincible. Therefore, what they need most now is time to develop steadily. Once their armor is complete, their army will be invincible, victorious in every battle, and no one in the world will be their match. What did you say? Hearing Lei Peng's words, Liang was filled with rage, wishing he could skin him alive, tear him to pieces, and rip him to shreds. Zhang Wan, go provoke them and see if they'll come out. Liang changed his strategy again, temporarily halting the siege and instead using other tactics to force Lei Peng and his men out from the city walls. Then, he could do whatever he wanted. Yes, General. Lieutenant Zhang Wan also rode out on horseback, holding a halberd. He imitated Liang earlier and began to provoke Lei Peng. No, everyone else except him, in order to lure him out and then eliminate him. Chapter 1, 20 The Battle of the Vice General. Does any of you dare to come down and fight me? Holding his weapon, Zhang Wen roared and aimed at the Liangzhou garrison on the city wall, displaying his imposing presence. They're so arrogant, they don't even respect us. Do you really think we, Liangzhou, have no one to rely on? If the general allows, I can rush out right now and wipe this guy out. Right? On the city wall, everyone looked at Lei Peng. He was the commander-in-chief and had just given the order that if the enemy did not attack the city, they would not launch an attack. Therefore, without his instructions, none of them dared to go out of the city to meet the enemy. Lei Peng remained calm. In this situation, both options were viable. If they launched an offensive, they had just repelled the enemy's initial attack and were in high spirits. According to military logic, they should press on and wipe out the enemy completely so that the enemy would be terrified and never dare to launch another attack. Of course, it is also feasible to not launch an attack, but only defend. After all, they are now fighting on their home ground. If they defend, they can wait for the enemy to tire themselves out and have a certain advantage. When the enemy's food and supplies are gradually depleted and scarce, launching an attack at that time may be more effective. In addition, they are currently developing a powerful weapon, which will take some time. If that thing is successfully developed, then Liangzhou will be invincible and unstoppable, and Emir Hanzhou will be nothing to fear. Outside, seeing that the people from Liangzhou weren't coming out, Zhang Wen didn't give up and continued to provoke them. Are all the people from Liangzhou a bunch of cowards? Not a single one of you is willing to fight. In my opinion, you shouldn't join the army. You should go home and do your embroidery. The soldiers echoed this sentiment. Coward, coward, coward. The shouts were deafening, echoing through the sky. Damn it, I can't take it anymore. I'm going to get out of here right now and kill this son of a bitch. That's outrageous. I wish I could rush out right now and tear this guy to pieces. Count me in. Add 1. Don't be impulsive, all of you. Follow the general's orders. If you go out to meet the enemy without the general's instructions, you will be disobeying military orders. On the city wall, the crowd was filled with righteous indignation and uncontrollable rage. Their eyes were bloodshot as they glared fiercely at the person outside, wishing they could rush out immediately, fight him, and kill him on the spot. General, please allow us to go into battle. Yes, General, if we don't fight, they'll all think we're cowards and cowards. General, the crowd was practically begging Lei Peng. As the saying goes, a man only fights for his pride. Now that the other side has insulted them so harshly, they still refuse to fight. If people from other states knew this, they would all think that the people of Liangzhou were cowards. Lei Peng looked at everyone. In fact, he had been thinking about whether or not to fight. However, since everyone suggested fighting, let's have a small-scale confrontation. Even if we fail, it won't have much impact on the overall battle. Is any of you willing to go out and fight him? Upon hearing this, everyone was invigorated. The general had finally relented and allowed them to go into battle. I am willing to go kropka. I'm willing to. Let me go. I'll go. Everyone volunteered eagerly, as this was a rare opportunity to make a name for themselves and achieve great things. No one wanted to miss it. If they could go out and kill the enemy, it would surely be a great achievement. Lei Peng pondered for a moment. Since the other side had sent out a deputy general, then they should also send out a deputy general. Lu Kuan, go out and meet the enemy. Lei Peng designated one of his lieutenants, a man with high combat prowess who had once single-handedly fought a giant insect and escaped unscathed. He believed that with this man in charge, dealing with Zhang Wen should not be a major problem. Yes, General. The deputy general, Lu Kuan, immediately stepped down from the city wall, rode his horse out of the city gate, and saw that the enemy was no longer planning to attack the city and the defenses at the city gate were no longer so strong. He could open the gate and send people out to meet the enemy. Zhang Wen, I'll defeat you. Lu Kuan's weapon was a sword. After charging forward on his horse, he slashed at his opponent, intending to kill him with a single blow. You've come at the perfect time. Zhang Wen, armed, engaged Lu Kuan in a fierce battle. Come on, come on. Both sides were shouting wildly, cheering on their respective vice generals, their morale soaring. On the city wall, Qiu Huang glanced at the two men. Judging from their overall strength, they were evenly matched. If there were no other unexpected events, this battle should end in a draw. This soldier. Suddenly, someone tapped him on the shoulder. Qiu Huang turned around and saw that the newcomer was wearing armor and holding a longbow. According to the rules of the prefecture, those who could wear armor were all officers of high rank, at least not low-ranking officials. In any case, a low-ranking official like him would not have armor to wear. Come with me for a moment. The general wants to see you. After patting Qiu Huang to get his attention, Zhou Tao turned and left. His visit to Qiu Huang this time was not his own idea, but rather the idea of his commander Lei Peng, who wanted to meet him personally to see who he really was. Qiu Huang did not refuse and followed Zhou Tao. They arrived in front of Lei Peng. "What's your name?" Lei Peng asked Qiu Huang. Now that the battle has entered the stage of individual duels, it is basically in a stalemate, and he can relax a little and deal with some other matters. Qiu Huang looked at him and said, replying to the general, "My name is Qiu Huang. Whose subordinate are you?" "The quartermaster is Chun Yu, and he is my superior." "Supply order?" Lei Peng frowned, seriously questioning this, because the military supply officer was in charge of military equipment and did not need to fight on the battlefield, so their combat strength would not be very high, and their archery skills would be almost non-existent. However, judging from Qiu Huang's performance just now, his archery skills are extremely high, even better than most of the archers in their archer battalion. How could such a person be in the supply depot? What do you do in the quartermaster department? Do you hold any official position? Qiu Huang said, "The military supply order puts me in charge of supervising the manufacture of a type of defensive iron armor." Defense? Armor? Supplies? Wait a minute. Could this person be the one the governor mentioned who has the ability to make secret weapons? Did you just arrive in the prefectural capital yesterday? Yes, I just arrived yesterday. I see. Upon hearing Qiu Huang's words, Lei Peng understood everything. No wonder no one in the army knew him. He had only arrived yesterday and was in charge of supervising the manufacture of secret weapons, so naturally very few people knew about him. Chapter 121, Using Underhanded Tactics. You know archery? Lei Peng didn't know much about Qiu Huang, and he wasn't very clear about many of his deeds. He only knew that this person could make a kind of iron armor. The iron armor had a very high protective power. Once worn, it could almost achieve the effect of being impervious to swords and spears. In the battlefield, such a thing was simply a divine artifact. This was the main reason why the governor had come to find him. I understand a little bit. Qiu Huang nodded, confirming that it was indeed a little bit. His archery skills were now at the maximum level, and he could hit the target every time. When it came to archery, no one in the world could compare to him. If he wanted to kill someone, then that person would not be able to escape at all and would be shot to death by his arrow. Not bad, not bad. Lei Peng nodded, having a very good impression of Qiu Huang. He could make a kind of defensive armor that would greatly enhance the army's combat capabilities, and he also knew a certain amount of archery, giving him some self-defense capabilities within the army. Such a person was a special talent that their army needed. Work hard, and you'll reap the rewards later. After encouraging Qiu Huang, Lei Peng stopped paying attention to him and instead focused his attention on Zhang Wen and Lu Kuan, who were fighting. By this time, the two had fought dozens of rounds, with each gaining an advantage and losing a disadvantage. However, overall, they were evenly matched and neither could gain the upper hand. Clang! Another major clash of weapons ensued, and both men were thrown back. Zhang Wen, let's end today's battle here. Let's fight again another day. After fighting for dozens of rounds, seeing that he had no confidence in defeating his opponent, Lu Kuan was unwilling to continue fighting, because even if he continued, it would only end in a draw, so there was no point in continuing. So Lu Kuan turned his horse around and rode back to the city to rest. Since you're already out here, don't go back. Stay here. On the other side, Liang sneered. Although Lu Kuan was not a commander, he was still a deputy commander. Killing him would be a significant blow to the garrison in Liangzhou. Call out. Call out. Immediately, a row of archers stepped forward, picked up their bows and arrows, and unleashed a barrage of arrows at Lu Kuan. Liang, you deta. Upon seeing Liang and his men ambush Lu Kuan, Lei Peng was furious. He never expected that this guy would be so cunning, tricking his men into going out to fight, and then taking advantage of their exhaustion after a long battle to launch an attack and kill them. All warfare is based on deception. Liang mocked him mercilessly. All he cared about was victory. Nothing else mattered. Ahead, Lu Kuan noticed the arrows coming and quickly swung his weapon to block them. However, he had already lost a lot of physical strength and his power was greatly weakened due to his battle with Zhang Wen. so he was now finding it very difficult to deal with the powerful bows and crossbows. Drive. Just then, Zhang Wen seized the opportunity, spurred his horse, and leaped over. Seeing Lu Kuan struggling to block the arrow, he directly brandished his weapon and charged forward. Ah! Lu Kuan screamed in pain as he was struck and fell off his horse. You! Lu Kuan opened his eyes wide, spat out several mouthfuls of blood, and then remained motionless, completely dead. He probably never imagined that the enemy would be so cunning. He was completely defeated by their ruthless and vicious scheme. What? On the city wall, the Liangzhou garrison soldiers who witnessed this scene all stared wide-eyed. This outcome was something they had never expected. One of their deputy generals had died, just like that. Li Yang, Zhang Wen. Lei Peng clenched his fists, his eyes fixed on Li Yang and Zhang Wen, filled with endless hatred. He wished he could rush out immediately and kill them both to pieces to avenge Lu Kuan. Lei Peng, this is the price you pay for hiding in the city. If you're not satisfied, then come out and face us head-on, instead of hiding inside the city walls like cowards. Liang showed no mercy in his mockery. His reason for killing Lu Kuan was not only to strike at the soldiers of Liangzhou, but also to force Lei Peng and his men out of the city for a decisive battle. He did not want to drag things out any longer. He wanted to take over Liangzhou immediately, annex the area, and use it as a base to conquer the world, become the king, and dominate the entire Tianfeng kingdom. That's too much. I'm going to fight my way out and wipe them out completely. Count me in. Fight your way out. Fight your way out. On the city wall, the crowd rose up in indignation, filled with boundless righteous anger and shouting passionately. Liang, since you want to fight, then I will grant your wish. Lei Peng was no longer willing to tolerate it. People like Liang repeatedly broke the rules and recklessly lowered the bar. If he didn't take action, they would really think that Liangzhou was afraid of Hanzhou. Since that was the case, then let's have a good fight and use the soldiers' momentum to crush Hanzhou's army in one fell swoop. Hanzhou wants to annex Liangzhou, and Liangzhou also wants to annex Hanzhou to acquire Hanzhou's land and population and to strengthen its own power. All generals, listen to my command. The entire army shall attack, and leave not a single one of them alive. Lei Peng gave the order decisively. Yes, General. The city gates swung open, and countless soldiers poured out, carrying boundless anger and terrifying momentum, fiercely charging forward. Is the battle finally about to begin? Seeing this, Qiu Huang smiled. This was the result he had been waiting for. The time had come to establish his authority in the army. Without any hesitation, they immediately rushed down the city wall and charged out with the main force to kill the enemy. Finally out, good, very good. Seeing the Liangzhou troops rush out, Liang was extremely excited. This was the moment he had been waiting for. All soldiers, listen to my command. Kill them all and take Liangzhou. Kill. The soldiers in the rear were already impatient. After hearing Li Yang's order, their eyes turned red, and they rushed out to annihilate everything in their path. In Hanzhou, a head reward system is implemented. Killing an enemy, taking their head, and successfully bringing it back will earn you battle merits, granting you power, promotion opportunities, and the chance to be promoted. Therefore, in their eyes, the soldiers of Liangzhou were not living people at all, but rather jumping war achievements. As long as they could capture them, they could eat well, drink well, and live freely after returning home. Kill. On the Liangzhou side, their rules were roughly the same. Military merit was calculated based on the number of heads taken. In addition, Li Yang and his men had previously killed their deputy general through fraud, which made them even more indignant. They charged out with bloodshot eyes, fearless of death. Chapter 1, 22 Monster Qiu Huang. As the two armies clashed, screams of agony echoed continuously. Countless people were instantly overwhelmed, their bodies perishing and turning into corpses. The battlefield became a carnage, littered with corpses and blood splattering across the sky. Kill. Qiu Huang gripped his longsword and went on a killing spree. His strength was already terrifying, equivalent to 20 adults. With a single strike, no one could withstand his blade and would be instantly annihilated. He was simply unstoppable. Kid, I'll take you on. Among the Hanzhou army, a centurion spotted Qiu Huang, took a step forward and swung his giant axe fiercely, aiming straight for Qiu Huang's head with a move called Mount Tai pressing down, intending to kill him with a single blow. Facing his giant axe, Qiu Huang was not afraid at all. He raised his long sword and easily blocked the opponent's attack. Your power. The centurion was shocked because he discovered that Qiu Huang's strength was astonishing. Even though he was wielding a giant axe, he was still easily blocked by the other party. Moreover, even when he pressed down hard, the other party did not budge. This was simply unbelievable. Do you want to dance too? Qiu Huang looked at him, smiled faintly, and with a jolt of his right arm, unleashed a tremendous force that instantly knocked the centurion's giant axe away. Monster, you are a monster. The centurion was shocked. He had never seen anyone with such strength. Compared to Qiu Huang, his strength was pitifully weak and not worth mentioning at all. At this moment, Qiu Huang made another move, rushing forward in one stride, raising his long sword and slashing down. The centurion screamed and was instantly killed by Qiu Huang. Blood stained the sky, and his body lay on the ground with his eyes wide open, showing immense fear. Clearly, Qiu Huang's power deeply shocked him, and it remained his most terrifying nightmare until the moment of his death. After killing the centurion, Qiu Huang did not stop, but continued to fight his way out and into the Hanzhou soldiers. Whose general is this, that he is so brave? Soon, Qiu Huang's bravery attracted the attention of the soldiers of Hanzhou. Even powerful generals, such as the captain and deputy general, looked at him, because this man was too fierce. He wielded a long sword and cut his way through, and no one could stop him. Bring me a bow and arrows. A captain, harboring murderous intent, decided to personally finish off the man and stop him from continuing his killing spree. Give. An archer brought over a bow and an arrow and handed them to the captain. The captain took the arrow, placed it on the bowstring, drew the bow, aimed at Qiu Huang, and shot it out. On the other side, Qiu Huang was in the midst of a killing spree when suddenly he saw an arrow flying rapidly toward him, its force extremely fierce, clearly intended to kill him. However, he showed no fear. Seeing the arrow flying towards him, he gripped his long sword and slashed out, aiming directly at the arrow. Bang! With a loud bang, the arrow was shattered by his blade, posing no threat whatsoever to him. After thwarting the attack, Qiu Huang's gaze swept across the area, and he quickly locked onto the person who had tried to kill him. He smiled coldly, gripped his long sword, turned around, and charged out fiercely. Since we're planning to ambush him, we should be prepared to be killed by him. Kill him. Without hesitation, the captain issued the order, commanding the surrounding soldiers to attack and kill Qiu Huang. However, the soldiers around him were no match for Qiu Huang. Qiu Huang cut them down one by one with a single stroke, effortlessly, as if he were chopping melons and vegetables. Captain, this man is fierce and cannot be defeated by force. As the soldiers were being slaughtered one by Qiu Huang, the other soldiers panicked because they had never seen such a fierce person before, with such terrifying strength that they were simply invincible. How can this guy be so terrifying? The captain was also deeply shocked. He never imagined that Qiu Huang's power was so fierce. If this continued, no matter how many people there were, it would not be enough for him to kill. Archers, shoot him down. The captain changed tactics. Such a brave man is unlikely to be defeated in close combat. Only ranged attacks, with archers in charge, offer any hope of victory. Several archers immediately came over, drew their bows, and prepared to shoot Qiu Huang dead. However, before they could even fire their arrows, Qiu Huang made a rapid dash, disappearing from his spot and reappearing right there with the archers. He swept his long sword horizontally with fierce force, unstoppable. Before the archers could even react, they were struck by long swords, screaming as their abdomens were sliced off. They fell to the ground, emitting agonizing screams. Having one's abdomen cut off is like being cut in half at the waist. One won't die immediately, but there's no way to save the person. They can only lie on the ground, wailing incessantly, enduring excruciating pain until they bleed to death, finally dying completely. This kind of agonizing torment is the most terrifying thing in the world of the living hell. What? The captain's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the scene. He had never imagined that Qiu Huang's strength was so terrifying that even the archers were helpless against him and were killed with a single strike. Is this guy even human? Captain, hurry! Let's hold him off. Seeing Qiu Huang charging towards them, the surrounding soldiers stepped forward to protect the captain and get away from this terrifying figure. Good. The captain was also afraid of Qiu Huang. He had never seen such a terrifying being before. If he didn't leave, he was afraid that he would be killed by Qiu Huang and die under his blade. You want to leave? Did you ask for my permission? Qiu Huang sneered. No matter who the enemy was, he would not let them go. He would definitely kill them and completely annihilate them before he would stop. Kill. A cold killing intent flashed in Qiu Huang's eyes. He gripped his long sword and charged out. The soldiers screamed as they were killed one by one, falling to the ground, bleeding profusely. They could not stop Qiu Huang's power at all. Startled, the captain was terrified and ran as fast as he could, as far as he could go. He had only one thought in mind, to save his life. He didn't care about anything else. Call out. Just then, an arrow shot from behind, extremely fast and powerful, unstoppable and unstoppable. Chapter 123, Slashing Through. Ah! The captain screamed and collapsed to the ground. An arrow had pierced through his neck, and bright red blood gushed out, staining the ground crimson. He struggled on the ground for a moment, then fell silent, having been completely killed. What? The surrounding soldiers stared wide-eyed at the sight, utterly astonished. They had never imagined that Qiu Huang, a mere soldier, possessed such terrifying strength, capable of killing a captain. Qiu Huang walked over, slashed at the captain's head with his long sword, and cut off the captain's head. He then tucked it into his waistband. This was a direct representation of military merit. He could ignore the other soldiers, but he could not abandon a general of this rank. Now it's your turn. After beheading the captain, Qiu Huang did not stop killing. He turned his attention to the other soldiers around him. Since he was already on the battlefield, he might as well kill as many as he wanted and have a good time. Kill him to avenge the captain. When the surrounding soldiers saw that Qiu Huang had killed their captain and cut off his head, they were filled with rage. Their eyes turned bloodshot, and they roared angrily as they charged toward Qiu Huang, wanting to kill him and avenge their captain. You think you can kill me? Looking at these soldiers, Qiu Huang's eyes were filled with disdain. He now possessed the terrifying strength equivalent to 20 adults. How could these soldiers possibly shake him? Kill. Qiu Huang swiftly raised his knife and sliced off one enemy at a time, as easily as chopping melons and vegetables, without exerting any effort whatsoever. The fierce battle continued. Although the Hanzhou army was pressing in with as many as 80,000 troops, claiming to be 100,000 strong, the Liangzhou army also mobilized its soldiers en masse. Tens of thousands of soldiers were almost all out in force, and the two sides fought fiercely, with countless casualties. Kill. Kill them all. Slaughter every last one of the Liangzhou army. On his tall horse, Li Yang gripped a long spear, shouting wildly as he commanded his soldiers to kill the enemy. The soldiers were also very impressive, with bloodshot eyes, fierce momentum, fearlessness, and invincible spirit. Kill them all without leaving a single one alive. On the other side, Lei Peng was also boosting morale. As the saying goes, when two sides meet on a narrow road, the brave will win. Now the military strength of the two sides is roughly equal. Whoever is more courageous and fierce will be able to win the battle. The battlefield has deteriorated to such an extent that no tactics can be found anymore. The so-called military books and strategies have long been completely ineffective, and all that is being fought is human lives. This guy. In the midst of the chaos, Qiu Huang looked up at Li Yang on his tall horse. This guy was the commander of the Hanzhou army this time. If they could get rid of him, it would definitely demoralize the Hanzhou army, and it would be relatively easy for Liangzhou to achieve final victory. He estimated the distance to be about 100 meters. If he used an arrow, with his archery skills, killing this guy would be no problem. However, if the target is killed by an arrow, there is a significant problem. Whose head is credited? After all, there are so many archers on the battlefield, and with arrows flying everywhere, if no one witnesses the killing, it is impossible to determine who did the kill. 100 meters is neither a long nor a short distance. If he shoots Li Yang dead and he can't get there in time to take Li Yang's head, and someone else does, then he'll have wasted his time. This time, he wasn't fighting bandits or local powerful families like the Mu and Song families. In this situation, he didn't need to care about kills or military merits. He just needed to kill his opponents. On the battlefield, it's a different story. There are too many people, making it impossible to tell who killed the enemy. The only way to identify someone is by their head. Whoever gets the head gets the military merit. Without a head as evidence, even if someone claims to have killed someone, no one will believe them. This is the battlefield, a bloody and murderous place. Let's just cut our way through. After a moment's thought, Qiu Huang decided to use the normal method. He would use his long sword to charge straight at Li Yang, cutting down all his opponents, closing in on him, and then killing him and beheading him in exchange for military merit. Kill. Once he had a target in mind, Qiu Huang immediately put into action. He gripped his long sword and pounced forward like a tiger, descending a mountain, unstoppable. Under his fierce fighting, the Hanzhou army was no match for him. They were all killed and fell to the ground. Wherever Qiu Huang went, there were corpses everywhere and blood all over his body, like a hellish scene. Who is this person, that he is so brave? Soon, Liang, riding his tall horse, noticed Qiu Huang's presence. Seeing Qiu Huang kill one person at a time with swift and decisive strokes, closing in step by step towards him, Liang was extremely shocked. He had never seen anyone so fierce before. Even Lei Peng, the commander of the Liangzhou army, was not this fierce. Qiu Huang was practically invincible. General, this person is getting closer and closer to you, and I'm afraid his target is you. The soldier next to him reminded him. Liang said, I understand. Men, intercept and kill this man immediately, and do not allow him to advance any further. Yes. Countless soldiers surged in from all directions, carrying all sorts of weapons, forming an impenetrable wall, and relentlessly charged towards Qiu Huang, attempting to completely crush him with sheer numbers. However, Qiu Huang was not afraid of so many people. He held a long sword and slashed repeatedly. In addition, he was very fast and could effectively dodge the soldiers' attacks. So, even though the soldiers kept rushing over, they could not stop his offensive. On the other side, Lei Peng and the others also noticed Qiu Huang's situation. General, should we provide support? He's gone deep into enemy territory alone. It's too dangerous for him. The Liangzhou army was worried when they saw Qiu Huang charge into the enemy ranks alone. Qiu Huang's idea was good, but going deep into enemy territory alone was a major taboo on the battlefield. No one could defeat 1,000 troops. If he ran out of strength and his reinforcements couldn't keep up, he would basically be waiting to die. On my command, the entire army shall reinforce Qiu Huang. Lei Peng also realized that Qiu Huang's target was Li Yang. If they could really get close to him and kill him, it would be a great joy for their Liangzhou army, as they would have one less major enemy. Chapter 124, Killing Deputy General Zhang Wen. Yes, General. After receiving Lei Peng's order, many soldiers turned around and concentrated their forces to attack the Hanzhou army where Qiu Huang was located, in order to relieve the pressure on Qiu Huang and make it easier for him to continue advancing and kill Liang. Quickly stop them. Seeing the Liangzhou army concentrate its forces to charge forward, Liang immediately panicked. Qiu Huang was already extremely brave and seemed invincible. If the Liangzhou army were to press on with its massive force and crush them, it would be difficult for their army to withstand it. If they could not stop the charge, the consequences would be unimaginable. They might collapse completely in an instant and end up as a defeated army. Kill. Upon hearing Li Yang's order, the Hanzhou army immediately changed targets, no longer concentrating their forces on dealing with Qiu Huang, and began to deal with a large-scale attack from the Liangzhou army. As for Qiu Huang, they left him to be handled by the soldiers inside the army. Meanwhile, Hanzhou troops in other areas saw the situation and shifted their focus, swarming towards this side to attack the Liangzhou army for both sides. Kill. The Liangzhou army was no pushover. Their eyes were bloodshot as they fought fiercely, displaying unparalleled courage and fearlessness. Their frenzied charge aimed to alleviate Qiu Huang's pressure as much as possible, allowing him to focus on eliminating Liang without any worries. With the assistance of the Liangzhou army pressing in, Qiu Huang's pressure in front of him dropped sharply, which was undoubtedly a great opportunity for him. Let's take this guy down in one fell swoop. Qiu Huang gripped his long sword, unleashing a rapid barrage of attacks, relentlessly closing in on Liang. 50 meters, 40 meters, 30 meters. With Qiu Huang's continued efforts, the distance between him and Li Yang grew closer and closer. Zhang Wen, I order you to kill this guy immediately. As Qiu Huang continued to close the distance between them, Li Yang felt a great threat. If he didn't get rid of this guy as soon as possible, the consequences would be unimaginable. Yes, General. Zhang Wen charged out on his horse with imposing momentum, wielding a halberd, and attacked Xiao Huang, attempting to kill him. Xiao Huang's figure flashed, quickly dodging Zhang Wen's attack. Having failed in his first attack, Zhang Wen immediately launched a second attack, determined not to give up until he had killed Xiao Huang. However, this time Xiao Huang didn't give him a chance. He pushed off with both feet and leaped into the air. Then, holding his long sword, he slashed out quickly, targeting Zhang Wen. Not good. Zhang Wen's expression changed drastically. He raised his halberd, attempting to use it to block Xiao Huang's attack. But it was too late. Xiao Huang's longsword slashed out from midair and struck his neck. With a scream, Zhang Wen's head flew off his neck, blood spurting out and staining the sky crimson, a truly magnificent sight. What? Seeing Zhang Wen killed, the surrounding soldiers were all shocked. Xiao Huang had just killed a captain, and now he had killed a deputy general. This was a huge blow to their Hanzhou army. How is that possible? Liang was also incredulous. He knew very well how strong Zhang Wen was as a deputy general. He was definitely not someone that an ordinary person could deal with. But now, he had been killed by Xiao Huang with a single slash. Just how terrifying was this person's strength? It was simply unimaginable. If only I had such brave men under my command. Liang dreamt of Xiao Huang's bravery, believing that he could easily take on 100, no, 1,000, and that would not be an exaggeration. He was extremely rare, and no general would not want him. He was a formidable weapon that could absolutely crush the enemy. If they could obtain it, what would Hanzhou have to fear from anything else? Even conquering the world and dominating the entire Tianfeng kingdom would be a piece of cake, requiring no effort at all. Xiao Huang grabbed Zhang Wen's head, slung it over his shoulder, and landed on Zhang Wen's horse. Now that Zhang Wen was dead, his next target was Liang, the commander-in-chief and pillar of the Hanzhou army. Killing him would be a huge blow to the Hanzhou army, potentially causing them to collapse. Victory for the Liangzhou army would then be a piece of cake. Giddy up! Xiao Huang steered his horse at full gallop, the war horse neighing as it charged wildly toward Liang. Quick, stop him! Seeing Xiao Huang galloping towards him on horseback, Liang panicked completely. Xiao Huang was too fierce. He absolutely couldn't let him get close. Otherwise, he might really be doomed here and be completely finished. Immediately, countless soldiers swarmed in, forming a dense defensive barrier that blocked Xiao Huang's advance. However, Xiao Huang now has a horse, which is very fast and swift. Even a human wall of soldiers cannot stop him. Archers, shoot him dead. Liang roared ferociously. He no longer cared about talent. He only wanted to save his own life. Even if he cared about talent, it was only if he himself was alive. If he lost his life, then caring about talent would be irrelevant to him. At the same time, he was also retreating quickly, trying to distance himself from Xiao Huang and avoid close contact with him. Call out! Call out! Archers stepped forward, picked up their bows and arrows, and began to fire. Their target was the war horse beneath Xiao Huang. They knew that Xiao Huang was incredibly strong and brave, and shooting him directly might not be effective. So they chose to shoot his war horse instead. Once the horse was dead, it would be much easier for them to deal with him. I can use a bow and arrow too. Xiao Huang quickly drew out a handful of arrows, knocked one, and shot it directly. The archers screamed in agony as they were killed by Xiao Huang's arrows. At this moment, Xiao Huang looked at Liang. Now that they were so close, and the other Liangzhou soldiers hadn't caught up, if he shot and killed this guy now, no one would compete with him for the kill. You deserve to die. Xiao Huang took out a few more arrows from the quiver, aimed them at Liang, knocked an arrow, and shot it at him, aiming straight for him. General, be careful. Seeing Xiao Huang shoot an arrow at Liang, the Hanzhou soldiers all showed worry and reminded him that they knew very well how powerful the arrow was. Once hit, even if one did not die on the spot, one would be seriously injured. On the battlefield, the consequences of being seriously injured would be extremely serious and unimaginable. Chapter 125, I Want Beautiful Women. Startle. Liang was terrified, feeling that his life was seriously threatened and he could lose his life at any moment. Xiao Huang's arrow was too fast, even faster than his horse, terrifying beyond description, and it shot over in the blink of an eye. Block them. At the critical moment, Liang also brandished his spear to intercept Xiao Huang's arrow. Wow, that's a lot of force. The moment his spear touched the arrow shot by Xiao Huang, he immediately felt a terrifying force assail him, like a boulder crashing into his spear, causing it to tremble uncontrollably and his arm to go numb. Call out! Call out! The moment he froze, the other arrows shot out simultaneously and hit him instantly. Ah! Liang screamed as Qiu Huang's arrow blew his head off. Blood splattered everywhere, staining the sky with crimson. He was thrown from his horse and crashed heavily to the ground. Why? Why did this happen? Li Yang's pupils contracted as he stared in shock at the arrow above his head. He never dreamed that he would die from the battlefield, and die from the arrow of Qiu Huang, an unknown soldier. General, when Li Yang died, all the Hanzhou soldiers around him were stunned. They were all dumbfounded and could not believe that their invincible general would die at the hands of the enemy. This was undoubtedly a huge blow to them. We won. We won. In contrast to the mournful cries of the Hanzhou army, the Liangzhou army was extremely excited and in high spirits. They had never imagined that they could kill the enemy's commander-in-chief on the battlefield. However, today they had truly achieved this and successfully killed Li Yang, the commander-in-chief of the Hanzhou army. This greatly boosted the morale of their army. Okay. Lei Peng said good 3 times and nodded repeatedly. Clearly, he was extremely excited. The importance of the commander to the army is self-evident. The commander is the core of the army. Once the commander is killed, the army's command will be greatly reduced and morale and combat effectiveness will also be greatly weakened. Under such circumstances, it would be a great joy for them. Qiu Huang swiftly darted out, his figure flashing, and in a few breaths he arrived beside Li Yang. Holding a long sword, he slashed out and severed Li Yang's head, then held it high above his head. Summon, surrender, surrender. The Liangzhou army shouted loudly, saying that these soldiers of the Hanzhou army were all skilled warriors, and that if they could be recruited, it would be of great benefit to Liangzhou and would greatly enhance the strength of their Liangzhou army. Upon hearing the shouts of the Liangzhou army, the Hanzhou soldiers looked at each other. What should we do? Should we surrender? Surrender? What surrender? We must avenge the general. Revenge? You can handle that yourself. Don't drag me into it. I don't want to die right now. Yes, now that the generals are all dead, the morale of our army has been severely damaged. We are no match for the Liangzhou army. We might as well surrender and save our lives. I surrender. The soldiers of Hanzhou laid down their weapons and surrendered to Liangzhou. Kill them to avenge the general. Some people refused to surrender. They roared and rushed towards Qiu Huang, wanting to kill him and avenge Li Yang. Kill. Lei Peng coldly issued the order. He was no merciful man. Since they refused to surrender, they would die. Call out. Call out. Qiu Huang treated those who refused to surrender the same way, shooting them dead without mercy. Thanks to the valiant fighting of the Liangzhou army, this war ended with a complete victory for Liangzhou. It is truly a blessing for our army to have such a brave warrior. When Governor Deng Yukai learned of their great victory in Liangzhou, he was overjoyed and announced that a banquet would be prepared to reward all the soldiers. At the same time, he also praised Qiu Huang highly, because Qiu Huang had made great contributions to the great victory over the enemy. If it weren't for his all-out attack that killed Li Yang, the commander of the Hanzhou army, the Liangzhou army would have had to pay a huge price to win, and it would have been impossible for them to win so easily. Qiu Huang, what reward do you want? As long as this governor can offer something decent, I can bestow it upon you. Deng Yukai grew to like Qiu Huang more and more. This man was not only capable of making invincible armor that was impervious to swords and spears, but his own combat strength was also outstanding. Such a talent was truly rare, and he had to reward him handsomely so that he could continue to serve in the army. He believed that with him around, their Liangzhou army would surely achieve more and more glorious victories. Since you are so kind, I will not stand on ceremony. At this moment, everyone looked at Qiu Huang, wanting to see what reward he wanted, an official position, gold and silver, land, or mansion. However, Qiu Huang's answer next surprised everyone. I would like to ask your excellency to bestow upon me a few more beautiful women. Beauty? Upon hearing this answer, everyone was extremely shocked and could hardly believe it. In this era, women are the least of our worries. With power and money, we can have as many women as we want. Why would someone want beautiful women instead of power and wealth? Isn't that just crazy? Are you sure? Governor Deng Yukai was equally incredulous. He had originally thought that Qiu Huang wanted an official position. After all, Most people who join the army would choose an official position after making meritorious contributions, because an official position represented power. With power, gold, silver, land, mansions, and so on could be easily obtained without any effort. I'm sure. Xiao Huang nodded. He wanted this for two reasons. First, he could gain combat power through women to increase his strength. Although he was already considered the strongest in Tianfeng Kingdom, he was still not satisfied and wanted to gain even greater strength and power. Secondly, he used this to tarnish his own image and dispel the concerns of Deng Yukai and others. If he wanted power, it might arouse their suspicion, making it more difficult for him to seize power in the future and causing them to ostracize him. However, if he wants beautiful women, it's a different story. They will think he's just a lecherous man who has nothing but women in his eyes, so they won't be wary of him and will trust him more. This way, he can seize power and control the army without bloodshed. Chapter 1:26 Two Sets of Twins. When he heard Xiao Huang insist on demanding a beautiful woman, Prefect Deng Yukai smiled. He was extremely satisfied with him. Xiao Huang didn't want an official position, gold, silver, land, or anything else. This was the kind of person he considered the best and most trustworthy subordinate. Since you desire beautiful women, then this governor will bestow upon you a few. As for other rewards, they will be granted after we conquer Hanzhou. The Hanzhou army suffered a major defeat, and Hanzhou's strength plummeted. This was the perfect opportunity to conquer and destroy Hanzhou. Deng Yukai would naturally not miss such an opportunity. He wanted to take Hanzhou in one fell swoop and devour this piece of fat meat. Thank you for your generous gift, sir. After the banquet, Xiao Huang returned to her residence. My lord, you're back. Chunyue had been waiting for a long time, and when she saw Xiao Huang return, she immediately came out to greet her. Previously, when she heard the sound of war drums, she felt very uneasy because she knew that the sound of war drums meant war, and war meant death. Ordinary soldiers had a very low chance of surviving. If Xiao Huang were to suffer any mishap or death on the battlefield, then as her personal maid, she would certainly be disposed of as a sacrifice to accompany her mistress, Xiao Huang. But now things are all right. Xiao Huang has returned safely, and her worries have finally subsided. At least for now, she doesn't have to worry about being punished. Chunyue, I'm sorry to have worried you. Seeing the worry on Chunyue's face, Xiao Huang felt a pang of tenderness and affection. My lord, do you need me to serve you? Xiao Huang said, go and fetch some hot water. I want to take a bath and cleanse myself. Now he takes a shower every day. If he doesn't shower for even a day, he feels uncomfortable all over. Yes, sir. I will fetch you hot water right away. Inside his room was a large wooden tub, which was where he took a bath. Springtime brings hot water, which is poured into a large wooden tub. Steaming hot, Autumn soaks in it, feeling very comfortable and at ease. My lord, would you like me to scrub your back? Chunyue came over with a towel in her hand. As a personal maid, her job was to serve her master in every way. Give me the towel. Yes, sir. Chunyue raised her hand and handed over the towel. Xiao Huang took the towel, then looked at Chun Yu's exquisite body, and the desire in his heart was rekindled. Chunyue, don't stand outside. Take off your clothes and come and wash with us. Upon hearing Xiao Huang's words, Chun Yu immediately lowered her head, her face instantly turning red with embarrassment. She understood that what Xiao Huang meant by washing together was not just about taking a bath, but also included that kind of service. However, she dared not refuse, because she was a personal maid, and she had to do whatever her master asked her to do, even if it meant providing that kind of service. Yes, sir. After saying that, Chunyue took off all her clothes and climbed naked into the large wooden tub. Xiao Huang hung the towel on the side of the wooden tub, then rushed over and hugged Chun Yu's delicate and smooth body. Spring Moon, your body is so beautiful. Unable to contain himself, Xiao Huang began to act recklessly. From inside the large wooden tub came a series of alluring sounds, each one shy and humiliating. After some time, there was a knock on the door. Ooh, Xiao woke up with a start, but her hands did not stop, still caressing Chunyue's body wantonly. My lord, I am here on the orders of the governor to deliver beautiful women to you. It's finally here. Upon hearing the sound, Xiao Huang stopped completely, stepped out of the large wooden tub, picked up a set of clean clothes, and put them on. Chunyue was the same. She hurriedly climbed out of the large wooden tub and quickly put on her clothes. Seeing that she had finished dressing, Xiao Huang walked over and opened the door. Outside the door stood 2 soldiers, and behind them stood 4 young women. These 4 women were all quite beautiful, not much less so than Buting and Zhang Xueyao. Moreover, judging from their appearance, they should be 2 sets of twins. He actually managed to get me 4 women all at once, and they're all twins. This governor is really something. Looking at these 4 women, Xiao Huang instantly fell in love. Compared to other rewards, beautiful women were the most suitable for him, and the more the better. He is currently in the prefectural capital, with only Chunyue by his side. However, since she is his personal maid and he is responsible for taking care of her daily life, he dares not to torment her too much. If he torments her too much and she becomes bedridden, wouldn't there be no one to take care of him? Therefore, the arrival of these 4 women was perfectly timed. With them around, he could unleash his boundless energy without any worries. Sir, our mission is complete, so we will take our leave now. Go. Xiao Huang didn't try to stop him, because at that moment, all his attention was on the 4 beautiful women in front of him. After the 2 soldiers left, Xiao Huang said to the 4 women, "Come in." The 4 women hesitated for a moment, but finally stepped inside. Sir, what is this? Inside, Chunyue looked at the 4 beauties and couldn't help but be surprised. How could there be 4 beauties in Xiao Huang's room? Chunyue, you can go out now. I'll call you if I need anything. Xiao Huang said casually that he and Chun Yu had already done it when he was taking a bath in the big wooden tub, and he had tasted her body and flavor. Now that a new woman has come, he naturally wants to try something new. Yes, sir. Chunwa didn't say anything, turned around and walked out, closing the door behind her. What are your names? Xiao Huang sat on the edge of the bed and asked the 4 women questions, because judging from their appearance, they should not be daughters of poor families like Chun Yu, who were forced to be sold to the prefecture by poverty. The first woman on the left said, replying to your question, my name is Zhao Yuhan, and the one next to me is my twin sister, Zhao Yuxue. The third person said, my name is Julie, and this is my twin sister, Zhuyu. Zhao Yuhan, Zhao Yuxue, Julie, Zhuyu hello. Xiao Huang nodded. He had already figured out from the appearance of the 4 women that they were 2 sets of twins, and their introduction confirmed this. Why did you come to the prefectural capital? From their names, Xiao Huang could tell that they were not maids or anything like that. According to Chun Yu, maids were usually forced to change their names after entering the prefecture, forgetting their original names and being called by their new names, which were called numbered names. However, these 4 women had kept their original names and had not changed them. Chapter 127, 24 points of combat power. Zhao Yuxue said, my sister and I are daughters of a criminal. Our father committed a capital crime and was beheaded. We were also implicated and imprisoned. Just now, the governor ordered people to bring us out of prison, declared us innocent, and then ordered my sister and me to come here to serve you. Daughters of a disgraced official? Who is your father? What did he do? Xiao Huang asked them. Zhao Yuhan said, our father's name is Zhao Lei. Because of his poor transport of grain and embezzlement of silver, he was found guilty and the governor ordered him to be beheaded. All the silver he embezzled was also confiscated. The governor executed your father. Do you resent him? Zhao Yuxue replied. Why should we resent it? Corruption is wrong in itself, and it was our father's fault. The governor was just enforcing the law impartially, and we were convinced of his fairness. Moreover, the governor has now pardoned us and given the 2 sisters a chance to change their ways. We are grateful enough, so how could we resent it? Very good. You separate public and private matters clearly. That's good. Xiao nodded, very satisfied with the 2 sisters. Then, he looked at Zhu Yu and Julie and asked, what about you 2? Zhu Yu said, my lord, we are both from Liangzhou and are considered good wives. We are actually related to the governor in a way, as we are his distant nieces. Originally, our parents were already looking for husbands for us, but the governor approached our parents and asked us to serve you. Xiao Huang asked, do you want to get married and have children like ordinary people, or do you want to stay with me? If the 2 women want to get married and have children, he will not force them and will let them go. Zhu Yu and Julie exchanged a glance. If they had to choose, they would definitely choose to get married and have children like ordinary people, provided that the governor didn't approach them. Now that the governor has approached them, they have no other choice. If they offend the governor because of this, there could be unpredictable risks for them and their parents. So they dare not take the gamble. Moreover, the governor promised that if they agreed, he would give their parents some extra benefits, such as tax reductions and exemptions, and grant them some business privileges. These are all tangible benefits. We choose to stay. The two nodded and made their choice. Good. Xiao Huang didn't ask any more questions. How they chose was their own right. He had given them one chance to choose, and that was enough. The moon hangs high above the eyebrows, its charm boundless. Ding, congratulations, host. You have gained 4 points of combat power, bringing your total combat power to 24 points. The system notification sound echoed quietly. One day and one night. The next day arrived. It's time to get up. Xiao opened his eyes and woke up from his dream. Today, they were going to attack Hanzhou and take it over completely, so he dared not sleep any longer. Spring moon. Xiao Huang shouted. Grown-ups. Chuan Yue's voice immediately came from outside. Come in and serve me. Yes, sir. Chun Yue opened the door, pushed it open, and walked towards Xiao Huang. This, a casual glance at the bed startled Chun Yue. The bed was in complete disarray, with blankets scattered on the floor. My lord, your abilities are truly remarkable. Chun Yu was truly impressed by Xiao Huang's abilities. Xiao Huang's power was absolutely the most terrifying existence she had ever seen. It was incredibly strong, and probably no one in the entire prefecture could match it. Stop looking. Hurry up. I still have to go to Hanzhou later, Xiao Huang urged her. Yes, sir. Chun Yue attended to Xiao Huang's daily needs, and after breakfast, he left and went to the place where the army was gathered. Xiao Huang, you've arrived. Lei Peng was still leading the army today. Seeing Xiao Huang arrive, he felt even more confident. Xiao Huang's abilities had been fully demonstrated yesterday, proving him to be a true weapon of mass destruction. With him by their side, even without the protective iron armor, their Liangzhou army would be invincible and unstoppable. Set out and conquer Hanzhou. After Xiao Huang arrived, the army immediately set out, with tens of thousands of people marching towards Hanzhou in a mighty force. The Liangzhou army is coming. Go and report to the governor immediately. On the walls of Hanzhou, the defenders were startled when they saw the Liangzhou army rushing towards them like ants. Yesterday, Hanzhou mustered tens of thousands of troops, claiming to be 100,000, and marched in a mighty force towards Liangzhou, intending to take it over in one fell swoop. However, the final result was far beyond their expectations. The Hanzhou army suffered a crushing defeat, and even their commander, Liang, was killed. The losses were heavy, with tens of thousands of soldiers either dying in battle or defecting to the Liangzhou army. Very few survived and returned to Hanzhou. It can be said that Hanzhou is currently at its weakest point, and the hope of stopping the fierce Liangzhou army is slim, with little chance of success. However, even if they cannot win, they will never easily give up Hanzhou or admit defeat. They will fight to the last man to protect Hanzhou from being annexed by the Liangzhou army. General, let's attack the city directly. I'll be the vanguard. Xiao Huang looked at the sturdy city walls and volunteered to be the vanguard. Since he wanted to seize military power and control the army, he had to gain the army's trust. Only in this way could he obtain the army's support and achieve a smooth transition of military power. Good. Lei Peng did not object. Xiao Huang's skills were so powerful that they could be described as heaven-defying. It was most appropriate for him to be the vanguard. Attack the city. Lei Peng decisively issued the order to attack the city. Today, no matter what, they must take Hanzhou and bring it into their Liangzhou sphere of influence to strengthen their power and contend for supremacy. Kill. As soon as Lei Peng gave the order, countless soldiers swarmed out, some attacking the city gates, others attacking the city walls. For Xiao Huang, choosing to attack the city wall and be the first to scale, it was one of the 4 great military achievements, and it had extremely special significance. If he could take it down, his prestige in the army would definitely be greatly enhanced. Seeing the Liangzhou army's attack, the defenders on the city wall launched a counterattack without hesitation. Archers were dispatched, and thousands of arrows were fired at once, forming a dark, dense mass. Everyone screamed in agony as they were struck by arrows and fell to the ground, unable to defend themselves. Chapter 128, Taking Hanzhou. Archer. Seeing the archers of the Hanzhou army display their prowess, Lei Peng also rallied his own archers, unleashing a volley of arrows at the defenders on the city walls. The defenders on the city wall screamed as they were shot dead by archers from the Liangzhou army, resulting in a large number of casualties. A good opportunity. Taking advantage of the moment, Xiao Huang made a decisive move and rushed out, heading towards the city wall. Seeing him begin his operation, the others followed suit, carrying ladders and shields, and rushed forward. This is a siege, and capturing the city walls and scaling them is of paramount importance. As for the city gate, its defenses are dense and its personnel numerous, making it extremely difficult to breach. In fact, there is virtually no hope. Quickly, shoot them dead. When the defenders on the city wall saw Qiu Huang and his men rushing towards the wall, they launched an attack without hesitation. Arrows rained down, dense and numerous. For them, they absolutely could not allow anyone to approach the city wall and climb it. Once they climbed the wall, their Hanzhou would face an unprecedented crisis and might be completely destroyed, falling into the hands of the Liangzhou army. With his left hand braced against a shield and his right hand wielding a long sword, Qiu Huang deflected the arrows aimed at him and slowly advanced towards the city wall. Those behind carried the ladders and moved forward in sync, step by step, following Qiu Huang's footsteps. Although some people were still hit by arrows and fell to the ground along the way, more people immediately took their place without fear. Meanwhile, the archers in the Liangzhou army were also coordinating their efforts, firing arrows like they were free at the Hanzhou army on the city wall, supporting Qiu Huang and his men, relieving their pressure, and helping them successfully scale the city. Amidst the fierce fighting, Qiu Huang and his group finally arrived at the foot of the city wall. "Cloud ladder!" Qiu Huang shouted. The soldiers behind immediately rushed over, placed the ladder on the city wall, and used a human wall to stabilize the ladder, allowing Qiu Huang to safely climb the city wall. Qiu Huang glanced up and, without much hesitation, climbed up. "Archers, shoot him dead!" On the city wall, the defending general shouted wildly, and the archers launched a frenzied barrage of fire at Qiu Huang, determined to kill him and prevent him from scaling the city wall. Qiu Huang used his shield to protect himself, withstanding the arrows from above, and charged upwards at high speed, determined not to give up until he achieved his goal. "Axemen, prepare." Seeing that arrows were ineffective against Qiu Huang, the defending general changed tactics and switched to using swordsmen and axemen. A row of swordsmen and axemen came to the edge of the city wall, waiting for Qiu Huang to climb up and pop his head out, so as to kill him immediately and ensure that he could not climb the city wall. Below, although Qiu Huang had not yet climbed the city wall, he already had a preliminary understanding of the situation above. He knew that there were ambushes waiting for him, and once he climbed up, he would face numerous difficulties. However, he was not afraid. He now carried the terrifying strength of 24 adults, so why would he be afraid of close combat? Once he successfully scaled the city walls, it would mean the end of the war. "Cover him!" Lei Peng kept shouting, ordering the archers to shoot down the people on the city wall and cover Qiu Huang. Arrows flew out like raindrops, shooting wildly at the city wall to kill the defenders and relieve as much pressure as possible on Qiu Huang. After several minutes of effort, Qiu Huang finally reached the top of the city wall. With a single word, death, filled with extreme killing intent, the swordsmen and axemen unleashed a frenzied barrage of blows at Qiu Huang, launching a fierce attack. Qiu Huang was not careless. He used his shield to block the axemen's attack, and at the same time he pushed off heavily with both legs and leaped up like a nimble monkey directly onto the city wall. "It's done. It's a success." Seeing Qiu Huang climb the city wall, everyone became excited, because they knew that Qiu Huang's combat strength was quite terrifying. As long as he could successfully climb the city wall, then victory would be just around the corner. "The rest of you, follow immediately and climb the city walls." Lei Peng was directing the battle. Since Qiu Huang had already been the first to climb the city wall, the others couldn't fall behind, otherwise they would have wasted the great opportunity that Qiu Huang had created for them. "Kill." The general guarding the city decisively gave the order, and countless soldiers rushed towards Qiu Huang, launching a frenzied attack on him. Even if they charge up, so what? They can still kill them and successfully protect Hanzhou City. Faced with the siege of numerous soldiers, Qiu Huang showed no fear. He drew his long sword and began a massacre, each strike taking down a large number of defenders, who were thrown into chaos and cried out in despair. Nothing could stop him. "Kill." At this moment, the Liangzhou army behind them also climbed onto the city wall one after another, wielding sharp blades, and together with Qiu Huang, launched a frenzied hunt against the Hanzhou defenders. Soon, a large number of corpses appeared on the city wall, and blood was everywhere, turning the entire city wall into a blood red. Seize the city gates and let the main force in. Qiu Huang led his men toward the city gate. Only by opening the city gate could the main force enter, and only after the main force entered would the Hanzhou army be truly and completely finished. Liangzhou army. At the city gate, the Hanzhou army was taken aback when they saw the Liangzhou army appear behind them, because they never expected that the Liangzhou army had already entered the city. Since the Liangzhou army has arrived at this place, it proves that the city wall has been basically breached. Otherwise, they would not have been able to reach their rear. Kill. At Qiu Huang's command, all the Liangzhou troops rushed forward and launched a frenzied massacre against the guards at the city gate. Although there were many people at the city gate, they were no match for Qiu Huang's bravery and invincibility. They were easily overrun and posed no threat to them whatsoever. Open the city gates. Immediately, the Liangzhou army swarmed forward and pulled open a heavy and sturdy city gate, which then fell completely into the hands of the Liangzhou army. The city gates have opened. Great, they succeeded. Upon seeing the city gates opened, the Liangzhou army outside cheered and were extremely excited. Now, the city walls and gates were in their hands, and it was almost certain that victory belonged to Liangzhou. The army charged in. Lei Peng gave the order, commanding the army to charge. Rush! The crowd surged forward frantically, jostling and pushing their way into the city through the city gates. By this time, Qiu Huang and the others had already left. The vast Hanzhou was filled with countless gold and silver treasures, and now was the perfect time to make a fortune. How could he possibly miss such an opportunity? Chapter 129 Rewards. Within a single day, Hanzhou was captured by the Liangzhou army. The Hanzhou soldiers either died in battle, fled, or surrendered. The news shocked the entire Tianfeng kingdom. A state possesses an extremely large territory within the Tianfeng kingdom. In times of war, the power of a single state can allow it to carve out a region and become a warlord. Now that the Liangzhou army has captured Hanzhou, they possess the territories of both Liangzhou and Hanzhou, and their strength has increased dramatically. If this power is used for war, they can assemble an army of hundreds of thousands at any time. Within the Tianfeng kingdom, apart from the imperial court, they're basically the most powerful force. Of course, the greater significance of this event lies in the fact that it ushered in an era of annexation between states. As the power of the Tianfeng kingdom's court weakened and its control over local areas became increasingly strained, the annexation between states foreshadowed the beginning of chaos. In the future, the battles and annexations between the major states would become more and more frequent, eventually leading to the selection of a new overlord who would replace the original royal court and become the new ruler of the Tianfeng kingdom, dominating the world. Haha, that was so satisfying. In Liangzhou, within the prefectural capital, Governor Deng Yukai laughed heartily, feeling incredibly exhilarated. Liangzhou and Hanzhou had been at war with each other for several years, with victories and defeats on both sides, a stalemate. Neither side had the ability to directly annex the other and devour it entirely. However, this time was different. The Liangzhou army finally defeated the Hanzhou army completely, swallowing up the entire Hanzhou and taking over its territory and population. From then on, they soared to become the leading force in the Tianfeng kingdom. If they were to conquer one or two more states in the future, the strength of Liangzhou would be further enhanced, making it entirely capable of challenging the imperial court, commanding the world, and dominating the entire Tianfeng kingdom. In history, there have been instances where a military governor, who simultaneously controlled 3 prefectures, rebelled against the imperial court, ultimately dragging a prosperous dynasty into endless darkness. From then on, the dynasty was never able to recover and gradually perished. With the current strength of their Liangzhou army, taking over another province would be no problem at all, because their Liangzhou army has a terrifying weapon. As long as he is there, their Liangzhou army will be invincible and unbeatable. No one in the world can defeat them. Qiu Huang, you are truly my lucky star. You deserve all the credit for our great victory in defeating Hanzhou. I will reward you handsomely. Deng Yukai looked at Qiu Huang. Qiu Huang had made outstanding contributions in the conquest of Hanzhou. Without him, they would never have been able to take Hanzhou. Therefore, both for the public and for private reasons, he should reward him handsomely. Qiu Huang was granted the title of General of the Cavalry, with a fief of 10,000 households, a reward of 10,000 taels of gold, a luxurious mansion, and 10 beautiful women. Deng Yukai announced the specific rewards for Qiu Huang. He would definitely reward such a capable general handsomely. In the future, he would rely on Qiu Huang's strength to take over more cities and counties, and eventually dominate the world, becoming the supreme king and ruling the entire Tianfeng kingdom. Wow! Upon hearing Deng Youcai's reward to Qiu Huang, everyone was shocked and filled with envy, because such a reward was truly too generous, something they all dreamed of. At the same time, they also knew that Qiu Huang deserved all the rewards he received, because they had all witnessed his abilities. Qiu Huang had made an indispensable contribution to the capture of Hangzhou and the annihilation of the Hangzhou army, so they were all convinced of his merits. Thank you for the reward, Governor. Qiu Huang did not refuse and readily accepted, because these were all things he had wanted in the first place, especially the title of General of the Cavalry, which represented military power. Only by commanding the army, holding military power, and gaining the army's recognition could he carry out his next steps, contend for supremacy, and dominate the world. Apart from Qiu Huang, everyone else also received rewards, and the whole army celebrated, their morale soaring, and they were full of confidence in the future. After the banquet, Qiu Huang returned to his residence in the prefectural capital. My lord, you're back. Seeing Qiu Huang return safely, Chun Yu, Zhao Yuhan, and the other 4 women were overjoyed. They had heard that Liang Zhou had won a great victory and captured Hangzhou, and that Qiu Huang had made great contributions and received a generous reward. Get ready. We're moving now to the mansion that the governor has just bestowed upon me. Qiu Huang didn't waste any words and spoke directly. Luxury mansion? Upon hearing this, the 5 girls' eyes lit up instantly. They had never seen what a mansion looked like before. Sir, are you taking us with you? That's right. Qiu Huang nodded. He was never stingy with his women, no matter who they were. Does that include servants? Chunhua looked at Qiu Huang with anticipation. Right. Qiu Huang nodded again. Chunyu was very good at serving people, so he would naturally take her along and wouldn't forget her. Thump. Chunyu immediately knelt down and kowtowed to Qiu Huang. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. She was overjoyed. With Qiu Huang's promise, she wouldn't be like the other personal maids, who would be disposed of like trash after their masters left. Her life was finally saved. At the same time, she secretly vowed in her heart that she would do her best to serve Qiu Huang from now on, so that he would be happy and comfortable and free from any worries. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Zhao Yuxiwei and the other 3 women also knelt down like Chunhua to thank Qiu Huang. To be honest, their status was not much higher than Chunyue's because they were also given to Qiu Huang by the governor. If Qiu Huang treated them as servants, they would not dare to say anything. Stop kneeling, get up and pack your things, then we'll go to the mansion. Qiu Huang urged them on, saying that the living space here was too cramped and he was not used to it. He preferred mansions and estates now, where the space was large enough to be comfortable. Yes, sir. The 5 women stood up, packed their belongings, and left with Qiu Huang to their mansion. Not bad, not bad. Arriving at the mansion bestowed upon him by the governor, Qiu Huang looked around and was very satisfied with the place. It was large enough and spacious enough for him to indulge himself and live a carefree life. Wow, is this where we're going to stay? It's huge. It's like a dream. The 5 women were stunned when they saw the mansion. They simply couldn't believe it. Chapter 130, The Governor's Scheme. General. At this moment, several soldiers walked in, carrying several heavy boxes. Behind them followed some young and beautiful women, who were quite attractive and no less so than Zhao Yuhan and Zhao Yuxiwei. This is... Chun Yue and the others looked at the soldiers and the large boxes they were carrying with them, puzzled as to what these people wanted to do with the boxes. Are they here? Looking at these people, Qiu Huang knew that what these soldiers brought was the reward he had obtained this time, which was also a gift from Governor Deng Yukai, 10 beautiful women in gold. General, these things were sent by the governor on his orders. The soldiers lowered the large crate, which landed on the ground with a deep, heavy thud, clearly indicating its considerable weight. Thank you, soldiers. Qiu Huang took out some silver from his person and gave it as a reward to the soldiers. General, we will take our leave now. Please do not hesitate to ask if you need anything. The soldiers were very satisfied with the silver they received. This time, they had captured Hangzhou, and Liang Zhou was filled with joy. Everyone enjoyed the benefits of the war and received extremely generous rewards. Of course, they also knew that this victory was entirely due to Qiu Huang. If it weren't for him, the Liangzhou army would not have been able to take Hanzhou so easily, and the battle would have remained in a stalemate, with no idea when they would be able to completely defeat the Hanzhou army. Therefore, Qiu Huang now holds a very high position in the hearts of the soldiers, and all the soldiers admire him greatly and have great prestige over him. Go! Qiu Huang smiled and saw the soldiers off, then looked at the large boxes, already somewhat impatient. Sir, what's inside these boxes? Zhao Yuxue and the others gathered around, looking at the large boxes with expressions of curiosity. If you want to know what's inside, just open the box and you'll find out. Qiu Huang raised his hand and opened a box, revealing glittering gold inside. Wow, gold! Upon seeing the gold, the women's eyes lit up instantly. They had never imagined that the large box was filled entirely with gold. So much gold. I've never seen so much gold in my entire life. You've made it big, huh? The women were extremely excited. Gold was an absolute luxury for most people. To even see a piece of gold was considered extremely lucky, let alone so much of it. They had never seen gold in their lives. While all the women's eyes were on the gold, Qiu Huang's gaze was fixed on the 10 beauties. These 10 beauties were also a reward bestowed upon him by the governor. He would accept them without hesitation, since these 10 beauties were equivalent to 10 points of martial power. In that case, he would go further on the path to invincibility, and no one would be able to contend with him. He would be invincible and unrivaled in the world. Greetings, Your Excellency. Seeing Qiu Huang looking at them, the 10 women also blushed. This time, the governor had sent them to serve Qiu Huang, and they were well aware of their fate. You can stay here. Qiu Huang wasn't in a hurry. Right now, the governor and the others were busy digesting the entire Hanzhou, which would take some time. So for the time being, he didn't need to go to the battlefield and had nothing to do. Therefore, he had plenty of time to cause trouble with them. Furthermore, he is not in a hurry to take the lead and become the top leader of the army. He plans to push the governor and Lei Peng to the top and let them continue to lead the Liangzhou army to contend for the world. He will step down to the second line and wait until the world is almost settled before he makes his move to kill the assassin and Lei Peng and their group, steal the sky, and become the ruler of Tianfeng Kingdom. Before I knew it, a week had passed. In the back hall of the prefectural government office, Governor Deng Yukai and Lei Peng were discussing some matters. Lei Peng, how is Qiu Huang doing these days? Deng Yukai asked about Qiu Huang. Lei Peng said, Governor, according to reports from our informants, after Qiu Huang received his reward, he basically stayed in his mansion, spending his days and nights in ecstasy with those beauties. He rarely went out, and even when he did go out, it was mostly within the territory of Liangzhou, and he did not set foot in other places. What? Did he monopolize all those beautiful women? Right. Lai Ping gnawed. Ah, good. Deng Yukai laughed heartily, feeling extremely pleased. The governor's move was truly brilliant. Lei Peng's eyes were also filled with surprise. Qiu Huang's sudden appearance had already alerted them. This man was too fierce, and his strength was terrifying. If he had any ambition, it would be a terrible disaster and a deadly threat to him and the governor. However, it now seems that the other party has no ambition at all and is just a lecher. With his and the governor's abilities, it would be too easy to take down such a person. They only need to keep sending him beautiful women to wear down his will and make him indulge in wine and women. In that case, it won't be long before his body is completely drained. At that time, they won't even need to lift a finger and can easily get rid of him and eliminate this guy. Deng Yukai said, it's still not enough. We need to squeeze as much of his ability as possible before those women completely drain his body so that he can serve us more and eliminate other threats. What are the governor's plans? Lei Peng also knew that people like Qiu Huang were rare, and they had to make good use of him to help Liangzhou eliminate other enemies and contend for supremacy. This was their opportunity, and they naturally had to seize it. Now that Hanzhou has been basically integrated and digested by us, it's time for us to launch a new operation. To dominate the world, Liangzhou and Hanzhou alone are not enough. They need more provinces, more land and people, more troops and taxes. So what they need to do next is to expand their territory, annex other provinces, and strengthen their power as much as possible to become the king who rules the world. What is the governor's next target? Lei Peng and Deng Yukai were completely on the same side. He understood the governor's intentions. The governor was preparing to conquer other states and annex more land. This was also his idea. If he succeeded in conquering the world in the future, He would be the chief meritorious official and would definitely be ennobled and appointed as prime minister, second only to the emperor. Muzhou. Chapter 131, Attacking Muzhou. The next day, Lei Peng, as commander, led an army of 100,000 men, claiming to be 300,000, and marched in a mighty force towards Muzhou. Muzhou is a large state in Tianfeng Kingdom, with fertile land, abundant resources, and a reputation for producing fine horses, making it a powerful state. Horses were an extremely important strategic resource in this era, playing a vital role. To build a cavalry force and charge in a battle, a large number of high-quality horses were essential. Deng Yotsai's fundamental reason for attacking Muzhou was to obtain Muzhou's high-quality horses, build a powerful cavalry force, assist him in conquering the world, dominating the entire Tianfeng Kingdom, and becoming an unparalleled king. Faced with the provocation of the Liangzhou army, Muzhou was not afraid. They also formed a powerful army, led by General Zhao Kun, to meet the Liangzhou army. Lei Peng, how dare you lead your army to attack my Muzhou? Today I, Zhao Kun, will make sure you come here alive, but never leave alive. Diao Kun roared angrily. Although the Liangzhou army had conquered Hanzhou, taken over the region, and integrated its resources, greatly enhancing their strength, Muzhou was no pushover either. They had their own trump card, their cavalry, which was among the best in the entire Tianfeng Kingdom. While Muzhou's soldiers might not be as formidable as Liangzhou's, their cavalry was unmatched. That's why he was so confident and dared to draw his sword directly in the face of the powerful Liangzhou army. Zhao Kun, I advise you to surrender as soon as possible to avoid bloodshed. Otherwise, once our Liangzhou army takes over your Muzhou, our forces will bring destruction wherever they go, and the entire Muzhou will pay a heavy price for your stupidity. Lai Ping's neared. Things are different now. They are strong and well-equipped, and they have an ace up their sleeve. No matter what tricks or tactics Muzhou has up his sleeve, they will not be a match for them. There can only be one way to win this battle. The Liangzhou army, not Muzhou's army. Lei Peng, you have quite the arrogant tone. Since you are so courageous as to take over our Muzhou, then I'd like to see how you will take over our Muzhou today. After saying that, Zhao Kun stopped wasting words with Lei Peng, because further conversation was pointless. The real test would only be effective on the battlefield. Kill. At Zhao Kun's command, the Muzhou army swarmed forward, charging wildly and chaotically towards the Liangzhou army. Go, take Muzhou. Lei Peng did the same, decisively ordering an attack. Today, no one could stop them. The Liangzhou army was determined to take Muzhou. Kill. The Liangzhou army, armed and brimming with murderous intent, their eyes bloodshot, charged madly at the Muzhou army, launching a fierce attack. As soon as the two armies clashed, countless soldiers let out shrill screams and fell to the ground in an instant, turning into corpses. This is war, cruel and ruthless, capable of annihilating countless people in an instant. It's my turn to go on stage. On the Liangzhou army's side, Qiu Huang was wearing heavy iron armor that covered his entire body completely, leaving no gaps. That's right, this armor is the same one he wore when he attacked the two powerful families, Mu and Song, at the tea house. It has extremely high protective capabilities and can almost be described as impervious to swords and spears. With this armor, he will be invincible and unstoppable. With a leap, Qiu Huang entered the battlefield. His strange appearance and heavy iron armor immediately attracted great attention from the Muzhou army. What is this? The Muzhou army looked at Qiu Huang with a puzzled expression. They had never seen anything like it before. It was supposed to be armor, but it didn't look like it because there was no such thing as armor. Kill. Just as they were wondering, Qiu Huang gripped his long sword and swung it out, annihilating everything in its path. The soldiers of Muzhou army let out shrill screams, but before they could respond, they were struck by Qiu Huang's longsword, their bodies severed, and even their armor could not withstand the blows, which were shattered by Qiu Huang's single strike. At this moment, Qiu Huang was much stronger than when he attacked Hanzhou. When he attacked Hanzhou, he possessed the strength of 24 adults. After conquering Hanzhou, Governor Deng Yukai rewarded him with 10 beautiful women, which he accepted without hesitation, thus gaining 10 more martial power points. Now, his total martial power points have reached a staggering 34, equivalent to the strength of 34 adults concentrated in one person. Even he himself was unaware of the terrifying extent of his power. Kill him right now. Seeing Qiu Huang kill so many soldiers with a single stroke, the Muzhou army was enraged. These soldiers were their comrades in arms, their partners who had shared life and death. Now that they had been killed, their anger was unimaginable. They wished they could tear Qiu Huang apart with 5 horses and cut him into 1,000 pieces to vent their hatred. Countless soldiers, wielding sharp blades, charged toward Qiu Huang, determined to kill him and avenge their fallen comrades. Bring it on. Seeing the soldiers charging towards him, Qiu Huang wasn't afraid at all. He gripped his long sword and swung it repeatedly. Each strike cut through the air, causing it to vibrate, just like a martial arts master in a TV drama. This is because his current power is too terrifying. The immense power bursts forth through the long sword at great speed, and the resulting effect is unimaginable. Its destructive power is extremely strong. Under the slashes of Qiu Huang's longsword, the soldiers of the Muzhou army let out shrill screams. Qiu Huang's sword was too domineering. With each slash, many soldiers were killed. It was impossible to stop his power. And so, Qiu Huang, alone with his sword, cut through the entire army. Wherever he went, corpses littered the ground, and limbs and remains were scattered everywhere. A truly tragic sight. Archers, kill him. Qiu Huang's terrifying nature also caught Zhao Kuan's attention. He would never allow such a person to exist and had to eliminate him as soon as possible to prevent further harm. Therefore, he ordered the archers to attack, intending to shoot Qiu Huang dead and eliminate this madman. A row of archers immediately stepped forward, their target Qiu Huang, and they drew their bows and began to fire. Call out! Call out! Arrows rained down like a storm, attacking Qiu Huang relentlessly, determined to kill him. Chapter 132, What kind of bull demon is this? Clang, clang, clang. All the arrows struck the iron armor, producing only clanging sounds, failing to penetrate its defenses and posing absolutely no harm to Qiu Huang. What kind of bull demon is this? Zhao Kuan was shocked. He looked at Qiu Huang. He had never seen anything like it before. It couldn't even be pierced by arrows. It was practically invulnerable to swords and spears. Good. Lei Peng laughed heartily and said good 3 times. The only reason they had Qiu Huang wear the armor to fight this time was to test the armor's protective capabilities and see if it could truly be impervious to blades and spears. The current tests have proven this point. The armor's protective capabilities are truly exceptional. It is impervious to swords and spears, and even arrows cannot penetrate it. With such a powerful weapon, they can now proceed with large-scale production without any further concerns. Using the superior protective capabilities of his armor to block the arrows fired by the archers of the Muzhou army, Qiu Huang showed no mercy. He gripped his long sword and launched a fierce counterattack. His figure flashed out, and with swift strokes, he killed the archers. His attacks were ruthless and merciless. He quickly dispatched the archers with his long sword, rendering them completely ineffective against him. How so? Seeing this result, Zhao Kuan was completely shocked. He simply couldn't believe it. Even the archers were helpless against Qiu Huang and had no way to deal with him. So what other way could they possibly have to deal with this terrifying monster? Well done. General, you are mighty. In contrast to the shock and dejection of the Muzhou army, the Liangzhou army was in high spirits. Qiu Huang's invincibility and strength greatly encouraged them. They believed that their army was now invincible, that no one could defeat them, and that they would be unbeatable. Kill them, take Muzhou. Lei Peng roared and, taking advantage of the high morale, encouraged his soldiers to launch a fierce attack. In one fell swoop, they defeated the Muzhou army and took over the entire Muzhou. Kill. Inspired by Qiu Huang's valiant fighting, the Liangzhou army went berserk, their eyes bloodshot, and charged madly at the Muzhou army, unleashing a frenzied massacre upon them. The soldiers of Muzhou army let out a series of screams as they were slaughtered by Liangzhou army, falling to their deaths and losing their armor and weapons. In an instant, countless soldiers were killed or wounded, and they were at a complete disadvantage. General, the enemy is now fierce and unstoppable, and the situation is very unfavorable for us. Besides Zhao Kuan, the deputy general was filled with worry. The Liangzhou army was now unstoppable, and with Qiu Huang in the army, This terrifying guy was practically invincible. Under these circumstances, their Muzhou army was being driven back in defeat, losing their armor and weapons. The situation was already quite unfavorable for them. If they couldn't find a way to turn the tide of the battle, then they were afraid that this battle would be completely over. At this moment, Zhao Kun was also in a state of panic. He had never seen such a battle situation before. Now it seemed that the only way was to send the cavalry to charge into the Liangzhou army and defeat them. Immediately, order the cavalry to charge. We must crush the Liangzhou army, completely overwhelm them, and turn the tide of the battle. Zhao Kun made a decision to send his elite troops to defeat the Liangzhou army, completely crush the enemy, and achieve final victory. Yes, General. The lieutenant turned and left to carry out Zhao Kun's orders. Are they going to send out the cavalry? Upon hearing Zhao Kun's order, Lei Peng smiled slightly. As the commander of the Liangzhou army, he knew that the Muzhou army's trump card was its cavalry, and the power of cavalry was absolutely enormous, a veritable weapon of mass destruction. If used properly, they could easily defeat 100 enemy troops. Because of the various advantages of cavalry, all the major states of Tianfeng Kingdom now attach great importance to cavalry, and each state's army has formed a considerable number of cavalry to cope with the possible future struggle for hegemony. Liangzhou was no exception. They were also actively developing cavalry, hoping to utilize this advantageous troop type to serve their cause of conquering the world. However, the cavalry in their Liangzhou army could not be compared with the cavalry of the Muzhou army. Muzhou was famous for its fine horses, which were of excellent quality and enjoyed a great reputation throughout the Tianfeng Kingdom. Cavalry is closely related to horses, and the quality of horses is crucial to the combat effectiveness of cavalry. Good war horses can greatly enhance the combat power of cavalry. It is precisely because of the excellent horses that the cavalry of Muzhou army has super strong combat power, which is far superior to that of ordinary people and is extremely terrifying. The reason why Liangzhou chose to attack Muzhou this time was because it was relatively close to Liangzhou and Hanzhou. If they took it, it would be relatively easy to control it, unlike other provinces which were too far away and might be separated by other provinces. Even if they took it, it would be extremely difficult to hold it, since it was an exclave, and exclaves are the most difficult to defend. Another major reason is that Muzhou has excellent war horses with great endurance and speed, which are better than those of Liangzhou and Hanzhou. If they can conquer Muzhou and obtain its fine horses to build a cavalry, it will greatly enhance their army's combat power and help them conquer the world and dominate the entire Tianfeng Kingdom. Furthermore, the iron armor that Qiu Huang is currently wearing, which has extremely high defense, is also incredibly heavy. Even after a series of weight reduction and compression processes to create a simplified version, it still weighs far more than ordinary armor. Not to mention soldiers, even many war horses would find it very difficult to carry it and wouldn't be able to go very far. This is clearly not what they need. Therefore, they set their sights on the fine horses of Muzhou. If they could take Muzhou and acquire its fine horses, they could equip them with iron armor and form a heavy cavalry that would be impervious to swords and spears, invincible in battle and unconquerable in attack. Let's see if the cavalry of the Muzhou army is stronger, or if Qiu Huang's longsword is more powerful. Lei Peng was not afraid of the Muzhou army's cavalry, because this time they had a powerful weapon, Qiu Huang. His combat strength was extraordinary and unparalleled. It was because of him that they dared to fight the Muzhou army. Otherwise, they would never have attacked Muzhou, destroyed the place, and brought Muzhou into their Liangzhou army's sphere of influence when they were still weak. Chapter 133, Cavalry Units. Giddy up, giddy up. War horses neighed as they appeared one after another on the battlefield. On each of these horses was a soldier, clad in armor, wielding a bow and arrow, their imposing presence and awe-inspiring aura shaking the surrounding area. The cavalry units of the Muzhou army have made their appearance. Looking at these war horses and soldiers, the soldiers in the Liangzhou army all had solemn expressions and dared not be careless in the slightest. Cavalry was an absolute weapon of mass destruction in this era, with great ability to break through enemy lines, charge into battle, kill opponents, and turn the tide of battle with ease. Are these the cavalry of the Muzhou army? Qiu Huang also looked at the newly appeared cavalry. Judging from their equipment, the cavalry units of the Muzhou army were well-equipped elite troops. In addition, The war horses they rode were all fine horses, whose endurance and speed far surpassed those of ordinary people. This made the Muzhou army's cavalry the ace of their army. Once they went into battle, they would be invincible. To be honest, even he was tempted by such a cavalry force. He wanted to have such an army of his own. With his personal strength and such a cavalry force, defeating other competitors, dominating the world, and becoming an invincible emperor would be just around the corner. Lei Peng, I advise you to surrender quickly. Otherwise, once our cavalry launches an attack, it will be too late for you to surrender. After the cavalry entered the fray, Zhao Kun changed his previous dejected state and became full of confidence. He had absolute confidence in the cavalry of his Muzhou army. No matter who it was, they would all die under the charge of their cavalry. There was no other possibility. Even this guy who was wearing iron armor and was invulnerable to swords and spears would be the same. He would be knocked dizzy by the cavalry and eventually become a dead soul under their war horses. Zhao Kun, you think you can turn the tide of the battle with cavalry? You're oversimplifying things. It's just wishful thinking. Seeing that Zhao Kun had mobilized cavalry to help him turn the tide and win, Lei Peng was not afraid at all. This time, they also had an ace up their sleeve, Xiao Huang. As long as he was there, even cavalry would be useless. There would only be one outcome, destruction. There was no other possibility. Lei Peng, since you were so stubborn, then let me show you the power of our Muzhou army's cavalry. Zhao Kun gave the order to the cavalry legion. All the cavalrymen rode their war horses and charged forward at high speed. The war horses neighed and charged straight in, fiercely attacking the Liangzhou army's side. The soldiers of Liangzhou army let out shrill screams. The cavalry was too fast, moving with lightning speed. In the blink of an eye, they appeared beside them and began a crushing massacre. They were no match for them and were crushed and killed one after another, turning into corpses and falling to the ground, completely dead. Wow, that's amazing. The other Liangzhou soldiers were terrified at the sight. The Muzhou cavalry was far too strong, far beyond what they, as infantry, could contend with. It was simply indescribable how terrifying they were. Look at this. This is their Muzhou cavalry force. Their strength is incredibly powerful, absolutely defying the heavens. In this world, no other military unit can compare to cavalry. With such an army, Muzhou has absolutely nothing to worry about. No matter what kind of enemy they are, they will be mercilessly crushed by their troops. They will be truly invincible. After witnessing the power of Muzhou's cavalry, Lei Peng was also shocked. It seemed that the power of Muzhou's cavalry was even greater than they had imagined. Their destructive power was truly immense. Under normal circumstances, even if their Liangzhou army could win, they would definitely suffer heavy losses. However, this time was different. No matter how domineering or fierce the cavalry of Muzhou were, they could not change their fate. General of the Flying Cavalry, listen to my command. Immediately dismantle the cavalry of Muzhou. Lei Peng decisively gave Xiao Huang the order. Now that the battle had progressed this far, he too was about to use his trump card. Upon hearing this, Xiao glanced at him, then stomped her feet hard, the fierce force causing the ground to crack. Brothers of Liangzhou army, follow me and charge into battle to destroy the cavalry of Muzhou. Xiao Huang roared and shot up. Even though he was wearing heavy armor, it did not affect his speed at all. After all, he now had the terrifying strength of 34 adults. The weight of the armor, which weighed only a few hundred kilograms, was nothing to him. Kill. Seeing him charge out, the other Liangzhou soldiers were also encouraged. They grabbed their weapons and followed Xiao Huang, fiercely charging towards the Muzhou cavalry. Take this iron lump apart for me. When Zhao Kun saw Xiao Huang charging towards them in his iron armor, he was filled with hatred. This ironclad figure had killed countless of their soldiers, greatly weakening the morale of their Muzhou army and reducing their combat effectiveness. They were already showing signs of defeat. It was precisely because of this that he decided to deploy his cavalry, hoping to turn the tide of the battle, regain the initiative on the battlefield, and achieve final victory. So, seeing Xiao Huang wearing iron armor and leading the Liangzhou army in a charge, he could no longer tolerate it. He decisively ordered his cavalry to attack him, determined to take him down at all costs and avenge the fallen soldiers of the Muzhou army. Yes. Upon hearing Zhao Kun's order, the cavalrymen also turned their attention to Xiao Huang, their war horses neighing as they charged towards him. launching an extremely fierce attack. Call out! Call out! Arrows rained down like a waterfall, relentlessly aimed at Xiao Huang, attempting to suppress him and defeat him. Clang, clang, clang. However, Xiao Huang was protected by iron armor, which made him impervious to swords and spears. All the arrows struck the armor, making a clanging sound, but they posed no threat to him whatsoever. Kill. Xiao Huang gripped his long sword and charged directly into the cavalry ranks. With a swift slash, the horse neighed and was cut in half at the waist, falling to the ground. The cavalrymen on board also fell to the ground, rendered incapable of fighting. What? The cavalrymen stared wide-eyed at the sight, finding it unbelievable. They had never imagined that Xiao Huang was so powerful that even they, the cavalry, could not defeat him. Chapter 134, A Great Defeat to the Muzhou Army. How so? Zhao Kun was shocked by the result. He could hardly believe it. He had been full of confidence, thinking that his cavalry would be able to defeat any opponent, including this iron lump, without breaking a sweat. However, the current result was beyond his expectations. Even with the strength of their Muzhou cavalry, they were unable to do anything to Xiao Huang and could not achieve their goal of crushing him. This was undoubtedly a huge blow to him, so great that he could hardly bear it. Good. Liping laughed et Sure enough, he hadn't misjudged Xiao Huang. Xiao Huang's combat power was terrifying, practically heaven-defying. With him around, no matter what kind of opponent they faced, they would be no match for the Liangzhou army. They would be truly invincible, and conquering the world and dominating the entire Tianfeng kingdom would be a piece of cake, requiring no effort at all. Kill them. Rout the Muzhou army. Encouraged by Xiao Huang, the morale of the Liangzhou army soldiers soared once again. They charged forward, fiercely attacking the Muzhou army and their cavalry, displaying bravery and fearlessness. Kill. Xiao Huang did the same, gripping his long sword and slaughtering everything in sight. Whether it was war horses, cavalry, or any other type of soldier, none of them were a match for him. His long sword seemed to have transformed into a meat grinder, annihilating everything in its path. Completely unable to withstand his power, everything was reduced to flesh and blood, scattered haphazardly on the ground in a pitiful state. Under the Liangzhou army's frenzied slaughter, even the Muzhou cavalry could not stop them and were routed. The defeat was like a landslide, with soldiers and horses falling and armor being discarded. The scene was extremely tragic. General, our army is outnumbered. What should we do? The deputy general panicked and asked Zhao Kun for instructions on what to do and how to deal with the routed army. Zhao Kun had not expected that his Muzhou army would suffer such a crushing defeat. This result was completely unexpected. The strength and ferocity of the Liangzhou army were unprecedented. If things continued like this, the situation would only get worse. Issue my order. The army shall withdraw from the battlefield, retreat to Muzhou city, fortify the walls and clear the fields, and block the invasion of the Liangzhou army. Zhao Kun stopped putting up a stubborn resistance. Now that the battle on the main battlefield had been lost, what he needed to do was to preserve the strength of his Muzhou army, return to Muzhou city, and rely on the city's fortifications to block the Liangzhou army. Retreat, retreat. The deputy general immediately relayed Zhao Kun's order, announcing the army's retreat. Upon hearing the order, the Muzhou army immediately ran backward, taking off on all fours and retreating frantically, trying to escape the battlefield and return to Muzhou city. You want to retreat? Did you even ask if the Liangzhou army agreed? Seeing the Muzhou army retreat, Lei Peng naturally understood Zhao Kun's plan. However, this was something they absolutely could not allow. They had finally defeated the Muzhou army, and their morale was high and their forces were fierce. If they did not take advantage of the opportunity to capture Muzhou, once the Muzhou army recovered its strength, the difficulty of attacking and capturing Muzhou again would increase exponentially. The entire army will launch an attack, pursue the Muzhou army, and annihilate it completely. Lei Peng also issued an order. Today, no matter what, they must annihilate the Muzhou army, take over Muzhou, and become the invincible king. Kill. After receiving Lei Peng's orders, the soldiers of Liangzhou army went berserk and launched a continuous pursuit of Muzhou army. Run! Seeing the Liangzhou army's relentless pursuit, the Muzhou army was terrified. They abandoned their armor and fled in a frenzy towards Muzhou city. On the city wall of Muzhou, the defending soldiers gazed into the distance, bored out of their minds. Today, the Liangzhou army attacked Muzhou, and Muzhou had dispatched a large army to engage in a direct battle with the Liangzhou army, including elite cavalry. Therefore, they had nothing to worry about. This time, victory could only belong to the Muzhou army, no one else. Look, someone's coming back. After an unknown amount of time, someone suddenly noticed something and couldn't help but shout. Immediately, everyone went up to the city wall and looked into the distance. Sure enough, they saw many soldiers running quickly towards their Muzhou city. They're our people. We won. Haha, I knew it. How could the mere Liangzhou army possibly be a match for our Muzhou army? No matter what kind of army it is, it can never be a match for our Muzhou army, because our Muzhou has one of the best elite cavalry in the entire Tianfeng kingdom. Yes. Looking at the soldiers in the distance, the guards on the city wall laughed heartily, their eyes filled with boundless excitement. Clearly, in their eyes, this meant that their army had won a battle and was returning to Muzhou city. However, their joy was quickly shattered by a sharp, piercing sound. Kill them all! Wipe out the Muzhou army, and take Muzhou! A loud shout suddenly came from behind the fleeing Muzhou army. Then, the defenders saw a large number of soldiers, armed with weapons, charging out from behind the Muzhou army with fierce momentum and unstoppable force. This is the Liangzhou army? Wasn't the Liangzhou army already defeated by our Muzhou army? How dare they still pursue our troops? Could it be that this war is not a victory for our Muzhou army, but a defeat for us? Impossible. I don't believe it. Our Muzhou army can never lose. I don't believe it either. Our Muzhou army is so brave and skilled in battle, and we have a powerful cavalry force. Our combat strength is extremely strong. It is absolutely impossible for us to lose. An illusion? It must be an illusion. The defenders watched the scene unfold in the distance, expressing their disbelief. Their Muzhou army had been defeated, a result they simply did not want to accept. Open the city gates immediately and let this general in. Suddenly, Zhao Kuan's loud shout came from below. At this moment, he didn't care about anything else. He just wanted to get back to the city as soon as possible and save his life. It's the general. The general has returned. Quickly, open the city gates and welcome the general. Open the city gates. Upon hearing Zhao Kuan's voice, the garrison opened the city gates without hesitation and let their soldiers into the city. Go inside quickly. Upon seeing the city gates open, the Muzhou army's eyes lit up as if they had seen some hope. Without saying a word, they immediately rushed in and entered the city. Kill. Behind them, Lei Peng led the Liangzhou army in a frantic pursuit, determined not to give up until the Muzhou army was completely annihilated. Chapter 135, The Cruelty of War. Close the city gates. Close the city gates immediately. Seeing that the Liangzhou army had launched a large-scale attack and was approaching the city, Zhao Kuan was terrified and immediately ordered the city gates to be closed. General, we still have a large number of soldiers outside. The lieutenant reminded them that they had not entered the city together. A large number of soldiers were still outside. If the city gates were closed now, those soldiers would also be blocked outside, and in that case they would surely die. We can't control it anymore. If we don't close the city gates soon, the Liangzhou army will rush in. Once they rush in, not only will the soldiers outside be doomed, but our entire Muzhou will be doomed too. Zhao Kuan said urgently that this was a critical moment, and they had to make certain sacrifices. If they didn't make sacrifices, the consequences would be even more serious, unimaginable. After thinking for a moment, the deputy general agreed that Zhao Kuan's words made sense. Sacrificing some soldiers to save the entire Muzhou city seemed like a worthwhile deal. In addition, with the Liangzhou army pressing in, the situation was extremely critical, leaving no room for other ideas. Closing the city gates was almost the best solution. Close the city gates. The order was issued decisively. Then, the soldiers at the city gate forcefully closed the gate, keeping the soldiers outside out. Why are the city gates closed? Open the city gates quickly. If you don't open them, we're going to die. It's over. We're completely finished. Seeing the city gates closed, the Muzhou soldiers outside who had not yet entered began to curse and pound on the gates, their eyes filled with endless despair. Now, outside was the Liangzhou army. If they could not enter the city and rely on its defenses to block the enemy, their fate was predictable. Certain death, with no other possibility. However, no matter how much they cursed or tried to break through the defenses, they could not stop Zhao Kun and his men's determination. At this moment, they were all prepared to sacrifice the soldiers outside in exchange for the safety of their entire Muzhou. As long as Muzhou was safe and not conquered by the Liangzhou army, any sacrifice or effort would be worthwhile. Kill. Just then, Lei Peng led the Liangzhou army to attack, arriving at the foot of the city wall. Like thugs, they easily dealt with the Muzhou soldiers left outside. Then, Lei Peng looked out over the city wall and did not give up. He prepared to attack the city directly and take over Muzhou completely. Zhao Kun, don't think you can get away with hiding inside the city walls like a coward. Today, Liangzhou is determined to take over your Muzhou. Zhao Kun said, Lei Peng, if you're so capable, then come and attack us. Let's see if you can actually take over Muzhou. Clearly, he didn't take Lei Peng seriously. Their Muzhou city had high walls and thick walls, with extremely strong defensive capabilities. No one could take it. They could maintain a prolonged stalemate with the Liangzhou army here, depleting their food and supplies and wearing them down. Once the Liangzhou army's food and supplies were exhausted, they would naturally retreat. After the Liangzhou army retreats, he will immediately assemble an army to attack and wipe them out, turning the tide of battle and crushing the entire Liangzhou army. Since you are so stubborn, then I will show you the power of my Liangzhou army. Attack the city. Lei Peng immediately ordered an attack on Muzhou city, aiming to take over the entire Muzhou in one fell swoop. The next second, the Liangzhou army switched to siege mode, with dozens of soldiers carrying a huge iron bar and frantically ramming the city gate in an attempt to break through. On the other side, the soldiers were not idle either. They took out ladders and rushed towards the city wall, preparing to climb it. Archers, shoot them all down. Seeing the Liangzhou army attacking the city, Zhao Kun, being experienced, immediately summoned archers and unleashed a barrage of arrows, shooting down the Liangzhou soldiers who were trying to approach the city walls and prepare to scale them. The soldiers of Liangzhou army let out shrill screams. Before they could even get close, they were hit by a hail of arrows, fell down, and died. Ha ha! Seeing this, Zhao Kun couldn't help but burst into laughter. He was now completely confident of victory. No matter how fierce the Liangzhou army's momentum or how powerful their attack, they were absolutely no match for their Muzhou garrison and could not possibly capture their Muzhou city. Let me, the general, handle this. At this moment, Qiu Huang, dressed in thick iron armor, strode over without the slightest fear. It's that metal lump again. Seeing Qiu Huang come out, Zhao Kun's face darkened, filled with endless resentment. In a previous battle on the front lines, if it weren't for this iron lump, they would never have lost so badly and so thoroughly. Their Muzhou cavalry had also been defeated by this guy. Therefore, he now hated this guy to the extreme, wishing he could tear him apart, cut him into 1,000 pieces, and shred him into 10,000 pieces. Upon seeing Qiu Huang appear, the other Liangzhou soldiers quickly made way for him. Although the allure of being the first to scale the cliffs was immense and irresistible, they also knew that with their abilities, achieving this feat would be extremely difficult, practically hopeless. Therefore, they decided to leave the opportunity to Qiu Huang and follow him into the city. For them, survival was the most important thing now. If they lost their lives, then everything else would be lost. The troops that are scaling the city walls follow the general of the flying cavalry. Lei Peng gave the order. Qiu Huang is the ace of their army. With him, no matter what kind of city or army they are, they will never be a match for their Liangzhou army. They will be an absolutely invincible force, capable of winning every battle and conquering all obstacles. Yes, the troops, carrying ladders and wearing armor, followed Qiu Huang as they approached the city wall. Call out! Call out! Arrows rained down from the city walls above, incredibly fierce, sweeping towards the crowd wave after wave, layer upon layer. Archers provide cover for the assault troops. Lei Peng was also directing the battle, and the archers in the Liangzhou army also fired simultaneously, unleashing a volley of arrows at the defenders on the city wall. Amid the stalemate, Qiu Huang led his troops, advancing step by step, until they finally reached the foot of Muzhou city walls, ready to scale the walls and wreak havoc on all sides. Chapter 136 Conquest of Muzhou. Raise the ladder, Qiu Huang shouted, already preparing to scale the city walls. Yes, General. The soldiers placed the ladders on the city wall and stabilized them. As long as Qiu Huang could successfully climb the wall, their attack on the city would be a sure thing, and there would be no problem. Seeing that the cloud ladder was already set up, Qiu Huang looked up and, despite the rain of arrows, remained unmoved and fearless. He stepped onto the cloud ladder and climbed up it. Shoot him! Shoot him to death! Zhao Kun was completely driven mad by Qiu Huang and ordered the archers to keep shooting until Qiu Huang was killed. Clang, clang, clang. However, Qiu Huang was now wearing thick iron armor, which protected his entire body. The arrows that hit him only made some clanging sounds and posed no threat to him at all. In comparison, the Liangzhou soldiers below were probably under even greater pressure because some arrows were being shot at them. Fortunately, they were all wearing shields and armor, which effectively reduced the probability of the arrows hitting them. Otherwise, they simply wouldn't have been able to withstand it. They now have only one goal: to withstand the pressure from the Muzhou army, protect the cloud ladders, and create an opportunity for Qiu Huang to ascend the city. Axemen, prepare. Seeing that the arrows had no effect on Qiu Huang and could not effectively stop him from scaling the city walls, Zhao Kun changed tactics. He summoned axemen and prepared to deliver a heavy blow to Qiu Huang the moment he climbed up, crushing him to death on the spot. Once Qiu Huang was dead, the threat posed by the Liangzhou army would be greatly reduced, and it would be much easier for them to defend Muzhou City. And so, step by step, under the watchful eyes of everyone, Qiu Huang finally climbed the city wall of Muzhou. Kill! Zhao Kun gave the order decisively, his eyes blazing with killing intent. He vowed not to rest until Qiu Huang was killed. Immediately, the axemen swung their weapons, slashing down heavily and in unison, aiming their attacks at Qiu Huang's iron armor with ruthless, cold-blooded, and merciless force. However, it had absolutely no effect. The swords and axes struck the iron armor but couldn't break through it at all, and the damage to Qiu Huang was practically zero. Is this guy even human? Zhao Kun's pupils contracted as he looked at Qiu Huang. His mentality completely collapsed. In his eyes, Qiu Huang was no longer a human being, but a terrifying monster that he could not defeat at all. Kick! Just then, Qiu Huang jumped with all his might and landed directly on the city wall. Finally, he successfully scaled the city wall. It's a success. It's a success. Seeing Qiu Huang successfully scale the city wall, the entire Liangzhou army cheered enthusiastically, extremely excited because they knew that Qiu Huang's combat strength was extremely powerful. Once he successfully scaled the wall, it would mean the complete end of the war, and victory would belong to their Liangzhou army. You guys had your fun earlier, didn't you? Qiu Huang looked at the soldiers in all directions, but he felt no fear whatsoever. He took out his long sword and faced the soldiers from all sides, hacking and slashing them down as if cutting melons and vegetables, without any effort. The defenders of Muzhou let out shrill screams. They were no match for Qiu Huang's long sword and were slaughtered in an instant. They could not stop his killing spree at all. Let's go up too. Seeing that Qiu Huang had already climbed the city wall and begun to wreak havoc, the Liangzhou soldiers below could no longer sit still. They climbed the ladders and rushed up the city wall to fight alongside Qiu Huang. General, what do we do now? Seeing Qiu Huang and the others climb the city wall one by one, the Muzhou army panicked. They had thought that by relying on the city wall, they could keep the enemy out and prevent them from crossing the line. But now, the result has greatly disappointed them. Even the thick city walls they relied on could not stop the Liangzhou army's advance and were easily captured. Now, they could be said to be helpless and can only sit and wait for their doom. Run now. Zhao Kun was now terrified by Qiu Huang and didn't even have the courage to fight. At this moment, he only had one thought: to get away from Qiu Huang and this terrifying monster. Still trying to run? Qiu Huang sneered. This guy, he ignored him before and let him run to this place. Now he still wants to run away. He really doesn't take him seriously. Qiu Huang retrieved his bow and arrow from the system space, knocked an arrow, and shot out. The arrow streaked through the air like a meteor, its momentum unstoppable. Zhao Kun never expected that Qiu Huang, in addition to his longsword, also had a bow and arrow. Caught completely off guard, he was hit by one of Qiu Huang's arrows and fell to the ground. How so? Zhao Kun opened his eyes wide and struggled on the ground for a moment. Even at the moment of his death, he still refused to believe that he would die, that he would die from Qiu Huang's arrow. General, seeing that Zhao Kun had been shot and killed by Qiu Huang's arrow, the Muzhou army collapsed even more. Now that the enemy had breached the city walls and killed their commander, it was only a matter of time before they broke through the city gates. Therefore, a heavy despair enveloped everyone. This time, their Muzhou is likely to truly fall and become a vassal state of other states. Bang! One collapse leads to another. With a loud bang, the once sturdy city gates were breached by the Liangzhou army outside. The city gates were wide open, no longer able to stop the Liangzhou army from entering. Charge in and take Muzhou. Seeing that the city gate had been breached, Lei Peng gave an order, and countless soldiers swarmed up and rushed into the city through the wide-open gate, killing all the enemies. Run! Seeing the Liangzhou army rushing in, the Muzhou soldiers inside the city were terrified and had no intention of fighting anymore. They all rushed to run away in a panic. Kill! Qiu Huang led the Liangzhou army in a frenzied pursuit and slaughter. The Muzhou army was no match for him, and all of them let out shrill screams. Some died, some were maimed, and the whole scene was extremely tragic. This is the cruelty of war. The victor's jubilation and the vanquished screams, all coming together to create a breathtaking spectacle. Within a single day, Muzhou fell and came under the control of Liangzhou. The news spread quickly, causing a stir throughout the entire Tianfeng kingdom. All the prefectures were terrified, and the imperial court was also shaken, summoning generals from all directions overnight to discuss countermeasures. Chapter 137, I'm going to be a father. Upon learning that Muzhou had been captured, Governor Deng Yukai was overjoyed and immediately ordered rewards for the entire army. Those who had rendered meritorious service were promoted and ennobled, behaving like an emperor. As for Qiu Huang, the person who made the greatest contribution, he naturally deserved a reward. He was awarded 10,000 taels of gold, 2 mansions, 10 beautiful women, a fief of 10,000 households, and a 10-day vacation. He accepted all rewards without question, and he was particularly fond of beautiful women. He kept all the beautiful women bestowed upon him for himself, and never shared them with the other soldiers. After this reward, he gained another 10 points of martial prowess, bringing his total to a terrifying 44 points. 44 points of martial prowess. What does that mean? It's equivalent to the combined strength of 44 adults, all concentrated in one person. A casual punch from him can unleash a force of 1,000 jin. Ask yourself, in the entire Tianfeng kingdom, who can be his opponent? Even a single punch from him can only withstand a handful of people. During his 10-day holiday, he didn't stay idle. He chose to return to Leiyang village. I'm back. Upon arriving at the courtyard house, Qiu Huang called out, as usual, my husband is back. Upon hearing Qiu Huang's voice, one after another, the beautiful women rushed out of the courtyard and came to his side, looking at him with joy on their faces. Qiu Huang was gone for almost half a month, and they missed him terribly. They wished they could grow wings and fly directly to the prefecture to see him and express their longing. You missed me, didn't you? Looking at these people, Qiu Huang's eyes revealed endless tenderness and affection. Now, because of various other things, he could no longer stay here with them and could only feel indebted to them. The women nodded. During Qiu Huang's absence, they thought of him constantly, worried that something might have happened to him or that something bad might have occurred to him. Are Tsuehua, Xiaoyu, Wenwen, and Wanru all alright? The 4 women didn't live with everyone, so Qiu Huang didn't see them, and when he learned of his return, he didn't rush over immediately. They're all fine, my husband. You don't need to worry. The women told Qiu Huang that now, their entire family was known throughout Leiyang village. Everyone knew about their relationship with Qiu Huang, and no one dared to cause them any trouble or misfortune. That's good. Qiu was relieved. My husband, I have great news for you. You're going to be a father. Become a father? Qiu Huang was taken aback at first, then realized what was happening and quickly asked, Who? Who's pregnant? Shi, Yuan, and Xiaoyu are all pregnant. Is this for real? Am I really going to be a father? Qiu Huang looked at Tang Shi and Chun Yuan, almost unable to believe it, thinking he had misheard and was hallucinating. My husband, it's true. Tang Shi and Chun Yuan both nodded, then raised their hands and placed them on their bellies, gently stroking them with expressions of happiness. How wonderful it is to be able to conceive my husband's child. Wow, I'm going to be a dad. I'm going to be a dad. After receiving the correct answer, Qiu Huang shouted excitedly completely overjoyed. He was so happy that he finally had an heir. Fonger, Yue, go and call Wenwen, Wanru, Xiaoyu, and so over. We're having a dinner party tonight, and we must celebrate properly. Xiao Huang wished the whole world knew that he was going to be a father. Yes, my husband. Upon learning of Xiao Huang's return, the four women rushed over to him to express their longing. The family also held a banquet. 2 large wooden tables were filled with people, and the tables were laden with all kinds of food and delicacies. My husband actually became a general. During the banquet, Xiao Huang told them about his experiences in the prefecture. When they learned that he had become a general of the cavalry and had won several battles, they were all stunned. General, what does that mean? For most people, surviving on the battlefield is already an incredible stroke of luck. As for promotion, being ennobled, or receiving higher ranks, those are things they wouldn't even dare to dream of. But now, Xiao Huang has only been in the prefectural capital for less than half a month, yet he has already won several battles in a row and received a reward, becoming a general. How could this not shock and surprise them? Looking at the shocked expressions on the women's faces, Xiao Huang thought to himself, what is a general of the cavalry? To him, this is just the beginning. His real goal is definitely not just to be a general. He wants to be the emperor, to rule the entire Tianfeng kingdom and even the whole world. That is his real goal. However, he didn't tell them any of this, so as not to scare them or make them worry about him. He would tell them when he actually achieved it and give them a huge surprise. That wouldn't be too late. After spending a few days in Liang village with his women, on the 7th day of his vacation, Xiao Huang left Liang village and set off for the town to see Buting. Xiao Huang, it's you? Buting was quite surprised to see Xiao Huang arrive. She clearly hadn't expected him to come to this place. What? You don't want to see me? Who will want to see you? Looking at Xiao Huang, Buting couldn't help but recall the scenes from when they were together. This guy always tried to do things to her, and every time he made her feel like she couldn't take it anymore. She really loved and feared him at the same time. Xiao Huang chuckled and couldn't help but reach out and grab her hand. What do you want to do? Don't do anything reckless. Buting tried to pull her hand back, but she was no match for Xiao Huang's strength. She tried several times but failed, and finally gave up and let him be. Are you interested in coming with me to the state capital? The prefectural capital? What are we going there for? Buting was puzzled. Xiao Huang said, I am currently in the prefectural capital as a general of the cavalry. What? You became a general? Upon hearing Xiao Huang's words, Buting's eyes widened in disbelief. General, this isn't a position that just anyone can hold. You have to have made great contributions and achieved outstanding results to be eligible for such a post. What did Xiao Huang do in the prefectural government? How did he become a general so quickly? Is he cheating? Chapter 138 Resolution to attack the capital. What? You don't believe me? Xiao Huang looked at Buting and saw her shocked expression, knowing that she did not believe him. What did you do? It wasn't that Buting didn't believe it. It was just too unbelievable for her to accept. Xiao Huang said calmly, I didn't do anything special. I just helped the governor take over the 2 major prefectures of Hanzhou and Muzhou. What? You helped the governor take Hanzhou and Muzhou? Buting's eyes widened again. She could hardly believe it. Hanzhou and Muzhou were states, indistinguishable from their Liangzhou. They were the highest administrative units in the region, extremely powerful, with ample troops and supplies. Taking them down would be no easy task. Yes, I took over both of those states. Xiao nodded in surprise. OMG. Buting's mouth gaped open, her eyes fixed on Xiao Huang, the shock in her heart beyond words. To take over the 2 major states of Hanzhou and Muzhou single-handedly. What does that mean? If what Xiao Huang said is true, then taking over the entire Tianfeng kingdom and dominating the world would be an easy task for him, without much resistance. Didn't you say that I should go and conquer the world and bring peace and prosperity to the people? Xiao Huang hadn't forgotten what Buting had said to him. Buting had always wanted to pursue a career in government, but the officialdom was too corrupt now, and that path was blocked. So she was forced to give up and go into business with her brother. However, her ambition never changed. She always longed to return to officialdom and re-enter the bureaucracy, and she placed this hope on him, hoping that he could conquer the world, overthrow the corrupt old society, and bring peace and prosperity to the people. I didn't misjudge you. You are truly capable. Buting looked at Xiao Huang. Originally, Xiao Huang's destruction of the Mu family and the Song family proved that he was extremely powerful. Looking at the entire Tianfeng kingdom, there was probably no one who could match him. Now, he has taken over Hanzhou and Muzhou, which further shows that he is a talent that is unprecedented in history, rare in the world, invincible and unconquerable. Would you be interested in joining me to witness this world change its masters? Xiao Huang extended an invitation to Buting. Okay, I'll witness it with you. Buting nodded in agreement. Xiao Huang was her man, and she would unhesitatingly support him, accompany him, and witness the transformation of Tianfeng kingdom together. Xiao Huang smiled. He knew Buting would agree. Immediately, he pulled Buting over with a sudden force. Don't want. Upon seeing him like this, Buting immediately understood what he wanted to do and cried out in protest. You can't escape. Xiao Huang picked her up and carried her into her bedroom. After spending a day in the town, Xiao Huang took Buting to the county town. They stayed there for 2 days and met Butao and the 2 sisters, Zhang Shuiao and Zhang Xuezhi. Now, thanks to his scar removal cream, Butao has become a well-known figure in the entire county town, and almost everyone knows him. Zhang Shuiao and Zhang Xuezhi also managed to stabilize the tea shop and launch some new teas, opening up sales channels. In fact, most of the tea business in Liangzhou fell into the hands of the tea shop. Afterwards, Xiao Huang took Buting back to the prefecture, preparing to truly contend for supremacy and dominate the entire Tianfeng kingdom. The inner hall of the prefectural government. Governor, are you preparing to attack the capital? Isn't it too early? Lei Peng stared at Deng Yukai in shock, hardly believing it, because Deng Yukai actually wanted to skip the other prefectures and attack the capital directly. This was truly insane. It's not too early, now is just right. Deng Yukai did not think it was too early. On the contrary, in his opinion, it was most appropriate to attack the capital and seize the country now. At present, the other states were still in the stage of governing themselves and fighting each other. No one of the forces was strong enough to threaten their Liangzhou army. Once they took the capital, they would surely sweep across the country like autumn leaves and dominate the world. No one would dare to disobey them. We only have control over 3 states right now. I feel that it's not enough to fight against the capital with the strength of just 3 states. Lei Peng was somewhat worried. Although the imperial court had declined, it still retained a certain amount of strength. It would definitely not be an easy task for them to attack it. Don't worry, don't forget, we have an ace up our sleeve. The trump card that Deng Yukai mentioned naturally refers to Xiao Huang. Xiao Huang himself is extremely powerful and unparalleled in the world. Throughout the entire Tianfeng kingdom, no one can match him. If he puts on his iron armor, he is invincible and can be compared to an army of hundreds of thousands. As long as he is there, no matter how many enemies there are, they can all be dealt with. Lei Peng said, this trump card is indeed useful, but what if he rebels? How should we deal with that? They now need Xiao Huang's power to help them conquer the world, but at the same time, they are also wary of him. After all, this person's power is too terrifying. If he has any evil intentions, then in the end, they will be directly attacked and harmed, with unimaginable consequences. Don't be afraid. If we can successfully capture the capital, we'll poison him and eliminate this potential threat completely. If we can't, it'll be even simpler. We'll use that as an excuse to kill him on the spot. So, no matter what, we won't lose out. Deng Yukai was determined to kill him. They had used Xiao Huang to conquer the world, and now that they had conquered the world, he was no longer of any use to them, so they would eliminate him without hesitation. That's one way to go. Lai Ping gnawed. Deng Yotsai's method was very reasonable. Moreover, there were precedents in history of using the strength of 3 prefectures to fight against the capital. They could directly follow this example. As long as the strategy was appropriate, they would have a great chance of winning. At that time, they would be the new rulers of Tianfeng Kingdom and the priests of the dynasty. Tomorrow, I will issue an order to conscript 300,000 troops, claiming to be 600,000, to go to the capital and attack the imperial court. Deng Yukai made a decision. Speed is of the essence in war. They had to wipe out the others with lightning speed before they could react. Otherwise, once the others were prepared, it would be extremely difficult for them to launch another operation, and there would be no hope. Good. Lei Peng nodded, agreeing with Deng Yotsai's decision. They were now at a crossroads in history. Their success depended on this one. Chapter 139 Tongwan. Soon, Deng Yukai launched his operation, conscripting 300,000 troops from the three major prefectures of Liangzhou, Hanzhou, and Muzhou, claiming to be a 600,000-strong army, which he personally led, and marched in a mighty procession toward the capital. Upon learning of Deng Youcai's actions, the prefectures and counties along the route all chose to back down, opening the passage to let the Liangzhou army pass through. They believed they could not contend with the current Liangzhou army, which numbered in the hundreds of thousands. What did that mean? It meant an army capable of challenging the capital and overthrowing the imperial court. Occasionally, when encountering uncooperative prefectures or counties, Deng Youcai showed no mercy and directly annihilated them, forcing his way through. His military might was unstoppable. Thus, after several days of trekking, the army arrived at Tongguan, a crucial pass, a natural barrier, and a necessary route to the capital. After learning of the Liangzhou army's actions, the imperial court stationed a large army to guard Tongguan. The person in charge was a famous general of Tianfeng Kingdom named Fu Yu, who had led the Tianfeng army to repel several foreign invasions and had achieved outstanding military exploits, making him an invincible war god. Deng Youcai, you traitor! You dare to be disloyal to the court and rebel against it. Today, I, Fu Yu, will behead you and use your head to warn the world that all those who are disloyal to the court will only have one end, death. On the high city wall, Fu Yu shouted angrily, rebuking Deng Youcai. Below, Deng Youcai heard Fu Yu's words and sneered, saying, Fu Yu, I advise you to surrender quickly, otherwise, once I take Tongguan, it will be your death day. Traitorous scoundrel, take this arrow. Fu Yu didn't stand on ceremony. She pulled out a bow, knocked an arrow, and shot it straight at Deng Youcai. A shield appeared, blocking his arrow and preventing it from hitting Deng Youcai. Stubborn to the end, attack the city and take Tongguan. Deng Youcai issued the order to attack Tongguan. Charge! Upon hearing Deng Youcai's order, countless soldiers rushed forward, heading towards the towering city wall. Seeing the Liangzhou army charging forward, Fu Yu gave the order, and the archers all shot out, unleashing a volley of arrows that rained down like a waterfall. The crowd screamed as they were struck by the rain of arrows and fell to the ground, dying beneath the arrows. You mere shrimp soldiers and crab generals dare to provoke this general. Fu Yue looked disdainful. He was an ever-victorious general who had fought countless battles. What kind of opponent had he not encountered? As for Deng Youcai and his Liangzhou army, to think they could conquer Tongguan, which he was guarding, was simply a pipe dream. Where is the general of the flying cavalry? Seeing Fu Yu's fierce and unstoppable offensive, Deng Youcai knew that in order to defeat this guy, they had to use their trump card, Qiu Huang. Rest assured, Governor, leave this matter to me. Qiu Huang emerged, now fully armed as he was when attacking Muzhou. His entire body was covered in thick iron armor, weighing 500 or 600 pounds, even heavier and more formidable than the armor he had worn before. It was truly impervious to blades and spears, providing absolute defense. Ironclad army? Seeing Qiu Huang appear in thick iron armor, Fu Yu had seen something similar before. In the past, other countries had created an army like this, where everyone was clad in heavy armor to protect their bodies, making them impervious to swords and spears. However, such soldiers were not invincible. Their weaknesses were also quite obvious. They lacked mobility and were too slow. So, once he seized on these weaknesses, he quickly annihilated them and won the battle. Qiu Huang walked towards the city wall, followed by some soldiers who carried ladders and shields, step by step, without any fear. General, should we attack? On the city wall, the soldiers questioned Fu Yu. Fu Yu said, no need, I will stay here and wait for him to come up. This kind of armor has extremely strong protective capabilities, and weapons like bows and arrows can hardly cause any effective damage. Shooting arrows would be a complete waste of arrows. Therefore, he chose to wait until Qiu Huang climbed the city wall before he could slowly deal with this guy. Seeing that Fu Yu did not stop him, Deng Youcai grinned from ear to ear. This guy had no idea of Qiu Huang's true fighting strength. As long as he could successfully climb the city wall, it would mean the complete end of the war. He didn't let anyone else follow, because if others followed and climbed the city, it might provoke Fu Yu's counterattack, making it more difficult for Qiu Huang to climb the city. In addition, if others climbed the city, they wouldn't be able to determine the fate of the battlefield. Only by ensuring that Xiao Huang climbed the city safely could the battle truly end. And so, under the watchful eyes of everyone, Xiao Huang climbed onto the city wall of Tongguan without any hindrance. This time, climbing the city was far too easy. Standing on the city wall, Xiao Huang felt quite incredulous. This time, climbing the city was much easier than he had imagined. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have needed to make so many preparations. Call out. Just then, a chain quickly wrapped around him, binding his armor in an instant. Boy, don't think you can do whatever you want just because you're wearing armor. In front of this general, armor is just a sitting duck, all show and no substance. Fuyu looked at Xiao Huang with deep disdain in her eyes, completely disregarding Xiao Huang. It seems you let me up here on purpose. You're really confident. Upon hearing Fuyu's words, Xiao Huang realized why his ascent of the city was so easy and without any obstacles. It was all Fuyu's scheme. He wanted to eliminate Xiao after he reached the city. However, no amount of trickery or schemes would work on him. He possessed absolute and invincible power, with a terrifying strength equivalent to 44 adults. He feared no opponent. Bang! With a forceful pull of his arms, he easily snapped the chains binding the armor, posing no threat whatsoever. What? Fuyu was shocked. She hadn't expected Xiao Huang to be so strong, with such a terrifying effect that he could easily break their chains. Change to a thicker one. Fuyu immediately replaced the chains with thicker ones. He refused to believe that Xiao Huang could escape from his grasp. Kill. At that moment, Xiao Huang drew his long sword and began a frenzied massacre of them. Chapter 140, the grand finale. The surrounding defenders screamed in agony as they were swept away by Xiao Huang's longsword, unable to withstand his immense power. What? Fuyu's eyes widened in disbelief. She had thought that Xiao Huang's mobility would be greatly reduced after putting on such heavy armor, but now it seemed that he was completely unaffected. General, the chains have arrived. Soon, the soldiers came out with thick chains. These chains were so thick that once someone was bound by them, no one could escape. Okay, tie him up right now. Fuyu ordered the soldiers to take action without hesitation. Yes, General. The soldier immediately threw out the chains, trying to bind Xiao Huang. However, Xiao Huang didn't care about the chains at all. He reached out and grabbed the chains directly, then swung them forcefully. The soldier screamed in pain as he was thrown off balance. Immediately, Xiao Huang simply used the chains as weapons, swinging them in all directions to attack the soldiers. Soldiers from all directions let out shrill screams. Having no time to dodge, they were struck by the chains. The thick chains, with fierce force, slammed into their bodies, causing them horrific injuries. Fuyu was stunned. In all his years as a general, he had never encountered anyone like Xiao Huang. He had a strong intuition that letting Xiao Huang climb the city wall was the biggest mistake he had ever made in his life. He had underestimated Xiao Huang's strength. Call out. At that moment, suddenly, a chain wrapped around him, startling him awake. He turned around in a panic, trying to break free. However, it was too late. Xiao Huang rushed over quickly, holding a thick chain, and bound him tightly. Release this, General. Fuyu struggled desperately, trying to break free. Don't worry, I won't kill you. Xiao Huang raised his hand and gently tapped Fuyu on the head, knocking him unconscious. He was a man who valued talent. A general like Fuyu, who was always victorious, was extremely rare. It would be a great pity to kill him. In the future, after he ascended the throne as the emperor of Tianfeng Kingdom, he would need to employ him to assist him in conquering the country and stabilizing the war situation. Put down the general. Countless archers drew their bows and aimed their arrows at Xiao Huang. If you want him dead, then shoot him. Xiao Huang didn't care at all. He was protected by iron armor, impervious to swords and spears, and nothing like bows and arrows could harm him. The soldiers hesitated immediately, afraid to fire their arrows for fear of hurting Fuyu. Kill. Taking advantage of their momentary lapse in concentration, Xiao Huang swung his long sword and slashed down, instantly killing a large number of them. General. At this time, the other Liangzhou soldiers also climbed up one after another. Open the city gates first and let the army in. Yes. Xiao Huang led his soldiers in a fierce battle, advancing straight towards the city gate. Kill. Soldiers at the city gate charged at them with weapons, intending to kill them and prevent them from opening the city gate. overestimating one's abilities. Qiu Huang scoffed and brandished his long sword, charging forward. Under his powerful attacks, these soldiers were no match for him and were easily annihilated without breaking sweat. Boom! Afterwards, with the efforts of the Liangzhou soldiers, the heavy iron gate that was originally tightly closed slowly opened. The city gates had been opened. Upon seeing the city gates open, the Liangzhou army outside cheered with joy. Once the city gates were open, taking Tongwan would be a piece of cake for them, requiring no effort at all. Charge in and take Tongwan. At the command of Governor Deng Yukai, all the soldiers of Liangzhou rushed towards the city gate and stormed through it. With the city gates breached and the commander-in-chief Fu Yu captured, the morale of the Tongwan garrison collapsed, and they quickly suffered a crushing defeat. In less than half a day, they were completely captured by the Liangzhou army. Speed is of the essence in war. We must capture the capital swiftly. After capturing Tongwan, the Liangzhou army rested briefly before heading directly towards the capital. At this moment, the capital was already in a state of panic. When the news of the fall of Tongwan came, the capital was terrified because Tongwan was an extremely important pass, almost the gateway to the capital. With the fall of Tongwan, the capital would be defenseless and its fall would be almost inevitable. Indeed, this was the case. Faced with the Liangzhou army, led by Qiu Huang, the garrison of the capital only held out for a few hours before falling into the hands of the Liangzhou army. The palace, the place I've always dreamed of, I'm finally going to take over here. Deng Yukai led his army into the palace in a grand procession. At this moment, the palace was already in chaos. The emperor and his ministers fled one after another, and most of them were killed by the Liangzhou army. The rest were no longer a threat. Therefore, Deng Yukai couldn't wait to enter the palace. He wanted to experience what it was like to be an emperor. Upon entering the main hall, Deng Yukai looked up at the dragon throne on the 9-tiered platform. At this moment, he was completely carried away and had forgotten himself. From this day forward, I am the emperor of Tianfeng Kingdom, ruling over the entire world. Deng Yukai strode towards the dragon throne, dreaming of the moment he would sit on it and command the world. Call out. Just then, an arrow suddenly shot out from behind and hit him instantly. This, Deng Yotsai's figure came to an abrupt halt. He looked down at the arrow in his chest, utterly unable to believe it. I'm sorry, this emperor's throne does not belong to you. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, the two walked in hand. It's you. You dare to rebel. Lai Ping roared angrily. Men, seize this traitor. Lai Ping shouted. But no one moved. Are you rebelling? Lei Peng was furious. Qiu Huang sneered and said, Old man, do you really think you conquered this world? How naive. Innocent. The other soldiers scoffed. They weren't fools. They could all see that this empire was entirely won by Qiu Huang. If it weren't for him, they would still be stuck in Liangzhou, unable to leave. Therefore, they naturally knew that only someone with great talent and ambition like Qiu Huang was worthy of the emperor's position. Run. Seeing that the situation was hopeless, Lei Peng turned around and ran away without saying a word. But before he could run away, a long sword came down and killed him instantly. After dealing with Deng Yukai and Lei Peng, Qiu Huang turned to the person beside him and smiled. Tingo, this is the world I've built for you. Are you satisfied? Bu Ting smiled, a very sweet smile.